That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. Hey, I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the capital and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Welcome, everyone. We are going to start with the Have Your Say session now. The earlier session was an interview that had taken place, but this is where the Have Your Say starts. Everyone is welcome to come and discuss some of the issues affecting the country. And Dr. Damages is going to join us. I'm just starting it temporarily for now. So the rules apply as they Have Your Say rules. You are welcome to join us. You are welcome to, let's keep it polite. The conversation is going to be covering the passing of former presidential spokesman Okupe. He passed I think not very long ago, a couple of days ago. I'm not exactly sure the precise date and time. And also we'll be covering the River State politics and obviously the Senator Natasha Akpoti's suspension as a senator. We'll be talking about that too. We'll be covering the intensification of the issues between the US and Canada and Mexico and even Europe. There's something that is going on that is underlying all this. It doesn't mean Trump is still not for Igbo. Don't make no mistake. Don't think that Trump is trying to fight his people. What is going on there? We'll have a discussion about it. So we have an idea what is going on. This is a reverse psychological game that is going on. So we'll be talking about that. We'll also be talking about some of the issues that arose in the last conversation about IBB, some of the stuff that went on. The Obasa reinstatement in the Lagos politics, I'm not very clear about it. I think the reason why a lot of people are kind of angry for that because they seem to think it is linked to Tinubu's son wanting to be a governor of Lagos. I don't know. I have no clue about that. This is why this is Have Your Say. If you have an idea about it, you come and join us. If you're in Nigeria, you join us. If you're overseas, you join us. If you're one of those recently jackpot one that knows more about Lagos politics, you join us and tell us what you think is going on there. And some people say things are improving on the ground in Nigeria. And I believe things are improving on the ground. I'm not so detached that I will just say things are not improving compared to 2 years ago, 2023, when the subsidy was removed and floating of the currency, when the economy was going on a tailspin, I think things have improved. And compared to then, and there has been development. You know, Dangote refinery coming on stream is not an ignorant or something that doesn't have an impact. It does have an impact. The Nigerian currency is getting stronger. I noticed that when you send money to Nigeria now, it gets you get a little bit less every time. So that should tell you something. I'm not sure the government should be burning the house down even further. So, all right. So we're going to start now. I'll play some of the videos so have an idea of what is coming up. All right. So I will start with the Okupe, since it's the passing of one of the Nigerian public figures. We want to hear from. Let's just watch the report.
Very sad development to tell you that a former presidential spokesperson and chieftain of the Labour Party, Dr. Doyin Okupe, has died at the age of 72. Family sources said Dr. Okupe, who served as senior advisor to former President Goodluck Jonathan and later the Director General of the Peter Obi's 2023 presidential campaign, died in the early hours of today. He was the former National Publicity Secretary of the National Republican Convention, NRC, Special Assistant to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Senior Special Assistant to former President Goodluck Jonathan, and publicist for Senator Bukola Saraki and Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Dr. Okupe, a medical doctor, then in 2022, briefly became the vice presidential candidate for the Labour Party before stepping down. He later served as the Director General of the Labour Party's presidential campaign team. Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, in a statement issued today, says that beyond his political and professional engagement, Dr. Okupe was an affable, easygoing and principled individual who, despite never flaunting his credentials, played a significant role in Nigeria's resistance to military rule. The governor also acknowledged Dr. Okupe's fluid political journey, emphasizing that while his affiliations change over time, his relationships with family, friends, and associates remained intact.
Right, I will play that one. Let's watch these. The Canadians, poor Canadians, the poor Canadians have to deal with crazy leaders, but they will learn. They will learn the hard way. All right, let's play it.
Trade war, and Canadian officials remain defiant.
It is a betrayal of a deep and abiding friendship.
Even if the tariffs are withdrawn, we will never go back to where we were 3 months ago. We will never trust the Americans in the same way.
We will be there to stand strong. And it's not true that we will go through this psychodrama every 30 days.
But behind the scenes, a big diplomatic push.
Conversations are continuing. The Prime Minister and the President spoke today. I also spoke with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, a bit earlier at noon today, and the Minister of Finance, Dominique Leblanc, and the Secretary of Commerce in the U.S., Howard Lutnick.
For the first time in weeks, the Prime Minister got Donald Trump on the phone. Justin Trudeau's office says they discussed trade and fentanyl. But after the call, Trump took to social media, slinging an accusation at Trudeau now in his final days as Prime Minister, writing he is trying to use this issue to stay in power. Good luck, Justin.
There's one person that's causing this problem, and that's President Trump.
Ontario's premier appeared again on an American television network. His province is home to most Canadian auto workers. He says the 30-day tariff reprieve on auto parts changes nothing.
I spoke to the president this morning. I spoke to the prime minister earlier. We're on the same page, zero tariffs, and we are not going to budge.
Trump has realized in fewer than 24 hours how integrated our two economies are. And I expect more and more announcements about exemptions.
Canadian officials have described the situation as fluid, unpredictable, and chaotic. And while there's a possibility for more exemptions or carve-outs, nothing is guaranteed. Canada's #1 priority is and always has been to completely get rid of these tariffs.
2 more provinces announced countermeasures today. We're talking about Alberta and Saskatchewan, and they've been, I guess, less than enthusiastic in the past about retaliation.
Yeah, both are joining other provinces taking American liquor off their shelves, and both are prioritizing Canadian companies for government contracts. But Alberta Premier Danielle Smith made herself clear again today, any move by Ottawa to slap export taxes on Alberta energy will not get her support.
All right, Kate McKenna in Ottawa.
I have nothing new to say. I have nothing new
Welcome,
to say.
one and all,
People
in here, out.
People are hungry. Let them die. Let them die. It's their fault. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%. 100%. Supporting Tinubu. 100%. 100%.
Welcome, one and all, in here, out.
People like you. People like so that when next election comes, I will now see. Whether when people bring money, you will vote for them, or you will do your conscience.
I'm just trying to introduce the topics first before we get going regarding the news of this week. So let me just introduce this other one. What's this one? This one is about trade deal. I don't want to do trade deal anymore. And this one is about something else, archaeologists. All right. So now I wanted to introduce the Trump threat to Gazans, but we'll go through that later on. But I don't know if anybody wants to talk about the politician Okupe. If you know anything, you want to say something about him before we commence, so that we can move on from that later on. So let me start with Oga Tony. He's been in Nigeria, and he probably knows him. You probably know him. Welcome, Tony. So what do you make of Okupe's passing? Here today, yesterday, today gone.
Well, that's how life is. Greetings, everybody. That's how the tragedy of life, like a flower. Today, you blossom, and in the night you fade away. Dr. Okupe, medical doctor. I used to know his clinic somewhere around, I think around Maryland or something. That's where his clinic used to be. But I think he was more active in politics than as a medical doctor. I mean, he's more known as a politician than a medical doctor from his MPN days and so on and so forth. It's sad that he has to go. The last time I saw him, of course, anybody who knows him would see that he's had some health issues. I suspect it was cancer, and I thought he came around, and I thought that his last few days, having survived that, so it seemed at the time that he would quietly just retire and then spend the rest of his life, reconciling himself with whoever he has offended, or, trying to chart a new path for his life. But that wasn't the case. I still saw him still moving. I think once a politician, always a politician, giving LP to APC. And I don't know. I suspect that it was probably to settle all the issues regarding the case he had, which I think was political. That's my opinion, though. But it's sad that he has to go. But at that age, I think that he's played his part and he's moved on. Lessons there for us. Play your part, live a good life, and when death calls, you leave.
Thank you for that. Jide, I don't know whether you know much about that. I don't think you jumped the queue actually. It's Oga Ike. Oga Ike is Oga Ike. He's very, very, he comes across like somebody with integrity, but he's also a lover man and a playboy. Let's not make no mistake about that. We know that about him. So he doesn't come across as that, but he is. So what do you make of Okupe's passing?
You know, when somebody passes away, the pain of passing away is not that people will not pass away. The pain is that you're not going to see that person anymore in the rest of your life. That hole is what is the most painful part of life. When God asked Isaiah to go and tell Hezekiah that he's going to die, and he told Isaiah to go and tell him to put his house in order, write your will, because you are going to die. And when Isaiah went to Hezekiah to inform Hezekiah, Hezekiah went in prayers, telling God all his how he have honored, served him with faithfulness, with clear heart, and the rest of them. And at the end of the day, the Bible says that God answered the prayer of Hezekiah. And God sent Isaiah back to Hezekiah to tell Hezekiah that because of your faithfulness, because of your obedience, because of your cry, your tears has reached to me, I'm going to add another 15 years to your life. And God added another 15 years to the life of Hezekiah. What the subject am I trying to bring? God did not tell Hezekiah that he's not going to die. So God knows that Hezekiah is going to die. So each and every one of us should know that we are going to die. If there is nothing like that, I don't think anybody, most 99% of people in this world will not believe that there is a supreme being that is greater than everybody, no matter whatever you think you are, whatever you think you believe in. Now the question is, when we die, we that are Christians, which my brother Okupe is a Christian, is an evangelist. So he knows what I'm saying now. He's a believer. He knows that is heaven, he knows that is hell. So the question is, where is he today? Because no matter how much we cry here, it does not change where your portion is. So it's painful that we have to lose him. Yes, he came back from cancer, he fought a long battle, he won, and he was recovering. And when he came back after so many months, he appeared on channel television, he gave his testimonies. And like Tony said, you know, in Nigeria, politicians, like he said, is always a politician. I think that the survival of the cancer out of last year would have been an opportunity for him to retire from everything that gives him stress for nothing. And, you know, spend the rest days of his life, enjoying the remaining days of his life. You know, but like he said, in Nigeria is that politically, when you commit anything, if you think that there is nowhere out to join APC. So I think that he is a very good man. He has served this country in so many capacities, and I recognize him. I lived in Lagos. I know where his clinic is in Obalende. I know him, you know. So he's a good man, and he's a fighter. Even though he might have different opinion in different times, that's why we are human beings. So my prayer for the family, for friends, associates, those who has come to know him, that we all should, you know, have the fortitude to bear the loss. For the family, I think we pray for them to be strong. And I think that they know that someday, one day, it was going to happen. But the question is that we don't know how and when and where. So, but thank God he has gone to meet the Lord. We pray that he has peace, and the journey to the end will be good for him. And us that are living, we should all learn from it, that as we are talking here today, tomorrow you can wake up to see, you cannot see Brother Ike no more. The only thing you have to say, oh, he was here, we were the have your show on Saturday, and that ends the story. So it's important for us to prepare ourselves, like Tony said, live a good life, hold no grudges against no one, bear no evil against no one. Make sure that you have peace in your life and enjoy the life that God has given you, because you don't know when he's going to take it away from you. So I pray that the family will have the fortitude to bear his loss. It's a lesson to every one of us that no matter how powerful we think we are, no matter how great we think we are, no matter how much we think we have acquired in this life. When I was a little child, when we were very small, I was thinking that Reverend Fathers don't die. You know, Reverend Fathers, when we see them with the white gown, we think they're angels, that they never die. But at the end of the day, we discovered that they also die. So it's a pity, it's sad. At his age, like Tony said, I think he has lived a good life. May his soul rest in peace.
That's true. He's lived a better life than most Nigerians can be proud of. So yes, let me go to Jide. What's the family that came in first? About Akpoti. Okupe. Akpoti's in my head. Okupe.
Forefathers, okay, yeah, good to see everyone today. Hi everybody, Forefathers, Tony, Brother Ike, Penny, and everyone listening and on the comment section. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone is doing okay. Good to see everyone. So yeah, I mean, I don't know him. I'm a young guy. I mean, I've not been. Yeah, I don't know so much about Nigerian politics. But what I know for sure about people like that, like people that are very powerful and elites, and some of these are political elites, is what I will have to say about his death. Is even though I don't know so much about him, I don't know so much about his political stance, his political career. What I would just say is that our political elites should always remember that one day they will pass away, and if they understand that, they should always remember that they need to leave grand-standing legacy. It doesn't seem like our political elites are thinking about leaving legacies behind when they pass away, and that's also one of the fundamental problems we have in our country. What most of them think, it may not be all of them, but what most of them think about is acquiring more and more wealth for themselves at the expense of the people and destroying the country. And that's not the way forward. That shouldn't have been the way at all in the first place. We have had great people in Nigeria that have died, and we remember them 100 years after. And we don't remember them for bad things. We remember them for good things. Even the next 200 years, we'll still remember them. From our pre-colonial times, they died. We remember them. We still remember their name. You know, people that fought for our struggle, even the little freedom we have, that we still remember. I can give so many examples, like Fumilayo Kutsi. You know, even though our oppressors tend to change the education and say she was the first person to drive a car, but actually she played a key role in some of the little freedom we have today as Nigerian people, as African people. Fumilayo played a key role, and the next 200 years she will still be remembered all over the world for our struggle. That's just one example. There are so many examples of great Nigerians. They have lived a legacy. I'm not sure. May this person so rest in peace. May God forgive
Yeah,
his
can you give us names of great Nigerians? Because I need them. I need that list because I'm struggling.
There are many actually. Pa Imodu. That's the thing. Those ones, because of our oppressors are the ones in control of the media and the information space. They are not usually remembered as they should. Pa Imodu is another example. Pa Imodu, the independence struggle, even though it's not known in a popular manner, unlike Awolowo, them Awolowos and the Azikiwes, Pa Imodu is somebody that paid the price for the freedom that we now have today. Pa Imodu Adedoyin is another example. There's this woman, I've forgotten her name. She's from northern Nigeria. I can't remember her name right now off in my head. But there are a couple of them. You know,
that man that died with Agwin Rosie, that man that said they're not going to come to his house to do that's
Adekunle Fajui.
Adekunle Fajui. Yeah, that's the man that died with us. Yes.
He put his own life at risk for that. Yeah, they're quite. I don't know him a lot, so that's why I'm asking you to give me.
Yeah, they're not a lot. Yeah, they're not so much because I mean, these people, like I said, their name was deliberately erased or their legacy is not remembered because it's very important that legacies are like lessons. So those lessons need to be picked up by future generations. So if people are not reminded of their legacies, people will not be conscious of their responsibilities. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So that's why you will hear that Fumilayo Kuti, she's the first person to drive a car. She's the first woman to drive a car. So women are now reduced to driving a car, right? Like not the struggle that a woman was able to fight for us for. You know, Adedoyin was another example. I gave an example of I can't remember this northern Nigerian woman. But when it comes to Africa,
how about Aminu Kano? I have heard of Aminu Kano in the north. What did he do? Does anybody know what he stands for? I know they say he stands for the Talakawas to an extent, but what does he like represent for Nigeria? I don't know.
Well, he broke away from the feudal control of the northern oligarchy. He was a Hausa man. He was not a Fulani. And he led in his own right. He championed the rights of the common people, and you find out that he produced some of the governors that were not educated at all. For instance, like Barkunzuwo, he was one asked, you know, they saw money in his house, and he said, "Government money found in government house. What is the problem?" You know, I think he's also quoted to have said something about minerals when they were asking him what minerals Kanu had. He said they had Coke, they have Pepsi Cola.
No, but that's not fair. Now you're maligning the legacy of Aminu Kano. That's not fair.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying.
The worst cases.
No. I'm just saying that he didn't go for all these big people, and this is a commoner. You know, under him, he recognized that the common people should have a voice. So for such a person to be a governor, you know, in Nigeria, it's something great. That's PRP.
But why don't you pick governors that are commoners that did well? You pick
well,
the one that
but
government money, government house.
He also had people like Abubakar Rimi, Balarabe Musa. These ones were educated, but
Abubakar, I think I know those ones. Yes.
Yeah, but they also identified. You know, he had the philosophy. If you are talking about any Nigerian politician who had a philosophy, Aminu Khan is one of them. You know,
he did.
Yeah. So you know, it's clear. And if you look at Balarabe Musa from the beginning till the end, he stood still for for the vision and the policy of Aminu Kano, which we don't have now. You know, you see people shifting.
Kwankwaso, that's what he represents. Like he likes to shape himself like in the image of Aminu Kano as a great person. Now he wants to stand for the Talakawas in the north.
Yes. You know, so what Aminu Kano did was a fight against the system, and you know it's not easy to fight the feudal system. You know, when he died, what the man had was a mud house. Can you imagine that? The leader of political party in Nigeria, just like in Nyerere, when Nyerere left office, you know, he had just a 3-bedroom apartment, and people were bringing in stuff to thank him. He said, "No, I don't have a place to put this thing." So,
that's the thing.
You see, those are great men. Those are great men. You see, that man should be revered in the entire country. He fought for the underclasses.
Yes.
So that this is not only a northern thing. If you are correct, he basically fought these powerful houses and seemed to have emerged. And he kind of won against them when he was alive anyway. So that is a formula that we can learn from. I don't know equivalent in the South that wasn't very rich when they passed away. They always have something stashed away.
Fumilayo was actually not wealthy when she was.
Was she not?
No, she wasn't.
Okay.
She wasn't very wealthy.
You know, in today's
to drive a car those days. I don't know.
In today's politics in Nigeria, a man
she wasn't wealthy.
A man becomes a councillor or chairman of local government. You know, his whole trajectory changes. He's driving a jeep. He's built houses and so on and so forth. Yet a month or so before that, he was just nothing. He didn't even have a bicycle. So to have a politician in the mode of Aminu Kano, who from the beginning to the end, you know, didn't change his lifestyle, maintain his lifestyle. Nigerians don't like that kind of people, and it's a shame.
It's really a shame.
Right,
yeah, thank you for that.
Right.
Thank you for that. And Jide started it with trying to name great Nigerians, but we
but you notice that if you look at, in fact, what you said was what kind of put me on the spot. The question you asked me, like, mentioning more Nigerians, because you realize that most of the elites in Africa that fought for our struggle, for some of the freedom we have today, they're actually not from Nigeria. Most of them, with due respect. most of them are from other parts of Africa, like Kwame Nkrumah, like you mentioned Julius Nyerere, like Thomas Sankara. The people that really wanted our real freedom, a lot of them are not from Nigeria. And Nigeria being like the most populous country in Africa, you would even imagine that we'll probably produce more of that. But unfortunately, maybe
we don't tend to produce like even outright nationalists. Even we hardly even produce nationalists. Not to mention what we produce is people that are champions of certain region, like Awo. He championed mostly the southwest. Aminu Kanu championed mostly the north. And you can say Ojukwu champion the southeast, Zakadaka Boros champion the south somehow. So you don't tend to get the national ones that are like hot out there. The closest we came to, if you ask me, maybe it's Abiola. If you want to argue, but a lot of people say Abiola has a very, very dirty history because Abiola tried to be Pan-Africanist to an extent. As a matter of fact, he was supporting the reparation movement when he was running for presidency, which I suspect may be part of the reason why he failed, because that reparation movement will cost the West billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. And Abiola was meeting with the African Americans. That wasn't funny. It wasn't funny, and maybe that's why he failed. You know, we hear that they blame. We hear that they blame Abacha for why they canceled the election. May not be that too. We just
even though he made those good moves, I'm not fully convinced MQ Abiola should be celebrated as a national hero. This may sound controversial to so many people, but from my understanding of Abiola, from my clear understanding and from my knowledge of Abiola, from what I've read in books, I don't think he should be recognized as a hero. But I think it's also a cultural thing in Nigeria where we celebrate wealthy people that are very kind. It's a culture. It's a Yoruba thing. I don't know if it's an Igbo thing. I'm from Lagos. I know that thing very well. We always like to celebrate people that are very wealthy and very kind. But
Yoruba do that. The North, they do that too, to be fair. I don't know about the Southeast. Southeasterners, they are very harsh when they want to be. But that said, they did celebrate Ojukwu because his father was wealthy, but he fought for the people. And maybe it's our people. It's a people thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a people thing. And let's allow Femi to say something before he starts plotting my demise. Welcome, Femi. Thank you for for joining us. What do you make of Doyin Okupe's pattern? Does he have a title? I feel like he should have a title. He's been around for a while.
Dr. Doyin Okupe first came to most of us to the spotlight, as far as I know, and Mr. Tony can correct me. During I know I was very young then, but I remember his name was very prominent in NRC. It was the National Publicity Secretary. I'll never forget.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It was so popular.
Yeah.
Now, and he played a big part, you know, in a lot of the events that happened then. And for those that recall as well, again, I believe, Mr. Tony, because there's something you mentioned about was it Aminu Kanu, that I remember my parents used to say about when they asked him about minerals. I didn't know it was the one, but I remember them saying it. I thought it was just one of these fabu, but he just brought me back took me back to memory lane. Anyway, so, and one of the other significant things about him that I recall was him being one of those that was arrested and incarcerated by Abacha. That I did not forget as well. Now, I also recall seeing that Royal Cross hospital.
Yes.
I know it's not too far from Dodan Barracks. It should be about 4 or 5 minutes from there, but I never realized he owned it. That shows how much he had been in politics. In fact, a lot of people do not even know that he was a medical doctor unless they do further research or he's mentioned. Now, part of the other things that I recall with him,
he was also a special assistant, I think, to Obasanjo.
Obasanjo and I think either Jonathan or so. But he's been there, he's done that, he's been with PDP, NRC, PDP, Core Party, and then finally with LP when he was he spokesman for the campaign of
he was
Obi.
Right. Yeah.
Now, when the last time I saw him have that interview on channels, I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was surprised seeing the way he looked, and when he actually came out and mentioned the fact that he was just coming out of remission from cancer. I apparently that wasn't the first time. He had had 2 remissions in 10 years. So this one that finally he died from turned out to be the 3rd time he was going into remission. But after all is said and done, there's something Mr. Ike particularly highlighted, and that's something that I never knew that I haven't grown up to the point where I grew up. I'll constantly think about, and I think it's a good thing that I do so, because my uncle, one of my very close uncles, usually would tell you, and this is not a common thing in Africa, that it's always a good thing to constantly think about the day when one is going to leave. In fact, not only will it tell you that, this man, he had actually done something that's quite uncommon in Africa and Nigeria. He had actually secured where he would be buried right from when he was in his probably 50s or 40s. And he likes to have this kind of conversations, uncomfortable conversations, because, typically amongst we Africans and Nigerians, when you say certain things, because of our religiosity, we say, God forbid. God does not forbid death, because it's something that will surely happen. So I guess one of the poignant things that happened, especially when you also include the fact that it was basically, we've lost 3 eminent people, if you will, in the last 2 weeks or so. That of course you're going to include what's the name of this Afenifere leader, as well as Clark. Yeah. So we see the futility in holding on to, the physical things, the material things of life. I think it's always a good thing, not just when prominent people pass away. It's always a good thing to constantly remind ourselves that in truth, life is actually vanity. Let's just do our best, and hopefully, whether we're remembered well or not, hopefully we make a heaven for those of us that believe.
It's interesting. There was a leader, I think somewhere in Europe, before now, that had somebody follow him all the time, reminding him that he's just human being and he's going to die. Reminding Peter.
Fathers, please, can I add a footnote, if you will, to the topics that you have? I mean, I know this might not be significant, but I just found some things that kind of interested me that I found on Reuters and AP during the week, including this Nigerian. She's a postgraduate. I don't know if you saw that news. She's one of those people that are trying to break another Guinness World Record of transversing 7 continents within a given period of time. But the parts of it that I kind of found interesting was where she claims to be trying to prove is the challenges of having a Nigerian passport and navigating your way all over the world. I mean, I'm wishing her good luck on that. And then this, I don't know if you also caught the news of the increased OPEC output that's been attributed to Iran and Nigeria. I found that interesting as well, because this is the first time we seem to have got. I don't know. I've not verified it, but that's what Reuters and AP were reporting. And then maybe to also add, I don't know if you also came across this issue of the consumer agency in Nigeria taking MultiChoice, suing MultiChoice to court because of the increase in the price of subscription prices of their bouquets. And to which, in my mind, I was but why didn't the same consumer protecting agency take NMPC? And anyway, you know where I'm going with that. And lastly, for those of us that are interested in what's happening with our super or not so super eagles, the super chickens, of course, you know what's coming up with, especially with respect to our position on the table. And so help Nigeria God, because I don't know how they're going to qualify for the upcoming World Cup in Mexico, USA, and Canada.
Yeah.
Fathers, if you don't mind, there's something that we missed out too. I just want to, and it's a good news. We have a power plant coming up upstream. It's providing 1,250 megawatts from Dr. Adedeji Adeleke, Davido's father. I think that's something good that we also need to mention.
Yeah, Davido's father.
Yes.
father. Oh, Adeleke, I hope he's not the one that. Okay, that's not the one that tried to arrest Farutini. Okay, so this is okay. That's very good now. 1.2 gigawatts. I like to use gigawatt. This 1,000 something megawatt makes it seem like it's a lot. When people are talking about gigawatts, America they use over this thing. I think they have 1 point something trillion. This thing. Man, these guys have gone through the roof. So yeah, that's a very good thing. It will bring us now to around 6.3, 6.5 gigawatts.
Yes.
That is something. It's positive.
We have to
let's
praise
take
him.
it. We have to take a win when we get one.
Yes, we have to praise the man because he put down $2 billion. That's not a small amount, to invest in an economy like Nigeria. That's. But we'll talk about because there are stories behind that.
Which state was it?
That's Osun State, I think.
That's really.
I mean,
good.
they come from Osun State. Yes,
it's gonna do good for that state a lot because. We definitely need more of that. We need more of that, and we should be more billionaires should be pouring money in. And Nigerians are going to pay. Nigerians they like to catch cruise. They will pay for anything you give them. And I always say this with the context in mind that Iran, that has been under sanction for 40, 50 years, can generate 70 gigawatts.
It's sad.
That is scary. That is scary.
You know the story about this. If you allow me. This is someone who is getting out his money to help solve a problem that Nigerians are suffering from. And yet there was someone at the federal government, who is supposed to approve this deal. And that person said to Davido's father that as long as he is alive, that project will not come upstream, that it will never happen. And so Davido's father, because he's a Christian, he went to church to pray, and you know what happened? That man fell sick. They flew him out, and someone else took his seat. And that person who took his seat approved it. That is how this thing came upstream. You can imagine the kind of people we have in Nigeria. I don't know what the issues were, but to say that a man who is investing that kind of money for the general good, that project would never come to life. These are the people that we have in Nigeria. The man deserves to be executed, but God took him.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm not saying God took him. You see, you keep coming up with these things today. What is going on with you today? You keep coming up with these examples when you are supposed to. You are putting it that God did this to the man now. Let's not implicate the Christian faith in this man's demise. Maybe he was meant to go in this time.
No, it's wickedness.
Yes, it's not nice. People should really try to see beyond their own personal feelings about things, because this is about the people. That Osun State is going to gain from it now, because if that state supplies power to them, they're going to get good power supply. I really wish you can create billions. You can create a lot of billionaires in Nigeria. Nigeria has so much scope to grow. The billionaires, if they are interested in investing positively, they can make a whole lot of killing in that country. Let's hope that this is a trend. Dangote has put 20 billion, he has put 2 billion. Let them keep showing up. If I have money, I'll put it down too. The little I have, we'll put it down.
Fathers is not easy. Go and ask Dangote the problem that he had when he was trying to put. He spoke and said at some point he regretted for putting down that refinery, because the opposition that came against him, was so much. But I think some people just plotted him and nudged him on, and so now we're enjoying the benefit. So there's something about the Nigerian people. When we blame government, we must also ask the question: what is wrong with us as Nigerians? When someone is trying to do a good thing, put his money, hard-earned money, in an economy that you can't even plan for the next 3 months, everything is not stable. Government policy is unstable. The naira, is running riot. Today is up, tomorrow is down, and so on and so forth. And someone dares to, an entrepreneur dares still believes in the economy and wants to create jobs and wants to, contribute to help the country move forward. And people are presenting themselves as stumbling blocks. I think there's something wrong with us.
Yeah, I think we are just not motivated enough to do the right thing. We don't seem to be, and to be fair, it's not only us. It might seem like you know, we tend to be like that. I think other nations that have done better, they were motivated. They had good reasons. Fire was on their backside. They had to move. All the countries you see, they tend to be like that. Nigerians, were colonized and we were raised. And when we left, we danced on that day when they were going. We raised our flag, did a civil war. Yeah, we didn't have much of a motivation to really say enough is enough. We have to build. So, but that will get us to the topic we want to be talking about, because there are other news to cover. I think we've really, you know, done a kind of justice to doing this thing. I'm not sure we did that much for Adebayo already that passed. So let's go to the Akpoti suspension wahala. It doesn't look good from the surface. 6-month suspension for one of the MPs championing Ajakuta steel. That seems weird. That's about how many percent of the time in office? That's almost 12% of the period in office. You are cutting that person out of the questioning about Ajakuta. I don't know who else is championing it in the House of Senate. And she's a woman, one of the few women. 6 months. She's representing a constituency. 6 months, not doing her job. I don't know whether our senators are thinking clearly about some of the decisions they are making. I don't know. Maybe you guys will know better than I do, but some people are not happy about it, while others are, which is strange. Some people are saying, yeah, she should be hung. She did wrong. She should pay for it. So people have different opinions about it. But let me just play a video about how this whole thing got out of control, really. The entire thing got out of control. So I'll play the video, then play the suspension video so that we can see it.
Of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan regarding the rules.
Thank you very much, Senate President. Again, I'm Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, representing the good and virtuous people of Kogi Central. I beg to differ that this matter is sub judice. And I stand on privilege 10, order 10, which is on privileges.
No, sorry.
No, yes, Senate President, please, with due respect, do you mind? I have raised an order 10, privileges, sir, please. It's my right, Senate President. Order 10 on privileges, please. I believe, and please, would you stop turning off my microphone? I represent people, and I represent women who have been silenced. So permit me to speak without my microphone being silenced, dear sir, President of the Nigerian Senate. Order 10 on privileges.
Coincidentally, I'm hearing you.
Any senator may rise at any time to speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he or she shall be prepared to move without notice a motion declaring that a contempt or breach of privilege has been committed. I stand and I believe herefore, sir, that your denial, your refusal to accept and treat my petition before the Senate Committee on Ethics and Privileges and Abuse of my privileges, and I say forth, that this matter is not sub judice, it is not before the court. The matter before the court is on the defamation and cyberbullying statements made by your special assistant on new media, Mr. Patrick Conform, who addressed my decent outfits as transparent, thereby depicting that I walk sedulously and naked.
Hello and welcome to TVC News at 4. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. The Senate has suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan for 6 months. And this follows investigations from the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Code of Conduct, which cited her for total violation of Senate rules. Her suspension will take effect from today. Among other things, her office will be locked and she'll be barred from accessing the National Assembly premises during the suspension period. While her salaries will be stopped during this period, those of her legislative aides will be paid. For the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or reducing the tenor, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan shall submit a written apology to the Senate.
So that's where we are with that. So let me call Tony. What do you make of this matter of Senator Akpoti and her suspension?
Oh my God. I think you're putting me on the spot because I had made my views about this whole drama clear. I know that
They
it's not.
hadn't suspended her then. They hadn't
Yes,
suspended her then.
yes, because it's still is an ongoing case. You know, it was the same case that dragged on. You see, first of all, I feel sad for her that she's suspended for 6 months. That's a long time. If you count 6 months from now, that means her constituency will have no representation. That's sad for me. But you see, the door is not totally shut. If you go by um, the decisions of the of the Senate as recommended by the committee. But I think let's just go back to the genesis of this whole thing. And that's where my position is. This whole thing was not necessary. It wasn't necessary. It wouldn't have happened. Where she's sitting now is the same place that they had given to her. And you can see that she's recognized. You can see that she's still making her speech. I feel that, you see, there is need for order in everything that we do. Once there is no order, law and order, then there will be disorder, such as we saw there. So for me, I have said that I fault her for not, for tearing away the labeling on her seat, which had been allocated to someone else. What I would do if I were in her position, as my seat was changed, along with one other senator whose seat was changed, I would go over to my seat and I can make my point from there. So he who wants equity must come with clean hands. This whole thing, this whole drama that you're seeing would not have happened. So I fault her there. I've also faulted the Senate president for, if you are the Senate president, you are like a father to all of them, even though all of you are equal, but you're number one. That even in terms of his moderation, it doesn't, the optics is not good that the Senate that he's chairing, became so rowdy and we're seeing all this fallout. And it's continued because every day a lot of things are coming up. Now, I hate to reduce this thing to a gender thing. I know Senator Akpoti has been doing a good job. There's no doubt about that. I know that if you look at the history, if you go around, you see that she's enjoyed some privileges that some people who came before her are not enjoying. Because if you remember, she had a case, her election was stolen, and she fought like a lion, got it back. So when she came back, there were already people there, and yet, she was given the chairmanship of one of the committees, and so on and so forth. So, but the question that I ask is, you see, how can people, if you listen to, I've listened to the Senate president, when he was giving his own side of the story, and you will see that there was a relationship ab initio, even before she became a senator, and so you'll be wondering why did this kind of relationship degenerate to such an extent where even the husband was enjoying privileges that he shouldn't. I mean, how can the Senate president be asking the husband, who is not a politician, who is not a member of the party, to suggest candidates from my state that will be given an appointment? So you can see that there was a relationship that they had. Now, how did this relationship come to be strained in such a way that is generating now this kind of conflict and messing up the entire Senate and the optics that we see is not good. So that's my problem. I think that the ball is in Senator Akpoti's court. I've listened to some senators who said they did everything to approach Akpoti, to mellow down, to apologize, so that this thing that was coming would not come upon her. But she refused. And I have been trying to avoid talking about personal characteristics and all the things they've said about her, about the Senate president. I'm distilling them away because these are personal issues that can be litigated in court. But I'm looking, strictly speaking, on the official conduct, in the Senate. When she came in with her husband, on the day that I think that was the day that she was suspended, the case was heard. I looked at the video. She walked in with her husband, and right there in the Senate floor, the husband was kissing the wife. And I was wondering, I mean, this is the Senate. There are certain conducts that are not acceptable. So I think the problem with Senator Akpoti is that she needs to be properly schooled on ethics, how to comport herself in the Senate. And I think that's a problem here. Insulting people and reducing this whole thing to emotion and all that. It's not. So it looks as if everybody is against her. I'm not against her because she's doing a good job. She's a fighter. She's a real fighter, and we need people like that in the Senate.
So let me see. I'm just looking at UK's suspension of MPs. Rarely does any one of them get up to 6 months, and the only reason why one of them got to 6 months because that one was saying they were going to buy cocaine. They were going to buy cocaine for sex workers in the House of Parliament. So that's the reason why they suspended that MP. Because first you're using sex worker that is against the law, then you say you're going to buy cocaine for them on top of it. That's why they suspended that one for 6 months. The rest, 2 days, 30 days, 7 days, 6 weeks, nothing like 6 months.
Yeah, that's too long. It's supposed to be a corrective measure. The Senate president is coming to the floor. Usually everybody stands, she sits down. That's not right. That's not right. So there are a lot of issues here, and I'm looking, strictly speaking, stricto sensu, at her official conduct, which is not good. But that said, the issues that she has raised against Akpabio should be litigated. They should go to court. We have to go and find out the truth about this whole thing. That's my view.
Let me just show you something. Look at the kind of disorderly conduct, 5 days, ruling of the chair, disregarding the ruling of the chair requiring force to be removed when initially ordered to withdraw. So this is equivalent to what Akpoti did. Disregarded the Senate president and stuff, but they just suspended the person for the session, that very session. That's it. The person is not allowed there again. But this one, they went 6 months. That seems like overkill.
That's not that. You see, again, if you look at the sensibilities of people who are there, I think it's just some of them are just acting out of anger that they have talked to this woman, they have begged her. I mean, look at the person. If you listen to the man who from her state, who said that he had to plead with the Senate president to give her a committee, to make her a committee chairman, and the Senate president refused, and he pleaded, and the man was apologizing. He was the one who caused this thing. I think that if you look at, first of all, refusing to sit where she was given to sit, tearing away the paper. Later on, she went back to sit in that place, not listening to people who are appealing to her to calm down, shouting, pointing at the Senate president and all that, pontificating.
See, I hear what you are saying, but you can't use the individual's behavior to punish the constituents and the good work that she's doing for the nation. You can penalize her. That is officially a penalty and reprimand for her work. But to say somebody is not allowed to function as a senator again for 6 months, they are not allowed to even go anywhere and say they are senators for 6 straight months. That seems like an overkill for an especially good senator. For that matter.
And it's not just her; those who are working with her. I mean, they are thrown out of job. Suddenly, just no notice. So I don't agree with that. But I'm saying that all this would not have happened if just simple decorum it wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have seen this thing. And the ball is still in our court. I still feel that, listen.
There's no decorum in a house like that where they behave like a court. They literally behave like a court. And if any democracy, you always have this type of wrinkles now and again. And you should make accommodations for it. I just feel like, okay, fine. Let's say she broke the rules somehow. Because if I watch that video, the Akpabio did hear her out. That's what he was required to do. He heard her out, and once he ruled after that, she should have listened to him. That's technically where she broke the rules.
Yeah, and then listen. Even the petition that she brought before the Senate. Okay, if you look at there was someone who challenged it after Akpabio had ruled, had asked her to submit it, and it was passed on. There was a senator who stood up to say, Akpabio, you did the wrong thing. Akpabio was being emotional because it is clear that she signed it herself and is not allowed. But Akpabio took it. So, there are so many issues here in the Senate that needs to be straightened out. But on the whole, what's my view? My view is that it's not too late. I mean, the whole idea is to correct someone. She's new. She made mistakes. And she should be forgiven.
Yeah, I think she can just apologize for breaking.
Yeah, that's all, and we'll move on.
Part of breaking the rules, no apologize for anything else. I think she can apologize for that.
And even after apologizing, the case about sexual harassment should be heard. It should not be thrown. It should not be thrown out because we want to know the truth about this whole thing. It should go to court. And it should be litigated, and let us see whether she's the one. There are people who are saying, "Oh, you have accused someone before. You accused Reno Mokere. Let us go because there's a possibility that what she's saying did happen. So we want to know the truth. Let the court,
without any concrete evidence, no court will convict on that. So maybe that's why she's not bothering. Except she has physical evidence. Here where he's saying such things, or somebody, and even hearsay or somebody witnessing may not be enough because of the previous incidents. It's a very, very serious problem.
Yeah, these are the problems, and the fact that he told the husband nothing happened, and then he told the husband nothing happened, and then you didn't report to the police when it happened. You didn't you didn't go to court, and then this thing dragged on until there was this issue, and then of course the whole nation is thrown into. But that said, she should still go to court and let the court speak. I will know who the courts are, but let the court make a declaration. Let us see, because we must get this thing out, whether she's saying the truth, which is possible, or whether, I mean, look at the wife's the wife going to court to say the husband has never done such a thing, but we know that there was the Niger Delta incident. So I mean, so what about that? So we need to know the truth about this whole thing and find out if this woman was sexually abused. And if she was sexually abused, then the big hammer should descend. The court should have the character to say, yes, this thing from our finding, it did happen, and then the nation can be at rest. Because, listen, women are being abused. That's true. That's true. We can't sweep it. We can't sweep this thing under the carpet. And politicians, you can't trust them. Honestly, you just can't trust them.
Thank you for that. I just have to make an announcement, because there are not a lot of women here. As per the rules that I've always followed, Bibire Amos is allowed to speak whenever she sees fit. This is not Akpabio Senate. We like to show grace to our the women, because they are not fully represented here. So whenever you feel like you want to say something, just let us know, then we'll let you go ahead. In the meantime, Oga Ike, I played the video so that we can remind ourselves about what led to this situation, and so I don't know what you make of it.
Father, I think last week you were here when I spoke about this, and I spoke strongly by what I feel. And I use myself, I use my own mother as a family. I use my family I put my family on the line here. Listen, I think that we Nigerians should try to understand the gravity of what is happening or what happened. And I think that I don't know why up to today, as we are talking about this, that Akpabio is still the president of the Senate. He is sitting on his own case. I don't see where justice is going to come about. If you feel that it was a false accusation, I think the most honorable thing that this Senate could have done as an institution, forget about your political party, forget about your political interests, forget about who you support, was to have asked unanimously the president of the Senate to step aside until after the case is resolved. And I think that if something like this has been done, we would not be here talking about this. But because we are living in a system where these people in power feel that you cannot do it, you can't do anything to them. They will decide what happens to you. They decide what happened to your system. Right? So, and Akpabio on himself feels that he is God himself. I think that the National Assembly, they have put themselves in a spotlight that whether you are with Akpabio or you are with Natasha, whether we're with Natasha, it's going to take a long time to heal what damage they have caused the country, the Nigeria as a country, the National Assembly or the House of Senate.
Well, was there anyone? Was there even any senator that was supporting her? That's the scary part. It's like I've not seen anyone that was supporting her.
I'm coming. You just made a comment here. That place is like a court. It's no more. It's not about political party. How many of the members of the National Assembly do you see again talking about anything? Can you just remind you? The chairman of the House Committee on Ethics and whatever they call it is Senator Emmanuel, LP, the senator from Edo State. Even before the submission of the petition, he already said that it is dead on arrival. That is what he said. That it is dead on arrival. So which petition are you submitting? The chairman who is in charge is telling you that the petition is dead on arrival. What are you going to do? And let us remind ourselves that I have a problem with you, forefathers. We are working in a place of work, and I have a problem with you. And I'm supposed to write a petition, and somebody else has to write my petition and sign my petition. You know, we make laws. We cannot say because this law, this is the way it is, that it is fair. I should be the person that is supposed to write my whatever I have against you. I'm supposed to write it myself. And when I write, I sign. Right? So let's forget about this issue of, you know, laws and technicalities and stuff like that. We make laws. We can change the law. Right? I don't see how I have to write a petition against you and somebody else has to sign my petition. I mean, what sense does, as a common man, what sense does he make? That somebody else has to sign the petition that I wrote. I don't understand that. And also, another thing I want to say is that there was a court injunction which the Nigerian Senate refused to obey. That's another problem. All the whole people who have been going on different channels that have been interpreting, everybody, 95% of the people said that the National Assembly supposed to have obeyed the court order from the judge. But they disobeyed that and carried out their 6 months suspension, right? So at the end of the day, it's like what is going on in River State. Is it Wike and Fubara that is suffering? It is the people of River State. The same thing with Natasha and Akpabio. It is not them as suffering. It's the people that she represents and the Nigerian nation that is represented, right? So if, like what Tony was saying, if they have reasoned together, maybe we would have not got to this place. And now I was hearing that the presidency is coming in. Why should the presidency wait until this particular case. Why? Because they are trying to protect interest. So personally, myself, I think that whatever that Natasha has to do to get justice, let her do it. At the end of the day, we shall see who is right and we shall see who is wrong. But what I'm trying to tell you here, for every one of us who is a Nigerian, that as we are speaking here today, up to today, Akpabio is still the president of the Senate. I don't see where that has worked. You live in the US, my brother Tony. You saw the day this week when Trump was making speech. One Democrat who was trying to disrupt everything, he was removed. And at the House of Representatives, he was censored, right? But so things supposed to be done accordingly. Why should that Akpabio up today is still the president of the Senate with all this weighty allegation? He's still controlling the affairs of the National Assembly. I don't see how it's working. I raise my case for now. I'm coming back. God bless you.
Thank you.
Just a quick intervention, please. I just want to correct one or two things. I agree with what Ike said. Yeah, but Ike, you just said that someone who was trying to be disruptive when Trump was speaking was removed because there has to be order. Now, the case, the thing you talked about, the law according to them in the Senate is that you would not sign a petition that you are forwarding. That's the law. That's the law. So it was a violation. That was why the man said he's dead on arrival, because if you sign it, then it's failed. That petition has failed. Then the other thing that he also talked about the court case, that there was an injunction. Now, Akpoti did say that the case before the court is the one that concerns the aid of the Senate president. It was not to do with the issue of the transaction in the Senate that caused that uproar. So they were not dealing with the issue that was in court. So we have to separate it. We have to understand that this is a different petition that she submitted that was not in court, and she said so.
Thank you. Bibre, you wanted to add something before Jude goes, then Ike, and that's Jude and Femi. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. My opinion on this is I don't think that woman will ever get justice on this case. I don't think, and that's why a lot of women don't speak up when things like this happens to them. That's why they don't believe you. Society kind of like ridicule you, to when you bring such allegations forward, especially against a very powerful person. So it's very tough. It's very hard. I hope she don't back down. I hope she fights to the last. And I 100% support her. We should know what actually happened. So I don't think things should be swept under carpet. Then, forefathers, please, if you may permit me, I would like to ask someone a question, please.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Jide, my question comes to you. I remember the last time we were both on this panel together, and you accused me of something that didn't go well with me. And I do not appreciate it. And I went back to watch the recording to actually know what happened if I had said what you accused me of. And I found out that I didn't say that. And I was just very, I don't want to use the word offended, but I would say that I don't appreciate, being accused of something, because I'm very careful with the choice of the words that I speak. I like to respect people because I don't want you to disrespect me. If not for that, you were taken off the stage, on that day, you went on and you wanted to talk about, if you're doing feminism, don't bring your feminism to me. I do not appreciate that. It didn't have to go that way. I didn't say what you accused me of, and you almost went ahead to say things to me that you shouldn't have said, that because that's not my person. So I just wanted to know if you watched the recording to find out the truth, because my face and my name is on here, and I hold myself to a higher standard.
Yes. So thank you so much for actually. I was going to talk about that. I'm glad you're able to talk, and thank you so much for talking about this. So what happened that day was, they didn't take me off stage. I took myself off stage, and I went back to watch it. Then I realized I misunderstood what you said So you didn't actually say use the word back. You are very right. You are absolutely right. Then I came back to the show, and since then I've been trying to find a way to talk to you to apologize. In fact, the next time I came on live, I think that was on Sunday or Saturday night. I can't remember. I actually tried to find a way to talk to you. For those that were on live that day, and I was like, I need to apologize to you. So now that you're around, I would apologize. That was an error from my part. That was an error from my part, so I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, and I hope you don't take that, and including all the things I said, not just misinterpreting what you said. What I said in response to that, I'm sorry. It was not intended. It was because I thought you actually said I was back, and I just didn't take it. So I sincerely apologize, and please don't take it as an
You
offense
see,
anymore,
you
personally. I'm so
see,
sorry.
our people. You see, you
be the
see the
Senate
best of our
president.
people. Tony,
Go and take
you need
over
to
from
stop.
Akpabio. Go straight away. Take the job from Akpabio.
Tony, you need to mind your business. You see how our people are nice people. Misunderstanding can be resolved. Simple.
Yeah.
Very good. So I don't know what you make of it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry.
okay.
I just have to acknowledge that I'm really messed up, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate you apologizing, and I'm grateful that you watched the recording. And I just want to say that we are here. I think we should practice the art of listening more so that we can understand each other. We don't need to fight. We are all talking about things that are important, and I don't think we should find a way to disrespect one another, even though we don't know each other. There's no point for that. So, and I thank you for having me on your platform. I appreciate it. Thank you, Father.
Well said, my sister.
Look at that, Tony. You're so happy. It's
Yeah.
all good. I see you like peace. That's
Yeah.
really good to know. Welcome, Dr. Damages. If you are taking over. What happened now? Where did he go? You are missing Dr. Damages. I don't know where you are. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what the plan is. Are you?
No, I just want to say hello. That's all. I'm not. I promise that I will come and say hello. That's all. Hi, everybody. You are the one in charge. You are the boss. I'm going to watch a little bit.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Yeah, we were just having a conversation about Akpoti and what has the punishment. I did compare some of the results from the UK suspension, and in America, it's almost unheard of that they actually suspend people. They censure them in the Senate, and often they resign, but they barely ever suspend them. Because they see public office as a sacrilegious position that you don't subject to suspension, where they are supposed to represent the people, and you suspend that people's right to have a voice because of an individual. This is why they don't judge people because they are convicts. Even if you are a convict, you're allowed to be a president. Hell, Donald Trump is a convict. He ran against a prosecutor, and the prosecutor lost because they consider the voice of the people sacred. You have to protect it. If it is democracy, the term democracy is the people's voice. And that's the only issue I have with it right now. That based on the video, Akpabio actually heard her out. We played it just now. She finished talking. That's when the noise started. She finished expressing her right, because from what the rule says, after you finish expressing yourself, the Senate president still has the power to rule whatever direction he wants to go. And that's what he did. And she started the kerfuffle after that. So from that point of view, technically she was wrong. I wouldn't have done it that way if I was Akpabio, but technically she was wrong. But suspension for 6 months, that seems like something else is going on now. And that's in my own. People say I'm talking like a judge. I'm not talking like a judge. I have an opinion. I'm a very opinionated person. I have an opinion too. So that's what I'm just doing here. If you want to, I don't know whether you finish your submission, Bibire. I'm really happy with the way you guys resolved your misunderstandings. It's really nice to see. Yeah, Jide, is it Jide's turn or Femi? Okay, Jide, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, for fathers. Yeah, once again, I want to apologize. I'm very sorry for what I said last week. I think there was a misunderstanding. There was a miscommunication that day, and I sincerely apologize. Don't take it literally for what it was. I'm sorry. So let me go back to talking about the topic. Hi everyone. So actually, the way I see the Natasha, I've gone back to actually read some online news information about what really happened. The way I see it is, you see, the fact that Nigeria is the way it is, where we don't have strong institutions. We have very weak institutions. I don't. It's going to be difficult for justice to be served for her, particularly when it comes to the sexual harassment thing. Because, like I said the last time, I think the institutions of Nigeria should be the one resolving this. But what you have in Nigeria is that a lot of the institutions are very weak, and they've been hijacked by the elites. They've been hijacked by the elites, by the oligarchs in Nigeria. So when that happens, you have a state capture, and when you have a state capture, the rules are given, the rules and the decisions are made by those in power. Basically, the Senate, the vice president, the president, the Supreme Court cannot overrule their decisions. It's very difficult because we have weak institutions. So that is one of the major challenges. But the big picture here regarding the lady, this is one of the big pictures I'm looking at. So for those in the Senate, apart from that woman, from those in the Senate, for none of them to support her, there are two things involved. There are two things involved in that country. It's either all of them are compromised. And if all of them are compromised, we need to be having a more serious conversation, a bigger, it should even be a wider topic. That means we are in a deep problem. We have, the problem on our hands is extremely serious. If they are all compromised, that's number one. Number two, which is what I'm maybe thinking about, and I hope that may also not be the case, is maybe there's more about her that we don't know about, that we are seeing on the media. There's probably more about her that the people in the Senate know about, and maybe there are some flaws about her that we don't know about, we that we are listening and are following what's going on, that those in the Senate know about, and that's the reason why they are not supporting her. If that's the case, well, I can make a rationale for that. However, for the sexual harassment thing, this goes on a lot in Nigeria, and I've said it a lot that Nigeria do not have the right institution. Nigeria is not a democratic country. It's a kleptocratic country. It's not a democratic country. Because under a strong democratic country, you have strong institutions that serves the interests of the people and the elites on an equal level. But you don't have that in Nigeria. So that is where I see the issue, and that's why I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Yeah, institution. That's very interesting. You use the term institution. We barely have opposition. I think it's Femi and Dr. Damages this thing. So I'll go with Femi since he's next. Then we'll come with Dr. Damages because he has a journalistic mind that might be able to see stuff in a way we cannot. So Femi, so what do you make of this?
So the template has already been set and things are going according to how a lot of casual observers predicted. I try to listen to as many probably much more informed people in Nigeria on the various platforms during the week. And one thing kind of stood out for me, which is what I've been looking out for in terms of what actually they have in the rule books of the Senate. Apparently, even when you correlate that with the Nigerian constitution as it stands, there's really no timeline or time limit, if I can put it that way, that can be put side by side with how long with the crime, if you will, that may have been or the infringement that may have taken place in the Senate by whomever. And the reason why it looks like more of a personal thing than the fact that it's the what's it called? The reason why it looks like it's beyond what we know or see is that when you look at the fact that it's more open-ended and that there's actually a standing I think it's a federal high court ruling that's kind of like countered something that happened with Omoagege in 2018 apparently. There was a ruling that you cannot suspend a senator beyond 90 days because apparently that was that ruling was given to counter what happened during the time of when Omoagege, I don't know if he's still in the Senate right now, so let me not say what I do not know. Now, that said, when you now come back to what is playing out right now, you tend to wonder, how do they come to that 6 months? How did they determine that it has to be 6 months? And then in the past, if you also, I believe that there's been other people that have been suspended as well, but I do not recall if the suspension included their aides as well. as far as their emoluments and their salaries and what have you. And when the other thing that also stood out for me was when Remi Tinubu, a day before the International Women's Day, was asked about because apparently they've been trying to get her opinion on what has been going on, especially because of the fact that she had been was a 2 or 3 time senator as well. And she was trying to be diplomatic, even though at the end of the day it did not come out good, especially when she used the phrase matured chamber. Because Nigerians now, a Nigerian family and cousins, they already have video of the past, and they quickly pulled out where she was having issues with Dino Melaye as well. And I know I'm not trying to do what about Baoism, but when you look at this and the fact that even Akpabio himself had been in this situation before, and in the first place, even the way he got to the Senate, it still has its own controversies. And the whole shenanigans of how he became senator and the controversies that continue to follow him, right from the prayers that were sent to probably even Dr. Damages himself as well, that some of us did not get. And the way generally this particular Senate has conducted itself, the whole thing just looks like a charade, like a joke, and at the end of the day, I don't even take the Senate serious anyway. I don't take, because I know we talk about the presidency, the Nigerian president a lot, but even when you look at both the House and the Senate, we don't. It's not a serious institution as it stands right now. It's the worst, as a matter of fact. So I think a lot of these things are just distractions. There's a lot more to it. And again, like a lot of people have already echoed, nothing's going to come out of all these court cases. We already know how things roll in Nigeria.
The way you called out the inconsistencies, I must say that is quite something to behold. Tinubu's wife, Akpabio, all of them, they do the same thing. Why do we do this? Then when somebody else does it, suddenly it's a totally new event. Man, Dr. Damages, what do you make of this?
Of what? What are we discussing?
6 months, 6 months suspension. In America, they expel some senators. You know why they expel them? Those are the ones that were supporting during the Civil War. That was the only time. Like literally, these were treasonous offenses against the state itself. That's the only reason why they expel senators. The rest, they resign or they just remain there. You can't do anything to them. If they don't resign, you can't touch them. But our own, they suspended her, and it took her 6 months to come to office. And now, if you take 6 months from her, you've taken a quarter of her time in office. That man, do our people think? And this is the one person that is fighting for Ajekuta still. I'm just saying.
So the part I want to talk about is there was this senator from Ebonyi State who came on TV and said that she had married, she had 6 children from 6 different men, and this man knew it wasn't true. He came on national TV and said that, and a lot of people now repeat it everywhere as the truth. We don't do this to men, but it's easy to do it to women. That should worry us. I mean, if you have a child, if you have a wife, you have a mother, should worry us, because the way we treat Natasha wouldn't end with Natasha. I was not surprised by anything that came out of this and the outcome. I knew that they will end up suspending her, because the other ones they suspended, people did not protest, even though they were fighting for us. The Abdul Ningi that was suspended for revealing that they were padding the budget. Nigerian people didn't do anything. He was suspended, stayed 6 months out. He didn't say that because he wasn't getting money from them.
Was he a senator or
yeah, he was a senator
and was suspended for 6 months?
Yeah, for 6 months. Yeah,
and this needs to stop. They really need to stop. That is against democracy itself.
Ndume was also suspended. He went to court. The court said you can't suspend me for, they don't care. The danger in fighting for Nigerians is that the people you are fighting for don't even know you are fighting for them. They are more likely going to believe this. People want to throw anything they can to distract the issue that Natasha is putting up at the table. There's nobody who knew Akpabio when he was governor, when he was minister, throughout, that will tell you that he's a responsible man. Nobody. Even the wife, I'm sure, knew this about her husband, unless she wanted to pretend or she didn't know. There's no way she knew. All the senators there, they knew. But it's easy to throw the women under the bus. My point is that the issues she raised were serious issues. There is no reason why people should be bringing up whatever about her life as a way to say that this didn't happen or that we shouldn't discuss this. Because today is Natasha, tomorrow is going to be somebody else. But the good thing is this. Despite what anybody thinks, something has changed. When things change, it doesn't happen the way we expect it. It goes zigzag. Some people think we made progress. I don't think the children remember their kids who are watching what's going on. The way I was a little younger when Delaware was killed, there are people who are watching this thing they did to Natasha. And when it comes to their turn, the way they will tackle it will be different from the way we tackle this. So that's how progress is. It's zigzag, but something has to change to how we do things in the country. That America can afford not to continue on the path of the best practice. But I don't think that Nigeria can afford, because we have not even gone to that path to begin with. That's the danger. I hope we'll be able to remove. I hear people say people should remove sentiment. Remove sentiment. What is sentiment? Especially men. What do you call sentiment? Is it your position? It's not my position. My position is that we should try as much as possible to look at around the world and see systems that work and see what is the best practice they've adopted and adopt it. That's it.
I really appreciate it. I think this is coming across as a lot more fundamental conversation than I anticipated at first, because I didn't see the unusual nature of what is going on in Nigeria. Because when I look at the UK and look at America that we copy, they don't do that to their elected members. You can't just send them packing. And Nigeria, and some of the best ones are the ones they are doing this to, and Nigeria just sits there and allow this to happen. This is becoming quite serious. Because now, if she decides not to apologize, she could be off for 6 months. That's 1/4 of her time in office that she won't be able to do her job. Nigerians, we need to ask ourselves some serious questions. So, who is next? I think it's Obe. Everybody has spoken very well about it. There are so many angles to this. It's unbelievable. Welcome, Obe. Go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. I think our narrative aren't going to change in the very soon anyway, because it's obvious that it's a captured state. I was posted to Akwa Ibom from Lagos during Natasha's last days in the office. So I practically worked with Akpabio throughout his 7 years. His 8 years in New York. So I know him very well. I was running government house too because I was in the bank. So I know that situation. So at the end of even Julius Berger, everything that happened, all the waka, for the 8 years. So all the narrative with him is an opportunist anyway. Accra just brought him from a lawyer in Lagos who was trying to survive, So at the end of the day, he was a commissioner and then climbed up there to become the governor. So he became so powerful. And you remember that during Attar's time, during the last days of Attar, Obasanjo did not give him the money that he was worth during that time, just the way he did to Lagos. So they were owing Akwa Ibom State. And the issue of Calabar oil, well, the seaport there was an issue. So Akwa Ibom won the case. So Akwa Ibom became so rich. When I mean rich, it was one of the highest paid allocation on the 13% and national allocation. So they were good. Julius Berger had to move head office from River State to Akwa Ibom. And they did all the flyovers and the construction there. So Bros became so powerful in the 80s. So this thing are just power tussle. But he was smart enough. He saw the politics of if you join them, your sins are forgiven. So he switched to APC. He couldn't move Udom because PDP had a grip on the state. So at that point, that's why Udom is suffering now. Anyways, at the end of the day, he survived it and he was able to maneuver his way to the national level. So he's become so powerful. That is the problem with having all these so-called men that call themselves boy looking for contract here and there. These people, they mess your wife up because you're loyal to them. You understand that? Akpoti's reaction, he says it's not a spontaneous reaction. It's coming from somewhere. It's not just a basit, if you get it. It's not a basit. Those were just symptoms that we're saying. There's something under the ground. You understand? So the woman was reacting based on the frustration probably she's experiencing from the leadership of the Senate. So the idea of the sitting trying to spur up the reaction was just a time opportunity for her to speak out. That's what I think. Because Akpoti, the way he fought this guy in Kogi, you know that woman also, she's not a child or she's not a smart person too. But I think frustration was setting in. All the off your mic, Niger Delta stuff. We know this guy has a lot of things going on with him, you know. At the end of the day, they kind of bullied you into what the narratives are. And that is what the leadership of the country is today. Just like what happened in Lagos. You could imagine Obasa coming and tell you that he was never removed as a speaker. And yet he was enthroned again. And it's like it's a film, it's a drama. So the system is actually a capture system that runs with specific people who hold us captive. That is what is happening. Akpabio is going to suffer because she's going to be an island. You understand? You could imagine I came to visit you for a party. You were holding my wife and you were discussing and you're making nonsense speech, nonsense talk and all those kind of things. And wifey had to cover up because of not to spoil party or something. Those are the mistakes that some of these inexperienced wives make at the end of the day. In an attempt to be in that status thing, you tend to keep. You don't want to make a scene or something. You spoil the whole thing. So I think, to me, under the ground, she was being persecuted, or something is happening to her. But her reaction might be faulty, might be spontaneous, might be not a thought-over reaction. But at the end of the day, to me, it is boiling from several frustrations that she had in the floor of the Senate. So our leadership at that level, it's like a cabal. If you don't play by the rule, you fall out. Just like what is happening in my.
Do you think that she should apologize for the sake of her constituents for breaking the rules, not for anything else, just for the rules aspect?
Her apology is good. To me, she should apologize so that to calm down the situation, but not because she did it intentionally. It was just a reaction, spontaneous reaction from her negative experiences in the house. She actually flouted some rules based on her reaction at that point. So she should apologize based on that, and that's fine. Apology does not mean that you're wrong. She's in court. She can pursue her case legally. And at the end of the day, apologize based on the rules of the court that she belongs to. That place is a court. It's a court. And if you don't work on that oath, they're going to pull you out because they don't want their stuff to be out there. You know, it's a very serious court. When I mean serious one, you know, that's why it works. To me, it's basically she has to suffer because she's an island. If you break the court oath, you know how it is now. They will slam you. That's what they're doing to her. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and you also know him from, his state and all. Some people say he did some good things in his state, so I don't know. I just feel like this matter is getting a little bit where they
he had too much money. So there was too much money, so he had to do good things. But the money, when I mean too much money, too much money. That's why I say what money cannot do, too much money can do it. That was the slogan.
Wow. Okay. Maybe the suspension, maybe. I think maybe some northern senators don't like her, for one, because of the way she looks, and other, some of them don't like her just for that alone. They will not even support her. Then you have the southern senators that are in the pocket of the senators. They behave like a cult. Let's face it. They don't admonish each other. And I don't know whether I should be impressed, because they are quite organized in terms of having a close knit behavior where everybody just follows the leader. That part they are doing relatively well, but the way they are doing it is to damage Nigerians. That's the one I have an issue with. But
Yeah,
I don't know what
that's what kleptocracy is. That's exactly what kleptocracy is. So under kleptocracy, you have characteristics like oligarchy and plutocracy, right? Plutocracy is when the rich are in control of the states, right? Oligarchy is when the elites capture the states, right? Kleptocracy is like the overall of that characteristic. So that's what you have, basically.
Yeah, I think we may come back to to talk about Akpabio more, because a lot of people have first-hand experience of Akpabio. I'm sure the damage did say something about not hearing anybody say any much. Like he had a history of doing this type of stuff. Like NDDC woman was, accusing him of asking her to swear allegiance. This is where it starts from. I also saw a news report where the opposition party. There's no opposition in Nigeria. Opposition party is swearing allegiance to the opponent, the other party. How does that even work? What kind of, and we elect these people, and many of these people are in our constituents, in our villages and in our towns, and they go to the center, they form a totally different crowd. They start buying Toyota
Well,
for
let me
themselves
let
and
me
all the
say a
rest.
word here before you move on.
Man, sorry, it's not your turn.
I just
I
want to
think
say a
it's
word on
I
that.
think
On that,
no, no, no,
let me
no.
say a
Let me
word.
put you. I think it's Dexter's turn, and then what is his name now? I
I
speak
know.
the
I'm not
truth.
taking my turn. I want to say something.
And well, we have to allow the
Let me say
ladies to
something.
speak.
Then you can move on.
Kulat and Pansad, hold on, it's not your turn. I'm sorry.
Just 1 minute,
Dexter,
1 second. Then
let me
you move
allow
on to
Dexter.
somebody
If
else.
Dexter says you can speak,
Right?
Dexter
Let me
will
say
give you his
something
time.
real fast. Then you move on to somebody else.
No, you're not going to disrupt it. Don't make me take you out. I will take you out.
It's not my turn.
Okay,
I
I'm
know.
going to
Let
take
me
you out
say.
now. Oh. Dexter, please, what do you make of this? Because I'm beginning to get concerned about the democratic part of this problem now. It's not only about personality now. There's an element of denying certain voices that they don't like in the Senate, ability to represent their people. Like the one Dr. Damages revealed that was saying that they were sharing money. And now Akpoti that was championing Ajakuta State. What are the others championing? What are they championing? I don't know. So please let me, because I'm getting concerned about that aspect of it. Please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, forefathers. Just on the lighter side, why did you why didn't you break the rules for Fansat the same way Akpoti broke the rules and we are
If
advocating?
Abi Panza represents something positive, maybe I'll break the rules for him. He's just coming to end up with telling minorities are rubbish and all the rest. That's what he's going to end up saying. Eh?
Yeah, okay. Well, on the Akpoti news, I think everybody has spoken well about it, But I think I mean, I don't know why Nigerians were acting surprised. Nigeria is a dysfunctional state, So why are we acting surprised? Why are you expecting something good out of something that is irregular already? It's what it is really. So we can't be expecting anything good out of. I mean, how do we get our leaders? What's our process of leadership selection? That's the first thing we should ask ourselves. Our process of leadership selection in Nigeria is faulty. Then we want to get good leaders out of it. So I think the onus is on all of us. We have all failed, because our leadership selection process is wrong. And the truth is that the citizens have accepted it. We, the citizens, have allowed it to be that way. So, I mean, can't really fault anything in that regard, So we have the likes of what is his name, Akpabio. leading us and all that. It's about someone like Akpabio. Is it supposed
But
to
is
be
there any way to
no,
so
but
that the people themselves can hold their own individual senators? Because what is happening is that they don't like the senators in the center, but they like their local one. It's a problem. Almost everybody likes their local senators.
No. It's not everybody. Nigeria is turn by turn limited. So the point is this: when the senators get there, that is why you saw people coming to defend their higher bellow, his own people, because they feel that now your turn now, so let him enjoy. You understand? Among their bubble, whichever person gets to get something, Nigeria is this idea of the thing go reach us, the thing go reach us. If my brother did it, the thing go reach me. That is the way Nigeria is structured. So our leadership selection process is already faulty, and so when we stay here and we're expecting something, it's not going to work. There has to be a paradigm shift. It's just like, let's just give an example. It's just like during the slave trade era. If there was no paradigm shift from people saying abolish the slave trade, abolish it. We don't want, in fact, some colonies, some states, they say we don't want slave workers. If there was not that paradigm shift, slave trade will still be continuing till today. So we cannot be cherry picking. We can't be cherry picking. Nigerians, we can't expect anything good because the leadership selection process is wrong. So then you see that and you want to expect. It's like you planted a lemon tree and a lime tree. Then when you go to harvest it, you want to eat apple. You want to eat oranges. No, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. Akpabio, look at the senators there. Are they even articulating anything good for the people? Do you understand? Are they articulating anything good? Look, the truth about the Akpoti thing, I know there is this. Look, I advocate for female representation, for female participation. I also advocate for people being competent in whichever place. And number two, we should not discriminate against anybody. And also, we should follow the rules. The truth about it is that Akpoti, let me just say, from what at least I live in Akwa Ibom for about 5 years. Akpabio did a whole lot of shenanigans there. Did a whole lot. He stole a lot of money. There was a lot of money when he entered inside. He stole a lot of money. There's a lot of things that went there. So when this Akpoti news came out, there's somebody I know. Akpoti and Akpabio had their issues even before she became a senator. They had a relationship. Do you understand? So this whole thing, it's not like there's the merit of the case, then there's the politics of the case, and then there's the distraction of the case. You understand? Now, the part where I know that the whole thing is this: that lady is an intelligent woman. Natasha Akpoti is very intelligent, and if you look at what Natasha Akpoti wants something. Natasha Akpoti wants something. Do you understand? She wants something. She wants to be on the table. I listened to the Rise interview live. Natasha Akpoti wants to be on the table. She wants to be among the senators that are on the table making decisions. Now, she realized that she was being sidelined. Whatever reason, she was being sidelined, I don't know. Her own claim that she's being sidelined is because she don't want to give the guy income. That is her own business. But Natasha Akpoti wants to be on the table of decision making in that Senate. She was head of local content.
Could I get a word in here?
So
is
let
it
me
possible?
finish. If not, I'll lose my train of thought.
I actually wanted to reply.
It's going to be your turn, so let's go through everybody. I know that it will be good to interject, but if you do that,
I'm leaving now. So let me
let me give you 1 minute, please.
No, it's not going to take 1 minute now. By the time you know it, you start saying stuff and you start laughing, and everybody goes for 5 minutes.
I promise.
No, it's already started. This is how it starts. Go ahead.
Let me say
1 minute. I'll cut you off. Oh.
That's fine. That's fine. You have no respect, and that's to your own shame, right? Now, let me say that the main reason why I want to chime in is that I heard somebody demanding an apology from Natasha and Senator Natasha and the forefathers. You're spearheading that nonsense. If she wants to, she can apologize. She doesn't have to apologize if she doesn't want to, right? Now, when I'm railing on minorities, who is Akpabio? Is a minority. Who's Wike? You're causing a lot of trouble in that country. All these minorities, that's what you're doing. When you go to the Senate, symbolically, women are a minority in the Senate. Who is giving her the most problem there? Senator Kingibe. Because these people know how to use minorities to destroy that country. So you could be upset about it, but it's the truth. Look at from our history, from the war. It's the minorities that are the problem in that country. You're here telling her to apologize. Why should she apologize?
Because
They
of
assign her a
technically
seat.
breaking the rules.
They assign
Technically,
her a
not
seat
about the sexual stuff or all that stuff.
on everything. All right, everything is tied together. If she's protesting the seat that she was assigned to, at least she should be heard. She could say, okay, what if she's trying to say, hey, there's no seat there?
No, she was heard. She was heard.
She was not heard. I watched the whole thing, but it's
I
neither
played
here
the
nor
video just now. She was heard. She finished speaking. Then, because I was on your where you are right now last week. But when I played the video, she finished talking. Then, sorry about that. Then the Senate president said, "Okay, now they can move her out." That is his right. I think by the rules,
Okay,
that is his
let me
right.
enjoy the 1 minute you gave me, please. I want you to
You've already
knock it
used
off.
it. Why are you bringing it back again?
Now
This is
listen
what
to
you
me.
do.
Listen to what I'm saying. She doesn't have to conduct herself in any manner. She's a senator. They're all equal in that chamber. If she's protesting one of the rules, she should be heard completely, and that Akpabio should resign. He should step down so a proper investigation could be done. So don't come here half-assly supporting her and then talking nonsense behind it. She doesn't have to behave in any manner. She knows what she's doing. She's the only true senator we have in that chamber, in that red
So,
chamber.
but do you want her to be on suspension for 6 months?
Let her be whatever they want to do. What are they doing? They're not. The role of the Senate is like a saucer, right? Holding the cup. Something balls over, they catch it. They are not checking that executive. They're not doing anything. There's a lot of things that are discussed here. If you want to use your head, it's not just that sexual harassment. There's a Senate itself that's on trial. We don't have a Senate. We don't have a court. So
I don't know whether
hold
I
on,
agree with. I don't know
hold on.
whether I agree with her not
You don't
being
have to
able to
agree with
represent
her.
her people
Okay.
for one
So
quarter of her time in office.
agree with Akpabio, then just step aside and go on the other side.
I'm
That's
not
what I'm
agreeing
saying.
with Akpabio. Who is agreeing with Akpabio? I'm saying that she
Well,
should
let me
focus
tell
on
you.
her people.
Let me tell you, the way I know that you're agreeing with Akpabio, anybody who gets on a platform and is talking nonsense about how she's supposed to behave herself, apologize, get the hell out of here.
I didn't say she should behave herself. I'm saying
She shouldn't
that
apologize for
for the
nothing. She
sake
didn't
of
do
the
anything.
people, if they give her a chance to say apologize for breaking the rules, I will say, okay, just write a letter. I'm sorry for breaking the rules. That's it.
Okay, so what kind
She's
of
fulfilled
fighter
her
is
this
that?
and then
Look,
pardon?
what kind of fighter is that? You come and you're apologizing to a bunch of thugs, a cabal who are not doing anything. She's alleged corruption.
But she needs the lever to be
abuse
able
of
to make
power.
a difference. If you have thugs standing in the way of a lever that you're going to pull to solve a problem, you have to find a way to get past them, not by going the other direction and going away from that lever. That
So
Senate
let me ask
is
you
where she
something.
has the power to make a change.
As Zelensky, this is going to be my last comment because, like I said, stay out of it. If you're not going to do the right thing, stop talking about it. Get out of the way. The point is that if you go and you say to Zelensky right now, hey, apologize to Putin, there's a conflict. They have a conflict. Why should she apologize to anybody? To apologize to a corporate he's alleging try to sexually harass her. That's impeding her efforts at the Senate. And you over here talking nonsense about apologize. Apologize for
Zelensky
what?
is a war. That's different from this one. They belong in the same
It's the same thing.
this
It's the
organization.
same thing. It's a war.
Pastor,
He's fighting a
is not the
war.
same thing. Zelensky
It's
is
not
the
the same.
head of a country, just like
And
Putin.
it's a
So
war,
there's no and there's a war.
war
So
between
it's
each
not
other.
the comparison is not right.
That's your opinion. Just stay out of it or go on the other side. Okay? Don't sit on this side talking nonsense like that. She's in a war. She's fighting a war against an
That's your
institution.
opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay.
So someone could also say your opinion is nonsense.
So, like I said,
Even if she's fighting
chauvinistic.
a war, even if
You're
she's fighting a
chauvinistic,
war, the
right?
way you fight this type of war, if the people
Listen to
that
me.
are surrounding that place said there's a rule that you have to follow, and you
No.
need that place to do what you need to do for your people, why do you care about whether you write a letter or not? Do what you need to do to help the people.
Any rule can be challenged. Okay, there's no rule that's sacrosanct. If they made some rules there because you had a bunch of men in that chamber and they have got that anachronistic rules in place, when women come into that place, then they're gonna want to change things around.
But you don't seem to care about the people. All you care about standing her. She should stand her ground. How about the people?
Hold on. When Rosa Parks in the United States, there were rules that you don't sit in the front of the bus, or when a black man come in, when a white man come in, a black person get up. Okay, those are the rules. But then when
Yes.
women finally got into that bus, right? When you get in there, then you say that rule is nonsense, right? So she's challenging the rule. Rosa Parks is challenging
No,
the
but
rule.
the difference
So you
between
come in
that,
and you
the
go,
difference between that is that
hold on. I'm giving you.
you
Hold
are
on,
you are
hold
you
on.
are making you are mixing
I'm
things
trying to
that are
spoon
not the
feed
same
you.
in the same context.
No, hold on. I gave a false analogy. Would you relax? I only asked for a minute here. So I'm saying when Rosa Parks got into that bus, eventually women came into that bus and she said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm sitting right here. So she's challenging the rule. Now those rules, that was made a long time ago when there were no women in there. So they've come in and then they're gonna challenge those rules, and I support her. And all I'm saying is that we don't want chameleons. You want to be with that, but we go over on the other side. Don't come in here and blaming her, telling her to apologize. Are you out of your goddamn mind? She says that she was sexually abused. I mean,
Okay,
harassed, right? So that's
that
it.
was not
I'm not
her
gonna. I'm
reasoning
not
on
gonna.
that day.
This guy, all of you watch on this platform. A bunch of minorities. You come in here. You don't mind your own
All right,
business.
you've used your time now. Thank you
You
very
want to
much,
put your
Pastor.
mouth
Thank you very much,
in the
Pastor. You've used your
wazobia,
time. Stop. Let's not
in the
go on about
wazobia
minorities.
issue.
It's just going to take away from the argument you've made. See, what's her name? The lady in the bus. How did I forget her name?
Rosa Parks.
Yeah, Rosa Parks issue is about the rules that she's breaking because it was unjust. And Natasha's one, she thought she was upholding the rules. She didn't think she was breaking the rules. That's why she was reading that this thing. She intended to follow the rules, but inadvertently broke it by this. It's not the same. Equivalent of what you are talking about is if Rosa Parks wanted to take over the driver's seat and wanted to kick the driver out. That is the difference. And you have to contextualize things properly before you start making such an argument. So if you want to relate it to Rosa Parks wanted to actually follow the rules by sitting at the back of the bus, but somebody was trying
I
to
got you with
mess with
Siki
her
one
there.
on that one.
That is
You
technically
are
what is
flailing in the
going
wind,
on.
right?
No, she wasn't trying
I
to break
got
the
you with
rules.
Siki one.
You want me to play
Look,
the video again? She was literally trying to follow the rules.
Forefathers have elongated this
I
thing.
got you with Siki one on that one. So you're just talking nonsense now. The
I
Rosa
agree
Parks,
with you now. You got me, all right. You got me like
I
a
got
jelly.
you.
It's all good.
I got you on
Can
that
you
one.
get on
So,
with it? Can you get on with it? Let's get on with it. I think let Dexter
let me
finish his
say,
submission.
Tony.
Can
I
we
want
let
you to
it go?
check your
Let me move
behavior.
him away. He's not going to stop. He's
Tony,
not going to stop today.
hold on. Forefathers,
Dexter,
I
please,
want
can you ask
Tony.
for your time back? Are you enjoying
Okay,
Pastor?
yes. Thank you, Pastor.
Tony, I want you to behave yourself on this platform.
Please go ahead before he starts harassing you.
This is not a soap.
So, like I was saying, Natasha wants something. Natasha wants to be on the table, and Natasha is playing her cards. That's what she's doing. Now, that sexual harassment thing, true or false, I don't care, whatever it is. If it's true, Akpabio should be prosecuted. If it's false, it will just go down without being noticed. But that card she played was played for her to get her way. It's politics. Natasha is using her leverage. And she believed that when she plays that card, she should be able to get Akpabio out of the way and she will get what she wants. The merits of whether it's true or whether it's false, the truth about it, we don't know. It's an allegation. Unfortunately, we live in a world now whereby when people make allegations, especially sexual harassment allegations or sexual abuse allegations against men. It is the men's careers that take a turn, even when it is false. Typical example, Benjamin Mendy, is it Benjamin Mendy that played for Man City, was accused of raping, some women accused him of rape in the UK. He lost his career in Man City. For 3 years, he was in court. Only for after the 3 years, they found out that all these were baseless and false accusations. He lost his career, lost money, and nothing happened to the women that made false accusations. So this is a very dynamic thing. Natasha, she should come up with the. There's no need.
You touched on something just now about false allegation. Because there was this case with Omokri, I think Omokri. That is a very serious thing, you see. And I was wondering how he was proven to be innocent. They said it was a passport.
He traveled the date.
He was away. He was out of the country.
Did we see picture of him overseas at that time, or just passport? Because they can stamp anything.
It was an official duty. It was away.
Official duty can be fabricated in Nigeria. It was seen overseas.
He was abroad.
He was in the US.
He was physically in the US.
Yes.
We had video of him in the US.
He had pictures to show, and he had all his travel, these things that were there.
You see, okay, now if this is true, this is why she cannot go to court with it, except she has concrete evidence.
That's what I'm saying. She has.
There's so much room for doubt.
Yes, Natasha should come up.
No, but she should go to court. Let that.
How will you go to court when
I'm not saying
she should go to court. Let us find the truth about it.
Are you saying it's impossible for Akpabio to have striked her? Are you saying it's impossible? Come on now.
What I'm saying here is this: from reliable source and information, I stayed in Akwa Ibom, Eket, for a while. Reliable source and information from Eket is that Akpabio and Natasha had something together before she even became senator. They were very good friends. Let's leave that one apart. So it is possible for them to have something. Whether Akpabio sexually harassed her, my point is that if Natasha has evidence of the sexual harassment and abuse, whatever it is, she should. There's no need for us to dribble, because when I watched that Arise interview, when she said, "Oh, it's like a lecturer that wants to sleep with a student, and if I don't sleep with my student, I will fail the lecturer." My point is that you're creating metaphors in the situation. Let's just be concrete about it. If Akpabio harassed you, tender the evidence. Tender the evidence in the court. This man harassed you, kick him out of the Senate. That's what we want. We don't want the dramatization. We don't want the media hype about it. That's not important.
I think you are right there, because
we don't want
if you wanted to nail him, because if he was doing something like that, I would have thought she would try to get concrete evidence. If you really want to do him in, get concrete evidence. Go and record him trying to do something like that.
She says she has evidence. Put the evidence down. In fact, it's not hard. She can even leak the evidence in the public if she wants to, and nail it. Because what is happening is that what is now building up emotions between us, or some women are feeling, there's this idea of Me Too movements coming to Nigeria. Look, I'm not saying we should advocate for justice for women, but it is not over sensationalization or things that we don't have any concrete. We don't want a situation whereby Natasha will go to court and it will be Natasha's word against. And look, don't forget that the Senate, there's already a tactical move to defend Akpabio, because another senator has come out and said that Natasha story is false. That period that Natasha said that Akpabio carried her is a lie. That he was with the Senate president personally. That when Natasha went to the house, Natasha said she was tired and she sat down in the parlor, and that the Senate president, that man said, "I was there with the Senate president when he took us on a tour around this house." Are you seeing it? Now,
it's a serious problem. Credibility is a serious problem.
If there's no evidence, we are going to go down this legal route of, no, it is your word against. That is not what we want. What we want is Natasha.
Let me thank the. Sorry, Dexter. You carry on. Sorry about that.
I want to reply.
Let me thank the people that are donating. Hold on. Let me thank the people that are donating to the channel. Fellow Nigerians, dip your hand in your pocket. You are going to go to church tomorrow and dip your hand and bring all the bundle and put it in this offering. Let's use to donate to Dr. Damages. You hear that the press is dying in Nigeria. Newspapers are dying. This is where you're going to get news. So let's donate and help the channel do better. He has a executive producer now. You know, they are using your money for the right things, and to host this thing is not cheap. You know, none of us are getting paid. We are trying to share news, and fellow Nigerians. None of these panelists are paid for anything. So remember to always put your hand in your pocket and help get the channel forward, because it's a worthy thing, you know, so that we can have this type of conversations. Thank you for that, Oriaku Chokbe.
No, I wanted to actually wanted to, okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, I wanted to reply to something Dexter said earlier. I wanted to correct something he said. He made some very good points, but I wanted to correct something he said. Yeah, real quick. So I wanted to say that, like, slavery did not end because the people that were involved in slavery decided to stop it. Slavery ended because of the discovery of the steam engine by the Europeans. So that was what transitioned into the Industrial Revolution. They found a viable
I would fault you on that. I'll fault you on that. And look, it's all school of thought. I will advise you buy Dele Ogun's book. Wait, sorry, let me land.
It's not
let me see the era of reason. Buy Dele Ogun's book and read. See, buy Dele Ogun's book, the recent one he wrote, and read, and it will give you a little bit of more insight on what I'm saying. I didn't say slavery ended because of that. I said there was a paradigm shift. Yeah. For something to end, there must be a paradigm shift. Things have to start shifting. And it took from the conscious, people started shifting. People started shifting ground. Gradually, people, look.
What shifted? Are you sure it's conscious? But I think the way you made it sound was that it was the conscience that shifted.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily the conscience. So not necessarily, but there was a paradigm shift that people said, no,
definitely.
we will not take this one again.
There wasn't one singular reason that stopped slavery. There was a bunch of reasons. Both of y'all are right.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That was what I wanted to say.
I didn't say that was the reason.
I didn't finish what I was saying. But you're right.
No, the decisive one is the one where people are going for. No, we know that people fought against
there was a resistance in
there is the remote and there is the immediate cause.
There are multiple reasons.
Look at this one. Look at this one. See, let me say, there are, when people are talking about these things, let's understand they are talking about decisive one. Like, if you look at the fact that they discovered the cure for malaria and correlates with how they are coming to Africa to colonize Africa, why would you want to take slaves over the other side when you can,
the Quakers
when you can own the continent? The Quakers, they can quick away if you.
Can I chip in something really good? Just 1 minute. Can I chip in something? There's this story of a man. This is in Omo here in Abia State a long time ago, called Nwakuda, and he stood in front of a moving train because he didn't want the train to pass through his father's land. So, and the train came, and the train, ran over him and killed him. Okay. So, what's the relevance of this? With respect to Akpoti, I don't think if she sees a moving train, I think it's just sensible to just stay away and let the train pass, and she still have her life. For me, I agree with you that Akpoti should just apologize, come back to the Senate, and begin to legislate there and fight. Staying away for 6 months because she wants to prove it, just like seeing a moving train and standing there. She's going to lose 1 whole year in the Senate. So she has 3 years to legislate.
Tony, it won't work.
So hold on. So I think that, sorry for causing disorder in the Senate, that's it. But for the issue of sexual whatever, I stand behind her. She should go to court. She should legislate it. We need to get to the bottom of this thing, so we know whether she's the one lying or the Senate president is the one lying.
This is an iceberg. This is an iceberg issue. The iceberg. What you see at the top is about just 20% of the ice itself. What we are deliberating over here, is just the superficial. This thing. If Natasha Akpoti apologizes, that means she's kissing the ring.
No. We don't know. We don't know about what happened. We don't know about what happened. What happened between her and the man. And the man, we're not interested in that. That's a personal thing.
But Tony,
Natasha apologizes, just say, okay, I apologize to come back to the house.
No. You're not getting me right. Apologize for causing disorder in the floor. That's it. That's all.
So that she can come back. Did you listen to the video? If you follow that National Assembly video well, when they suspended her and they said she should go out, she was saying that this injustice will not stand. Did you hear what somebody said under that video?
What injustice? No. What injustice
now,
was he talking about?
Listen. So when they read out her, I was privileged to listen to that in life. When they read out her, the 7 points.
Yes.
And they now said that she should be escorted out of the chambers. She now said, this injustice, that's what they were doing to her, this injustice will not stand. They shut her mic off. Somebody said, if you listen to that video well, one of the senators there said, she is not coming back. In fact, there is a plan to make sure that this 6 months we're even talking about is just the peripheral.
Excuse me. I listened to the submissions of the committee, and there was a waiver there. Provided for her. Excuse me. No. I don't listen to speculation. There is a waiver there that says if she apologizes, then the Senate can take her back. That's there. That is documented. I don't go with speculation.
I listened to it. I see there were 7 points. The first point was that Natasha Akpoti had offended her. The second point, when Akpabio said, when a situation is bad, what can you do to remedy it? That is point number 2. Let her apologize. Then they read all the other things that her staff. That was when Ojus Okalu said that her staff should not be, her staff should receive their salary. They say she should not receive her salary. They say there are many points. My point is that if you were careful to listen to that video to the end, a senator said, when she said this injustice will not stand, a senator said his mic was still on and he said she's not coming back, she's gone. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that for Natasha to come back to that house, even if after her 6 months comes back, they will make her pariah. And if she wants to come back to any relevance, she has to kiss the ring.
Listen. These are the things that are causing the problem that we have now. We are not going to deal with speculation. You see, we are going to go strictly with what the Senate has said, and we can hold them on that. That's what I'm saying. And then if she apologizes and they don't let her come back, that's another issue that's going to be dealt with. But let us not compound this whole issue.
Natasha can come back to the Senate.
She should come back.
They can make her pariah. Why
it doesn't? Then we'll deal with that. We'll deal with. Don't bring in issues. You are speculating. That is speculation.
Let's try to get somewhere here. I think I hear your point that there are things going on, but we also have to remember that the people that are the most visible are the people she represents, and they are probably in the millions. And these people cannot keep, just using politics to derail that aspect of it. I don't support 6 months suspension for somebody that was actually elected by a lot of people, and I don't think Nigerians should too. And the idea that they are going to sideline her, this is why I said she should technically apologize for that technical issue, because there is a lot of things that she's fighting for. That Ajekuta Steel one is very paramount. If there's nobody there, these people in that office, they represent other interests, sabotaging the nation. And if they sit there and they say that this woman is making too much noise about this thing and we want to kill it, they will use that non-apology to strike off 1 year out of her time, and maybe before she returned, they would have put fence around all the things they would have planned how to sabotage her if she wanted to go into that issue again. So that is something I have an issue with. I just feel like if you want to fight war, you can fight dirty, apologize, and go on and do what you need to do. After all, people are dying defending their own interests. Go ahead.
Are you aware that there's a ruling about the longest duration a senator should be out of?
I heard about it. I think Dr. Damages mentioned 90 days.
I mentioned it to you earlier.
14 days. There is a court injunction. There's a court ruling on that. 14 days.
14 days. Wow.
Yes. Now, don't forget that 6 months you're saying, it's Senate 6 months is not normal 6 months. Now, but unfortunately, that's why I said
what is the normal 6 months for Senate?
So Senate is according to their sitting. So you are looking, so when they say Senate 6 months, that is like 8 to 9 months. So Senate 6, so it's normal.
What is the formula? How did it come up?
Senate don't sit every day. Senate sit according to like every month. They have what they will, and Senate is to go on recess, so they will count it. It's just like law. Lawyers have their calendar. Yes. So it's not the normal 6 months. Now, don't forget we are dealing with Nigeria is not. That's why I say we are in a dysfunctional place, and we are using it just like you have You want to measure something, but there's no standard for measurement. Then you want to, like some people that don't use, people that measure with metric, you now say you want to now measure with imperial. You now carry an imperial gauge to measure. It won't work. Nigeria is a dysfunctional place. You will be surprised that these people will get their people to go and write judgment, and Natasha will lose case. But there's already a precedent that a senator should not be out of office. You cannot suspend a senator for more than 14 days. That is, there's a actual precedence there. But unfortunately, we are living in a country that there is no standard, and we must accept that. And once we realize that, the people, then if we keep on expecting standard from a place that has no standard, I think that we are not helping ourselves. I think I'll stop here. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Who is next? I think now everybody has spoken. Okay. There's one person that hasn't spoken. I tried to ignore him, but what can we do? We always have to represent. We always have to represent everybody. It's only fair. You keep making your name harder to say every day. What kind of trouble is this? I have to call you. I speak the truth now. You are welcome. You keep trying to make your name harder to spell. Which one is this one? Nom in Akoko Edo, not nation worldwide. How am I supposed to do that? You're welcome.
Some people obviously don't know what norm is, and he was telling us about Akoko Edo. But whatever, listen. Yeah. What's up, man? I've been listening to everybody, and everybody has been putting in good points. Oh, so let me start off by saying the National Assembly is not a court, just like Congress is not a court. But I think I kind of get the analogy Opie was trying to put forward. But back to what you and Pansat was saying, I think I'm leaning towards Pansat. And the reason why I say that is, that woman at this point, she's at war. He's right. That analogy or that statement he made is very, very correct. That she's at war. You saying she should apologize, I don't think she should. Because an apology is an admittance. You leaving? All right. Have fun. All right. So
look at that. They are abandoning him again, and he's just pretending as if he's saying, "Hey, they are abandoning you." Go ahead.
So, an apology is basically an admittance of guilt. So if she does apologize, then she's saying, "I really did this thing," and I don't think she should. But at the same time, what everybody is saying, did they have relationships in the past? I think it's kind of, I think without concrete evidence, I think it's kind of disrespectful to even bring that sort of thing up. At least to a woman, because I understand, like in the comments, people are making jokes, or at least one person is making jokes, and it's funny, things he's saying. But to just assume that the reason why this woman is making these allegations is because she probably had some kind of sexual affiliation or link with Akpabio in the past, I think that's not fair, because these are the kind of things that make women circumspect in bringing allegations of sexual harassment to the fore. It makes them, you have to remember, there's only 4 women in the Senate. Now, we had the last speaker talking about, I think it's because she wants to be on the table. I think it's because she has these political ambitions. That could very well be true, but you don't know that for a fact. And
But do you think that we would be here today if not for the case of Reno or Mockery? I believe that, in my mind, that if not for that case, the Akpabio will be in trouble right now.
Possibly. But at the same time, let me also put something forward. there's a very thin line between flirtation and sexual harassment. And I think a lot of times Nigerian men, and I mean Nigerian men specifically, usually do not know where to draw the line. I'll take this show, for example. A woman, before I get to the analogy I wanted to make on the show, a woman can like you. If she likes you and you touch her, she won't complain. If she does not like you and you touch her in the same way that the previous man touched her, you have sexually harassed her. Now let me go to this show I wanted to talk about. We see, for example, and this is why you see I'll argue with you when you say, oh, women have to speak first and women have to do this, they can interrupt at any time. And I say, no, these are strong people. We do not have to defend them, especially not Nigerian women, and especially not women from New York, for example, when we had, say, like a Black Beauty on here. And it's not to disrespect women, it's to tell you that they are strong and they are grown and they know what to do and they can fight for themselves. Let's say someone like Adama now. Adama is probably mentally stronger than a lot of men that come on this show, and she proves it with her force. Or Madam Look. But you see sometimes women come on this show, for example, which I want to say now, and the men resort to flirting. And sometimes as a viewer, even watching it with your family, they become uncomfortable. Now I know this is like maybe usual Nigerian kind of banter, but a woman comes on and you like going on and not you, Fofa, I'm not saying like on and on about her beauty, how she looks. Oh, you're so beautiful, or you're so this. You've seen young girls who come here, men old enough to be their father, keep harping on about their beauty. So these are the kind of things that I think is going on in that Senate. And I think a lot of men are not trying to see it. Sometimes these things make women comfortable. Sometimes women want to be treated equally. I think a lot of women actually want to be treated equally. They don't need special treatment. They don't need special preference. So I've opened doors for women that got mad here in New York. She got mad. She said, I can open the door myself.
Yeah, but to be fair, my experience with the workplace, in many cases, women don't want to be treated the same way as men. Actually, if you do that, it's funny because this is a complex conversation. Because it can go either way.
Right.
And this is why there has to be an objective rule of law aspect to it. There has to be concrete evidence to these things. So that if somebody, let's say a woman feels she has been sexually harassed, there has to be concrete evidence, not just only words. And I think given that men are very loose at doing these things, it should be easy enough to capture evidence of them doing it. And then it will be easy. And this is
Maybe
my
not
issue
for
with this one.
fathers. Maybe not. Maybe
we are not very slick. Oh, men are not very slick at doing these things.
Oh, but predators are pretty slick. Because if a predator
True.
or a sexual harasser has experience with it, the first thing he does is how to cover his tracks. So it's going to be a situation of prove I did it. Now, see, like this Senate incident we're all talking about now. Everybody's coming on here now talking about, oh, the Senate president has a tendency of doing this. We know he's notorious for this, but at the same time, I don't know, because maybe they don't like this lady, but they're like, well, she needs to bring more proof. But you just told us that when he was a governor, he had a tendency of just running rampant with women. Now, I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying what people are saying. So I think you're right. There's a conundrum, and we have to be very careful when someone makes an allegation and when someone denies an allegation. We just really have to be careful, and I don't think it's fair. Just like I don't think it's fair to make an allegation without proof, but I think we also have to give the benefit of the doubt when someone make such allegations.
But what if the person was a terrible leader? Like someone like, let's say we consider Akpabio as a terrible, terrible leader.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like this is thought experiment here. Is it a fair game to lie against him to remove him from office?
No, definitely not. No.
Why? He's a terrible person.
Well, if
he lies and tries to destroy the country with lies.
Yeah, but he's not a sexual predator, so why give a dog a bad name just to hang it?
Because he's causing problems. Like I said, if he's going to solve the problem.
No. Well, maybe you try to catch him on a corruption case. But let me tell you.
Yeah, because I think that maybe that's why a lot of people support Akpoti. They look at Akpabio as a bad actor. So they just feel like, you know what? Whatever. I don't care whether she's lying or telling the truth.
That's a very
he should go.
The two most serious allegations you can give or put on any man's name, at least where I'm from, is to call him a rapist or a child molester. If around where I'm from, if you call someone a child molester or a rapist, you might as well just put a bullet to their head because you just set them up to
child molester
harm.
As it was. Child molester is somewhere higher up.
No,
everybody's it's on your case.
I'll sit down and have a beer. Think of the worst kind of criminal you can think of. And I won't have no problems knowing that, that person did X, Y, Z. But child molester and rapist, nobody wants nothing to do with them. Not anywhere, at least not in the United States. You don't want that on your name. You see, like Donald Trump, one of the things he started saying is, which I've been proposing forever, he's now saying, well, we're going to start killing them. So, so America, really, the worst thing you could do is point at someone and say, people have been hung for that. Emmett Till got killed for that.
Yeah, but men have been doing this stuff for a long time. There was a time they were not taking it very seriously. Like men will rape women and the women will complain. Nobody cares. As a matter of fact, the woman is the one that will be shamed in the West. So most of all these things are not that, it's more recent. They started really taking it more seriously. Even pedophilia is not something that they used to treat like seriously. It used to happen in families all the time.
Right.
Families, so they get away with it. But it's recently they began to really hammer down on these things. But that said, the point about me saying women should have a say, I just wanted to respond to that. The reason why I said that is because so that the voices will be mixed. Because it's only one of the ladies here. She hasn't said anything because she probably wants to do what you advocate. She wants to stand on her own ground and represent herself for herself. But how about the women's voice? We have to.
They don't.
No, she's strong. I know our women are strong. Now, come on, I know that.
They don't need special preference. Not saying they don't need protection. That's different. Not saying they don't need.
It's not protection. It's just fairness.
No, it's all.
From both sides.
It's still protection. Okay, no matter how we want to slice, dice, or cut it, it's still some form of protection. Not saying they don't need some kind of protection, because of course we need to be tender to the supposed weaker sex. They might not like it, but that's who they are, right? That's true. So they need some kind of protection, but at the same time, they don't need all the special preference that some. I think sometimes it's demeaning to them. When you,
I have to say though, I have to say, this is one of the most informed panelists I've come across in terms of the breadth of contribution. I didn't think this was going to go this way. I thought the whole thing was conclusive, but so many different aspects to it from Dr. Damage. Everybody has something very valuable to add. It's unbelievable. It's astounding. The whole thing is all over the place. It's going in so many different directions. And I must say, I commend all of you here, the way you come. Everybody has their own unique view that seems to be valid. All of them valid. Bibire, before the newcomers say something, I don't know what you got to say. About this, because he didn't speak much. I have to say, he just said a few things and talked about Jide. I don't know whether Jide deserves that kind of limelight, but it's all good. He's apologized now. So, what do you make of? Do you want to talk about this issue before we move on?
No, we can move on. I've said all that I wanted to say.
Thank you. Yeah, you
Okay,
don't want to.
forefathers, can I say some 1 minute or 2 minutes?
Yeah, let me bring you in. Go ahead.
I just want to re-echo what Mr. Obe and Mr. Dexter almost said. Listen, in fairness, if we are talking about an organized society and if we are talking about a country where things work, Akpabio should not be a senator. In reality, he's not supposed to be there because he did not win an election. We all know how he came to become a senator. The corruption allegation on the neck of Akpabio, he has not been taken away. Like Mr. Obe, who has been speaking to us here from work with, very close to the government house when he was the governor of Akwa Ibom State. There are so many corruption against this man, which is proven. When he was the governor, when he was the director of NNDC, is it Niger Delta something? There are so many things. Don't we all know how Akpabio became a senator? He and the Lawan, the former Senate president. In a country where people think like normal, could somebody like Akpabio be president of the Nigerian Senate? I mean, that's the point. So, in a situation whereby, before I move away, I said here, for the fact that they said that the law in the Senate is that if you somebody have to write a petition for you or somebody have to sign a petition on your behalf, then I drop a point here that if I have a problem with forefathers working in the same establishment and I have a petition against forefathers, and I have to go to somebody to write the petition for me and somebody sign the petition on my behalf, that doesn't make any sense. So the law, we make the laws. And we can also change the law. And there are situations, this situation we find ourselves right now is opportunity to change that crazy law. Because it is crazy that if I write a petition, somebody else has to sign it. I have never seen any country, anywhere in the planet Earth where something like this works. Because your petition is supposed to have your signature. Your signature is the authentication of every statement you have made on your petition. But in the in the Senate, it's different. It's another completely different ball game. Somebody has to sign a petition. How can you? Where does it work? So I don't really understand. I don't really understand which a country we are living in. So as I said last week or last 2 weeks since they've been talking about this. Let this woman prove her case. Let her fight the case. My only worry in Nigeria today is, I gave an example. What is happening in River State between Wike and Fubara? It is the entire state of River State that is suffering. The same thing that is happening, that is going to happen to Natasha, his constituency. The people that elected her to represent them in the National Assembly. As Akpabio, who was, I don't even, other senators, they were all elected in the same situation. Last week, I gave an example here. Senator Woye of Anambra State, representing one of the senatorial zone in Anambra State, he had the same problem with Akpabio. And Akpabio wanted to box him to the corner. And he stood on his ground and told him, listen, you are a senator, and I am a senator, and you are elected by your people the same way that I was elected by my people. I also have a right to say whatever I want to say in the Senate. It is because he's a man. So for this woman, for this lady to fight this, I think that if she do not have evidence concerning the sexual assault and whatever, I don't think that she'll be saying what he's saying. And I don't think she's going to go and to channel television or Arise and give them the evidence or sneak it into the public view. No. if she's a lawyer, as I was meant to understand that she's a lawyer. So if she doesn't have evidence, she should be building her evidence until when that case is called in the court. So I'm not one of the people that say if she has evidence, bring it. She can't just wake up and begin to tell you sexual harassment. There are so many stories now that is coming out from what Dexter said. If it's to be confirmed, allegedly, that they know each other before they came into the Senate. So that would be something. It's not about seat. It's not about the seat position. After all, like everyone here said, she moved the last city. She went to the seat where she was asked to go and stay for the first time. So I don't think it's the issue of sitting. That is something deeper than that. And you, forefather, you were following the woman. You know what this woman was fighting against. I am in the favor of Ajokuta still rolling me. So all these things, there are so many things that come to, in this particular issue that we don't just want to say, oh, go and apologize. No, I am not telling her to apologize to nobody. Fight the case to the end. And whatever that comes out of it, if fighting the case will make her to lose her seat as a senator, but she is proving right, so be it. Somebody has to sacrifice something, right? But at the end of the day, if she has no case to prove, the consequences is what she's going to bear. So I'm not one of the people who say go and apologize and come back to this. You think it's easy like that? When no one single senator supported that, even the women that we have in the nation, not one of them. You don't know that place is a court, right?
I feel like there are worse battles to fight. There are worse battles where you are fighting it, you are being stabbed and you are being killed, and there are a lot of people dying out there for the country. That there is something about representing the people that is beyond your individual feelings and all the rest. You push forward, and as a matter of fact, those people may actually go on to respect you for it. That no matter what they try to do, they didn't derail you, because this is very important to a lot of people in Nigeria. A lot of people's livelihood. That Jakuta still has remained there. I don't see any other senator doing it. And she too is also one of the best senators in the sense that she tried to preserve money. She talked about the money she tried to preserve while others are looking to spend it. And now they've spent the money. So if you leave them, yes, there's an argument to say don't apologize. Maybe there is a way that things will turn around and she will still emerge. She will still be voted in, that's for sure, into office again. Question is, what are we losing while all this is happening? That's my, I don't know, man. Either way, she's right. I'm not going to turn on her and say, oh, because she didn't do this, I'm turning on her. No, I just think that she, in my own opinion, if I was in her shoes, that's what I would be going for. But she has the right to choose whatever direction she wants to go. And I will support her as a good politician. She is a good politician. I can't turn that against her. It's just a fact. Before anybody starts criticizing her, let people go for her record. Don't criticize her person. Go for her record, what she represents in Nigeria. Who is next? I think when I'm saying that, I know who I'm talking to. Of course, it's Kene. He's going to come and start badmouthing her. I have to call Kene out. Welcome, Masker. So what do you make of this 6-month suspension? It's quite unusual. Because when I want to criticize something, I try to go and check records of different countries and the way they practice stuff, and including Nigeria that chose America's democratic system to check. And it's very unusual to suspend a senator that was elected by a set of people for 6 months. And she came into office 6 months after she was elected because of, again, people going after her. Now, 6 months, if you put that together, 1/4 of her time in office has been derailed. And so what do you make of this? I just feel like it's a bit much.
I believe it's me you're talking to, forefathers.
Yeah, I mentioned you now. You are on stage. You are the guest of honor. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, forefathers, for having me. And good evening, good afternoon, good morning to the panelists and viewers. All right. I've made my position also clear as far as this Natasha issue is concerned. In my opinion, we are talking the way we are talking because we are gullible people. This is a Rosa Parks issue. There are fundamental issues here, but as usual, we like the gossip part of every issue. We like personalities. That's why they say in Africa, there's only, what do they call them now? These powerful people. We don't look at the way the system is working. What is the health parameters of the system we're operating? So we model everything up. Essentially, there are three issues that we're dealing with here. There's the Rosa Parks issue, for me, which is a governance issue. That is the main issue as far as I'm concerned. That's the key issue around the story. I am a senator. If I feel I'm being muzzled, I should speak out. I should protest. I've said it before. If this lady goes to sit on Akpabio's seat in the name of protest, it should be okay with us because it's a protest, for God's sake. It's not business as usual for her. The evidence are clear for all of us to see. How many times she has said it? How many times has she read the Ajakuta issue to even put it so that people can listen to it? It's been stepped down. If you are not a fool, how will you not know that you are being sidelined? A major national issue that happens to be within your domain.
Yeah, but hold on. Sorry for interjecting, because what you are saying, if that was the protest she was doing, I think her support would be greater.
Okay, what do you think is Order 10?
Order 10 is an emergency measure that you are supposed to take. The Senate head is supposed to hear you out.
When?
No, when you feel like your rights have been infringed upon.
So what is a protest for, fathers? Let's not.
It was for her seat. That's the problem. It was for her seat.
No. You see, this is the gullibility and sometimes the naivety around us. Sincerely.
Okay, tell me please, because maybe I'm mistaken.
Because you are saying Rosa Parks was protesting because of seat. That's what you're saying.
No, yes, in a way, she was protesting because of not necessarily for the injustice that the seat represents.
You're bullshitting me now, and I don't like it.
I don't know. Okay, let's get to the bottom. What are you saying precisely?
What I'm saying, for every individual or a society or a group of people, when it is very clear that you're not getting a fair treatment, it's incumbent upon you as a group or as an individual to take necessary steps to make sure that that infringement does not continue. You can't sit down and people continue to malign you and you behave it's business as usual.
Yeah, but she was talking about her seat though.
Yeah, but okay, so let me explain to you. On this panel now, if you jump somebody 2-3 times, he's going to complain.
Yes.
He's complaining basically about his position, but he's saying that you're not being just to him. The lady simply, for instance, if you ask me as a senator, you can't change my seat without talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't talk to me, whoever you are, by the way, who is the Senate President, you are just like me. You change my seat, I can come and if you don't talk to me, I pretend you don't, I'm not okay with it, for instance. And it's okay not to be okay with a change of seat, for God's sake. If you can change my seat anytime you want, and you have been turning down the things I want to discuss several times, then I have to be stupid not to understand that at some point, there is something that they call that, I don't know what they call it, that something that breaks the camel's back. Yes, maybe it culminated on the seat issue, but certainly the woman is saying that this is not where it started. It came to a point for her at the seat. I am a senator, you just simply changed my seat without even telling me.
See, where you stand, I think most people will support what you are saying in terms of being on her side. But I just felt like the issue she took up was not about Ajakuta still.
You are relaying me now. The issue is simple. It's very factual. The woman raised Order 10. It's not even
the sitting order.
No.
Did she say anything else?
It doesn't matter. See, that's why I said, if you are not naive, you are naive if you are reading things at face value. The woman has said it herself. Even in her interview, she mentioned the number of times, 6 times, that she was putting the Ajakuta.
Yeah, but that's
and
after
wait,
the.
hold on. Let's.
Okay.
You may be the Akpabio on this place, but I'm also a Natasha, if you may choose.
Oh, God forbid. How dare you? How dare you put me as Akpabio as this thing? No way.
So what I'm simply saying, she raised order 10 simply because she thinks she's being maltreated. Yes, it's just the seat she's raising, but she is aware of a lot of instances where she's being maligned. And in her interview, she mentioned it. It's not just the seat issue. The seat issue is the turning point, is the last straw that breaks the camel back. So that for me is a major issue, but it's even beyond Natasha for me. The way I see it, the structure of the system we're practicing is such that there is division of power. There's checks and balances. This is what is called the legislature. They are supposed to be the vocal ones, to always say things that are not okay, to challenge the executive. But what has happened? The place where we are supposed to see the challenges, it has become a hush-hush cult. Nobody wants to speak up. So as a Nigerian, if any senator is speaking up against senators, I will line up behind him in a jiffy. Because look, we are talking about orderliness. These people are not orderly people. We have senators who have gone to a sex toy shop, slapped a Nigerian, and nothing has happened. This Senate didn't do anything to him. We have a National Assembly person who slapped a boat driver and threatened all sorts of things. No, wait, forefathers. What is the suspension method to this guy? These are people sharing money anyhow. We are not talking about all that. It's because somebody must sit on a certain seat. Is that where you give somebody 6 months and you tell me that there's nothing fishy under? And this is the same person that is raising something like Ajakuta still rolling me. And you tell me there's nothing under. That would be the highest level of naivety if we Nigerians don't get to understand that we need to support senators to start talking out. There's a lot of senators, I believe, inside the Senate that wants to talk, wants to speak. But every time they speak, the whole of the senators will gang against them. They will gag them. And we Nigerians will go and sit down. And we expect the Senate to function properly. And by extension, we expect governance to happen in this country. The human being is not configured like that.
I'm agreeing with you on this point, but I think maybe the area I'm a little bit concerned about is the fact that she didn't fight on the issues. She fought about a chair. That is my own issue in terms of the way the whole thing is unfolding.
How do you expect her to fight on the issues? And secondly, maybe, I don't know if you're married or not. I'm not trying to insult, but the fact also, if you know ladies, you know that they are configured differently from the man. If it's me, I will plan for the Akpabio. I will make sure I set a trap for him. I will put all my issues together and raise it. But I know women, they will be a bit more emotional. Something that touches their emotion is what will trigger them. Every human being can be triggered. Okay, so look, but the point I am making, it's not even about Natasha. It's about the fact that the Senate today is a quiet place. And it's not supposed to be like that. Yeah. We should be worried. And it's clear to me that the way this Senate is quiet is because they are always eating chop, 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 chop. And all of them, anybody that wants to say, oh no, this thing we're doing is not correct, they gag him and they gang against him. How blind can we be? How naive can we be not to support somebody who, okay, why do you think she's complaining about the seat? Why?
I think from what she said during the interview, it wasn't about the Ajakuta seat issue. She said about the threats that she said was... because she linked it to an incident that occurred during the good governance protest.
It's the same Arise interview. What the woman is saying is that she is being sidelined. She is being muzzled. That's what she said. That's the bottom line. She's been oppressed.
See, the key thing she said on that interview, she wanted to defend her right. She said she was on the right in terms of the rules.
I have to agree with Pansat for once in my life. forefathers. If you really
Look at that, look
yeah,
at
yeah,
that.
true,
Yeah, I'm
wow,
bringing two
honest.
people
No,
together.
look,
I'm doing so much good.
woman, clearly, and I think you should just come all out and support her.
No, I support her. No, I've said it. No matter what, I still support her.
Because all you are trying to do, the woman said
I'm saying that she should be strategic.
Okay, so I
You
don't
have to
want
be Machiavellian. You're a politician.
I don't want to be seen to be the only one talking. Let me just make my point. I can see we don't agree, but let me repeat what is my opinion. I think there are three issues that we model up together. The first issue for me is governance issue. The system is not working, and I think one of the major flaw points of our governance system in Nigeria is the senators that are supposed to be the check and the balance for executive. Right from Obasanjo's time, these people have been compromised, and that is the culture now in the Senate. They eat, they clean their mouth. Any one of them who wants to talk against that, he is going to be in deep soup. Just like Natasha has found herself. All I'm saying is that Nigerians should open their eyes and see that this is the major issue here. She is a Rosa Parks. She may be complaining about a seat. She may be complaining about her rights, but we should understand that what essentially she's doing is she's speaking up, and that's what we need in that Senate, not the cult. That's number one issue. The second issue, yes, I understand that agenda issues. This is a social, societal issue, and we should as well acknowledge it. But for me, it is not as prominent as the governance issue. The last issue for me is the sexual harassment issue. I take cognizance of that also. It's a major element in our society, but all I'm saying is that these are three separate issues. All of them, we should deal with them, but we should acknowledge all the three importantly. And in my mind, the breaking point, because we are in a vicious cycle, you can't solve the gender issue without telling ourselves the truth. And the first place the truth should be spoken is probably the Senate. Even all this sexual harassment in our society is prevalent. It's very, very prevalent in our families, in our schools, everywhere, in our workplace, everywhere. But we need to have a functional Senate before we start thinking of sorting all these things. And that functional Senate starts with having senators that will be bold enough to speak to even their local authority. Let them tell themselves the truth first. But today, that is not happening. So I think for me, this is the major issue, but there's a gender issue. There's also a sexual harassment issue. And I think all these other issues are coming up because of that governance issue, that oppression, even within the Senate. Senator is oppressing another senator. So what do we simple citizens expect of our country? Honestly speaking, if a senator cannot choose where he sits, and if the seat is reallocated, he cannot complain about the seat. Haba. Are we zombies? Are we machines or what? I mean, well, like I said, these are senators. We see what they do. They slap people. They do all sorts of things. So I will raise it there, and I will also want to call Tony out. Look, if you have a problem against this woman, come out directly and say it. Don't stop beating around the bush. If you want to support Akpabio, support it. But all this talk of orderliness, pretending that the Senate is an orderly place, I think is insulting our intelligence. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for that.
Forefathers, can I respond to that because he called my name? Please.
Just hold on for a second. I wanted to change the topic. I know some people are not going to lose. Some people are going to lose it if I change the topic to American politics.
It's my turn, and you want to change the topic.
I want to change the topic.
It's my turn. You want to change the topic.
Don't worry. Just hold on. Let's let Tony have his say. Because since Masca decided to call him out, okay, Tony, you have a right for a response.
Well, Masca, this is the second time you are calling me out on this issue. I respect your opinion, but I think that you should also be decorous enough to respect my opinion, my views. Okay? And stop calling me out. It's my view. I'm entitled to it. Hold on. I didn't interject. Hold on. Can you stop? Can you stop? Let me make my point.
One at a time. Masca, just let him finish, then you can respond.
You spoke for a long time, and nobody interjected. Can we have some decency here? I am saying I have made up my views. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, and you can't take it away from me, just as you are entitled to your opinion. So I'll leave it there. That's my view, and we'll leave it to reason, whichever logic is
And the
superior.
truth is that from your position, you still support Natasha.
Yeah, I don't know why he's
you see that. So let's not like we are supposed to be on the same side. Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
And the truth is that all people that criticize her a little bit, you find that many of them still are on her side because they see that as a politician, she stands for the people
For
by
the
and
first
large.
time, I agree with Pansat in my life. Honestly, both you and Tony are just pretentious. If you don't support the woman, say
You are talking nonsense. You are talking rubbish. You are talking rubbish for using that. That's rubbish.
Okay.
No. Masker, you should be a bit more nuanced sometimes. Like it's not about being against her. If I do something now, like you now, you tell me all the time that you like some of the things I do, even if you don't support me. You see that you can have both. You do that yourself sometimes. So why is it different from Natasha Akpoti? You can still support Natasha Akpoti, but say, okay, there are some things you may like me now. I stand different from Tony, but we are still on the same side. Just like I believe I'm on your side, but you don't like to see that too. You think I'm on against you. I support Natasha Akpoti, and if there been she was see. Let me just say this quickly. This is the last now. If there been she was fighting, like she sat down that day, she came out that day and said, you know what, you blocked my this thing proposal for Ajikuta Steel. I'm telling you, the whole country will be on her side right now. It will be hard to argue against her. That's what I consider a missed opportunity. Please go ahead.
No, I'm okay. Also, I think I'll rest my case.
It's my turn, please.
Oh God! All right. If you think, if you see, you are beginning to get a reputation. You need to take it easy, Kede. You are going after women too harshly. Come on, man.
See, Forefathers, thank you. For once, I know that I haven't said this before on this platform, but I have to say it today.
Wait, Kene.
You are out here. Hello, Ogai.
Because it's in America, send them Nigerian food. It's Nigerian abundance.
But Trump offered to take up your island so that we'll be able to help you guys with Nigerian food. You said no. See?
This man Trump, wow. Guy, calm down.
Okay, don't worry.
The drama never plenty rich.
Forefathers, you are out here doing good. You see, somebody like Masker, that from the comment section, I was seeing him as one behaving like Akpabio again. But he surprised me coming up here to agree with our one and only Pansat for the first time. You see, so thank you for the good work. And again, I will also agree with Pansat with Masker on one issue, which is a governance issue, and I think it was one on his list, number one issue that he raised on his list. But here we are leaving the main important thing, and we're discussing about sexual harassment and all that. It's okay. To me, just as Masker stated again, that we had a senator that was in an adult store and slapped a married woman. Hell was let loose that day that we had that conversation on this platform. I was all against the senator and for, the woman. And we had one that called himself a house member that slapped a boat driver. We are all witness that I was here supporting the boat driver against the house member. Now, forefathers, for anyone that you think that is here giving me bad reputation, and because of that, I should stop talking, or I should adjust the way I believe things. Oh, no, that person is free. See, I've seen these people now. I know them. Nigerians, nobody will teach me about Nigerians. I know them very well. If you are saying what they believe in, you are the man. But once you have an opposing idea, you are devil. And that is why on this issue, I personally align with Tony and somewhat with Dexter. I agree with Tony 100% because we are all speculating. Let me put it in a syllabic form so that you understand it very well. It's all about speculations. We had Papu Doka on this platform today for the first time, and somebody on the comment section said that this is not Dr. Damages, this is Papu Doka. I agree with that person. That was Papu Doka talking, you know. But Damages will say it the other way around. But Papu Doka was being Papu Doka, you know, a very responsible man, you know, that calls out evil when he sees one. Now, we have other people that have different opinions on this issue. Nobody should be bedeviled for having a different opinion. We all are making sense, but all the senses that we think we are making are all just speculations. The only thing that we should be dealing on is one, the orderliness that Natasha went against, the decorum. See, Kulata last time said that the Senate out isn't Adaboro motor park. You have to have order. There is orderliness. You have to follow it. So if you break that rule, you should be meant to apologize to the Senate, in as much as what we have in that Senate, including the Natasha, are all useless people before me. None of them has reputation at all. None, no one. They are all useless. See, we have corruption issues that has been raised on that Senate platform, and nobody is talking about the corruption issue. All we are all centered on is Akpabio's ex-girlfriend, Natasha being the muscle out, Natasha.
Spoke about it though. She said they wanted to share money.
No, you see, Natasha is not being honest, right? If she's honest enough, we have a lot of corruption. Even that Ajekuta still in the project, she shouldn't be talking about it. She is also a criminal. That is why she's hustling for that project. She's a criminal.
Why should she not be talking about it?
No, I'm coming. I will come, please. I will come. We have NEPA, the one that claimed that they generate electricity in Nigeria. And we all know how much has been budgeted or funded to have this NEPA generate more power for the people, where you have people consuming more than they produce. Now, they have been budgeting money. What has changed? Nothing. We have NNPC that is not even functional, but still they budget money to fix NNPC stations. We have staff working for NNPC that is not operational, that are being paid salary. Nobody is talking about that. Now we have agriculture, stroke food supply chain or whatever. The government want to make sure that food is surplus in Nigeria, but yet they budget a huge amount of money to make food available, but there's none available for the people. Hunger is killing the people back home. Nobody's talking about that level of corruption. Where are those money going to? In people's pocket. They have a sharing formula. Forget all this make-believe that you guys are meant to see on Senate House and the Rep House. They are all criminals, bunch of criminals, just like their president. They are all Ndioshi. Now, we are talking about Ajekuta steel industry, but nobody has asked a very pertinent question. And the question should be, how much has been budgeted to resurrect this dead Ajekuta steel industry in the past? In the past, from 2018, we had, during this guy's regime of Buhari, 2 times they budgeted huge amount of money, billions of naira, to resurrect that useless Ajekuta industry, and nothing has been done about it. Where are the monies?
So the person that is doing something about it,
no,
going after
if
that
Natasha
one.
is being honest, her stance should be, I want to probe, or she will expose those monies that has been budgeted to resurrect Ajekuta industry. But no,
that is exactly what she's doing.
No.
She said she wanted to probe the corruption in that area.
She is fighting for another money. See, forefathers understand this thing.
That's what she said. I don't know.
What she said, forget it, is because of the fact that Akpabio is trying to silence her. That is why she's coming up with that, so that she will seek sheep support from emotional men that we've seen on this platform. See, what she is hustling is for the project to be awarded again, and she is in the Senate, and that Ajekuta is in her senatorial zone. Now, the question you should have asked is, what could be, hold on, what could be the reason why this guy, Akpabio, is refusing her to come up with that? Maybe they are not agreeing on the sharing formula. Maybe this is my own speculations that I'm putting in now. Maybe Akpabio is asking how much of that money is coming to me. There are other senators. Don't forget, there are other senators that maybe have interest in that project. They too will be asking how much, what percentage of the money is coming to us, and maybe. And Natasha is not open enough to share the money the way they would like, and then nobody is supporting her. Obviously, as you can see on the Senate House,
No,
nobody.
Hold on. I think you are painting somebody that has. She came to this platform even before she became a senator.
Yes.
She was talking about Ajekuta still.
Yes. And
the contract she wants to be awarded is not to Nigerians, to the company that built it up to that point.
Yeah, forefathers, I don't want to lose my line of thought, right? Please, let me finish my nonsense.
Yeah, but it's not fair that you just malign somebody.
Hold on. Like I said, maybe they are disagreeing on the sharing formula, and then she has to come up with scrupulous claims.
Yeah, but that's a lot of maybes now. You can't be talking about maybes.
No, hold on. Now we are also okay. Do you want me to say that I'm sure? That I'm 100% sure? Are we not all speculating here?
You've got to do that because we're not speculating. We have to go with facts. Actually,
no, the fact. Okay, now you want to go with facts. Let me give you facts. Yes. The fact is that the same woman. See, if you are a honest person, I can will believe you 100%. But once you show that dishonest part of you, I will never believe your nonsense again. The same Natasha, the fact is that the same Natasha accused Omokri, in as much as I dislike Omokri, I don't like him for anything, but she accused this man of sexually harassing her, and at the end of the day, she could not prove it. And the man actually came out and disproved her. The man came out and countered her allegations, and she kept quiet because she knew. She falsely accused the man, and then the same woman is coming out to tell us that Akpabio is sexually harassing her, and you want me to believe?
No, but
I'm not that stupid.
That is not the issue we are talking about. We're talking about Ajekuta still.
So you're talking about fact. The fact remains that in 2018, over $4 million was budgeted to resurrect that Ajekuta steel industry. Where is the money? That is the fact.
4 million.
4 billion. What is 4 million? I'm telling you, billion. And in 2000
it's not her fault now. Is it her fault?
Hold on now. Hold on. It is in the same Buhari's regime. I've forgotten the figure, but more than 4 billion, of course, was budgeted. The then Ahmed Lawal was the Senate President. They shared the money, and nothing was done about Ajekuta steel industry. So if Natasha, just as you rightly claim, if what she is doing is to expose the corruption, Natasha, you don't need to be in the Senate House to expose the corruption. Tell us, go on our Rise TV, go on Channel TV, and tell us your findings, what you found out from your investigations.
She's already
and I'm telling you now, but she don't have it because that is not her intent. Her intent is for the project again to be awarded.
She's made that her issue even before she became a senator. Come on. She's been coming on news channel to talk about it.
Now, what is her findings?
Her findings is that there is corruption going on in that.
We all know there is corruption.
And she wants the project to be awarded to the builders that got it to that point.
Again, you just confirmed what I'm saying. She wants the project to be awarded again and money budgeted for it
so
again.
You don't want it to be built.
What? It will never be built. I want it to be built, but the fact it remains that it will never be built because
90% complete.
For more than did you see anything there?
90% complete. It's
Have you been there?
Complete.
Have you been there? Did you go there?
I don't have to be there to know to get the information.
Did you see it?
90% complete.
Nothing.
Yes, of course. There are videos of it out there.
Forefathers, forget all those movies that you're seeing.
Nigeria is currently even using some sections of that steel plant company.
Forefathers, in my community, we have one big hospital. They call it General Hospital, built by the federal government, right? If someone send you the video now, you will say that this project has been 100% completed. But that project, as you and I are talking, is an abandoned project more than 20 years ago. Is there laying, nothing was, is going on there. Abandoned, they've forgotten about the project. They've moved on, right? So this is the style in Nigeria. Once you disagree with their sharing formula, they will come out and begin to make noise. See, if the fight is between Akpabio and one citizen, I will be 100% against Akpabio.
What happened
But
with the
it is the
sharing
fact.
formula that
Hold on now, is sharing formula. Forget for the fact that the fight is between two useless criminals that call themselves senators. I will never support any of them. I'm not supporting Akpabio, neither am I supporting Natasha. To me, both of them are the same. Two useless idiots. That is it. And
I
for
don't believe both
anyone
of them
coming
are
here
the
to take side, okay, hold on now. For anyone coming here to take side because she claimed that Akpabio is sexually harassing her, and for that reason, all of us should be emotionally
So is P2B the same
attached
with
to that
them?
nonsense
Is
claim.
P2B the same with them?
Hold on now, hold on. P2B is not a senator. P2B is
Yeah,
not
but
an,
he's a
is not a
politician
government.
too.
No, he's not a government elected official.
He was one.
No, he was, but he's not now,
And
right?
did you see him as one of them?
No, hold on now. He was, but as you and I are talking, having this conversation now, since P2B is just an ordinary citizen, just like you and I, right? So if P2B is accusing them, P2B should also tell us, where did that money go to? Who were involved in sharing the money? Because the money, the project was awarded to somebody. What is that person's name or company's name? What Natasha is actually fighting for is for the project to be awarded in our own time, in our own regime, while she's the senator of that area, so that she will partake in sharing of the money. That is it. So if anyone come here to support Natasha against Akpabio, that is fine. I will not come against you, but you should also not come against the likes of Tony that is trying to make us understand what is going on. The likes of Desta that is actually trying to make us understand that it could be that Natasha is just trying to use that opportunity to make herself popular. So that
My God, I
maybe
think that's a
tomorrow,
lot of stretch. That's a lot of stretch.
yeah, tomorrow she will come out and say, oh, she wants to be the president of the country. She wants to contest to become the president. And because of the cheap blackmail she leveled against Akpabio, the likes of you, forefathers, will come out and say, yes, power to women. We had a woman governor in Anambra State who turned out, her reign was just about 6 months or 8 months thereabout, but she turned out to be the worst woman being that we've ever had as the governor of Anambra State. She looted the state dry, a woman.
Yeah, but
hold on,
calm down. Kenny,
the likes of you will then come out and say, Natasha for president.
Slow down, Kenny. Let's see. You are raining so much brimstone on the reputation of politicians, even whether it's good or bad. I think where I have an issue with, this is my own personal opinion before people start saying, okay, I'm opinionated, is that if you see two people, one is cleaner than the other, and you claim that they are the same, you are not doing a good service to the one that is cleaner. You are being disingenuous.
How do we measure cleanliness?
Cleanliness is the character of the person. Nobody has accused this woman of being corrupt before.
Okay, hold on now.
This woman has been doing a lot of things that shows that she's trying to represent the people.
We have head of cattle. I don't know what they call pig. Is it pen or yeah, pen? Yeah. In a garden of pigs, right? How do we now select which one is clean? Pig that don't bath? Do they take shower? Dirty smelling animals?
No.
As far as I'm concerned,
cleaner than the others.
No. You see, forefathers, as far as I'm concerned, you see that Senate House. They are all a bunch of useless people because none of them has changed anything in Nigeria. None of their laws, none of their policies.
Our governors speaks too.
Yeah, including governors now, except
so that
maybe,
includes P2B.
No, hold on now. I said, you see, you have to wait. You have to wait. Except patient.
You always put exception when it comes to P2B.
Except one that I've witnessed his leadership, or two actually. Is it two? Yes, two that I've witnessed their leadership, and this has nothing to do with ethnicity or something. But the fact that maybe it could be because I am from that region, so I know their leadership. Maybe we still have other governors from other states that have really done marvelously well. But I've seen P2B's government, and today we are witness OT in Abia State. So these two,
So
I will make an exception on them.
Senator? Who's your local senator?
My local senator is one. No, see, forefathers, the fact that you are not even a Nigerian, we don't even know where you're coming from, so you don't have any authority to even ask me who's my senator, because you just want to know where I come from, but we don't know where you come from.
Don't tell me where you come from. You know what I'm asking? I want to ask because
no,
there is this
my
phenomenon
senator,
that goes on. You know, you see how
my
he likes
senator,
the governor. He
my
likes
senator, yeah. My senator is not an exception. My senators, all of them, none of them has ever made sense. None of them. They are all criminals. But I know the current one, the current one now, sometime he gave that same Akpabio, Shege Banza, in that Senate house because he's a stubborn goat. We know him, but not that he's a good leader. He's not a leader. He's just a gangster. Do you understand? So they are all useless people.
In other
They are all
words,
useless people to me.
So
you say what?
In other words, you do like your senator to an extent. You know,
no, I don't like my senator.
Oh, you sure?
I just see forefathers. If you are the type, forefathers, if you are the type that I don't know where you come from, I don't know your country, but let's assume your president is saying stupid things or making useless laws, and you come out and call out your president, and you now you gave him an alternative on how to make things right, without being scared of what his securities are going to do to you. I can will support you. You will become my man that day. I love people that can stand up and speak the truth to the leaders, these useless leaders that we have in Africa. They are a bunch of idiots. See, forefathers, agree with me. Oh no, you must not agree with me because I know you are always on the other side. And the fact is, what actually is the real problem in that Senate between Natasha and Akpabio? You and I, nobody on this platform is aware of it. We are just making noise.
I know
we
enough
are just speculating.
to take a side on the ones I know. I don't care about what is happening in the bedroom.
And those ones we know is the fact that Ajekuta Steel Industry has been awarded multiple times huge amount of money set aside for that project, and nothing has been done.
The same thing can be said for Port Harcourt and Warri Refinery that is actually coming out.
Exactly. Didn't you hear me when I was saying it?
They are working now.
What is working?
From what I gather, they are working. Are they not working? Am I mistaken?
How much is fuel now?
But it is functional. That's my point.
How abundant is fuel supply in Nigeria?
Oh, it's so abundant now that the Nigerian currency is getting stronger. I'm not saying it's everywhere.
It's the Nigerian currency is getting strong. How much is dollar to naira today? How much is dollar to naira?
It's actually getting stronger.
No, how much? How much is dollar to naira today? See,
what I gather is 1,400 and something.
No, as of last night, I didn't check today. As of last night, the cheapest black market, black market, you have different prices.
No, not talking about black market official. Okay, it's gone up again.
Yeah, the cheapest was $535. The cheapest, 1,535 naira. The cheapest.
It's showing 515 now. 1,515. Okay, that one is
getting better.
Something. So no. Compared to it was 1,600 once.
Compared to about 2 years ago. Or 3 years ago, it was 400 naira.
Yeah. No, now it's a disaster. No, I know that. That's a different issue.
So the fact still remains that, and I know Kulata will not be happy with this. APC government has brought serious disaster in that government, in that Nigeria, that all of us should be calling them out one by one. Somebody was telling us here that we are not discussing the main issue, which is an illegal government, a government that came through the back door. And I think it was Dexter. And we are now expecting good tidings. We are expecting good leadership from such a government, a very criminal, useless government that rigged the election and came in, and we expect them to do something different. See, are we not sick? We are sick people. How can you expect a criminal to be a responsible person?
I don't like when we keep saying we are sick and everything is criminal.
Me too. I'm involved now. I didn't say we. I didn't say you.
I know you didn't exempt yourself. I'm just feeling like it's just where we are. I used to think like you, like we are sick and all the rest, but I think it's where we are. We have not been motivated enough to do the right
So
thing.
why did you retrogress? You used to think like me. Why are you retrogressing now? You should be a forward-thinking person.
I support
going back.
change.
See,
I support change, but I'm not doing it from the point of view of saying taking that our people are sick. It's not sickness. It's a state of mind. We are not in the right space to be motivated to do the right thing.
Okay,
That's
now, forefathers, unfortunately, some of us are in the
anymore.
right state of mind, and that is why we are already motivated to think the right way.
And then let us go. It's not what Akpoti is doing. And look at what you are doing to her. You are eviscerating her, saying that she's this.
I'm trying to help.
Money.
No, I'm trying to help Akpoti or Natasha. Let me use Natasha. I'm trying to help Natasha to do it the right way. The right way is, if you really want to probe Ajaokuta steel industry, please come out and tell us your findings. Do not go behind the closed door and you will be lobbying for the project to be reawarded in your own government. And then when the things are not working out the way you plan it, you jump out and start making false accusation and false claims.
You are not going to. You are always going to see her as being a nefarious actor. I've not seen anything that she's done. If anybody has anything that she's done that is nefarious, in terms of politics, you can bring it out so we can see.
If I come to you today, if I come to you today, that Tony said this against you, that Tony is a bad person, and you listen to me without hearing from Tony, and you believe me 100%, something is not right with you.
Yes.
So if you really want to know the truth, and if you're really a good person that has a balanced sense of judgment, you should also find out what Tony said, what transpired between me and Tony. You should stay on the balance. You don't support me because I'm your friend, or because no, or because you have that emotional attachment to whatever that you think I have. See, what is going on with Natasha is because she's a woman. She came out to cry, and then women supporting women will carry their guns and machete and start canvassing. Oh, support a woman, support a woman. And because men are known for, harassing women, and somebody said on the comment section that, men, be aware that today, if you talk to a woman, regardless of how you put your mouth, you are sexually harassing her. And the person is calling for men to stop talking to women. We should leave them to stay alone. Now, but I'm not agreeing with that person.
Let's not do that now.
Hold on now. See, Papa, you have to be having patience. I'm not done now.
No, you should be done. You've been going for the last 20 minutes or so.
No, I said, not that Maska spent 30 minutes. I was waiting. See,
Maska didn't spend 30 minutes.
Maska actually begged you to allow him, finish. Now, fathers, not that I'm actually agreeing with that person, because me personally, I like women, and nothing will stop me from liking women, right? But the fact remains that you should not be that emotional when they come out to falsely accuse men.
You are the one that you are coming out, and in many cases, I've not even seen you back to one woman on anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now you have to go back and watch. Yeah, because you are not paying attention. Whenever I'm talking, you'll be pressing your chat GPT. That's the problem.
Why
so
you
paying more attention to listen
so much? People give it on chat GPT.
The truth is this: nobody, I for one, will never support a man that sexually harass women, or a man that believes that before he accord a woman any rights or any privilege, he has to see her nakedness. No, I'm against such men. I don't even want them close to me as a person. And however, I detest the fact that some men are being crucified unjustly. Some innocent men are not, my stand on this issue.
We know that. That's why I say it's a complex issue.
Akpabio will never be innocent in my eye, because I know that. I know that.
Sorry. This is why I like Adeola's take on this. And Adeola is more in my line of thinking. We are missing the bigger picture here. That Ajaokuta still is a big one for Nigeria. It's like somebody trying to advocate for Dangote refinery to be completed, and other people are really need it. This stuff is important to millions of lives, including us here in the UK.
Maybe you still not understand what I'm saying. Have you asked what happens with the money that has been pushed in that Ajaokuta steel industry? Can they account for the money?
they will assign the
And
contract
they
to one
account.
company. The company will spend the money, and I think they are all sharing the money. They will assign the
Thank you.
contract to another company again. They will do another feasibility study with a lot of money.
Don't you
This is
think
what they
that
are
that is
just
the
doing.
same thing that Natasha is trying to do now?
No, it's different.
How?
Because
How is
before
it different from others?
the difference between her and the others, that
Uh,
has been her issue before she came into office. She's partly from that region anyway. I think her
Forefathers,
mother is from Ukraine or Russia.
what was before Buhari came in? What was his issue? Was that Boko Haram cannot be destroying the country while he's alive. So he even stated it, that what is Boko Haram, that he can finish Boko Haram within 24 hours. Buhari came and left, Boko Haram is still there. So it's the same politicians whitewash. Once you give them the opportunity, they grab the money. Whatever else that you are talking about is barbarish. See, these people are
We
known
don't
for
know
that.
that for sure. See, in other words, by that standard, no politician should ever be elected. No, you should never even have politicians. You have to give somebody a chance that is saying, this is what I want to do.
No. See, I will give you chance, forefathers. I will give you chance if you have distinguished yourself from others. If you have come out and say, this contract that was awarded to this company ABC, and this is the person that was in charge of that contract with company ABC, and they looted the money, and you will beat your chest to defend your accusation or to any level. Then if you come out now and say, can I vote for me because I want to change this, I will vote for you. I'll give you that chance. But you've not done that. You want me to turn a blind eye to that money that has been looted, and you want us to budget another money for you to go and loot the same way.
But
understand the difference now. We have different ways of analyzing things. You've not accounted for the one that I gave you. You want me to give you another one, or you want me to give your sister another money. Your family should come and account for the one that I've given to one of your family members first before I give to another person. So the Senate House should account for the money that Nigerians have given them to rebuild that Ajakuta industry before Nigeria is, giving them another money. So, like I said, and now this will be my closing argument now. The Senate, the problem between Natasha and Akpabio and other senators that you see that are not agreeing with Natasha is just sharing formula. How to share the money, she's not agreeing to their terms, and then they had to gang up against her. It's not that this has nothing to do with sexual harassment, because as Dexter said here that she used to be his ex, whatever nonsense, and then you guys come here, you don't discuss about the main issue, which is the sharing formula, and you're talking about something else. Nigerians, you have energy for things that don't make sense, and that is my problem with you guys. And that is why I say Nigeria is not a country. You guys don't have a country, and you come here to make noise all the time until you begin to call these people out. Whatever you are saying don't make sense.
Let's hear some of this. This is let's see this date, 6 years ago, isn't it? Before she even smelled the Senate. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Fathers, can I ask a question before you show this video, please? Before you show your video.
Take 10 minutes to answer it, please. Let's just do this. You know how Kene goes.
No. Just. I know why I said I want to ask him question before you play your video.
Fathers, I will prove you wrong. I will respond within 30 seconds.
Okay, let's see now. We all like challenges. We do like challenges. We like
listen,
it.
My brother, can I listen? The question I want to ask you, you were talking about the embezzlement of the first fund to revitalize Ajakuta steel rolling mill. My question to you, I have two questions. Don't rush it. What was the position of Natasha when that $4 billion you talked about? Who was Natasha by then in 2018?
Now, okay, Fafaras, you heard him. He said I should not rush it. So,
No,
Natasha,
because I have wait.
30 seconds, you said.
Wait, who was Natasha in 2018? Was she Minister of Science and Technology? Was she in the government of the time of that government that awarded that contract? Was she a senator? Was she a House member in 2018 when that contract you're talking about was awarded? That $4 billion you just mentioned, yeah. That's what I want to know. Before I say my final.
Yeah, Natasha is very smart. She's streetwise. You know,
No,
when
I'm just asking a question.
No,
okay. Smart. I know, yeah. Because I'm going to say the last thing.
She was not. No, she wasn't. She wasn't any of these positions that you listed. However, she used the same Ajekuta, the corruption that is going on in Ajekuta industry, to seek for votes.
Wait,
I am
hold
coming
on.
to fix it.
Sorry,
That was what she used.
You have answered me, Brother Kene. Another question I want to ask you. If you, Brother Kene, is elected from your senatorial zone to represent your people, is it going to be a crime that you are fighting for a project to come to your senatorial zone? Or maybe there was a project that was abandoned before you came into office. Will it not be to your credit that you fight that they bring back that project?
Oga Ike, I will answer you with my own community. I wish I've said it on this platform. We had water project and erosion project. The erosion was taken care of, but the water project, the money was embezzled. So if I want to even contest for any position, okay, let's say I contested and I won. The first assignment is for me to come to my community, and I know the people that were involved in embezzling that money. The first thing that I have to do is to arrest them. And I know some of them have died, but the living ones, I will arrest them. They must find that money. I must punish them. I will use them as an example and to prove to our people that I don't come to play. I must punish them. See, you know how they say forgive and forget. There are some things that me, Kenechku, I don't forgive and I don't forget. You see that project till tomorrow is really eating me up. They must provide the money. They must provide that water. They must. So I will use them as an example. So this is what Natasha couldn't do. Do you understand? And for that reason, whatever she's saying is nonsense because she's coming to do the same way our predecessors did. That's
you
it.
have answered me my question, my brother. But my point, my final point before Fofana take over is that I do not know where you are coming from by bringing what happened in 2018 to portion the whole 99.5% of the problem to this lady, Natasha. Because you answered me now, she wasn't in any position when this thing happened. And now she has been elected by his people. And now because she knows the importance of that particular project, not only to his people, but Nigeria as a whole. And she is fighting that thing will come back to life. Personally, to me, my brother, I don't see where she has done anything wrong. Because if they want to recover the 4 billion that was embezzled, it's not going to be only her to recover the 4 billion because she was not there when it happened. Father, take over.
Thank you. So now let's hear what she's got to say. So that this is 6 years ago, not when she was in House of Senate at all, and she came to the Senate. This was our issue. She really wanted to push it. She's the only face of Ajekuta still in Nigeria fighting for that thing. Hear what she's got to say.
It will interest you to know that the two agreements are the same. When I read both, the errors, even the typographical errors contained in Adoki's concession agreement are also contained. There are over 25 of them. So you begin to wonder, did he review this agreement? Or it is the same agreement that later Edward terminated, which he said was grossly shrewd against the interest of Nigeria. So it's left for this House to decide. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that it's such a great honor to know that for once I have seen someone in authority whose ideals resonate with mine and the good people of Nigeria. We are against the privatization or concession or whatever it is called. Ajakuta is too important to be in the hands of an individual, left alone a foreign country. A company that has the capacity of manufacturing weapons should not be held in the hands of anybody. I mean, considering the fact that we tend to focus more in our diversity here, what betide it be in the hands of an Ibira or an Igbo man or a Hausa? It should be a property of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, sir. So, and I will tell you that the idea of privatization tends to create a lot of green-eyed monsters. The idea that somebody can own such a magnificent structure creates such uncontrollable greed. And I will speak about this. Sometime last year, it got to my findings that a particular company was registered to acquire Ajakuta. It's called Ajakuta Kogi Nigeria Limited. I have before me the papers that prove that this company was authorized, the registration of this company was authorized by the governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Yahaya Bello, in partnership with Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, the same people. Now they have gotten Itakpe into their hands, and the next target was to acquire Ajakuta at all costs. So they've devised the means. And going by the certified true copy of the Form CA7, the company that is supposed to carry the front and the interests of the people of Kogi State, we know it's a federal asset, but supposing the Federal Republic of Nigeria has given Kogi State the mandate to proceed with ownership, resuscitation, and operations of Ajakuta, you will all assume that Kogi State should be a major shareholder, isn't it? But what I have here, the two directors of this company, one, Onoche Ikechukwu, he's from Benue State, and Anchaba Emmanuel from the eastern part of Nigeria. And both of them, it will interest you, are affiliates or staff of Global Infrastructure Nigeria Limited. Both of them share.
So this is corruption at the highest level that she's revealing. And you notice how the senators were just murmuring that these people are not serious people. Like, this is why I say we are not in the right space of mind to change our behavior. One person cannot change it until the nation knows that this stuff we are doing, we are risking our head. We are not going to take it seriously. And when people besmirch this woman, when you look at her years ago, what she stands for, and today she's still chasing that same thing, and you think she's not going to want to go for it. I don't know. That's long con, if you ask me. If she wanted to con the people, and she doesn't even want the thing to be in the hands of anybody. But we'll leave it at that. We need to move to other topics. I think we've really edified Natasha Akpoti's contribution to the Nigerian space. And
sorry, Father, just a quick rejoinder, because I think you've come to a good point now. So the point the rejoinder I want to make, you know that I don't know how much you know about science, but I'm sure you know about Newton's 3 laws of motion.
Mm-hmm.
There's one of them which says that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. In Nigeria, what we interpret that ordinarily is that when you fight corruption, what does corruption do?
Fights back.
So why are we even going to go into a long argument about the fact that this woman is being intimidated, this woman is being muscled? It's not about sitting. This sitting is one thing. They will continue to do that just to put her down.
Yeah.
This is just simply my point. It didn't start with the seat. It will not end with the seat. This 6 months, ask yourself, 6 months suspension. So the whole picture is clear. Thank you for bringing it up much clearer. That they have seen her a long time ago, even before Nigeria sees her clearly. And they are going to make sure they put her in the right place.
Yeah, that's what they are after.
Through sitting arrangement, through suspension, through all sorts of things. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's just play this other one. Let's move to international news discussion of other areas. All right, let's see.
To exterminate the entire population of Gaza. Donald Trump has threatened to exterminate the entire population of Gaza, and the Western media are lying to you about it. This latest genocidal threat comes in a post on social media, and it is truly disturbing.
So this as much as the topic itself, there's also the aspect of journalism and the media that we need to truly understand. You know how we talked about whether it's the issue of lying last Sunday. These aspects of society, our people need to perceive it, look at it a little bit, because like in the West now, we just assume that they have free press and all the rest. But just hear what happens here.
The way that mainstream media outlets are failing to accurately cover what he actually said. It's a disgrace. It comes after 17 months of the media justifying, whitewashing, censoring the genocidal mayhem inflicted by the Israeli state against the Palestinian people with Western weapons and Western support. Now, the key genocidal element comes at the end of Donald Trump's post, but I will go through it all because there's important points to be made before that particularly hideous part. Now, onto his social media network, he posts Shalom Hamas means hello and goodbye. You can choose. Release all of the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all of the dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it is over for you. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. Okay, let me just pause there. On this, boy, is Donald Trump going to be mad when he finds out how many bodies are kept by the Israeli state, bodies of Palestinians. As Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied territories, wrote in a report for the United Nations General Assembly Human Rights Council in mid-2023, that is before the 7th of October, the deprivation of liberty haunts Palestinians beyond their life. Israeli forces often withhold the bodies of Palestinians deceased in custody or killed for alleged security reasons. This practice, which the Israeli High Court of Justice has condoned, applies to the bodies of both adults and children. By May 2023, Israeli forces reportedly withheld 125 Palestinian bodies, including 13 deceased detainees. She further added at the time, for decades, the bodies of Palestinians who had not returned to their families were buried in graves near military zones known as cemeteries of numbers, as each body was assigned a number. In recent years, Israeli forces have withheld bodies in fridges, impeded identification by relatives, and imposed restrictions on burial upon returning the bodies. Reports suggested that the bodies are often kept in poor and inhumane conditions. As the brilliant media outlet Dropsite News points out, Israel is currently withholding 665 Palestinian bodies, including those of 59 children. They note that this practice became institutionalized in 1995 when the Israeli High Court ruled that the Israeli army could withhold the body of a Hamas member as a bargaining chip, with the practice being expanded since. So, does Trump really believe that the Israeli state are sick and twisted for keeping bodies? They keep bodies on an industrial scale. Should we not agree that all bodies and hostages should be released, Palestinian and Israeli alike, as part of a permanent ceasefire? I don't know, just putting it out there, Mr. Trump. Let's continue. Donald Trump says, I am sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. I've just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning. For the leadership, now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Well, in context, Donald Trump has just approved a further nearly $3 billion arms shipment to Israel, bypassing the normal congressional review, having already approved overall now nearly £12 billion worth since he became president. That includes the 2,000-pound bombs, which are responsible for the mass slaughter in particular of Palestinian civilians. Now, in practice, as Antony Blinken, the bloodstained former Democratic Secretary of State, noted back in January, all that slaughter since October 2023 had achieved was, according to the US estimates, Hamas recruiting almost as many fighters as the murder of their loved ones. It just means never-ending old hostages. If you do, you are dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. Right. Let's just process that, shall we? Just to begin with,
Sorry,
a beautiful future.
let me just highlight you. That's the main
awaits,
thing.
but not if you hold hostages, what Donald Trump says. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future awaits, but not if you hold hostages. If you do, you are dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. Right. Let's just.
So he later on went on to describe how the Western media covered it, how they twisted what he said and said that he was referring to Hamas when he was basically threatening the people. The reason why that is important is because we like to think that the West is the same all the time. Like they uphold human rights, they uphold women's rights. All these things are tools to compute, to kind of win people over. In other words, it's a soft power. Let's put it that way. And you have to understand that it's still a machine, a machine of great power and great destruction if they want to use it, and like they are using it against the Gazans right now. So the point, I know a lot of people, within our culture, we support Trump for what he represents, but I like to think about it from the point of view that you are supporting him, you just don't know it yet. So I just think that when we support him, we have to know why we support him. I support him not because I think that the Democrats are better. I think that it might force us to think and force us to actually do some of the things we're talking about. Like, why is it our senators don't take their security seriously? Because they think that America or you people know they don't mean any harm. The world is the way they have been shaped for them. They don't understand that this world is eat dog world. That is how it works. And I think Trump wakes people up to that. And Trump is doing something to Europeans now that people think he's against Europeans. No, what he's doing is waking them up. All of them are spending on defense right now. All of them, including the UK. They are getting stronger and stronger by the day. They are not even at war. They are not fighting anybody. Nobody's trying to attack Europeans. So they are still funding defense like crazy. Who do you think they're going to come after? If we remain this weak, they will come after us if they like. And nobody will tell us, nobody will tell our story. If you think Washington Post is going to be reported, oh, so many Africans are being killed. What a shame. No.
What is wrong if they come against us? What is wrong if they come after us? There's nothing wrong with that.
And after you say I'm the foreigner, you want them to come against us now?
No, they will come after you because you have nothing to defend yourself with. They have NATO. It's an association of association of Olelubruku. I don't know how Yoruba people say that, right? Now, in Africa, do you have such association?
You can hear me, Kenny. The original point was about him threatening to kill another set of people, and he's also threatening Canada. He's threatening Mexico, threatening
no, he never threatened Canada. He was just trying to help Canada. See, the governor of Canada actually agreed with what Trump was saying, right? The citizens of Canada are now seeing that what Trump is saying is actually making sense. And you are here trying to defend what is not defendable.
Tell me how it is making sense, please.
Yeah, because you cannot be running your country on another person's expense. If you want to run your country from the resources you have in your country. Have you forgotten that the same Canada supplies some part of America electricity, and it is not for free?
So what do you mean? Are you trying to say that Canada is living off America?
Yes.
No. Actually, it's the other way around.
Yes. See. Okay, what is the problem now? What is actually the issue between Canada, between the governor of Canada and the president of America?
Apart from the issue, he wants to take over Canada. You might like to think that is a joke. He means
no. He didn't say he wants to take Canada. He said if you can run your country, then you might consider to be the 51st country, the 51st state of the of America. He didn't threaten them. See, CNN has done great damage to a lot of you guys. Because
I would like to reply to what
the same thing with Greenland.
Yeah.
Right.
I would like to reply to what you said earlier about European spending. I will explain that right now. So, its exits, who is a Republican like Trump, right?
Okay, let's
demanded that
sorry. Let me make this clear so that we know the rules we are going by, so that others are not confused, because some of them will be waiting for their turn and they don't get their turn to speak. You see what I mean? So I'm not sure we should go this way, but I will ask the panelists, which way do you want to do it? Do you want to allow it to be open, or let's go in order so that people can have their turns to speak? What would you go for? You see, they are not answering now. When I choose one, they will start complaining.
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, should we go in order? Tony, do you think we should go in order? Or
go in order. Start from Tony and then go down.
Let's go in order.
He knows
orderliness is very good, and that is what Tony is calling for.
He's like order now because he knows he's second. That's why he's saying, let's go with order. Yeah, we should put you last. Let's say whether you couldn't like order then. Tony, please go ahead. What do you make of Trump threatening this thing? Canada. He's threatening Canada, threatening Greenland, and he's threatening even Europe. He's threatening them and he's making them spend money. Europe wants to put, oh my God, I can't even say the amount, $19 billion. No. 900 billion.
Before Tony responds, what would be, okay, I think Kenny lives in the US, but I know Tony is in Nigeria. You are in the UK.
I am in the US. I'm not in Nigeria.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So, but okay, maybe you are American, so maybe I should say good night, because I don't see the connection. Me, I'm in Nigeria. If Trump is is harassing Canada and the Europe. I think I don't
You
have
don't
an.
see the connection, eh?
Forefathers, I think we're supposed to talk about the River State issue. What do we have business with Canada and America? What is our business?
Let me see. Let me say this.
It's our business.
No, leave it. Let me just do that. I think that may even be more consequential than anything your politicians do. Because I'll give you an example. When Oibobo came here, they didn't take permission from you. When they had their Berlin conference, they didn't take permission from you. They were doing it away. Because we didn't pay attention, we paid the price for it. It's more consequential to us than anything we are doing at home.
That they are fighting themselves. That they are fighting themselves. How is consequential?
No, it's consequential to us because they have so much power to alter our environment.
But they are about what is happening in our own country. We don't know. We know already they have the power to alter something. It doesn't matter. We know.
The geopolitics of the world.
But you have to talk about the trend so that we can be able to track what is happening. If you don't track it, you don't know what
it's very important to track it.
Forefathers.
Because what happens, it actually influences us.
If a hurricane is coming, you have to track it. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Masca. Yeah, go ahead.
Forefathers, I think you are in order. I will start with Nigeria because there's a sense in which Trump's policy is also affecting Nigeria. I got someone sent me something on WhatsApp that is part of Trump's policy to do with Nigeria. Now I'm not able to confirm this, but this is a video of someone, news station that was speaking, and this is concerning Nigeria, and it may be important for us to verify and check. Now, the news is that the American government, and this is one of Trump's policy, is now tracking Nigerians who remit money to their countries. It's been very, very difficult to track Nigerians. That's what the news was saying, because Nigerians use both formal and informal means. And a couple of people have been, if I have a way I can send you this video, I'll send it to you. There are a couple of people who have been arrested just for remitting money back home to Nigeria. I don't know what that offense is. A number of them have been arrested. And these are people who have resident status, or people who have green card. Now, those Nigerians who also have who are citizens, it doesn't affect them. So there's a caution that was being sent by this news media. Nigerians should be very careful. If you are remitting money to Nigeria and you are not an American citizen, watch out. So that's yes, that's scary. And then I think we need to investigate it. If you give me some way where I can send this video, I will send it to you. This is from a news media, so it concerns Nigeria. So we need to be worried about Trump's policy. Now,
sorry. Before you go on, let me make this clear so that people get an idea of what we are facing here. This is not America. America is a massive superpower already. This is Europe alone. They are looking to spend 800 billion euros. This is about $1 trillion US on defense. These people are already armed, though. To show you how paranoid other people are compared to our men. Sometimes when I see our people behave the way they are behaving, I feel like our mumu wear trouser. These people are paranoid like crazy. Who is threatening to attack Europe today? Does anybody know? But look at what they are doing. Because they have to protect themselves. But even if they see a shadow, they want to protect themselves against the shadow. And they want to spend $1 trillion. Our budget, our national budget was $28 billion the other day. How do we survive this? This is a survival issue here. And we like to talk about River State. We want to talk about Akpoti. Akpoti is important because the industrialization will at least give us a chance. But we are facing a serious challenge here, and that's what Trump is triggering. Trump is methodically doing this. He's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. But I just thought we should highlight that. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I agree with you because Trump is a disruptor. It's not just Nigeria. If you look at South Africa, Trump has the grouse with my friend Kene is not going to be happy, but we're rubbing minds. We have to say the truth as we see it. Now, Trump has the grouse with South Africa, and some of us will know the reason why. This is I'm sure, very interesting and convenient talk for Jide, because he likes to. What I see that is happening is, that is underpinning Trump's policy. It's not just pursuing an Eurocentric. That's not what he's doing, because right now he's creating a divide between America and Europe, and that's why Europe is doing what you just alluded to. Because Europe have just seen now that they can't trust America as friend. In fact, the relationship is going to rupture. So Europe is trying to see how they can come together and rebuild and define new leadership outside America, without America, to champion European cause. Okay, and you see, if you look at Zelensky, he has been hobnobbing with Europe, trying to see how they can build up a consensus to see and bring Russia back, because Russia actually belongs to Europe. And so see there, that relationship that Trump is trying to build now in the new policy that we see him, building, that Russia belongs to Europe and they can settle their differences outside America. Now, if you look at the policy, because I've taken some time to study what Trump is doing. America is going down, definitely. And Trump is a very smart guy. Now, if you look at when he told Macron that America has spent $125 billion on Ukraine, and that they have spent more. What? No, no, that's not his figure. He gave a figure that is much more higher, and Macron corrected him to say, no,
He said 350 billion.
That's right. Good, good. Thank you so much. He said 350, and Macron corrected him that no, you have not. Yes, we agree that singularly as a nation you spend more, but Europe has spent more. Europe has spent $259 billion on Ukraine. America has just spent 125 billion, and Trump didn't take kindly to it. So he is saying, because we have spent that amount of money, then we can take half of Ukraine's rare minerals. So what of Europe that has spent much more? So the policy that I see that is happening is not just a new colonialist approach by America. America knows, Trump knows that, one, the demography, there's a challenge currently that we have concerning the demography in America, because the non-white population is fast, the rate at which they are increasing is faster than the rate at which the white population is increasing. So it's a challenge over time, from the estimates that have been given. Now you're going to have a serious challenge that they are going to subsume, the white population. And so when he's offering this thing that some of these West Caribbean islands do. If you bring some money, we'll give you citizenship and so on. So he has started that. He has mentioned that if you bring about $5 million, we'll give you citizenship. Now he knows that Africa cannot provide that. So definitely the people he's looking at is Europe. So if you can get white people down there, then that will be, because white people don't really give birth to many children as it is today. So if you open that, the people who are likely to benefit from that will be first Europe, and then maybe part of Asia. So he is seeing a challenge in the demography, and then that's one way to address it. The second thing that he's trying to do, in causing this disruption, I think he realizes that America is going down, but some of his policies are not well thought through, because the people who are behind him, the oligarchs who are behind him, are thinking more of what they'll benefit than what America itself is going to benefit. That's why if you look at some of the economic policies, like the taxation that he's doing now, taxing Mexico 25%, Canada, trying to also annex Canada, annex Greenland, well, that's for strategic reasons, take over Gaza, in cahoot with Israel. Those policies are not actually focused on real politics. No, it's focused on trying to make sure that the fortunes of America, because America is going down. the America still stays on top. But you're going to see, I think, because the other time I spoke, I was saying that we need to pray for America because this policy is already, if you look at the meeting that they had yesterday, Elon Musk and some members of Trump's cabinet, they were quarreling. Elon Musk was quarreling with Rubio. They had the rapture, was rancorous. Even though Trump tried to cover it up, but they're beginning to see that this policy that these people are, non-elected people are pursuing is not in tandem with the view that what they're expecting, the professionals are expecting that, the way America should go. So what I want to say, what I'm just trying to say is that if you look at Trump's policy concerning Gaza, Canada, Mexico, China, Brazil, all of these people he has, he wants to sanction Ukraine, Panama, Greenland, South Africa, even with the US aid, all of them, yes, all of them.
See, let me just add this though. If we think national politics is hard, man, geopolitics is just downright brutal. It's evil, man. Some of the stuff that goes on geopolitically, if our people were aware, they would not joke around at all. Yeah, I will play some other videos so that you can see. But please finish what you are saying.
Yeah. So if he approaches you as a country and intimidates you, and you are not ready, he sends troops against you. I mean, he has the muzzle to deal with you and emasculate you. That's what he's doing. So what Europe is saying, listen, we can't individually, we can't fight America. So, but we need to come together as one and stand, and redefine, the entire concept of European Union in such a way that we will, since Trump wants to go it alone, we also can stand our ground. And Macron is probably going to be the leader because Britain is not. Macron is probably going to lead that initiative. So from the way they're seeing and raising money, and from the views and so on, that what is going on, I think Trump would have quite a lot to deal with, with this current policy that is going. That's why he's having a rethink. He would say, okay, I put a tariff, and then he would say, okay, I give you another 1 month, and so on and so forth. So he's thinking with so many things, and I think that if he's not careful, it's going to backfire, probably Third World War. Let me stop there.
Before Kene goes, let me just share this video on just to fair use. This is on P.S. Morgan. This is an interview. One realization, just here, listen to how the panelists that were on that panel didn't say anything, just get quiet while this Ukrainian lady was lamenting something that her nation should never have given up. Let me share that.
Sovereignty. But how do we end the bloodshed? There is only one way to do it, and it is a negotiated peace along economic.
But we have given up. We have given up our nuclear weapons to you guys. We have given it up in 1994 for your
sorry, but the
protection.
American people are done funding this war. That is the reality, and you have to accept it. We're
finished. We have given the nuclear weapons for your security guarantees. Are there those not worth anything? We were supposed to be a nuclear state, and America, United Kingdom, and Russia promised that if we will give up our nuclear weapons, we will be protected. And so here we are right now at the point when people who offered and promised to do that right now are giving up and saying,
you know what they are not saying to her? Why did you do it? You shouldn't have given it up. That's what they are not saying to her, because they don't even say that they are encouraging people to go and get nuclear weapons. That's why they're not saying anything.
Sorry that you have done this. So sorry that you're requiring security guarantees that we cannot give you. But this is the one thing that we didn't hear from Donald Trump. How can he make sure that Putin will keep his part of the bargain? We have seen by the fact since 2019.
I do think that is now the crux of this whole debate, which is what are the security guarantees going to be? Zelensky, again, when I interviewed him.
So, and let's check this to show you how brutal geopolitics is. Just see some of the news that is coming out. Europe is even considering working with China now. That is how far they are. Some of them are scared of Russia. They are thinking of, let's think. This is from Chatham House. He said Europe must take the gamble and engage with China on Ukraine. That's what they are looking to do now. The whole world is in flux, and they are all arming. They are all arming themselves, and we are here arguing amongst ourselves. When fire comes, God help us. Kene, thank you for your patience, for
Yeah.
indulging us. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You know, when we talk about orderliness, we actually put it into practice. So this is it. I don't know where to start, but let me start with annexing Greenland, right? You know, it is very important to have a visionary leader, a leader that see beyond just speculations of politicians. You know, those are angry and wicked politicians that lost from, you know, in the election, and all they could do is to gang up and start making videos using what they call it, the screen, you know, to echo something so that their gullible constituents will believe they are whitewashing. See, some of us, we've gone beyond that level of politics. We look things critically. So when Trump was canvassing or campaigning to be the president of the country, he stated that he's going to make America great. He never said that he's going to make the world or Africa great. America. So whatever that will make America great is what Trump is working on. So he is fulfilling his campaign promises. Unlike the previous administrations that we have, that will say things, then when they win, they will be doing the other, you know, a different thing altogether. So Trump is fulfilling his campaign promises, and that is why somebody like me will always support such a man that say things and do it the way he stated it. So he is doing everything possible to make America great. By one, trying to annex Greenland, he is not trying to take it for free or with force. He is going to pay for it. If you beat the price, if they, you know, bargain it, you know, the bargain, it's something that works for you, you offer your Greenland, somebody like Oga Ike will become an American citizen immediately. The same way that we have.
He doesn't plan on taking them. He wants to make them spend on defense,
Yeah.
and they are doing it.
No.
You think
You
he's
see,
interested?
the economic integrity of this country is what Trump is trying to secure by making sure that the territories are well secured for the country. Now, we have states like Louisiana that was purchased from France. I don't know if any of us is from Louisiana, but I know for sure that we have states like California, where the likes of Man of Prestige and the Prince are in right now, that used to be Mexico, but America purchased that land. So you see how Prince and Man of Prestige escaped from being Mexicans now, speaking Spanish up and down.
Wow.
So the land was purchased, right? It wasn't given for free. So I don't see anything wrong in that. But however, when it comes to Canada, Mexico, and China, that Trump is actually talking about right now, it's all about securing this country, the citizens and the territorial integrity of this country. One, we have the unorganized illegal migration between Canada to the US. And not just unorganized illegal migration, but transportation of illegal, illicit drugs from Canada to the US. So in order for Trump to stop this, knowing that America has economic leverage against Canada, he now stated, you have to stop this or else.
Can I ask
This
you
is the
something,
sanction.
Kenny? Can I ask you something, Kenny?
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on. Let me finish. This is the sanction that I'm going to put in, which is 25% of tariff. If you're good with that, let's go. Yeah, but you have to stop this nonsense. And he's doing that as a deterrent to making sure that they stop transportation of illegal or illicit drugs to this country. Like there's what they call fentanyl and all that, right? So we have Canada, China again, where the 37% of the China's GDP is from the trade between America. And then this guy is giving you an offer for something that you have to do in order to protect us, the Americans, we living here. You can't live. You can't be giving precursor chemicals to cartels to bring into America. No, Trump said no. You have to stop that, or this is the sanction I'm going to give. The same way to Mexico. Why are we blind to these conditions that he gave prior to making those threats because you call it threat. You have to stop this, or this is what I'm going to impose. I have the economic leverage against you. You don't call the shot. I call the shot. So you have to stop.
Actually, Mexico has it.
No, you have to stop illegal transfer of drugs or transportation of drugs to my country. You have to stop pushing criminal immigrants or migrants to America, or this is what I'm going to do. Now, that aside, we have the gold card team that you talked about. Prior to Trump, if you have $500,000, you can come to America, buy a house, not make an investment, because to them, buying of house still is found under investment. So if you can buy a house worth of $500,000, you'll be given citizenship. This is what the previous administrations have been doing to us, and that is why the likes of MC Oluomo, the Agboro chief in Lagos State, the likes of Fani, the other one that is in Tinubu's government, the lawyer that talks like parrot. What is his name? The one that is the
Minister for
aviation minister.
Yes.
Aviation minister.
Keyamo.
The likes of Keyamo were able to buy house in America because why? It was cheap for them to come to America, steal $500,000 from Nigeria, come to America, purchase a house, push their families to America and secure them. They all have citizenship.
Keyamo's was 200 and something.
200. So I think he bought about 2 or 3 houses.
You all know the property prices.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now it's easier for them, for your Nigerian politicians to steal your money, come to America and invest, and then pack their children, their family, to secure them in America, give them citizenship, and then come back to Nigeria and continue to pollute and destroy Nigeria. Because why? Their family is saved in America. Now, after Trump, after Obama and all that, we have Biden that increased it to $1 million, right? So if you have $1 million, you can come to America, purchase a house, you'll be given citizenship. Your family will be awarded citizenship because why? You will now claim that you are employing your children. You employ your children in that investment, which is just house, and they will give citizenship.
For most nations, you will bring investment.
So with that, every criminals, both professional criminals and new breed of criminals in Nigeria and Africa, can easily come to America, steal your African money, come to America and purchase a house and become a citizen. So when Trump came, Trump said, hey, no, you all are taking advantage of this thing. I'm going to increase this to $5 million. How is that bad, forefathers? Why will you now come and say, oh, he's trying to make Africans, he's trying to restrict Africans from becoming citizens, making it available for his European brothers. You see how you guys have twisted mindset? Everything is about racism.
Hold on. But it's clear now. Are you actually not seeing that Trump has a European bent?
So Africa, you are saying that Africa is that poor, that the citizens of Africa...
He literally saying that white South Africans can come from South Africa to come into his country. This is a guy that is trying to limit immigration. He says the white South African can come inside his country.
I'm coming to the South African thing. We're talking about the green card, the gold card thing now. Hold on. Let's not mixing things up. We're talking about the gold card thing. Let's define it for what it is.
No, we are not talking about the gold card. We're talking about geopolitics.
Every human being. Hold on now.
Domestic policies.
Hey, forefathers, you are interrupting. Moderator, can you move forward? He's interrupting.
The next person is due to speak, and you are not addressing geopolitical
hold on.
issues. You are talking about national.
Let me finish my nonsense, right? It's have your say today. Today is not Sunday. So now, what Trump made available is for every human being, regardless of where you're coming from, regardless of your color. If you can afford $5 million, come to America, not to buy a house. He stated that the condition is that you have to invest it. You have to create job opportunities. You have to offer job to the people, not just coming to buy a house. Buying a house does not qualify you from, getting the gold card. No, you have to invest it into business, open a company or start up something that will offer job opportunities. How is that bad? Comparing it to the previous administrations where you can only use $500,000 and then buy a house and become a citizen. Now, see, forefathers, see, let us begin to stay away from what they call it, this racism mindset. Is not taking us anywhere. We are all human beings, the same way the Chinese people are in America. We Africans are also in America. The same thing, Asians are in America. That is how Africans are in America. But why is it that every little thing, Africans will start talking about racism? Racism is against us. It's like, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I want to ask you, who are you that every little thing is against you?
You are saying you don't like people being emotional. If you're not being emotional, let's be factual here. Which other people has Trump invited to come to America that are from other parts of the country other than literally he went to South Africa and he saw the majority of the population that is black, that is suffering more than the white people. He said, you know what? I want the white people to come over.
Is that what he said? Okay, now you ask a question. Trump now came to Africa. He faced Africans and said, you know what? If you can come to America on student visa, listen very carefully. If you come to America on student visa, go through your academic pursuit, graduate, you become a citizen. How about that?
You just sidestepped the
How
point
about that?
About South Africa.
Is this not an offer for Africans?
Calm down. You are sidestepping the point that I made about South
You're
Africa.
talking about facts here now.
No, that one is a fact, but everybody else is going to gain from that. I'm
The
talking
white
about
people.
the one he decided to isolate white people.
Hold on now.
He went to a country where black people are suffering more. Most of the white people control the wealth in that country. But the only way he invited to come to his country is the ones that he says that are being persecuted in South Africa, that he invited them over to his country, America.
Okay, hold on now. In countries like Ukraine now, we have the Kiev people that speaks Russian language in Ukraine. Because of this demarcation of boundary of 18, they unfortunately found themselves in Ukraine. And then as God may have it, they are fortunate enough to have a lot of resources in that area. Now, the people of Ukraine, the other people of Ukraine, are now subjugating these Russian-speaking citizens of Ukraine. And the government, which this clown that calls himself Zelensky or whatever he calls himself is spearheading, was busy killing and massacring these people. You guys were all blind to that. You did not see when the government of that country would descend on these people and begin to kill them because of the resources God blessed them with. You didn't, you all were blind. And when Putin, hold on, I'm coming to that. The harsh connection.
You are going long.
Hold on now. Because it's difficult. You see, some of us that are teachers, we have our way of disseminating information to our low students. Hold on now. Hold on, forefathers, please now. Now, when Putin was busy warning the Ukrainian president to stop killing these people, the new guys were all blind to that. But when Putin stood up to defend his brothers in Ukraine, then Putin is a dictator. Putin is a bully. Blah, 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 talking rubbish. See, the same way and the same manner, in South Africa, we have South Africans that are blacks and we have white South Africans. Whatever that transpired or whatever that made them white South Africans, that is not what you're discussing right now. But the fact is that legally, they are citizens of that country. So why will you then begin to, subjugate your citizens, right? And when their brother in America said, no, stop doing this to our brothers, or else it's not for you. How would you not say that what he's doing is wrong? Because you are African, right?
You are laughing on the inside. You are Africans. That you are laughing on the inside what you are saying right now. You know what you are saying.
It's just like the people of Niger Delta now that gives Nigeria oil. And Nigerians are the exploration of that oil is destroying their river, destroying their land. And when they talk, you will send Nigerian military to go and do Operation Python dance in Niger Delta, right?
You're just traveling in the wrong direction.
Just try to understand it this way.
You know, there are other conflicts in Nigeria, in Africa, where people are being persecuted, from Congo, Sudan, all kinds of places. Literally, Trump didn't see all of them. The only one is
no.
South Africans that are enjoying.
Have you now seen? Okay, forefathers, did you see what Trump is doing in Congo today? Why can't we appreciate a good thing coming from this man?
What is he doing in Congo?
He's
not asking them to come to America.
No. Trump came in and said, no, I am not going to side with the rebels.
It's okay.
Just like my predecessor has been doing. Do you know that in this country, one useless political demonic party was funding rebels against Congo, right? Trump said, no, I am not going to be part of it. I am going to support the government of Congo to kick off this rebel and defeat the rebels. This is what he's doing. And none of you Africans are appreciative of this gesture from this man.
Let's
you come here to talk because of your hatred to your fellow human beings. Stop hating. Hatred is not going to take any of us anywhere.
You've been talking now. Let's go to Obibire because she hasn't said anything for a long time, more than maybe 2 hours, 3 hours. She hasn't said anything. She just said something only once. I don't know why you don't want to take your privilege. I'm sure somebody that came on here said, "Oh, our women are strong, so she shouldn't have to take her privilege." No, you should be using it to. These people will not let you talk. 3 hours, you've not said anything. You just be waiting for your turn. So please, what do you make of this issue that we are discussing? Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you for having me. So, I'll say this: this is a fact. Like, every policies made in America is based on racism, is race-based, from housing to economic policy, just name it. If you understand the history of America, you will not say race shouldn't be applied to anything. Everything in America is based on race. So we should understand that. You can go more into that, to learn more. I don't know, but it's just the truth. Then we'll say that fentanyl coming from Trump saying he wants to annex Canada. If it's about fentanyl, I don't think that is true, because the fentanyl that comes from Canada into America is about 0.2%. And most of the illegal drugs that are brought into America are brought in by American citizens. So that is a fact. We can check that. Then we talk about the Palestinians. I don't know what else to call this, that people are okay with the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, so to speak, is threatening to wipe off people. Palestinian is their home. I don't understand what is their home. It's their country. You're telling Egypt and who else? Jordan, was it Jordan? To take them in.
Jordan, yes.
How do you even say that? Over 2 million people live there. How are we okay with that? And I took offense to a satire that was made, and Trump reposted that video of him having like the gold statue of him in Gaza with Elon Musk, with belly dancers, with Netanyahu, and sitting on the beach and all of that. You make yourself you like that. What are you communicating? I would say Trump shouldn't be taken seriously. He's not a leader. I know why. And a lot of it's because of a lot of reason. He won. He didn't win because he was going to say he was saying during his campaign, "Oh, I was going to take Greenland. I was going to annex Canada." He didn't come up with all that. He was promising people he was going to bring down the prices of groceries on day one, which we knew that wasn't going to happen. For people that
he's giving excuses now.
That is the thing. Bringing prices, and a lot of I would say, like I said to you the last time, like we have 4 categories of Trump supporters.
He said he was going to bring a peace to Ukraine before he comes to office.
Research and studies is very, very important. And unfortunately, some of us don't do it.
Can
We just
please?
re-echo garbage from CNN.
Kenny, come on, man. Kenny, let her talk.
No, he did not watch. He did not want Tony now.
Come on.
Miss me with this. I do not deal with. I do not deal with. I deal with. I'm a learned person. So I do not deal with. Oh yeah, MAGA talking point. For me, when it comes, I said it before. As an African, oh, I'm all up for white, West to eat themselves. I'm all up for it. But as someone, I speak as someone that live in America. So for me, it's not about MAGA or anything. And that is why people don't understand when it comes to the word like woke, you understand social injustice, you fighting for, human rights and all of that. Change don't come until we change. People change things, people drive change. So that is where I stand. So you can miss me with all of I don't have time for back and forth. I don't do it. But I'll say this, for the Palestinian, you're ethnic cleansing on these people in their home, and you're telling other countries, when you, America, don't want asylum seekers, you're telling other countries to take them in and take them away from their homes. So I don't understand. But if we go to the root of...
Let me ask you though, because this part, people don't question people a lot about this, but the so-called Arab nations that are next door, are they not even worse than African leaders?
I don't know.
Are watching Palestinians. Israel went to some part of Jenin and expelled 40,000 Palestinians from there. And Arab leaders are just like, okay, that's okay. What is going on?
I think for the most part, I think Israel is having all this advantage because of where America, the position America put Israel, all the fundings and all of that. You see how it's as if Americans are fascinated with Israel. You need to understand it. The evangelicals in America, they are crazy. They are Israel is like holy land to them. Which, is like they're all in all. But that is a story for another day. If you understand, if you know, you can do your research on that. Then, for me, I'm concerned for the Palestinians that live on their land, and you are introducing ethnic cleansing on those people, which is not a fair game. And one of the things that I feel like Palestinians should have known, because Trump moved the capital to Jerusalem, right? In the last administration, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he did that.
Yes, he did that in his first administration.
Yes, in his first administration, he did that. So I don't know how all this is going to play out. And it's not like he's talking about building hotel, making it a Riviera of the Middle East. What does that even mean?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Let's face it. He's going to have to kill everybody.
What's going to happen? If somebody say, I'm going to kill you, believe them. When people say stuff, you got to believe them. You can't just say, oh, they don't mean it. And that's the problem people have with Trump.
I think the reason why I don't see that happening is because if America goes there and does that to Palestinians, the Arab world will implode. Not because the leaders that are sitting there have conscience, because their people will turn on them too. That's the whole place will implode. They won't take it.
Forefathers, don't joke with Trump. If you say something, he's going to do it. He's not one. He's not giving much. He's not one. No. If he says it is not joking. Quickly, let me just chip in something to do with Congo. When that Kenneth talked about. You see, Congo is now being partitioned. You see, the part of Goma that had been captured by M23. The European Union, some European countries have given Rwanda money to be able to mine the resources in that area. So tactically,
Tony, can you tell us what Biden's administration did to control the situation in Congo?
Okay,
tell us what he did.
I will explain further.
Blind people
I will
everywhere.
explain further, but let Tony talk. I will explain further.
Yeah, because that's a talk for you. So what Trump did, you can see how big power rivalry is been destroying Congo since independence. Now, what Trump now did, Tshisekedi, the president of Congo, now seeing that his army cannot combat, the threat from Rwanda and all his backers. He has now offered Trump the same thing that Trump is asking from Ukraine, that America can come and take some of his solid minerals, rare minerals, because Congo is one of the richest countries in Africa, in the world. So America can come and take part of its rare minerals in protection for, so that you will pitch America against Europe, so Congo becomes a battleground. That's the power politics that is going on. Let me leave it for Jide, because Jide, I'm sure Jide
tell
will
us what Biden
to
did to salvage
No.
the
I
situation
think.
in Congo.
No. Kene, stop asking questions, please. Let's leave Bibire to carry on, because he hasn't even started.
So what I'm saying is, for me, is not whether Trump is going to do it or not, but the fact that he said it is worrisome to me. The fact that he actually said that to the people living, the Palestinians, to me is worrisome. So I can go on, and I want to talk about the European countries, about upping up their military forefathers. Don't you think you played in the video, because I listened to Marco Rubio's speech, I think it was 2014 speech, that he talked about Ukraine being the third largest, that has third largest stockpile of tactical weapons. That was when the Soviet Union fell in the 90s, and America, UK, and France come together, and Russia rather, kind of told them to give up their weapon. But now you're making it look like it wasn't American diplomacy that happened. We know American diplomacy have been hurting countries for years. So Trump can't just come and say isolate America. No, you can't just, that can happen.
But he can, though. You see, this is the thing. That's what, when that lady was complaining about them giving up their weapons, you see how quiet they are? Because they know you are the fool to have accepted it. It's not, this world is not for other people to tell you what is good for you. They should never have given that up without any concrete thing on paper. You should never have done that.
Actually,
I'll reply to
that. Actually, I'll reply to that. So what happened actually at that time? I remember it is in the 90s. Part of the deal, which was NATO should not expand eastward, was that Russia was like, any security threat close to our border has to be disbanded.
But it wasn't on paper. That is the problem. You can't just say that.
It wasn't on paper, but it was an agreement with the West as well.
You see, that's the problem. Anything you are doing, if it's not on paper, that they don't have any legal basis to pursue, you don't have any say. As a matter, even if it's on paper, there are certain things that are some rights that come from God Himself. Nobody can guarantee your security. Don't start. Nobody can guarantee your security. Hey, look at you, need to stop. I can't say it now. So, but nobody can guarantee your security except yourself. You can't. There are certain things you don't give the right to others. And Ukraine did, and they are paying the price today. As you come in on P.S. Morgan show to come and complain, who is going to tell you the truth? If they are going to tell you,
what you are saying now, it was what I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying was what Bill Clinton said after that war started. Bill Clinton said that he regretted that they gave those nuclear weapons off. That if the nuclear weapons were there, that would have been a deterrence for Russia to invade Ukraine. Bill Clinton said it because Bill Clinton was part of that diplomacy. But I'll stop there. When I get to my turn,
but did the woman finish talking? She didn't even finish talking.
And Ukraine will not even have any need to join this thing, what they call it, NATO, if they were nuclear power, because they don't have any need. They don't have any need to join it. They are not threatened. This is the problem. So please go ahead.
So, like I said, like every great empire, America is going to fall. I've said, I don't know how else to say this. It is time for America. It's America's turn to fall. And Trump is just helping it. Trump is not American problem. Trump is American symptom. So, for like every Roman Empire fell, every other empire fell, is America's turn. It's time for them to get off the leadership the leadership of the world, and someone else is going to step in.
Prophetess Bibi Ray.
Look at that. And she may be onto something. Maybe for me, I believe for a different reason. I believe that America is going to go through a very tough period in the next 5, 10, maybe even 15 years. Very, very tough. Tougher than most people would like to believe today. Because of the demographic shift that is going on in America, The white population are not going to have it. They will not have it. And they are, this Trump you are seeing is part of the symptoms that is already showing. But let's see what happens anyway.
The American has a
maybe
cushioning effect by itself, anyways.
So
It's been so structured that way, you know. There's a cushioning effect, so the fall is going to be very difficult because of the strategic positioning. Yeah,
I don't think they will fall from. They are going to remain very, very powerful for, I don't know, maybe even forever. But
it will only
I
take
don't
4 years.
think they will be
These things will
controlling the
slip up.
world the way they are doing now.
Just watch the halftime election. The whole narrative will change. Watch, it's coming. Okay.
You know why I said America is gonna fall? What makes America great? Part of why America is a great country because of its institutions. So now that they are breaking up the institutions, yes. Do you know
It's
that
gonna come back? It's gonna come back.
But it's gonna. I'm gonna say that.
No, America is not coming back anytime soon. The only thing that will make them come back, if you ask me, if they trigger a big war overseas, because that's what unites nations. If America triggers a big war now, most of their division will go away, and then they will unite to.
No, she was talking of institutional breakdown. Institutional breakdown. I said that one is easy to revive. It's
Let me
easy to
tell you why. Let me
revitalize.
tell you why it may not be easy to bring back. Do you know that a lot of, like, I think it was 2 weeks ago that Elon Musk fired people that were in charge of nuclear stockpile.
Yeah.
Fire them. Do you know a lot of employees are disgruntled? The employees that are in charge of sensitive information.
Yeah.
Do you know that people are disgruntled? China and Russia is recruiting people.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. He's making all America's enemies stronger with the way he's behaving. Oh, with all the tariff thing, I don't know why people think this tariff thing is a good idea. Yeah, bad mouthing Mexico. What do you think?
Well done.
They're going to go to
Well
China.
done.
I think he has a point there. He's actually weakening America to an extent.
There is one man in Igbo land called Mike Ejaya. So when people are saying some stories, you just say that they are saying Akiko Mike Ejaya, like cock and bull story, like things that don't make sense anywhere.
That's your opinion.
See,
That's your opinion.
Forefathers, please, I don't appreciate some Nigerians. I think we need to really check ourselves. We can disagree with ideology, but we don't have to like go back and forth and attack each other. It's very
No. Tony said something here. He did not stop Tony. But when I say things that don't align with yours, then they need to check you. You need to check yourself then.
Please, let me go. Let's move
very
on.
difficult to have a conversation, an intelligent conversation with them because you're attacking me. You don't need to attack me. Attack what I'm saying. But
attacking you for what? Who are you that I have to attack you?
Don't worry. I don't think
people are making their opinions known.
I think he was just talking about his village.
So how did I attack you? You see, I'm not Jideo.
Leave it at that. It's okay. Leave it at that. Please go ahead. As a matter of fact, she could talk for a while because she hasn't spoken much. I don't know why. You should be interjecting more, like Kenneth does to you. You know, just joust him a little bit and tell him challenge his point.
Style, though. Like, you guys keep interrupting her. Like she's saying.
So what I'm saying is not like the Trump is breaking, like the oligarchs said. They said in Silicon Valley, what they say is move fast and break things. So people that Trump are aligned himself with, they come from different angle. Trump is coming from a different angle. The tech bros are coming from a different angle. So they are all helping America. They are fast tracking America demise. So, which is what they are doing.
You know what you said just now. There's something to be said for it. They call them accelerationists. They believe that they want to hasten the demise of this current paradigm, and so that they will start a new one. And Elon Musk believes in that. A lot of billionaires believe in that. That's why many of them are building bunkers, all those things. They want to collapse this current paradigm and start a new one. That's interesting that you raised that point, that these billionaires they have their own agenda. That agenda, if I have the video, I will share it.
Good. New World Order.
Yeah, they call them accelerationists.
Yeah, the last time I talk about Curtis Yarvin. You can Google him. Understand his ideology, and he is from the Silicon Valley bros, the tech bros. Is coming from their angle. That is their own ideology. The angle of we're going to break things, we're going to crumble things. And Trump is coming from the angle of I want to believe, because to me because we ask Elon Musk, what is it called? Elon Musk AI Grok or something. That's what they call it. Who like is a Grok? Yeah, is Elon Musk is a Trump Russian asset, and he said 75 to 80%. So from that angle, the Russians had said it was in the 50s or 60s that America will fall without them firing a bullet. So they are coming from the angle, and Americans are living in psychological warfare. So that's why there's this much confusion, and people are saying they would rather be. I was shocked when I heard an American said, "I'd rather be a Russian than be a Democrat." So that's how you will know that they've really paid into their psychology. And I will say this: the likes of Curtis Yarvin, their idol is very dangerous. And if you are a person of color, especially if you're a black person, and if you are regurgitating that I have issue with that make America great again. When was America great? America was never great. It was all about white men, not even white women now, because white women, they are in support, they are complacent, but I would say that it is a serious issue that we're dealing with. For me, as an African, like I said, I'm all for West you eat, they should eat each other. But as someone living in America, that is what I'm concerned. You understand what I'm saying? Because for everything that they have done, I seriously take it to heart. So for me, I'm saying the oligarchs are coming, they're breaking things. Elon Musk is helping them to break all the institutions. And if you look at this, like the corporations and the billionaires, they want to. If you combine, how much is the budget for defense, American defense? If you combine, if they put money together, they can actually crumble the defense because they are able to purchase the presidency. That happened. I never thought in my lifetime I would see that. They actually purchased the presidency, and Elon Musk is all up in front doing this, and nothing is happening. So for me, I think anything is going to happen. Anything can happen from this moment, because we are watching. It's like we're watching a movie, because we'll be wondering how the Holocaust was able to happen, how there was rise for Nazi Germany in the 30s and all that. This is how we are watching it too, but it's a modern day, saying you want to take over, you want to annex a sovereign country, you want to take over territories. If you would take, he said he would take it one way or the other. He didn't say I will just purchase it. He said I will take it. You have to have the ability to decipher information. When people say things, you have to read the underline. He said we'll take it one way or the other.
Yeah, he said that. He said that.
So if somebody is threatening that, we should be fair. And you're saying Europe is beefing up their security.
Yeah,
of course,
he's just talking.
They can never trust America, because look at what J.D. Vance said to them. Look at what Pete X said to them, to the Europeans. And you don't want them to beef up their defense. They should, because Putin is one winning this game, which for America, I don't know where they're going to be. But for me, as a black person living in America, I know everything. Every policy in America is race-based. Everything. So don't let us take away that, oh yeah, it's all about race. It is all about race. Even from the founding fathers, it is all about race in this 100%. Country. Thank you for having me.
Well done. That's a good one.
Thank you. Let me just, that thing that she touched upon, I think, because I would try to understand why some things are happening the way they happen, because that accelerationism is something that we don't hear a lot about. There's a lot of things we as a people, as a concept, we don't even understand what Igbo people are doing, and the people that control all this power, what they are up to. So let me just introduce it. This is from Joe Scott for Fair Use Policy. Very, very short. I'm going to play a very, very short part of it. So that we acknowledge YouTube. We are trying to just hear what he's got to say about accelerationism as part of what is probably creating the chaos we are experiencing now.
Trying to make everything worse? Actually, what if I told you that billionaires are actually trying to destroy the world? Like, have you ever seen some of the decisions that the rich and powerful make and think to yourself, what are they thinking? Are they trying to make everything worse? Actually, yeah. Some of them anyway. But why? Why would somebody actively try to bring on the collapse of society? Well, there is a kind of logic to it. Let's say you have colon cancer. You got a tumor. One way or another, you're going to have surgery. It's going to be painful. It's going to be scarring. It's going to suck, but you have to do it. Would you rather do it early when the problem is small, or wait till it gets huge and the surgery becomes life-threatening?
When it's small.
Early, obviously. That's why they push the HARPA colonoscopies. Well, some people believe, for reasons that we'll get into, that societal collapse is coming, that it's inevitable, that our current path is unsustainable, and if it's going to happen anyway, you might as well do it early and as fast as possible. Believing, of course, that a better world is on the other side, a world where we can fix the mistakes that we inherited and remake it in our own image. This belief system, or philosophy, whatever you want to call it, is called accelerationism. And it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's a strange kind of political philosophy because it's being embraced by the extremes on both sides. Like, they say you can go so far right that you wind up going left again and vice versa. Well, this is where the two extremes meet. So since we're about to head into yet another most important election year ever, I thought I would take a deep dive into accelerationism.
So I don't want to talk about it, but he did go on to say that people like Elon Musk, all these people, they support it. They believe in that. They want to restart the civilization.
I don't think that's what these guys are not ideologues. You're actually giving.
He says an ideologue.
I said they
what are
are
you talking
not.
about?
What are you talking about? I said they are not ideologues. That was what I said. And I.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, you need to be sorry. Just let the other person land. So, these guys are not ideologues. This is not. You're giving them too much credit. Not Hexet, not the likes of Donald Trump, not the likes of J.D. Vance, not ideologues in the sense of they are pursuing a certain ideology. Like,
I'm not talking about J.D. Vance. I'm talking about people like Elon Musk and
like,
the billionaires.
Fofes, okay, let me line, please. So they're not pursuing an ideology like accelerationism. That's not what they're doing. I think what Trump was doing, like Ms. Bibre rightly said when she came up, there's a feedback. It's distracting me. So what she said when she, what's that feedback? Can everybody mute? So what she rightly said when she came on was that, well, it was you forefathers, you or lots. So what she rightly said when she came on was about you have to listen. When a person speaks, you have to take into cognizance whatever they utter. And when Trump was vying for this presidency this term, he categorically said that there will not be another election. He said that. He said, I'll make sure that after this time, you guys don't have to come out and vote again. Just vote this one time and you don't have to do it again. Well, we've always known that he's admired people like Putin and he's admired people like the dictator in North Korea. He admires this strongman because
he said he was going to give it a shot.
He aspires, because these are people that he aspires to be like. These are people he views himself as. If you knew Trump, the Trump we know has always wanted to cavort with mobsters. He has always wanted to cavort with gangsters and criminals.
I hear that part.
In New York.
Can I just add to it? I hear what you are saying about that part. That is true. But just it's like the Karl Marx wrote about the this in socialism and all. It doesn't mean Stalin was like him. It just means that, okay, Stalin may have his motivations, political motivations, but he's still conforming to what Karl Marx wants. In other words, the actions Trump is taking right now is implying that acceleration. They are destroying the world order.
Okay,
they are literally welcoming an international criminal, somebody that international criminal court accused, they are looking for. They are welcoming into the White House.
You have to learn how to discuss, and I'm glad there's 9 of us here, and I'm going to put it on you again. You have to learn not to be tunnel vision. You have a problem with tunnel vision. Okay, so when you have decided that you cannot force everybody into your point of view. Like I said, if you listened, I did agree with you that accelerationism in itself might be a factor, but I don't think that is what they are pursuing. Now you have to also remember and take into regard the person that made this video made it prior to the elections. Actually, you don't go into political
But that
science.
gives him credibility. He's
Do you
already seen it coming.
Do you think if you ask any political scientist now, because I know now you found out about accelerationism, you are going to keep hopping on it and stick to it. Do you think if you go into any political scientist, or any politician and say, "Oh, do you think Trump is trying to be an accelerationist or is trying to be a dictator?" What do you think they're going to say? So let's
But what does it matter? It doesn't matter whether he's trying to be an
my
isolationist,
point
as long as he's
is,
fulfilling the goals.
my point is, I am having a discussion or making a point on something, but now that you have found out about accelerationism, you want to take it back to that and just stick to that. Okay, so
No. I didn't find out today. You're making it look like I just discovered it today.
You found
It
out
was a
10,000
point
years
she
ago.
made. It was a point she made that reminded me of this.
But you actually,
this
just to respond to
I
that
don't know.
video, just to respond to that video, I listened to him carefully. He said some things that were inaccurate. Like he was talking about extreme left, extreme right. There is no extreme left and extreme right yet in the US, particularly the left. Maybe the right.
No, they actually do exist.
No, there is no extreme left because
that's not the point.
No, I'm talking about extreme left. Listen,
there is an extreme
left.
left.
No, listen. Let me talk. Just let me talk, please.
I was talking, G-Day.
No, I'm not going to reply. I'm not going to take up to 30 seconds. What I'm saying
was talking.
What
The
I'm
rest
saying
are
was
interjections.
okay. I'm sorry. I will let people stop now. It's okay. So extreme left is anarchism. Extreme left is anarchism. We don't have anarchism in the US. And it's anarchism, but I'll stop there.
Okay, so there is an extreme left, and these are who we call the ultra liberals, and there is an extreme right who we call the conservatives or the neocons, depending on the verbiage.
The ultra liberals are central rights. You are wrong,
sir.
You please.
Okay, I'm not going into it. So there is an extreme left. An extreme right, except you want to tell me my degree is useless in what I've studied, then you can go ahead and sit on that. But I'm going to go back to the people that taught me. So there obviously is an extreme left. There also is an extreme right. Now, again, depending on the verbiage that you want to use, you could call them liberals, extreme liberals.
But the point is that he is saying that both sides are meeting, and I can see the logic in it because both sides want to tear the system down.
All right. So I don't want to talk about accelerationism because this is what you do. You take the conversation from.
No, I just wanted to highlight it and can you stop with the side statement? I was trying to just highlight the fact that people have seen this coming, and you have to give them credit for what they are doing. And sorry, hold on. It might also give you an idea of what is coming next. Jesus Christ, how is that hard to understand?
So let me finish what
I want to take permission from you because I want to go and make akara and hot akamu to enjoy under Trump's leadership.
Let's not start it. You're making me hungry with all these akara akamu talk. Go ahead.
So if it's on an ideological level or on an ideological field, I don't think they are thinking in that regard. Again, before I was interrupted and taken all over the planet, I think what Trump is doing is he's coming in there with the mindset that he wants to be dictator. He wants to be life president. He's not coming in there on some, I'm looking at, let me not even use the word so we don't start going back and forth again. But in trying to do that, he will have to break the system. Now, if anybody thinks that Trump did not get advice from someone like Putin when they went in that meeting and he sent out his translators and the stenographers, and it was only him, Putin, and Putin's officials, then maybe they don't understand what's going on. And like the lady rightly said, he's going to take into account how he can break the institutions. Now, personally, I think this is where Trump made a mistake. These guys are dumb. Okay, these guys are dancers. That's why I like a question Zelensky. Before I move to what I was saying, Zelensky asked J.D. Vance a very simple question. All of this nonsense you're saying, and he didn't say nonsense, but all of this that you're saying, have you ever been to Ukraine? Because you're speaking as if you're on the ground, you're speaking as if you've ever been in a war zone. And what did Vance say? He tried to lie at first. And then he stepped back and said, oh no, I've seen it on TV. Or those are the kind of things forefathers will say. You ask him something. No, let me stop. I'll play with you. But yeah, so these guys are not smart. Okay, so if you think you're gonna get anything intelligent from the likes of the alcoholic Hexet or Vance or people like Trump, they went and read probably how, because what they're doing is mirroring how the Third Reich came into power. This is all they're doing. How Hitler got power and became the president and became the Führer and took over complete control of Germany. But the mistake they're making is there are things, if you watch every dictator, and it happens also in Nigeria, right? You don't accelerate into causing chaos. You don't just come the same day and destroy the system. You shake the system a little bit. You see when the people are starting to catch on, for example, you fire 100,000 people in the Department of Defense. When you shake it up again a little bit, if there's some kind of dissent, you cut the budget. You just don't come in and fire people in the VA. These are your supporters. Say you're going to dismantle the Department of Education, dismantle the Department of Defense, start probing the Pentagon, start destroying the FBI. These people are powerful people that hold this nation together. So if they wanted to destroy, you have to remember we haven't even spent 2 months into this guy's new reign. It hasn't been 2 months. It feels like 40 years already. And there's going to be problems because they're going to burn out. What they're doing is like a person that wants to be successful fast. And you work 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 and you work. And at some point you're gonna.
Can you summarize your point to the fact? Are you saying that the Trumps and Hexecs they are not smart enough to be accelerationists? I agree with that. That is not.
Listen, continue with your
I agree with your point, but the original point that even Steve Bannon, that is part of how Trump came to power the first time. One of their positions is that why did Trump not even declare himself king? They want to end the system. You are not listening. You are not hearing them. You're not hearing what these people are saying.
Well, okay, you like to talk a lot, okay? And I said,
can you? Why? Hold on. I noticed that. Wait, hold on. There is a pattern of your behavior. What I notice in your behavior is that when we start to talk about advanced concepts, that's when you step in. But when we talk about low stuff, you are quiet.
Because I'm unintelligent and I'm a freaking baboon.
No. I feel like you are trying to stunt discussion. Hold on. I feel like you are trying to stunt discussions. When we are trying to discuss very, very important concepts, you act as if we should be against it.
How am I? Tell me in anything I said. How am I against? If I said, and I said,
you just spent almost 10 minutes talking about one simple point you could easily have made.
But let me finish. So this is again, I'm going to say, and I'm glad all of us are here listening. You don't listen. You hear, but you don't listen. And once you focus on something, you will not stop until you beat it to the ground. You want to talk about accelerationism.
What? I didn't. I just said it how many times before you jumped in. So I didn't focus on it. I just played a video. You are the one that made it an issue.
No, because you keep. Do you know we're recording this? Do you know how many times you've talked about accelerationism? You've talked about accelerationists. You keep going.
How many times have tell me how many times have I spoken about it?
So now you said, oh, maybe I should summarize it. This is how condescending you are. You said maybe you should summarize it because you're not listening to them saying, even Steve Bannon said he wants to be king, forgetting willfully that when I came on, one of the things I started off with was that Trump, again, stop interrupting me, that one of the things I started off with was Trump wants to be a dictator. And I hopped on for that for over a minute. But guess what? Because you don't want to hear it, and it's not in line with, I want to talk about accelerationism, and I want to talk about accelerationists using that word.
What is your disagreement there? You are not disagreeing, you are not agreeing.
Exactly, exactly. What the discrepancy all about? What is the
Obi, maybe you should be asking him that question because he's the one.
Then I was making a point.
Nom, can you make your point easier? Yeah, like make it comprehensive. Just make it simple.
I was coming across from exactly. It wasn't even my point. It was a point that Bibire made that echoed what the accelerationists were saying, and to show you how credible they were, they made this. At least this guy that made this documentary was a year before the election, so he saw these things hadn't started happening. He saw it happening, and because Elon Musk supports it. A lot of billionaires support these things, and Elon Musk is sitting right next to the president and coming to office,
implementing it.
No, please, I'm going to ask for your permission. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know what he was trying to say is Trump is coming from a different angle, and the oligarchs, they're coming from a different angle.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you said.
No, your angle, forefather, your angle, the acceleration thing is coming from the oligarchs. The dictatorship thing is
that is what you said. That's why that's why he echoed in my mind, because he said the oligarchs were coming from their own angle and the politicians are coming from their own angle. And that's what I just reminded me of what the oligarchs actually believe. That's why I came up with the acceleration.
And they are confusing the system, right?
You don't know these guys. That's why you think you don't know them. Once they've decided on something and they decide to start ganging up on you, listen, I know why G is doing what he's doing. I know.
Look at that!
You mean the hooligans or who? What are you talking about?
Look at that! Look at that! He's crying now. He started crying now. They've given you more than 10 minutes to talk, and to Bibire, you have to be hold up yourself here, because when you
Bibire had landed, she landed already.
Because when she said that they have their reasons, that is what triggered that memory in me, because I said, oh yeah. They do have their individual aspirations, and one of them is it reminded me of the documentary. This is why when somebody makes a documentary, you may not care about it, but if somebody says something relevant to it, it will echo that knowledge again.
And trigger,
that's what happened.
But actually, that influencer said something that was wrong. That's what I was trying to say. Extreme left does not exist.
You don't want to fight with him.
No. Extreme left. No, now extreme left does not exist. It does not exist in the US. It's not in the US. Extreme left. Let me read it for you. I know what I'm saying. Extreme left does not exist in the US.
Did you go to school?
Extreme left does not exist in the West. In the Western world, does not exist.
Okay, hold on. Let's understand, what is extreme left to you?
What is the definition of extreme left? Who is an extreme left?
Let me tell you, the extreme left.
Let me say it. Can I
say
it?
No, let's know which one he thinks is extreme left, so that we can be on the same baseline.
Extreme left is basically a political ideology where the people organize and take power from the capitalists, from the ruling class capitalists, and they make sure that the resources are shared among the collective, and there's equal distribution of wealth. And this time around, there's collective ownership. In the West, you don't have collective ownership. You don't have complete overthrow of the capital.
Okay, extreme left is more like socialism or communism.
Yeah, communism. Thank you.
Okay, that is not what.
Let me tell you, they have extreme left.
Social democracy. It's social democracy that you have in the West.
There's extreme left in America.
Okay,
they are extreme. They want to. They're extreme. They want what you said. You said socialism, right? You said the ideology of socialism. They want everything to be what you said. We have them.
Which political party is that?
The only extreme left means
Sanders is one of them.
No, it's not the Democrats.
It's a socialist. He's a socialist. But Sanders is a socialist. You don't know that.
They don't have a party.
Hold on. But Sanders is a socialist. You don't know that.
You are right. I'm not disagreeing that. What I'm saying is they are not like the extreme left ideology has not been implemented in the Western world.
No, it hasn't.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
But the woke are considered extreme left in America?
No, they are not. I will
fathers.
explain. They are not.
Sorry, hold on.
That is the misleading
So what are they
information.
then? What are they?
No, they are part of the left, but they are not extreme left.
They have
this
extreme
woke
left.
agenda.
They are
No,
considered
this
extreme.
No,
When somebody saying that you have multiple genders, how extreme can you get?
Let me
Oh,
explain.
no, that's not extreme
Let
left.
me
No,
explain.
don't
The
bring
woke
They have more than 60
agenda.
genders. You're here saying it's not
Let
extreme.
me talk.
Let me tell you what extreme left. Let me tell you the ideology of the extreme left. Their ideology, they will never. The extreme left, they don't support Republican.
Ultra liberalism.
Okay, they will never be okay with any candidate that the Democrat present. They want everything extreme, break everything. They want the establishment crumble.
Yes.
We have people like that.
You are right. You are right.
Yes.
But what I'm saying
But probably they're not popular. That's why. They're not popular.
They're aligned. Let me tell you why.
They are the ones that say defund the police. Those ones that want to defund the police, they are the ones.
They're on the left, even though they're on the left, they don't always agree with Democrat. They don't vote them. They always bring up excuses.
All right.
But you don't have an American president.
They are relatively independent. Yeah.
Even though they are Democrat, they're not independent. They are Democrat.
You are right.
Extreme left.
A card holder.
Excuses not to vote the Democrat. But
you don't have an American president.
Close to them. Hold on. Just hold on, please. I'm sorry. The person that is close to the ideology, the kind of candidate they want, is close to what they want is Bernie Sanders. Is what they want. But
somebody like that, right?
Even though Bernie Sanders, I agree with him.
He tried, yes.
That is the kind of person that they want, at least that kind of aligned. They will always they found reason not to vote for Hillary. They found must vote for Kamala. They always come up with something. They will not vote.
Right.
Call themselves extreme left. They are all the way far left. But
I think they're in the minority anyway. Very minority.
I think we agree. I think we agree. What I'm saying is they are not yet in power.
Okay, Jide, now give us another definition. Since today's definition. Let's not give another definition. Let's see which one. Jide, who is extreme right to you?
Extreme right? I'll give an example. So extreme right is fascism. Extreme right is fascism.
Like Hitler.
Hitler is fascism.
But there's nobody like that in America.
Japanese right. I was saying that we don't have
what this guy
extreme
talking about, man?
left and extreme right in power right now.
No, I think the extreme ones are the ones that won't participate in the college. No, I know you are going with universal definition.
Yes.
No, but we are talking about the national definition where there are extreme groups that won't participate in the center in any way.
Yeah, Bibi was right. I agree with that. What I'm saying is they are not yet in power. Like you don't.
The mistake he's making
implementing.
The mistake he's making is thinking there's a central body or organization called an extreme left or an extreme right. It doesn't exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
What extreme left?
Bibi understand what I'm saying.
Of course, we understand because you keep saying they are not in power. So that's what you're saying. There's no central organization that has an extreme left or an extreme right. Usually,
you guys took us out of the tariff thing. We are just derailing. The discussion.
Let's just give them 1 minute to round up. Then we'll go back to
when I'm talking. He knows we're derailing. So usually this definition.
The guy get beat for you. Not be small.
So usually these definitions are based on personal interpretation. That is what it means. So I could actually look at someone and say, well, based on your opinion, you are a leftist, or you are centrist, or you are on the right. In contrast, I could also say you are an extreme conservative. You are a neocon. You are an extreme liberal.
No, these are political ideologies. They are not abstract. But there
is no central body or political party or organization to define who an extreme left or an extreme right is, except
Can we take it easy with this extreme argument?
Political parties have their ideologies.
It's not going to end anyway.
These
It's not
people will
going
not
to end.
agree which one is which. When
It's not going to end.
Jide starts his own, it's not going to end though. Objectively, you are right that universal definition of left and right is not present in America.
Agrees with me. I think Bibiri agrees with me.
And I'm not even sure America has known that kind of. See, Jide, that America has never really known that kind of extreme level where one man just has so much power over everybody.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think America has ever had that.
We've not had the Bernie Sanders.
But if you ask the slaves, they will tell you that America was extreme. If you ask a lot of people, the Japanese that were interned, they will tell you America was extreme. So there are a lot of extreme
That's
things going
not
on in
true,
America.
forefathers. If we were to go by definition, right, based on the fact that you brought up the United States, Ronald Reagan, for example, was an extreme rightist, so he was a conservative. On the contrary, someone like Abraham Lincoln would be an example of a liberal or an extreme left. Now, if, for example, Bernie Sanders had succeeded in becoming president at any time, we would say that Bernie Sanders was a liberal. George Bush was a rightist. He was an extreme conservative. He was a conservative. Now, sometimes, based on his policies, he could be centrist. For example, his policies.
I don't see the extreme ones that I'm talking about. The ones I'm talking about are the type when they actually get power, they are so extreme that they distort the democratic process and they will become authoritarian. That's what we're talking about. That is those extreme ones. Like if you look at the Russian Revolution, when they became leaders, they became authoritarian. And the fascist one in Germany became authoritarian too. Those are the extreme versions. Right and left, and they can when they take power, they want to destroy everything that they meet.
But just said it. He just said it. In fact, the Soviet Union was that when they are moving towards an anarchism, they were communists. They were moving towards anarchism, which is the ultimate form of socialism. So that was what they were moving towards.
Anarchism doesn't have any direction, but I think fascists
that's the thing. So anarchism is collective ownership without the states.
Yeah, no, those ones they're not serious. I think they are hippies. Let's see women's right now. Women's right will go zero. That's what the system. From death to zero.
Since you brought up the United States, what would your definition? Because when I say Reagan, you went home. What would your definition of a extreme right or rightist or conservative in the United States, if we were to explain it?
This is why to an extent, if you look at it based on the universal definition of extremes, the United States cannot be said to have had one major extreme group because they when they capture power, those extreme ones, they are not democratic. They are not. They hold on and they want to transform the nation completely.
Okay, wait, so let me explain.
I don't think America has had that type.
Not in America, okay? So let me explain. In America, when we say someone is on extreme right, we are talking about their ideology. Are they leaning conservative or are they leaning liberal? We are not talking about despots. We are not talking about dictators, and we are definitely not talking about killers in charge of government. When we say extreme right, he's on the extreme right. He's a liberal. He's a conservative. We're talking about their ideologies based on American values, American principles, and American understanding. We're not talking about Pol Pot.
I think I understand that. I think we understand that now. At least that's clear. I'm sure Jide understands that too. Bibi Ray, please, if you want to round up so that Obe can go. Obe has been very patient too, super patient and very polite, and I really appreciate you. Yeah, Obe, thank you for joining us. It looks like you are busy at the moment. We don't have to press you. Jide has a lot to say about this. We can always go with Jide.
No, those technicalities are not the issues right now. We that are on board in-house, we understand where it pinches us, and we're kind of trying to straighten the narrative. Kenneth is not here. I don't think you can be an island in this discussion, in this discourse, because everybody cannot be wrong. Only you is right. And when people are on that narrow, part of the argument, I just look at them as in him and what's the other guy's name, the other moderator. Well, I think we that have been in the system, we understand where it's going to. Each time these people come in, like the Bush time, they rubbish everywhere. The Democrats will come and straighten it up. They will come again and cause confusion. The people understand. I think Americans are also smarter. They like to have a change. That's the pattern I have noticed. You will see what will happen in the half-term election. All these people that voted for him that are with me at the working place, the black people that were shouting for him, look at them, they can't talk again. They are all hiding their face. They can't even eat. They can't even boast of what they were, the narrative they were putting up against Hillary.
Why are American presidents so terrible and politicians so terrible? Why is that when they get into office, they don't do nice things? That's why they never win that midterm election. America has a habit of presidents. They have a habit of losing the midterm election because
this guy's one is different. It's just a comedian. It's just a dramatic guy, And look at the kind of caliber of people he was putting into fitting position. You now know exactly what to expect. It was clear from day one that it's going to be drama all the way. You understand? You see the country you call small Canada that you were trying to use tariff narrative to make them look so belittled. When they retaliated to you, what happened? You started changing your position. Because the system does not operate like that. Everybody's going to suffer it at the end of the day. He understands that how that thing works, but he doesn't follow that narrative that tariff is not always about the person who is exporting to you. It is you that is receiving now. It's not the way I said my selling price is my cost price plus my markup. It's purely in business. So whether you put tariff or not, once I put my cost of shipment, put everything, I put my markup, I put my selling price. And the people will buy it at that level. And the people you are trying to say you are going to help to make grocery come down, all of them are crying. They are changing price every day in the grocery stores. And they are all looking like, egg is not this, that one is not that. I say, what did you guys expect? You expect that it's going to change like a magic. No way. It doesn't work like that. Everybody knows that. Like now, I've already offered my citizenship for $5 million anyway. If I have $5 million, I will come to America. You know how much is $5 million? I will come to America to do what? I have already retired. $5 million to come and take citizenship to come and do business where? In this place that they can shoot you tomorrow, you don't even know where you're going. So the guy just putting issues upon issues that are making everywhere look so dry. So look at the embassies all looking so uninteresting. America is not even there's no come for vacation. People are not interested to come in for vacation no more. Because it's like, what is all this confusion all over the place? In Bush time, it was all this confusion. After they hit them, everything changed. At the end of the day, we are going that route now that everything is like where nobody knows what exactly is the next thing that Elon Musk is doing. And it's causing confusion everywhere. People are losing their jobs. People are angry. People are not happy. People are coming and expecting another news tomorrow, following up information from that angle. What is Dodge? What's that? America has an institution that works. Even if you say, okay, let's say USPS, that they were not making profit. We understand that line of thought. But it's been there over the years. Why are they not making profit? You have to go and investigate and check why is FedEx in business? Why is what the other one called? Why are they in business of mail delivery and you are making loss? You understand? Either you are overpopulated, your staffing, or probably the job description is not actually favoring them, or you don't actually pay much. So you should understand why is that happening. So those changes of Elon Musk trying to straighten up the system is making everybody cry. Everybody just like losing their jobs here and there, and these are federal jobs, and it's not actually a good feedback for the system. And everybody is like guiding their head. Everything is like skyrocketing high up there. What's tariff? What's tariff? You keep fighting all these people as if China is your problem and that one is your problem. America is good. We're doing well. We're not bad. We're not complaining. At the end of the day, you just turn it to a different. The reason why companies went to China was because the cost of production How many American goods can you buy from here and go and sell back in Africa? You can't sell it. When my sibling telling me, oh, bring stuff now, we can sell, let us sell for. I say, if I buy something for here, like a phone, a second-hand phone for $300, $400, times it by 1,600, 1,500, how much is that? How many can you sell than a China phone that they're selling for 50,000 or 80,000? So that line of thought, you cannot do business over there because our cost of living is so high. Except you make the dollars here, you'll not be able to survive it. That's the issue. Then when you now begin to look at other countries thinking that that's our problem, China is never Americans' problem. No way. It was just a narrative to win election. And now it has happened. Now, has anything changed? Nothing has changed.
That China is not America's problem. No, China is America's problem because they are developing. That's once you start developing, you are a problem.
They should be redundant.
They are very
They are
smart.
competitors. They are not
They're not stupid.
Exactly.
They are not a problem. They're just competitors. They are not a problem.
They are
not a political problem.
Competitors are a problem.
Yeah, they're just doing their thing. They are selling their product. The international world is embracing their product, and they are making ways for themselves.
But
Everywhere is industrialized.
Should I ask a question? Do you think that this situation will be occurring now if the US had just decided to create a system when they were creating the new world order, the nation states, and they decide to subject themselves to the rules too? In other words, they too are subject to international law like everyone else. Like now they don't sign on to International Criminal Court. They don't sign on to so many things. Whatever they like, they sign on to, because they are like custodians of everything. So because if everybody is following the rules, chances are that this issue with China is not going to occur because they would too be forcing China to follow the rules. So do you think that would have forestalled this problem we're having now?
They were actually giving aids, and they were trying to put the word in their pocket. They know what they were doing. They were strategically positioning themselves to be a world leader.
Dominate.
And they were giving
do you think that if they were not looking to dominate, but they were looking to stabilize instead? Because the world is changing. You see, we can't carry on with this way we are going. We are devising better and I want to almost say better, worse and worse ways of killing each other. And if you game it out, if we carry on like
the domineering didn't just occur. It was 9/11 that triggered it. It didn't just come.
No, it was there
9/11 triggered it. So they were trying to prevent the occurrence of those kind of strategy. That is how this thing started, right?
It was there
so
before.
It's strategic for them. It's not actually a means to an end. Strategic.
It was always there. It was always there.
But that probably it increases the intensity anyway. That's what I mean. Yeah, after 9/11, a lot of things changed.
Didn't sign on to International Criminal Court.
In fact, I think the 9/11 is controversial. What I want to say, it seems like it's a false flag operation. I may be wrong.
A lot of
people have said that. I think there are.
That's not true. That's not true.
Today,
were you in America then?
I was not in America then.
So you cannot understand.
I'm not saying I'm
you
right.
Answer me this.
I said I may be right. I may be wrong.
Hold on. Let me ask him this. How many buildings came down in New York?
The two longest buildings, yeah.
You think the only two buildings that came down in New York?
That's the one we saw. The other one will fall on top of each other now, but that's the main two that were targeted.
No, there was another one that was brought down that day.
I wasn't even here now.
That was in Pennsylvania.
Tried actually.
Pardon?
The other one that they attacked, I think it was in Pennsylvania or something.
No. There are more than two buildings that came down. There was a third
in
one.
New York. You mean Manhattan?
Yeah,
there
was like three. Number 7 came down too.
Yeah. You see, most people don't know what happened that day. They just think they do.
Yeah.
You know what happened that day. You know that there are unusual things that occurred that day that made people feel like something weird went on.
Yeah, I may be wrong, but there is a lot
of buildings. The one that wasn't hit at all, came down the same way.
I may be wrong.
And this is on TV. It's not hidden.
Is it because of the shaking? Yeah.
No, not because they just said there was a fire in the building down this thing. So they evacuated the building and the building came down like that.
They were brought down.
Yes. But they will
My
not say
name,
they brought it down.
yeah,
They brought it
I
down.
was called out here multiple times. Can I defend myself with a minute, please?
No. Okay.
I know some people are very they are not comfortable that I
Nobody
came
called you
back.
out, bro. You're
You know we
good.
missed you. That's why we just calling you. We don't
But
want
I
you to
have the right of I have the right to
let's
respond now,
not
Papa.
Nobody called
Why
you
would it be
out. You're
different on my
good.
own case now?
Hold your thoughts.
hold on. Let others speak, then you can rebut what you want to rebut. You know when you
Mhm.
rebut, it takes a bit long.
So I thought we are here to educate some people here. Can you give me just 1 minute so that I will help our brother?
Not yet, Kede. No. You shouldn't have called Kede. I almost said that. I thought he was eating akara and kamu. But
I'm done.
Allah is back. Eh? You
Just
should
a
have
minute.
Continue to eat akara and kabu, I beg.
Just a minute. You know, some
No,
things are
hold on, Kede. Let others speak, because I think Dexter hasn't said anything for a long time. Jide hasn't said anything, and AY. If I don't mention AY, he will come for me. So I better mention him if he just joined us. But it's okay. So let me bring Jide in, since this guy has moved on. So Jide, this is you can see what Trump is doing. What do you see in is all this stuff he's doing? Do you see a method to his madness?
Yeah, I see it. I've been reading I read a lot of foreign policy papers, and what he's doing is not different from what's on those foreign policy papers. We need to understand the actions of the U.S. military-industrial complex. We need to understand the actions of the Pentagon. We need to understand the actions, rather than all this drama with Zelensky, his drama with Macron. You know, he's a showman. But we need to carefully understand what he's trying to say and subsequent actions. That's how we need to understand Trump. Trump is someone that he can be, he can bring a lot of confusion. But once we understand the foreign policy paper of the US and we understand the actions that he's taking from the things he says, we'll be able to understand the direction he's taking. So currently, like I think forefathers mentioned it, Donald Trump is aware that currently the American empire as a global superpower is declining. They have a lot of power, of course, more than any other country in the world, but they know that he is aware that the country is declining. And as a result of that, due to so many factors like the war in Ukraine and a lot of the containment of China, and China being growing economically, politically, militarily, they need to strategize. They really need to. The Republicans are now in power. They are aware that they need to re-strategize from where the Democrats were left off from, because they are failing in Ukraine right now. So they need a change of strategy. And if there's no change of strategy right now, it could lead to a full-blown World War III. And I mean, right now they're probably not prepared for it right now. Even Europe themselves, they've made it clear that.
But what do you think is Trump's strategy then?
Yes, so this is strategy. The first thing is the reversal of Kissinger's strategy of the 1970s, which is to split Russia and China. Like I said, if we listen to Trump very well on US's foreign policy, that's always been there since the Cold War, that Russia, China, and after the Iranian Revolution, Iran, they should not come together. And under the Democrats, we can see what's going on. Russia, China are united as ever, and Iran now is not part of their military military axis. As North Korea too, they are now so much pumped up with Russia right now.
But the strategy of the Democrats, the reason why the Democrats prioritize keeping Russia out, one, the Anglo-Saxons don't want to lose their control of the Western Hemisphere, and secondly, they believe that with India they might be able to contain China and Russia. So that's their strategy.
Yeah, which was a blowback.
Trump is coming to upend.
Yeah, which was a blowback. Yes, which was a blowback, because India, they've not been able to go in compliance with that policy. Because when the Ukraine war started, India were like, no, we are not going to take any side in this war. In fact, India was actually a major importer of Russian oil, and they are a core member of BRICS. So that was a blowback, because you are very right. That was the plan. But we need to understand the things that Democrats did successfully, which was completely separate Europe from Russia, further isolate Russia. And they did that successfully. If you look at what happened before Joe Biden came to power, economically, Russian economy was very tied with Western Europe, and even Western Europe, you understand, through the Nord Stream pipeline and other economic influence that Russia had with Europe. But with that Ukraine war, the Democrats did a good job by further isolating Russia. Also, the agenda, like I said, the whole ideology is we should not allow these adversarial powers to unite. And at the same time, we need to bleed out some of these threats, these adversary powers like Russia. So they needed Ukraine. They needed to use Ukraine to bleed out Russia. I mean, America and the West, they are not stupid. They don't expect Ukraine to go and defeat Russia on their soil. But they needed to bleed out Russia and to do what they did in Afghanistan in the 1980s, which was to demonize Russia, but they failed. That one too, they also failed. I don't want to go here and
you know something that surprised me recently about Europe is the way France is very staunchly, quite strongly, more strongly than I expected, to be against Russia. And
yes,
could it be because of the damage Russia is doing to France in Africa? That is part of why France is so strongly against Russia now, even when America, because there was a time France too was quite soft towards Russia. They wanted to do business with Russia. But while Democrats were isolating Russia, Russia was also doing its own thing. And the people Russia were the nation Russia was damaging the most was actually France. In terms of Africa, most of those nations, after Russia is showing up right now in Africa, they are all French-speaking nations. So could that be part of why what's his name, Macron, is so strongly against Russia? And now he's offering Europe the French nuclear umbrella. This is some crazy stuff that is going on these days.
So we need to understand what even happened before the Ukraine war. Before the Ukraine war, I've been following this very well, right? And what happened was, before that war, Putin already spoke to Macron on the phone before the official invasion in 2022, after he spoke to Joe Biden at that time and American diplomats. So what happened during that call? Because it was leaked. It was a leaked call and I listened to it. So what happened was they had a disagreement. And the disagreement was on foreign policy, right? France, Emmanuel Macron was like, why are you trying to move towards Ukraine? And Putin was like, that was not what we agreed. We had an agreement before. We had an agreement that you stop bombing my fellow people in Donbass, the ethnic Russians. And Macron was like, we're not doing anything. And you're like, no, it's happening. And I'm going to invade Ukraine if Zelensky does not stop his intention to deploy nuclear weapons. Because during that time, before the invasion of Ukraine, they were still negotiating. You understand? It was like a what's the English I will use? Like, like a negotiating tool, like we're not invading you if you do this, but we're about to invade you. Macron disregarded it. It was a disagreement. Like, they can defend themselves. And I was like, no, you don't allow nuclear weapons at my territory, at my doorstep. You don't do that. If you do that, I'm going to invade Ukraine. So from then on, it seems like Putin and Macron, they were not on the same page at all. I mean, they keep communicating. Also, we need to understand that Joe Biden and Putin, they were not communicating at all. But Macron was like the tool that was used to communicate with Putin. But at the same time, they didn't agree on a lot of things. And the influence of Russia in Africa, in Central African Republic, in AES, Central African Republic, and maybe to some extent Algeria, Russia do not like it, like you mentioned. They do not like it because it is reducing their influence in Africa. As a result. So, and when Europeans, but even before then, the Western Europeans, we need to understand that the Western Europeans have seen Russia as an enemy for years, not even just now. That's been going on. That's why Putin is angry, because Putin's intention was to form an alliance with Western Europe and Eastern Europe and America. Economic alliance, economic diplomacy. Let's work together.
To be fair to Russia, it's not Western Europe that was against Russia. There was a time the Russians were speaking French. That's the Russian elites. They were French speakers. They were not conquered by the French, but they were that close in terms of culture.
But don't forget that Napoleon invaded and they lost.
That didn't help.
Napoleon tried to invade
but it's not Russia that invaded them. They invaded Russia. So they have the ones been troubling Russia all this while.
Exactly.
And somebody said Russia has about $77 trillion worth of resources. It's one of the richest individual country in the world, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And this
yes.
is why America, they are all very hungry for Russia. Sorry, somebody wanted to say something.
Yes, you made a point when you talked about Russian gradual encroachment in Africa. And if you look at most of the territories, you have Mali, you have Niger, you have Burkina Faso, you have Algeria, you have Central African Republic, and you now have Equatorial Guinea, you have Sudan, and you have Eritrea. So there have been a gradual infiltration, of Russia into these territories, and most of them are former French colonies. So there's a sense, yes, that I can say you are right in the sense that you have some rivalry, between the French and the Russians. The French losing out, and in fact, that even made French to even change its policy towards its former territories, and they started withdrawing troops because it was like a slap. Gradually, started withdrawing their troops. So I think you are correct when you say that rivalry was brought into Africa, and is also affecting the relations between France and Russia. On the other hand, you also see China also to economic imperialism penetrating almost everywhere in Africa. Even worse now was that they got close to America by going to Panama. So that was a challenge to America too as well. So you find this big power rivalry, manifesting in so many places. People trying to defend their territories and to ensure that they have control. So Africa is suffering because our territories have been taken over and are being used as a playground for big power politics, and we're just looking. And none of them are good, whether France, Russia, America.
When he said penetrate, I felt bad about it. Africans, we shouldn't be using that language because it's quite vivid in my mind. Sorry, it's quite. You know what? Just go ahead. It's not that important.
Yeah, one thing I like what Tony said. What Tony said is very important, and I would like to address that thing. So the thing is, Russia and China, yes, as a continent of Africa, we need to have our sovereignty. All these powers, they have their interest. We all know that. But if you ask me, who should you choose? The US, the West, Russia, and China? In all honesty, I'll choose Russia and China. I'll give the reasons why. Real politics. If you look at let's look at the history. Just let's look at the history of Africa. China has never colonized Africa, number one. Militarily, they've never interfered in Africa. Politically, they've not interfered. There's no record. Russia, which is a better example. Actually, Russia, maybe we don't know on this panel, but I'll say it today. Russia actually helped Ethiopia fight the war against colonialism. And that's the reason why Ethiopia today still remains the only country in Africa, one of the only countries in Africa.
Did they not only that, they actually also help South Africa to fight apartheid.
Apartheid, yes. They helped them to fight apartheid. In fact, so you see, I agree with Tony 100%. They care about themselves. But you see, when you talk about the negative impacts that have come to Africa, it is from the Western Europe and the US, not from China and Russia.
Is there not, there is argument both ways. You can look at it from the point of view that we do have quite a lot of population in America that are black, technically part of the nation, that we could have leveraged, if we're smart, to leverage them to say, you know what, we'll forge a partnership that is actually strong, make us strong too. Exchange all the technology that is exchanging with India. What ties does India have with America that Nigeria does or Africa doesn't have? Africa has stronger ties with America, but yet they are doing more with India than they will ever do with Africa.
You know why? You know why it's like that? You know why it's like that? That's a good point, and I'll talk about that too. The Indian diaspora have a strong connection culturally, historically, like ancestrally, culturally, historically, with India as a country. You understand? They have a nationalist ideal that links and connects with the Indians. Now, we need to understand the influence of nationalism. Your idea, I don't disagree with it. I agree with it. However, if you look at the realistic, if you look at the reality, political reality, is that I need to be careful what I have to say here. Black Americans, there are some of them that are very nationalistic to America. And American ideology is always in conflict with with African interests. So that is where I think we need to be very careful, because this experiment was practiced in Liberia. Look at Liberia today. Look at Liberia today as an example. Look at Liberia. So you see, we need to understand the influence of nationalism.
But you can also look at the Israel today. Israel is in America, and they used to be they used to have bad relationship. I wouldn't say America, but Europeans did a lot of bad things to Jews, and now they are working hand in hand. You see what I mean? So there is argument both ways. It depends on the circumstances you are in.
One makes both ways.
You know what I support you on is that the Russians, the Chinese, they've not tasted our blood in any way. They've not been responsible for something that catastrophic that has happened to us. So it means they are less likely to do that. They are less likely to do that, and besides, they are further away, so it's not that easy for them to do.
Yeah,
And, they have a lot.
Can I come in a minute, please?
Okay,
it's my turn.
I think
just a minute.
Dexter's turn. We have to. Dexter is.
Remember, I have a right for.
Because when Dexter wants to get angry now, he come for me. He will keep quiet as if he doesn't know what is going on. Dexter, are you there?
Dexter, borrow me a minute, please.
No, it's a picture. It's a picture. It's not. It's like
let me finish.
Yeah, forefathers. Yeah, let me come in. You asked me to wait for Jide, please.
No, hold on. I think AY was here before you now.
I was
here. Go ahead of him now.
Remember, forefathers, my name was called out here multiple times, and I needed to clarify something.
Okay, if it's interjection, you are not going to take more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll cut you off.
But I want to help you in a way too, because you asked Jide a question.
I really want to say something.
Yeah, okay. No, you asked Jide a question.
AY needs to speak. And there is
AY is my boy. I know he can allow me a minute. It's my small boy. Please,
let me speak.
AY, give me a minute, please.
No. I don't have. Let
AY,
me speak.
You know I'm your chairman. Give me a minute. Let me talk. Please now, please. Okay, I beg you. I beg you. I will go once I give
my brother. Don't I give him a minute or 2 minutes?
Thank you. Forefathers, you asked. Yeah, you asked Jide a question that Nigerians or Nigeria as a country have a relationship with America, but it happens that America relates more with Indians than it relates with Nigeria. The reason is very simple. Because of economic partnership. If you go to stores, because I always break it down to a level that a common man will understand. If you go to stores today, you will see materials, items produced in India, exported to America. So they have that economic partnership, exchange of whatever commodity. And again, you have human capital development exchange. In America today, if you go to IT sector, where I think, forefathers, you have relationship with IT, right? You see more of Indians there, right? So they import or export their quality citizens to come and work in America or create jobs in America. What do Nigeria exchange with America? What? Nothing. There's nothing.
No, we're talking about Africa, not only
Nigeria.
So let me respond to the reason why I actually come in. France's economy is dependent on Africa. So that economic power of the France as a country lies in Africa. So whoever that is ready to crush that relationship that France has with America, that person is doing Africa a great service. So I don't want to go deep into that. Now, America is failing. Somebody said that America is failing, and she's happy that America is failing. No, yes, America was failing because of the activities of LGBTQ, because of the activity of abortion, because of the high cost of living created by Democrats. All these things are being enabled by Democrats, where you have men representing women and women representing men in competitions. In the U.S. Army, in U.S. Army, where you have gallant, strong men, but they will replace with half men that don't believe that they are men. So they have to change their body, they have to change their look, they have to take hormones so that they will look and behave like women, right? So you have a country that its debt is over $37 trillion. And that is the reason why The country is failing. So I agree with you that that the country is failing. However, we have a Trump that has come to salvage the country, to save the country. And he's doing this. He's doing that. He's barely a month in office. And you guys all expect miracle working Trump to change what has been destroyed over years. No, he's working in the right direction. Obama created a department called United States. No, Obama created a department called United States Digital Service. Trump came in and renamed it Department of Government Efficiency. People are freaking out. They thought it was Trump's making. No, it was just a change of name. Hold on now.
I want to ask you a
Hold
question.
on now. To checkmate or combat massive fraud and wastage from government officials. And what Trump is doing is what over 77.7 American citizens voted for, and they are standing with Trump. So you are just one or two, or maybe I don't know if Nigerians are up to 1 million population in America, you are inconsequential. If you don't hate Trump, more than 77.7 million Americans voted for what he's doing today, and they are supporting him. He is building back America to be stronger and better than what we had from the previous administrations. So that is why I came here to address some things, because it seems people don't really understand what Trump is doing. He is building America back. Thank you.
AY is giving his time. Who is talking now? I want to ask.
AY, thank you for the time anyway.
Don't tag me for your rubbish.
Before saying
hold on, hey, guys, hold on, guys.
Oh my God.
No, hold on. Good evening, everyone. Please, I don't want anybody to get into my time. You see, part of the reason why I joined this program today is, honestly, Kenneth, I'm sorry, you'll be talking a lot of trash. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
Please, can you talk your own without coming to attack me personally? Forefathers, advise me, please.
Let's try to leave Kenya. You know he will never stop if you keep calling.
I know you're a woman rapper, but say your own and go, please.
Is it Bibir? How do they pronounce your name? Man, you got the trophy, man.
Yeah, I know you're a woman rapper. Say your own without calling names.
Yes, I love how you've been lecturing this young man that refused to learn. You see, honestly, sometimes when we are speaking, listen, we are not fighting for anything. There is no trophy to be that is on the table. Anybody needs to win. We need to speak fact. Let's stop talking things that are just out of place. Okay, first of all, you said, I think I heard somebody say that Trump never said he was going to annex Canada. He repeated, he said, but he said he was going to make it the 54th state. What does that mean? What does that mean? You don't understand language? Now, forefather, you were looking at him. When somebody said he's going to make a country a state, in a country, in another country, what does it mean? So
I don't even
that's a question you need to answer. That's just a rhetorical question.
You keep borrowing to fund your family. If you can't feed your family, then become part of someone else's family.
Hold on. You need to
don't be living off of someone's.
Now, let me tell you what is going on in American economy. See, since Trump took power, America GDP growth is negative. I don't think people understand what is happening. When you go to this Wall Street is red. It's bringing blood. I know a lot of us, we just get paycheck to paycheck. That's how we live. If you are an investor in America, you are crying today because NASDAQ is down, S&P is
the
down.
Dow Jones have been going down.
10%.
Dow Jones have been going down.
Forefathers, pull up America's GDP that is negative. Let's see.
Please hold on. Stock market has, in fact, some stock have crashed up to 50%. Within now, apart from that, unemployment is on the rise. Look at this number. They are online. They are not hidden. America are moving towards recession. if this trend continue, in 6 months, America will be fully in recession. I don't know. Okay, imagine. I can imagine. Sometimes you really wonder why we are having this conversation. I remember Ekene was saying the reason, part of the reason one to vote for Trump is because of price of egg. Are you kidding me? Because Trump will reduce price of egg, you will eat omelette, tire. Wait for end of the year. You will be eating omelette. You want to eat egg, right?
Are you saying
Omelette
it? I just put US GDP alone. I didn't stipulate anything. And look at what's coming up. There is always a danger ahead.
Let him argue. We are here to give him facts. I want to add to what my sister has been saying. Kenen needs facts. He needs to learn. He needs to learn. This is a guy is threatening countries. I heard forefather was telling him, oh, he's threatening Hamas is going to take their land. He's threatening here, he's going to take their land. He's threatening Canada. Tariff war you talking about. When you if Trump is ignorant of basic economics, he needs to look for somebody to teach him 1+1. When you put tariff, 25% tariff in Canada, Mexico goods, America people are going to suffer. They are going to suffer. Price of goods in America are going to shoot up. Who is going to pay for it? Who is going to pay for the 25% tariff? It's the people. It's a billionaire. The dumb Elon Musk is a billionaire. This guy have nothing to fear. If you don't know, you need to understand. So let's leave this sentiment. Oh, I'm a MAGA. I'm a foolish MAGA, man. Come on, guys. This is time to discuss issues, to put number out there. This is not the time to come and say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Why are you doing that?
You know, one thing with Democrats is that they don't really think. They leave CNN to think for them. They leave MS bullshit. I don't even want to think for them. That is the problem.
No. Hold on.
They live off of propaganda.
Hold on.
That is the problem they have. They don't have their own brain to think. That is the problem. And when you are
now, when you have an economy where there is declining consumer business confidence, nobody will spend money. The companies are not spending. Before you know, you're going to see more layoff. You are laying federal workers off. What are you expecting? Once you
I think if that tariff goes ahead, there's going to be a recession.
That is where we're going. Listen. There is no U-turn between
my friend, go and invest in stock market right now. Stop making noise on social media.
Into recession.
Yeah, but the problem is with his supporters see it like that because what drives them is deeper.
Go and invest. Stop making noise.
What is driving them? There is nothing driving them. They are dumb.
You see, that is the mistake you are going to make. Don't do that.
77.7 million people are dumb. You are the wisest man. Nigerians, sick people.
You have a president that.
That's if they didn't rig the election, Kenny.
You have a president that when he tells you good money, you need to open the window and make sure this money. Because he lies.
We had Obama like that.
Yeah, but you know there are some things are more important to these people than this in what do you call it? So let me try to explain. I will try to be in the head of MAGA. They see their country that they are losing it. They see that a lot of their business have gone to China.
Which country?
Now,
who are they?
The Europeans.
We are the Americans. No, we the Americans. We the Americans.
Let me give you the list of things that. Let me give you the list of things that might make them not care about whether there's a recession or not. They see their jobs going to China. They see their immigration filling the country up. So if Trump comes now and puts tariff, what they see about tariff is that tariff is going to force America to start manufacturing its own. And their children will start getting jobs.
It's the common sense that Democrats don't have.
They see the immigration part as being getting rid of those foreigners so that they can get their country back. So they might not react the way you think.
No. Hold on. Let me also lecture you. Now, let me lecture you. The world is a global village today. When you understand what is global village,
they hate it. They hate globalism.
can you just hold on? They don't hold on. When you come and produce in America, the cost of production will go up. If you are producing an iPhone in Detroit, you think you're gonna buy iPhone for $1,200?
Department of State.
Listen, the reason why most countries are going to China, especially the West, to
AY, let
cost
Nigeria
of
depend on
production is
importation.
low.
Can Nigeria just depend on importation?
You
Per
need
your assertion now, let Nigeria depend on importation from China.
Hold on.
Does that make sense?
What makes
You see how they think?
Hold on, chilling.
One way.
What makes America
That's it.
America? What
Let
makes
Nigeria depend on
America
importation.
different from any country in the world?
Children of CNN, that's it.
Hold on. Number one is immigration. That is what makes America America. America, they are the champion when it comes to brain drain. Go to Silicon Valley and tell me how many Americans that are heading companies there. You people don't even understand this number. You people
Indian Americans, Indian that are American citizens are working there. So they are Americans. Where is Nigeria?
Can you just hold on?
Where are your people? Where are they dominating? Nothing. Just making noise on social media. That's it.
Father, you need to remove this guy. It's too loud. Now, when you go into evil construction, America will not go and be setting up buildings. You have
Forefather said he can work on a farm.
You have Mexican, you have these people working in the farm, working in the construction sector. Americans will not go there.
How do you know? All these people
where are Nigerians working?
How do you know they will not go? Hold on.
Because it's been like that forever.
You people don't understand how deep these Americans see this. No, AY, hold on. Let me just ask you this.
Okay,
fine, go ahead.
I will buy you a ticket. We will go into America. We will visit 100 construction sites.
Send them to Iowa.
If you
can send your information to AY to get your ticket. Come for vacation.
1% of America for me. I give you
10,000. Come for vacation, we'll spoil you.
I think you are
tickets,
not. I think you are not understanding the MAGA. You think you understand MAGA? See,
MAGA.
Hold on. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. So you are not crazy. Don't do that. So calm down. The moment you say they are crazy, you know you have to think you are wrong somehow. Let me say this. The MAGA people, 80. Let's say
now woman they beat AY's drum. I know him now.
Let's say 50% of the. Let's say 50% of the MAGA people. Let me explain what I see about MAGA.
You say somebody like you know what he's talking about. He has been talking here. Everybody is bashing you on the comments because these people they don't think.
See, AY, let me say what because you are calling them
those
crazy.
People are nobody.
Let me try to explain to you the way they are thinking. You are right that about 50% of them, but you didn't stipulate 50%. About 50% of them may not want to pick this. They may not foresee a future where they go and pick fruits like the way the Mexicans are doing for them right now. But there are others that see beyond that. They see that, okay, when we go through this period, then the people that pick those fruits or the people that need those fruits will have to pay more for it. And the people that they are paying more for it are Americans, not foreigners. They are paying Americans to living from picking that fruit. So you have to understand. And the question I will ask you is that who was picking fruit before?
Okay, so that was what I wanted to exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to say no, nobody was picking nothing before them. Okay, if anybody was going to work the fields or told the fields, what America did, the Caucasians would not do it because they just looked at it, it was beneath them, or because they're not strong enough to do it. So try to use the Native Americans. All right. Wait. Hold up. So they tried to use the Native Americans. It didn't work out. They went all the way to Africa to get field hands to work in the fields. It still didn't work out after the 13th Amendment because now, after blacks became free, they said, we're not doing this job no more. We can make money in different ways. So you had places like Black Wall Street and people that started working, educating themselves and learning businesses, right? Then the Mexicans, which is what I wanted to get to, which is the crux of what I wanted to say before you said it, was do you think the Mexicans just started picking the tomatoes and the potatoes and the cabbages? Do you think they started 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 50 years ago. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. If it was that easy, and if Americans really like to work the fields, they would hold that job for themselves. They're not giving it out. It's hard work. You can't do it. There's a reason I'm not doing it. There's a reason AY is not doing it. There's a reason nobody on this panel is doing it. And like AY said, if you feel,
I speak the truth, you are spot on. You're spot on.
thank you, sir.
Okay,
So
hold
if you,
hold on.
Not this
He's spot
crazy
on.
maga.
And then let me ask him now, who was speaking in Europe?
See,
but this is not Europe. We don't care about Europe.
Okay, but my point is, those people will see what is possible. They are not seeing. They prefer that. Hold on. They prefer that than extermination. They prefer that than losing their country.
Can you give me one
No, Democrats are slave masters. They prefer to use people that they will pay peanuts, right?
If I was them, I would
They
make
like cheap
they are
labor
making,
as
so I
slave
understand
masters
where
that
they
they
are
are, right? And their children are here supporting them. The slaves themselves are here supporting them. They love
AY is
cheap
very,
labor.
very right.
He's
We're all
correct
in
from
America
that
here.
point
We'll
of
see what's
view,
happening.
but that you are correct by that point of view, but you are missing the part that motivates them the most. If they feel that bringing people over, let me finish now. Oh, you're not listening. Let me finish my point. If they feel that if they bring people over, those people will threaten their own existence. They are going to put those things away. You are not understanding.
No, if that was how,
understand threats.
if that was how they felt,
Okay.
if that was if that was how they felt, slavery, chattel slavery,
You see these same people.
would have
These
never
same people will
been.
come on this
It
platform
would.
and be calling for
Can I
Nigeria.
hold on 1 second. So if that was how they felt, chattel slavery would have never been a thing. Remember, Madam Bibere said something. She said something very profound. She said, "This country, regardless of how you want to look at it, I'm just paraphrasing here, is built on race, including the laws.
Period.
So it's race.
Period.
So they believe that they are better than other people to do certain jobs. If you've ever seen Django Unchained, there's a scene that my whole family knows I always laugh at when Stephen Samuel L. Jackson's character met Jamie Foxx's character, Django, and he was on the horse. And he was asking, like, yo, why is this guy on the horse? Why is he not in the field? But remember, Stephen was in the house. So white people, by virtue of the racial superiority that they have baptized themselves or immersed themselves in, they are not doing those kind of jobs. We're not saying you will not find a black, white farmhand. We're just saying you will not see them in droves like you see the Mexicans. You're not seeing an American going to work in a farm without any kind of benefit. And I don't even think even with any kind of benefits, they're gonna go do it. If that was the case, as much as Kenan likes Donald Trump, he'd say, I'm going to the farm just to make sure the Mexicans never come here. But guess what? He's behind the computer typing and doing his work. And now, Kenan, why aren't you on the farm in Iowa?
See, what you are saying about
Question, right?
slaves, what you are
The
saying
thing
about
is,
slaves doesn't add up.
we have engineers.
Hold on, Kenny. What you are saying about slaves doesn't add up because in Africa they were
He asked me a question for that.
on now. What because he says he referred to what I was saying first. He just passed it to you, so I don't dribble him.
No. I was just
Hold on. So
joking around.
what you were saying about slaves was the fact that in Africa they were coming to trade with us and they were dominating most parts of the continent. At the same time, when they moved them to America, why would they feel threatened by them? They were controlling them. They had more weapons than them. And in America, they outnumbered the slaves anyway. So they always felt they had an element of control, even if they were still paranoid. Let's face it, that's why they kept coming after black people, even in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all the other massacres that's happened in America. They always feel threatened. And if they feel that the Mexicans are coming to replace them, why would they accept that? I don't understand. Just because you like slaves so much, you like people to pick your plant, that you want them to take over your country. They will not want that. Europeans.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're talking about two things can be right. So we understand the racial domination aspect, but that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about the fact that if they will do those jobs or they won't do those hard jobs, that the kind of strenuous work that is required to pick plants, to pick cabbages and carrots, they won't do it. The white man is not doing it. They'd rather wait
Until
and
you pay
get
them
welfare.
enough. If you pay them enough, they will.
Well,
If
but
you pay them enough.
okay, so what business sense does it make? Okay, what do you call enough? You remember me and you've gone through
When
this
you
before.
say enough, if they can go to that workplace, work hard, and they put food on their table, earn a living without their wife needing
Yeah, but
to
what do you call enough? Let's
let
say
me
you
answer
own.
to
Let's say.
I
Let's
don't
say.
know now. When they can earn money to feed their family, a family of four,
Wait.
and the wife working,
So
they will happily do it.
let's say you own the farm, right?
Are
Let's say,
belittling
for
Mexicans.
example.
Some people are calling Mexicans cotton pickers, and that is very offensive to Mexican people, right?
Okay, all right.
The truth is, forefathers, we have engineers. Hold on now, forefathers, we have engineers, we have medical doctors, we have accountants, we have all manner of professions in this country, which Mexicans are even part of. But coming up on social media on this platform to relegate Mexicans are just palm
No, I don't
pickers.
think.
It's very insulting. You are insulting a whole country, calling them just cotton pickers, right? That is not right.
Can I think you.
No, I asked the
we have to
question
move
here.
on. We'll see how
My
other
question
topics
is,
to talk about.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Let me say
you
this.
see how they think? You see how these people think?
Let me quickly
One way, they don't reason well.
Hold on, Fairfather. Let me quickly say this. The MAGA you calling, one of their states is preparing for bankruptcy now. Nebraska is a budget shortfall. They are struggling now. They like
Mississippi too.
Check it out. That is a red state. It is up to 80% white population. Don't listen to these people. When you go and check the population.
Let me help you.
They don't care. You are just
let me help you. Let me
I don't know why you are restricting me from responding.
Let me help you.
Why can't I talk?
California.
Or should I just give you guys chance to just be destroying
California is the fifth largest economy in the world. California. Fifth largest economy in the world.
Mr. Tony.
If this
California is the fifth largest economy in the world.
Correct.
It's a democratic fifth largest economy in the world.
With the highest number of homeless people.
Now.
Homelessness in California.
I'm the one that's supposed to be talking.
With the highest.
When we are coming here, right? Everybody, I really want to learn.
Can they calm down?
Why can't I talk? You mute me all the time.
Hold on.
Yeah, because you said your piece now. We let
no, I was still talking. You muted me. It's annoying. You do that to me intentionally.
No. I'm not
it was still my time. California is rich, but they have highest number of homelessness in California.
Let's not agree with any. Let's go to Bibiri. This is getting rowdy now.
Father, when we come here, right? I want to learn too. I want people to come with fact. You can't allow people like Kenneth to be speaking like market women. We are educated people. Yeah.
Come on,
okay,
don't do that. You see, you keep inviting him. Don't do that.
You see this empty vessel that is dancing for a woman? Come here. You see this empty vessel that is dancing for a woman? Somebody that knows not his left from right.
Why you need to stop this? You
right?
don't do that. You know, Kenneth will never go quiet.
The thing is that the likes of AY, I know their problem, right? They are the type that don't really have analytical sense of reasoning. They only depend on CNN and what the woman told him to come and say. He knows that I know what he's doing, right? So.
Okay, let's allow
somebody echoed here that California is one of the richest countries in this states in the country, and I asked, the same California has the
that's
highest number of homelessness in this country. You are rich, but you are homeless.
Fifth largest economy in the world, not in the country. Fifth largest economy in the world.
Still,
the largest is the US.
The number of homelessness in Nigeria is far less than the number of homelessness in California. But
Kene, homelessness, they have ranking now. They are ranking.
There is no ranking in homelessness. The fact is that you don't have a house, you don't have a home, you don't have a shelter, you don't have food on your table. You sleep on the street. Rain, sun, everything is on you. That is the definition of homelessness, and you find that rank highest in California. That is the fact.
You are really passionate about this, so take it easy.
California, the GDP of California is about the same thing with the GDP It's Africa put together, the entire Africa continent.
Now I
In
ask
fact,
you,
it's
Tony,
larger.
why do
Let's
they
go to
have?
Bibire now. Let's go to Bibire, please. Bibire, this thing that you are doing nicely, these people will not let you talk. You see how Kene is jostling in constantly. That's how they will carry on. Please
No,
go ahead.
you are making it to look as if the segment is for Democrats only. That's it. If I want to talk, you mute me. If
No.
I'm talking, you mute me.
I
That is
was
it. But
defending
anybody,
Republicans. I
every
was
other person
defending
can
MAGA
talk.
just now. Why are you going on about? You are not doing a good job of defending MAGA. I was defending MAGA just now. That they are not
No,
crazy.
no. You are being cunning with the defense. I know where you are heading to. So
Okay, please, Bibire, go ahead.
No, I just want to add to what AY said. Okay, but it's a fact that California has the fifth largest GDP in the world, so it's a fact. And if you see states that are rich states that are actually subsidizing other states in America, those are blue states. Like I said, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, I'm an independent. So I just lean toward like social justice. I'm into social justice. So I'll say this: I go where who aligns more with the policy that I agree with. That is my home. So I'm not here to fight for Democrat or Republican. But if you see the fact that you will have in, let's say, the fifth.
move to Africa. Trump is the president now. His policy does not align with yours. So leave America. Move to Africa. Where they are
Come on
Governor,
now.
you need to remove a
Don't get thrown off.
Calm down. Come on.
Don't get thrown off. They do it. They're experts in it. And I like Kene a lot.
No,
Don't
James,
get thrown
you
off. Just stick to your
we can't
topic and just
do
keep
like
going.
this. You have to have intelligent conversation with people.
It's hard. It's hard on this panel.
Yeah, intelligent conversation is what we want to have, not dumb conversations.
Don't get thrown off.
Yeah,
Just
how he behaves.
I'm saying that
you get used to these guys here. Don't
no,
worry.
I don't want to
No, you don't get used to
things like this. You don't have to be abusive,
No, it's only a Kene.
You
He
don't
does
have
not
to
respect
take
women.
Who is being abusive?
normalize things.
Who is
That
not
is
intelligent on this platform?
Bibire,
You see,
don't
they
get
will be the
thrown
one
off.
to
Just keep
insult, and
going.
they will be the one to turn around and
Let's calm down now. See, AY, stop egging this on. You are not helping. You just keep throwing fire into everything.
AY
Please,
is a woman
go
rapper.
ahead.
He knows his problem. I know.
So I was saying that
Kene is consistent in insulting women on this
I was
channel.
saying-
You know, forefather. Don't allow him to
I don't know anything. Stop going on. Please, Bibire, go ahead.
So I was saying that if you know the largest, the
Fifth
richest
largest.
state in America, you have California, you have
New
New
York.
York, followed by Texas, Florida, and Illinois.
Mhm.
These states, California alone, can have like maybe Texas and Florida combined. But what I'm saying is this state, if you look at the red states in America, look at Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Indiana, these are poor states. You're talking about homelessness. Have you been to Mississippi, Kentucky, Alabama, and see
Arkansas.
how life is there?
Yes, they don't have homelessness. Address that fact.
These states, these blue states, are the ones subsidizing
She's getting it
the
now.
red states in America. And these states equally, they are poor in education. And if you see their voting pattern, you will see that they vote Republicans. They are very poor. Oklahoma ranked the 49th in education, in maternal health, including West Virginia. They are poor.
South Carolina.
But what happened is they make all this red states fight culture war. They are fighting, they're telling them, look here, don't look there. Culture war that is just like, I will keep saying it, is just like this. For instance, in NCAA, which is the collegiate, body of the collegiate athletes in America, administration, you have like 510,000 collegiate athletes. And you have, ask me how many of them are transgender? 10, if not less. So why would I, as a voter, go to the poll and vote based on that, on 10 people? Because Trump keep making it, and that's how Republicans win majority of their election. They make issues, they blow it out of proportion, and they keep telling you. And Trump said it, you can Google it. Trump said, if you say things long enough, hard enough, often enough, people will believe it. That is his strategy. His coach was Roy Cohn that said, just keep saying the same thing. Just keep saying the same thing. They said if you keep saying something, people want to be like, okay, I think it's true.
Why do you think that is?
That is because they said 52% of Americans read at or below 5th grade level.
They say, no, I think the reason why but those same people, if you approach them individually,
let me explain.
I'm trying to get into something deeper here. Okay. Why even Michael Jackson said the same thing when he said,
you didn't let me finish what I thought. I want to maybe
finish your thought then. Finish your thought.
So let me finish what I'm about to say on that. Let me tell you, like I said before, there are 4 types of Trump supporters. It's not all of them are dumb. Believe me. So when we say, oh, they don't know what no, that's not true. That is not true.
List the Democrat supporters too.
Stop. Kenny, I do not appreciate. I don't do
Kenny,
this.
you're supposed to listen now and be right here.
Baby Ray, you were doing good. You just ignore it.
Have you ever been in American platform? Have you been to the platform the way they
please ignore him.
I'm not saying that people that know how to play, but they don't do this to us.
It's a Nigerian thing. They hate. They don't like divergent opinion.
Sorry, this is the time for you to be taking.
I'm trying to help her so that she will make the listings in full.
No, it's a Nigerian thing. You stay longer on the show, you'll see how they operate.
Please go ahead, list the supporters. Let's hear it. You know, Pastor has been very well behaved.
I'm saying that there are 4 types of Trump supporters, and I don't mean this in a condescending way. We have the stupid ones. Let me explain the stupid ones to you. If you ask them, why do they like Trump? They'll say, yes, he talks tough. He's very vile. He's very ruthless. They find it funny. They like all the stuff that he does. You know, they vote based on that. They don't know any policy. If you ask them for policy, they do not know. They will tell you they don't know, but I just like him. And you have the second one, the ignorant ones. They read, but they don't have ability to decipher information. They don't have understanding of what they're reading.
Comprehension level low.
That's like can I belong to that group?
They read.
Oh no, you see, AY, you need to stop.
AY, the game now. When I know where they are heading to because I know that she's about to spew stupidity, and that is why I try to help her so that she will make it. She will balance it. You see why? You see why? That's how Democrats behave. Very unintelligent people. They will be the one to do the insult, and they will turn around and start playing emotional games.
This is bigger than you. This is bigger than me. This is not you.
Stop trolling, man. Come on. Leave him alone.
So the third set of people are the dishonest people. They are wealthy. They are corporations. They know better, but because they will get tax cut.
And they're racist.
And they would do it because Trump has promised them tax cut, and they know Republicans always give tax cut to the rich. So yes, they're all for it.
Let's
finish the list now. Let's not finish the list. I want to hear the fourth one.
Why have you been missing on this platform? I mean, why have we been missing on this platform?
We need that every day, man.
Yeah, if it was you, would you come?
This is early days. You book chaser with all this rascality.
No, it's only
like I wrote in one of my classes. I said, I found out that a lot of people did not understand information. Their comprehension level is
very low, extremely low.
It's appalling to me because I listen to people. I'm like, oh my God, you just have to just regurgitate things without it. Let me tell you, every information that I look into. I do not watch CNN. I do not watch Fox. I do not watch MSNBC.
We have low mentality. Can you leave us with that? We are done. We are stupid. Can you leave us with?
Hold on. Can we go to the fourth one? I'm interested in hearing what you're saying.
Million Americans are stupid and dumb.
Interested in listening. I want to hear what she's saying now, please.
Yeah, we are all dumb. That's what she said. More than 7.7 million Americans are dumb and stupid, and they voted for Trump.
Oh my God! Please carry on, please.
Can you deal with that?
Let her finish her list, please.
Can I take paper and pen?
The smart one, eh? Can you leave us to exist? Smart one. That don't.
Please carry on.
The first set of people are the inherently evil ones.
Yeah, wicked people.
They're racist. They're evangelicals. Cruelty is a point for them. You understand? That's the category of the racist one. No matter what you say, let me tell you, no matter what happens, they will never reason. They will always choose someone like Trump that give them the voice to be racist, to say whatever they want. That's why they say free speech. It's not free speech. They want to be able to say hate speech. They want to be able to talk to people in a condescending way. They want that. They want the evil. Do you know why I know that? The first set of group, if you listen to people when they ask them why they voted for Trump, and they say, oh yes, for instance, the people that have been laid off recently, and they have I've listened to like 4 different people, and they ask, why did you vote for Trump? They say, oh, I didn't know. I voted for Trump three times. I didn't know that he was going to do this to me.
Yeah.
But you're okay with him doing that to other people.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not okay. You didn't know he was going to touch you. It was going to lay. You're going to be lay. They think they're going to be like when Trump was saying we're going to do this, or we're going to, all those rhetoric stuff. They thought he was going to do it to black people, to people of
Mexicans,
minority. The cruelty is the point for them. They want people to suffer.
But I think that group, there are 2. One is the cruel ones, but there are others that believe that they want their culture to remain supreme in that country. They don't want to go and have to learn another people's language. They don't want to cut out to Islamic or Hindu or any other thing. They want to remain supreme, and those ones have a case to make.
They don't want anybody.
Everybody wants to hate people. They want
they
their
don't
own
want,
people to survive.
They don't want anybody to poison the blood of their nation. They don't want anybody to poison the blood of their
how they are echoing the same thing. You see how they are echoing the same thing. They think like one-way traffic, all of them. You see how they echo the same thing. That's how they are. We know them already, and that is why more than.
Hold on. If somebody
you're moving me now because I'm the one talking.
Let's try to make sense. If somebody doesn't want to replace, is that evil? If you are in Nigeria now, you will come and they are having more children and they want to replace. Is it a bad body? That's why I say
yes. In the case of America, it is evil. Why? Why would we say it is evil? How did America come to be in the first place? So if you want to say, well, I'm scared of replacement, and there's no inherent policy by these people, I don't think there's any black person, starting from William Du Bois or any Spanish person that has said, and I mean activists now or nationalists that have said, well, our aim is to eliminate white people and send them back to Europe. If anything, if you see black people always talking, they're saying we want to leave at the very least, or give us equality. So I think it is evil on the part of white America, and even white Americans are starting to stand up against the racists in their midst, because you can't say everywhere you go. How did Canada come to be? How did the United States come to be? How did Australia come to be? So you're trying the same thing again in the Middle East. Why do you think you have the license to always wipe out somebody else's ethnicity, or also always say, well, I'm in fear that my race is going to get diminished or lower in the power totem pole, so I have the right to destroy other races? They don't have the right. So back to your question, is it inherently evil? Yes, especially when we take into factor that the United States, Canada, and Australia started off as colonial projects, and they did that by eliminating others, the natives and the indigenous people of the land. So yes, it is evil.
They don't care about rights. Rights have no.
Finish her lecture,
the antelope before.
Can we also call out evils when Igbo people are being targeted and
the antelope before a lion does not plead their rights. There are no rights.
Can we also call out evil that is being meted against Igbo people in Nigeria?
Yes.
Have we ever done that on this platform?
Yes.
What are we
talking about? We see a lot of people supporting
forefathers. I am going to say that this is, like I said, I'm not taking side of anyone. I just, address. Let me tell you this. I'll give you an example. For the election, I was phone banking because I wanted a change in Nigeria. I was phone banking for Peter Obi, calling family, calling friends. Like, don't you want to change? Do you know, like, a lot of feedback that I got, and people were like, oh, the Igbos, they're dominating Lagos. They are doing this. For me, oppression on one is oppression on all. I do not stand for oppression in any shape or form. I do not care if you're. If I was against it, my people were saying that, and I was telling them, I do not. Don't you want a change? Why do you want somebody that you know? I know. I was born and bred in Lagos Island, so I know. I said, why are you? I know. We know this.
Yeah, but the question I want to ask you is, when you listed your 4, is there any group in America that you think are on the right side, or they have merit to the argument and that argument needs to be addressed? Those core MAGA supporters, is there anything that they aspire to that you believe is legitimate for them to raise and it needs to be addressed?
Let me tell you, if you look at American history, you will know that the preservation that you're trying to do, the change is going to come. The change is going to happen. America was
but do they have a fear that because if you go to Yoruba land now, you see other people want to take over, don't you have a legitimate say, if Oyibo come now and say they want to bring people from Birmingham and Mississippi to come and take over Lagos and Ogun State, you're not exactly going to be happy with that. No, they didn't bring their people now. If they want to, if they bring their people, this one is wahala now. They bring their people, not the government. No, I'm trying to put you in the hot chair so that you can try to think like them.
No,
because if you don't have empathy for them,
because I took my time to study them because I take a lot of classes on American history.
If you did, then you'll be comfortable.
Could she take a question from me?
Yeah, you'll be comfortable with my questioning. Then, if you study them closely, if you have
the question you asked was not answered.
Hold on now, let me answer the question. If you have white people coming into Ogun State and they start numbering to 20, and they tell you that by in 20 years or so they are going to be 50% of the population, and they are taking over Ogun State, how would you feel? And you testify to it now that
in the first place. Is this their land in the first place?
Exactly.
You see now. Okay, now you already
do something or not.
It doesn't matter.
It matters.
The land you own.
Matter.
No, let me say this. The land you own is the one you are able to protect and conquer. That is what life is. The idea that you think
they are not intelligent to that level, Father. You are going fast. Bring it down to their level.
It's a fact of life. That is why
bring it down to their level.
So you say
the intelligence is not to that level.
Let me say something.
Let me ask
you just said something, right? You just said something, and Kenneth actually supported it. Okay.
No, what did I support?
You said bring it down to their level.
What was that?
What he just said. What he just said. What he said that whatever land you can conquer, basically.
No. I did not respond to conquering. I support.
Let's not go back and forth. Okay, I just paraphrase.
Yes.
Okay.
I did not support.
Let's deal with the nuances. Let me just ask. So what I want to ask you is very simple. Forget the wordplay and all that. So basically, he's saying whatever you can conquer, you own. Whoever is the victor can keep the spoils of the war. That's all he's saying, right?
We are not in the wild, then.
All right. So what you saying?
You are.
No.
What makes you think you are not?
So what you saying, Kenan? When you said he's right, I want to say, what if? So why do you guys have a problem with the?
And that is why I wanted to correct you, because I did not concur to that.
So why did you say bring it, Amos? So why did you say bring it down to their level?
He set an example. He asked her a question. How about why people come to Ogun State, right? I want to lay claim on Ogun State. She now asks, was that their land in the first place?
Exactly. You know that what she's opposing it.
She's opposing
that's
it.
how you people feel.
Do you understand?
In America.
Okay.
Now, my understanding with Forefather's follow-up question is wherever you own is yours. Example, the Ogun State people living in Ogun State,
can you hear me?
The land is theirs. Who knows? In the past, it was a different ethnic group or ethnic nationality that owned that place, that same land. But today, it is Ogun State's land. That is where I concord. But coming to invading another man's country, killing them and claiming the land is what I don't agree with.
Okay.
For example, now, today, for example, today, the so-called Lagos state, some people are laying claim that it was owned by Edo people. Some people are saying that it was owned by this, but the fact remains that Lagos state is owned by Yoruba people today. So therefore, it is their land as of today.
I go.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
You understand?
Yeah. I go.
You've elucidated 4 types of Trump voters, right? Now, are there more than that? Are there more than 4, or that's the comprehensive list? Because I have a question for you.
No, so I will say this: like, those are just the major. We have subgroups though, because you have the evangelicals. They have a different ideology, and that's what they're pursuing. So yeah, so I feel like
these are the 4 major.
Yeah, but they have those majors have like subgroups. So
which group do you think you belong?
Here's the question then I have for you, because I gave you when you were talking, I gave you credit. I said a reasonable person can hold the view you're holding, right? Now, I am one who doesn't come into any of those 4, and I'm a Trump supporter. That's why I'm saying that.
You are in 3.
If I'm in any of your groups, there is a group which I belong to who would normally be a Democrat. The Democrats, when they're in power, they don't do what Democrats are supposed to do. For example, you saw how Trump is using executive order, right? In the Democratic Party, we don't believe that people should carry machine guns around, right? We believe that there should be regulation when it comes to guns. We don't believe that Second Amendment, it's comprehensive for everybody. It's supposed to be for the militia, as the way it's worded, right? As an example. So when you have Obama coming to office or Biden, they don't do what Trump is doing. In essence, Trump goes out there by executive order, he will do something for his people. So we don't want that anymore in the Democratic Party. Then we want to look for somebody who is an aberration. Trump is not simplistic the way you put it. I believe that it's a simplistic definition of Trump. He's more sophisticated than that, right? It's not superficial like people would think. Right? It's not schematic. Jejune, right? It's not a bubblegum president. He knows what he's doing. He has a lot of common sense. So my question to you, as a Democrat, you want gun control. We had a President Obama coming to office with more legislators bequeathed with the Senate, bequeathed with supermajority in the House for at least 2 years. He didn't do any of the things that Democrats are supposed to do. Supposed to do the liberal policies. They don't do anything like that. So they're playing us. They're toying around with us. When you look at, because if a true Democrat comes into office, let's say, let's say somebody
Bernie
like
Sanders. Use Bernie Sanders. Use Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries, Bernie Sanders.
Any of those, if they go there and implement what they're supposed to do for Democrats, there'll be a landslide. Now, they've had a landslide. They had a landslide with Obama. It was incredible, but he didn't do anything right. So now, Trump is not a Republican. What I believe is that he was pushed to the right because they're supposed to work with
Trump
him.
is not a Republican.
He's not a Republican in the sense of a conservative, what we know colloquially as a Republican, right? He fought the Bushes the same way he fought the Clintons. In a primary where you have 17 people arrayed against him in the Republican Party, he beat all of them, right? So what he's doing, you have to have 2 perspectives. I'll finish in a couple of minutes, right? Because you're looking at him as a simplistic figure. He's not. It's a paradox. Now, I don't blame a lot of people when there's a paradox, when there's a self-contradiction, incongruity in somebody, right? He's an absurdity. So he comes in there, you have to look at him with the aperture of a Nigerian, an immigrant, right? So then you have to condemn him, what he's doing. But then you have to step outside of yourself and then look at it from an American, somebody who's a red-blooded American, right? Who was born here, let's say white folks. So what the things you're condemning him for example, if he says anything against immigrants, well, that's what he's supposed to say. If our country is working very well, right? You're gonna see us.
So I wanted to say something there. What you just said now, I think you're also missing the point. So the point is, what is the root cause of that mass migration, right? I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, what is the root cause of that migration? Is due to U.S. foreign policy in Latin America.
Yeah, but he didn't
right?
specify
But go on.
migration. But let him go on.
If you expand the debate, right, you're right. It's not America. You have to look at America as the administration by administration, right? That's none of Trump's business. Trump is not a globalist. He's a nationalist.
But he's still following that policy.
No. There's
anti-establishment too.
Yes,
anti-establishment. He's not a globalist. He wants to make his country great again. Yeah. He's talking to his allies. He says, "You pay your fair share," right? He wants to dissolve NATO, for example. Now these
even
are the
United Nations.
Yeah, even that.
No, he's not trying to dissolve NATO. These are lies. These are
but let me just land. What we mean by that is also, let me use that word again, is colloquial. What we mean, it's not falling in line. He's telling NATO, pay your fair share. I want peace in Russia. Canada, pay your fair share. We're gonna put. I mean, I heard some people like Miss Amos here, who spoke very eloquently, talk about California. That's too big. What's the GDP of Metro California, Los Angeles? Almost $1 trillion. That's just Los Angeles, Anaheim, Long Beach. $1 trillion. That's a lot. Nigeria's GDP, I don't know if it's more than 400 billion.
Oh, 400 billion, yeah.
400 billion.
It's just under 400 billion now.
Okay, so you look at California, it's large with hundreds of cities. So now when you talk about just the Metro, Los Angeles having 1 trillion, you're reaching, you're going way out there. Don't worry about that. Now, to bring it down, I want to tell you something. Trump is an asset. Trump is, they don't come any better. You could hit them all you want. There's a binary choice. Remember, in every election, there's a binary choice. So the limit, the contours of the debate should be between Trump and who else would have been the president if he wasn't the president, right? So in the past, we had Clinton and on others. Right now, we had, what's her name here? Miss Kamala Harris, right? They would have still been playing the games they're playing. They have people getting killed in Ukraine, but they won't put boots on the ground. I bet you if Trump is for fighting Russia, he'll put boots on the ground and get it done. You don't just have a war in perpetuity. Somebody like Israelis, right? Now, support Israel. Their right to exist. But they cannot go out there committing genocide in front of our eyes under Democrats, because then we don't have a choice. In this election, no matter who you choose, Netanyahu will be sitting pretty if it's Democrats, if it's Trump. So it should never be like that. Democrats should have been the ones to say, and they would have won a lot of votes if they say, you know what?
No more, we're not giving you
bombs. Israel, but we don't support genocide. So I want you out of there before I hang up this phone. You pull those soldiers to your area, or you're gonna get it. We don't have any Democrat talking like that. Bernie Sanders would, even though he's Jewish, he would say the same thing. So the group, to conclude, why I'm trying to look for a very good way to characterize your definition of Trump. And the best I could say is simplistic, because I don't want to go into.
I'll say both.
Let me just quickly respond to what
that's actually
let me say,
a great submission.
Yes, I like it.
You can learn from that.
But I will say this.
Can you stop bringing?
And I hope you learned something from.
I will say this. Let me tell you, Democrats will continue to lose if they continue the way they are doing. Let me tell you, when they have power, they don't know how to use it. They are so, I understand your point that when Trump has power, he tried to expand his power. That is what he's currently doing. But Democrats, when they are in power, they are afraid to even use power.
Because they're all hypocrites.
Because they're hypocrites.
No, it's more sinister than that. I'm sorry. I'm just going to interject for 1 minute. If they were just, what do you call it? Hypocritic, right?
Yeah. Hypocritical.
No, but they are deceitful, right?
Yep. I agree.
Yes.
They're liars
and Democrats, to say Democrats don't have power, I think is misplacing. They are by far the far more diabolical party.
No.
Tony, are you still with us?
No, they're not.
Look at they just started these 2 wars.
Let me tell you.
In your whole lifetime, they were sitting there when Ukraine war started. They were sitting there when Gaza war started, and they funded it to the hill. And you still don't see them as diabolical. Okay.
But doesn't that tell us, Madam Bigger, I'm sorry. So doesn't that just tell us that these parties are just basically the same people with little differences, but in essence, they all have the same aim and aspirations, which is
I actually
basically
think Democrats are worse now.
No,
That's
I
how
think I
bad it is.
disagree. They are not worse.
Depends on how you look at it.
They are
I
both
actually think they are a
sides. They
little
are
bit
the
worse.
same. No, I don't think so.
You know why I said they are not worse, forefather? Pensat. I said the Democrat, they will continue to lose because they don't know how to use power, even when they have it. They are hypocrite, just like Nom said.
A Democrat using 2 nuclear weapons. We have nuclear bombs in the world. It's only a Democrat that has used it.
In the same Democratic Party that you have been, I feel like they need a third party in America.
They need a third
party.
party.
Democratic Party that you have
middle. Let them be in the middle between the left and right.
And you have someone like Benny Sanders.
People like us will be there.
God bless Pansat for coming to dash some common sense here.
Somebody on the left, what are you going on about? You want to create another middle party? Democrats are already middle. They are like almost Republicans right now.
we have
Democrats are left.
Forefathers,
Democrats are not left.
we have third parties. Each time you mention,
that's why Bernie Sanders cannot win. Democrats are not left. Democrats are very much in the center.
Forefathers, each time you mention Nagasaki and Hiroshima, I think and we've told you the same thing over and over. I know I've told you, and I know Man of Prestige has told you, I know Steph has told you, Pastor has told you, the Democrats that dropped because he doesn't listen, the Democrats that were in charge in 45 are not the same Democratic Party that are in charge in 2025.
They are just
no, they switch ideologies, just like
Democrats.
It's just like saying the Republicans freed the slaves. That is how it will sound. Okay, so
is right. Forefathers, could you do 2 minutes so everybody gets to speak?
Maybe the people change. Maybe the individuals change their policies.
I was
Shim is here. Shim has not spoken. No, Shim has been here for a very long time. Shim will have his time.
There's a lot of misconception.
So I was saying that they'll continue to lose because in the same party you have Bernie Sanders, the same party you add what's his name from West Virginia, Joe Manchin.
Bernie Sanders is actually a pro-war manga.
No,
he
no.
supported the one in Ukraine. Yes, supported the one in Ukraine.
He's not a saint. You can't find a perfect politician. I'm not looking at every individual. I'm just looking
if you look at other countries, there are better politicians, far better politicians.
I'm not looking at every politician. I'm just saying that the same party where you have Bernie Sanders,
he's not a Democrat. He's not in the Democratic Party.
The same party, let me tell you, because
thank you, Pastor. Now that's why I came. Miss Madam Amos, what's his name? Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat.
He's independent, we know, but
he's independent. He caucus with Democrats.
He's knowing for the first time today. Thank you.
He's a Democrat. Chim is a Democrat. He's a Democrat.
We haven't spoken about River State and Lagos State.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not ready to, these are different conversations, so we can go ahead and have different conversations. But I'm saying that they will continue. The Republican, they understood the assignment. They know what they want. Let me tell you, at some point there was party switch. There was Southern strategy. People switch party, and that don't mean that we don't still have, because we are the Dixie. They kind of join with Republicans. You understand?
Ms. Amos, could I borrow your time again? Because I want to make
Bernie Sanders is actually independent. You know?
Yeah, we know, but he used to be the caucuses with the...
Yeah, Mr. Amos, let me make one clarification for you, and this is going to help us, and then we could go to another 10 altogether, because do not make the mistake of thinking that Trump is a Republican. He's not a Republican. He has taken over the party, okay? Once Trump is gone, then we're going to go back to the fight between Republicans and Democrats. And
if
then
he doesn't destroy the
okay.
Republican Party.
He's not going to destroy. Here's what it is. The point is this. That's common sense, which is his mantra. That's what he's operating under. And then you have knowledge, political juggernauts who have knowledge. Trump makes things very easy. That's the best way to govern this country. if you look at Trump, what you're going to find is good sense, right? Native sense, discernment. He's astute. A lot of they try to make him a liar and this and that. All he's doing is to do the right thing. Just look at he's looking at the United States the way, let's say, he owns it as an individual. He's operating.
Doing the right thing by trying
He's
to
not
forge
operating with like people you go to school. Like when I taught politics, especially in the real politics sense, right? They will tell you a country operates by interest and all this highfalutin stuff, right? It's not the way it's supposed to work. Somebody like Trump is a patriot. If he goes to your country, you have better airports, let's say Saudi Arabia, then he's gonna try to put tariffs on you to pay us for protecting you. If there's a need to bring soccer, football to the United States, he'll fight for that. These Democrats will not do anything like that. Trump is telling the allies and our neighbors here, Mexico, I don't know if anybody here lives in Canada. Let me just tell you, all they've been doing is living off of us. That's all they've been doing. Okay, Chin. All they do is ripping us off here every day.
Actually, that's not correct.
They have a king,
Canada.
right?
It's
If he was black, if Canada was black, would they have a king? Our neighbors here, they're undemocratic. They have a king as the head of state.
The king
all the way from
But it's
England.
ceremonial.
Does not have any.
It doesn't matter.
It does not have
If you, for example, United Kingdom is like Iran, except the Ayatollah is elected. Over there, they have a king that's not elected. It's a bloody monarchy. And I'm telling you, if he ever talks bad about Trump one day, then Trump is going to say exactly what I'm saying now. You have to have elections over there and let the people, the Republic, for example, there's an organization over there called the Republic.
Role of king of
will you be, who's that?
Will you be quiet to respect somebody that is talking, please?
I will end in 30 seconds by saying this to you. I want you to reconsider because your heart's in the right place. You got good points on this. But hating Trump is absolutely the wrong thing to do because of the other side. If we had a situation where the Democrats are doing the right things, right? Doing the right things. For example, at some point here, they had women on welfare who have kids, and they have kids, and then the government was paying them a little money here and there. And they came in there with Clinton, as powerful as he was, and all these people voted for him. And they snatched all that welfare from these women and gave it to the corporations. Right? He couldn't fight for those people who are his base. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Obama did the same thing.
Pastor. Why couldn't he fight back? Just like the reason why they enacted the crime bill. He had his own scandal. He was facing impeachment. So it wasn't like he came in and said, well, I'm not going to fight back. But he had his back against the wall. And the Republicans at that time had leverage. They basically had the bayonet to his throat. You do this, or we impeach you. And that was it. I mean, you older than me.
I believe that we have a full house here now. So I just want
I have a question for you.
Let me just respond to something I Speak the Truth said before about Democrats. By Second World War, they had shifted to the left already. Economically and the way they look at the state, they had already shifted to the left. And that Truman guy was on the left economically when he used those two nuclear weapons. So I don't know what the point is.
Pastor, sorry, I have a question for you.
Can I tell why we're on the left?
Go ahead. Let her ask a question.
It wasn't true.
Let the woman talk. Let the woman give the word. She's the only woman here. Go ahead.
Can you tell me 4 things? I'm just going to leave, the past behind. 4 current Trump's policy that is good for the people. Just 4 of them. Because you mentioned that it's not about hating Donald Trump, of which partially I hate him because he hates other people. So I will not say it's not coming from a place of hate. It's coming from a place because he humanized, he oppressed people. And what he stands for, I do not stand for it.
He's a bully.
Exactly. Now, let me just say
hate
that
your fellow human being. You see? I said
it. One of them is that Trump is an equal opportunity abuser, right? It does when you see Trump abusing black folks or Mexicans, it doesn't mean he's not abusing white folks as well. or the Pope, for that matter. He's a counter-puncher. It depends on who's punching him. He's got his eyes on what he wants to accomplish, and he's out to do it. He made campaign promises, and he's delivering on those campaign promises. When you go on a campaign and you say, you know what, our border is not safe, I'm going to close the border, I'm going to do this. That's what he's doing. It has nothing to do. Okay, now
give me four policies.
That's what I'm coming. I'm giving you the back. I'm giving you the background. Part of the policy that he has is that he wants American allies to pay their fair share, right? He doesn't want to go on an adventure and be the war's policeman. He wants peace. He doesn't want wars. Are you against that?
That's absolutely not true. That's
hold on now.
Actually, there is some truth to that, though.
And the policy,
we have not gotten any evidence to the contrary. It seems to
full strength, right? He's saying, I'm not going to be.
Please don't be offended. Let me just mention one because you might not mention it. She says one people policy. Madam Amos, you identify as a woman, right? Am I right?
Is that a question?
Okay, so a young girl practices.
I identify her as a woman.
Okay, a young girl practices swimming or practices athletics, goes through the rigor of preparing for an event. And then Jide wakes up on 2 or 5 weeks before that event and says he suddenly feels like a woman.
I can see Jide doing that. I can see Jide doing that.
Race. Hold on now. Race has to go and run in that race. And then you, the young girl,
you say why?
You are up and against Jide, and Jide wins it. How would you feel? So Trump says no more of that. How about that as a policy?
Let me tell you.
No. How about that as a
no. Let me tell you something. You're talking about culture war. I am not. It is culture war. It is culture war because it's not something that is happening. Like, oh yeah, it's happening. Then that's
this is not a cultural issue.
It's called culture war.
No,
answer his question. Answer his question.
Culture war.
It is culture war.
Answer his question.
You practice.
How would you feel?
It is culture war.
There is no culture.
You're talking about transgender.
It is called culture war. Yeah.
It's called culture war.
Whose culture is it?
Culture war.
Culture war. Look at it.
It's not.
It's a culture war.
No, it's not.
Jim, if you can.
But let her answer the question.
Hold on.
Answer the question. He asked you a valid question. Answer it.
Hold on now. Let me just moderate. Jim, come to the middle of the screen so I will be more professional. Let's look more professional. All right, go ahead.
Republican, as always, let me tell you, this machine, the Republican, I give it to them. This Republican machine that they have put out is working. They make it work across board, from media to podcast to mainstream,
brainwashing people.
All of it. Let me tell you, they make it like a big deal. It is not
what I said.
No, I will not respond because that is not a policy.
But your questions were responded to.
I was Jim.
Your questions were responded to.
Let me finish answering the question. Mr. Amos,
smart people, eh?
You keep making the mistake. I've been trying to correct you that Trump is not a Republican. Hold on 1 minute.
510,000 NCAA in America. That is collegiate athletes. 510,000 people in that body. And you have people that are 10 transgender. How is that like a mainstream thing that people would vote on? And Republican has always done this. Let me tell you, Republicans has always won on all in the recent.
Jim, let me just try to ask her this because Bibiri, you are saying that it's 10 of them. But why is it that societally we keep hearing about them everywhere? They want to change
because they're loud. They're loud.
They are very loud. If you make it so loud,
they're loud, but also people make it into what it is not.
And we say we are not going to accept that in our society.
How about passing a law that says a child could go and seek gender affirming procedures even without the consent of the parents?
Let me tell you, I work in the system. No, I work in the system for years.
There's evidence of it.
Hold on. You cannot give a Tylenol to a child without parental consent.
It's a
No, it's in California.
Yes, you
It's
can.
in California. It's in California.
It's in California, and there are cases where it has happened.
It's in California. You see, these are the people that will come here and tell you that they know America more than the Americans themselves, but they don't know nothing.
You want me to provide evidence to show
It
this?
is in California. You see how they open eye as if they know anything. So it's
Hold on. You are not helping your case.
I'm not talking to you. Please. I'm saying that forefathers, the little John story that Trump said during the. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Wait, but let her explain.
I let you speak. I let you speak.
Wait, but let her explain.
No, I speak the truth. Please help us finish your name. You are not helping us speak the truth. I can't call your name.
My name is because of Ovie.
Not me to push my ideology.
So it's in honor of Ovie.
Ms. Amos, why get stuck on that little? That's a little point now. Let's not fight about that now, because I could just summarize and say, if it's one person, we shouldn't have it, right? But now the point I'm making is this. You keep saying that Trump is a Republican. You see, Republicans don't embrace somebody like Putin, right? Trump, pardon? Traditionally, they don't. They're into foreign policy. They hate Soviet Union, communist stuff
Even
like
the
that.
Republicans
They're
hate
into
Soviet
wars.
Union.
They're
That's
into,
wrong. Even
no, hold on now.
Republicans hate Soviet Union.
Republicans are into wars, right? Like Iraq and all that stuff. Even though Democrats were fooling us then, Democrats were in the same league with them together.
They're all the same.
They keep talking about.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you.
So now Trump is able to try to make friends with Vladimir Putin, right? His thing is, look, if we could have this regional power to play ball, strategically, we're going to be able to contain China, who's a more formidable adversary. So he's not a Republican in the sense that you keep thinking about. It's common sense that men should not play
women's sports.
in women's sports, boxing and all that stuff. And they're over there knocking out the teeth of women because they put on a dress. That's not. Do you understand? It's
information that
I'm saying even. What I'm saying is that let's not dwell on it. I believe that we all agree on the same things here. So we could go to Nigerian politics, which is why we're here. I don't believe that anybody who thinks about it, think about it as the right thing to do. Let Trump be Trump. I don't want Trump to be like Biden. I don't. Let Trump be Trump. We should see what we can.
Policies are hurting people. Policies are hurting me.
Can I talk?
What about energy policy? For example, in the energy policy, here's what the Democrats are doing. They make us go. You go to the market, you buy food, then you pay 10 cents for the bag, right?
Can I talk?
The energy of the world, and we're paying $7 or $10 a gallon.
Can I talk?
They create Elon Musk. Obama created Elon Musk, right?
Yes.
So they've been fooling us. And Trump said before, I don't know if you heard that saying where he says, I remember when Elon Musk came to see me, I could say to him, get on your knees, and he would have done it, right? But now Trump knows he's not running for the election. Now he's actually a bad guy now, right? So Elon Musk is his friend. But it's the Democrats that created him. They gave him all that money, and now he's insulting them.
And actually, Israeli lobby created all of them.
Okay, I yield.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Okay, yeah, Jide, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I think there's a lot of misconception and a lot of misleading information out here, and I really need to clarify there are a lot of things, particularly when it comes to foreign policy. You see, the so-called people that we call alternative media, or the Bernie Sanders on the left, and Tulsi Gabbard, trust me, they are part of the establishment. Let me tell you, we need to understand what's going on in the US. We need to really understand US politics to the brain. And what we need to understand is that, you see, the alternative is now called the controlled opposition, but they are all part of the establishment. So the people that are now called anti-establishment, like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard to the right, and Bernie Sanders to the left, they are part of the establishment. They agree on the same foreign policy. And a lot of them still align with the plutocrats that run the US, that run the US empire. Because we need to understand these things. Tulsi Gabbard, we're talking about Israel and Gaza.
Did you misspeak when you said alternative media means Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard and people?
You did. That was not what I said. Please listen to me. What I
No,
said
I
was
think
that
you totally missed it.
you did, that was not what I said. You missed
Well, so what did you say? Go ahead.
I said the so-called alternative media that we are claiming that the Trumpists, they are part of the establishment. They are not so-called anti-establishment. All the Tucker Carlson. I know all these people, Tucker Carlson, Bernie Sanders. No, they are not. They are part of the establishment. It's just that
I said, did you misspeak? I'm going to ask a question again.
I want to continue what I'm saying.
So what do you mean when you said alternative media and you reference Bernie Sanders? I'm here to learn, baby.
What I'm saying.
You said
what I'm
Bernie
saying,
Sanders and
Stop interrupting me.
I'm asking you a question, bro. I know you don't like me, but let me ask you
Hold
the
on,
question.
hold on.
One at a time, please.
Jide, the reason why he's asking that question, because you put it Bernie Sanders.
You see how Democrats are always
He said Tulsi garbage.
But didn't you guys listen to me? I said Bernie Sanders to the left, Tucker Carlson and
Maybe
to the
forefathers want to
They are
rewind
part
it. I
of
know
the establishment.
Can you rewind it
They
for
are
us,
part
please?
of the establishment.
Okay, Jide, the point is you use the word media. And then
Thank you. The alternative
but hold
media
on,
Nigeria
Jide,
is that.
hold on before you're jumping. Hold on first. You were explaining something. I understand what you're saying, but in the midst of what you were saying, you called Bernie Sanders a media person.
And Tulsi garbage.
No. I'm not saying they are I'm not
But
talking about them
that's
as
how
media.
it appeared. You call them media people.
No,
Can you put
that was,
Carlson?
I made a point. Then I was now giving another point that even the so-called politicians that we are now seeing as an alternative, they're actually part of the establishment. That's what I'm saying.
I hear you, but you meant when you were saying it, the way you said it, the way the words came in, it looked like you were saying these people were media people. That's what people got.
Oh goodness, no, that's not what I said. They're not
Okay,
media.
that's what I was
asking
you. Just say that's not what you meant. That should be fine.
That was not what I meant. Okay, so as I was
no more.
So the point, I have a lot to say. The idea that Trump is not going to war is absolutely wrong. Especially if you listen to what he has said about Iran policy right now. In fact, the Democrats, I'm not a Democrat, mind you. I'm not a Democrat at all. As far as I criticize the Democrats, I criticize the Republicans. The Democrats have been able to manage the tension between Iran and Israel. They've managed, and they were successful in doing that. Now, what's going on right now is the Trump team, they are now going on par with Netanyahu's agenda right now. So this idea that the one piece is absolutely false. Currently, what's going on is other Democrats, they were trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. What is that nuclear deal all about? Iran should not have nuclear weapons, right? As a nuclear deterrence, because Israel sees that as a security threat, right? Now, what you have now is that Donald Trump wants to revive that deal, because under Donald Trump, that deal was torn apart in his first administration. He tore that deal apart and increased tension with Iran. So now Trump is now threatening the Iranian regime that if they don't go back to that deal, despite the maximum pressure sanctions, they would use nuclear weapons or missiles, cruise missiles, and attack Iran's nuclear facilities. And Iran has said that if they do that, that would declare an official war. What's going on right now is Trump is now giving them a timeline. If they don't reach a timeline and negotiate, that's what they will do. And Iran is saying no. Now, Qatar has said that if you are going to war with Iran, you cannot use our airspace. Just yesterday. So right now, the war that Trump is fighting is trying to move away from the Ukraine war and try to segregate Russia and China. I don't want to go into that one. And he's now trying to put the burden on Europe. He's not trying to disband NATO. That's not the agenda. They want Europe to bear more responsibility in containing Russia, particularly the Baltic states, because the Baltic states, they are extremely anti-Russian. So now, if you follow what's going on, if you guys follow what's going on, they are sending fighter jets, F-16, the same thing Russia said they should not do. They are sending F-35, F-16 to Poland, to Eastern European countries. That can lead to World War III. So you guys need to follow what's going on, and this idea, look at you, stop listening to what he's saying. This man is a con man. He's a con man.
No, that's not true.
That was not true. What's not
hold
true?
On now. Sorry, hold on. Hold on. When you speak, we're here to all learn. You don't have the compendium of all the knowledge.
Yeah. I'm not saying I know it all. Number
one. When you said the Democrats were managing Iran well, that's not correct.
That's correct. That's correct. But when you talk, I will now respond. Let's talk.
Democrats enabling Iran with their policy. Let me give you an instance. Under Trump's first tenure, he literally stifled economic ability of Iran to do anything. They froze their wait, hold on. They froze their assets. Iran could not do anything. That was why Iran was. That is why you see when they hit Salman, what's that man? That Iranian guy.
Mm-hmm. So was there a terrorist? Was there a terrorist? Was there a terrorist? Was there a terrorist? Who was Soleimani?
Wait,
who was Soleimani to you?
Iranian general.
Soleimani was a strong force in Iran.
But was there a terrorist? Was there a good thing for them to have killed him?
You don't have to be a terrorist. He was the brain behind their military strength. And so they were looking for somebody to
So how did Iran, how will Iran attack the US?
But this is not fair. When you were speaking now, everybody let you speak. So don't be agitated. We're here to exchange views. When they sanctioned that guy and said he must not leave Iran, but he went by road somewhere. That's why they got him and killed him. He left
No,
Iran.
he did not went by road, though. No, that's not correct.
Okay,
so I think he was on the road when he was blown up.
We agree on that. He left Iran.
I thought he was in the car.
Hold on. He was just leaving the airport when they strike.
But he left Iran.
Yeah, he was in the car.
He left Iran.
Good.
Yeah.
But there was a sanction he shouldn't leave Iran. So when he left Iran, that's why they were able to get him and kill him. Now, but the point I'm trying to make is this. They stifled Iran's economic strength to be able to do anything. It was telling on them. But as soon as Trump left and Biden came back, he unfroze those things and gave them resources back. Mm-hmm. And that resources strengthened Iran. That is why Iran is bold again. So when you say that the Democrats managed him well, the Democrats didn't manage him well. The only thing is that what the Democrats did was, in their own policy, maybe it was to spite Trump. They unleavened all the things that the American system was using to hold Iran and emboldened Iran, because once you have money, you can do anything you want to do. Which is what people are saying. So the money that was given to Iran is what they have used to fund Hezbollah and enable Hezbollah to commit some of the atrocities that's committed globally. So that is the thing. So when you come and say
you are saying so much misleading things right now.
Allow him to finish. Jide, allow him to finish. Nobody interrupted you.
How can you say it's misleading?
Absolutely misleading.
It's not. I think there's a lot of inaccuracies.
Can I ask you a question? Jim, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on first. Let Jide respond, then you can.
If you accuse him of inaccuracies, what were the inaccuracies he made? Even though I don't support what he's saying, but what were the inaccuracies?
He said, okay, I think let him explain.
Jim, finish.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and explain.
No, she was still talking when you interrupted.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask him a question.
Let Jide talk, then we can all talk.
You need to understand foreign policy very well. Foreign policy is not just going to go invade another country or sponsoring terrorists. Part of the US foreign policy that has created so much tension all over the world is economic sanctions. Okay? Number one, why will you freeze a sovereign country's assets? No, why would you do that?
But were they frozen?
Why were they frozen in the first place? Number one. Number two, all your analysis you gave were absolutely Fox News Republican narrative, and they're absolutely misleading and very wrong. That's why I keep saying that you need to understand this post foreign policy.
That's not true. What he said is actually true.
It's absolutely wrong.
Well, okay, Jide, let me ask you a question. Hold on. 1 second. Jide, hold on. Where the fund, and just remember, I am not on his side on this, because if you've spoken to me, you know where I stand on the Iran, Iraq, Israel, Hezbollah issue, right? But if you say he spoke and gave a lot of inaccuracies, this is what you tagged him with and said basically he's made statements that are not true, that are not correct. So he's misleading us, inaccurate. So was Iran's funds frozen during Trump?
Yes, it was frozen.
But they're unfrozen during Biden.
No, it wasn't.
What are you saying? It was unfrozen.
Was Biden
wait, listen, let me talk. There's a narrative. Let me talk. It's a narrative. We can't be arguing. Can I finish talking? No, I've not finished talking. You're interrupting me.
No, you've been talking. You said let me talk.
You're interrupting me now. You're interrupting me right now. Can I talk?
But you interrupted me and I allowed you.
I've not got into my conclusion, right?
Did I get into my conclusion when I allowed you?
Yeah, that's why I said they should talk. Let me listen.
No,
okay,
no,
I promise.
The area, the reason why I said something about inaccuracy is your. Hold on, Jide. Let me just, because I thought you were going to go there. Let me just go to the point. Jide, let me just say the reason why I call it inaccurate is that the submission that he gave implied that the sanction that Trump put on Iran is a squeeze. That's the reason why Iran was squeezed. Iran was squeezed since 1979, if I'm not mistaken. They've been under sanction for a very long time. So it's just a little bit of money that they release. Iran, do you think that $16 billion that they made available to Iran just how many years ago is the reason why Iran can generate 70 gigawatts of electricity while Nigeria can generate 6? No, it's Iran has been
Second question. Second question.
Okay, Tony. Yeah, Tony, want to ask a question? Go ahead, Tony. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Tony,
second question. Where I fault Chim is that to say that it was the money that the Biden administration gave to Iran. That was how it was used to fund Hezbollah. That was why. That's not true. Hezbollah has been very strong. They may well have used it. They may well have used it, but Hezbollah has been a very strong terrorist group. So it's wrong.
Tony,
and then the second thing. Hold on. The second point I want to make. The second point I want to make is when Chim also didn't mention the consequence of the Iranian response when Suleiman was killed on American troops in Iraq.
Thank you.
You didn't say that.
Okay, so that's a rhetorical. Hold on, Jide. I want to. Jide, where are you? Where? What country are you in? Chim, just hold on 1 minute. Jide, I want you to lay a foundation, all right? Jide, could you lay a foundation right now?
Let Chim respond. One at a time now. Come on, let's allow Chim to finish.
Let Chim respond.
Answer, please. Don't be offended, Jide. We are here to have a conversation. It's not a monologue while we listen to one person. I'm going to just sidestep your idea that everything everybody.
It's not idea. It's what's going on. It's what's going on.
Okay, use this time to answer. Where are you?
Let it talk. Come on, hold on now. You the leading lady talk. When he finish talking, then you can respond. Okay? Yes. You don't have to respond while he's talking, please.
You're getting too agitated. I don't understand why you're getting agitated.
Are we gonna be here forever? Are we gonna be here forever?
To finish, please.
Can we narrow it down some? It's too long.
Everybody 2 minutes.
Yeah, but let him land.
When Tony said that, I'm not stupid. When I said when they unfroze their assets, it doesn't mean that because when Nigeria was under sanction, Nigeria has been under sanction, but Nigeria was operating. Nigeria had money to do things. But so when there is some extra fund you get, there's a leverage it gives you. So when they unfroze those funds, it gave them more leeway to be able to spend funds the way they didn't spend before because they were under a sanction and they were managing their resources to do local domestic things.
I mean, it's common sense.
You have more money.
Okay, hold on.
I accept that.
Can we leave that? But it's not significant. Hold on, Jide. It's not significant. The change, because we have to get it right.
Oh my God,
you can't say just because they release maybe when we talk about Iran's wealth, maybe a minuscule 1% of it, we say it makes a difference to Iran. It doesn't make, and remember, they also restricted where Iran can spend the money. They said it has to be for humanitarian and.
But $16 billion is anywhere.
It's money. It's a lot of money, but it's not decisive.
But it could be vital.
Have you met any Iranian in diaspora recently?
Yes, I actually have.
I have a lot of them. I have a lot of them.
Hope is not those. See, I know those people. I work with some of them. In my previous, some of those.
We're not looking good here. Look, we're not looking good. This debate is. pedantic debate, okay? Hold on, Jide, please.
So we need to be careful.
Can we move on to Nigeria? Can we move on to Nigeria?
Yeah, but hold on.
Jide ran away from Iran. They came to the US.
Okay, let's rein it in now. I think he's right when he said let's do 2 minutes and so we'll get through everybody again.
Before we start the 2 minutes, Jide, I want to know, where are you based? Where are you?
We are going to stop at 8 hours, so we can't go on too far.
Hold on. Jide, where are you operating from? What country are you in?
Hours, my man.
Jide, you're gonna tell me, where are you located? Are you in Europe or United States or Nigeria?
I've said it here many times where I am. I've said this so many times.
I didn't know. I don't come here a lot. But where are you
interested? Are you
interested? The reason why I'm asking the question.
He wants to take Jide on the date.
Does it even matter? Does it matter?
It does.
He wants to take Jide on the date, man.
It does. Where are you located? Are you in Europe, or you don't have to give me your address, but what country are you operating from?
I'm in the US. I've said this so many times. I'm in the US. What does that have to do with this conversation?
Okay, now let me say this, and then we'll go to the 2 minutes then. You see,
no, we are in the 2 minutes state now. Hey, we are in the 2 minutes state now. So don't try to
hold on. Look, we have people listening to us. We want to look good as we are doing this. Right?
Yeah. No, you start from Chin. You start from Chin and come down.
Everything comes down to leverage. The United States is not one of, like, it's a hegemony, economic power, military power, right? Negotiating and all that's fancy word, because the other presidents of the United States have been playing that game as if the United States is like any other country. You're not supposed to be negotiating with the United States. It's supposed to tell you what to do, right? Now, if they're wrong, then you could go to the international community and they would debate it, and they try to veto it or whatever. But if, for example, Saudi Arabia joins BRICS, for example, and the US says we're out of here, how long do you think it's going to take for those terrorists to take over that country? It's going to be overnight. Or if Canada really makes us mad over here, right? We're going to take them over. We could take them over without a sweat. So the point is that don't be, when you're talking about the United States, you ought to have a little respect.
Yeah, a lot of respect.
Everything in the international arena is done by leverage. How much leverage does the US have? So I want you, let's be realistic, right? Let's be realistic, and then we'll leave it alone.
I'm being realistic.
When you're talking about the United States and the president,
stop interjecting, please. 2 minutes.
Saw when the Zelensky came into the Oval Office, right? And they had to tie him up in his petard and toss him out of that White House, and then he begged the next day. So the United States, when President Trump, now I want everybody keeps looking at Trump.
Hold on, Pansa. Did you see that Trump did eye the journalists before the journalists asked that question? It's almost like they set this in Zelensky up, like he winked at the journalists.
No, it was not a setup.
Did you see the wink? Did you see the wink?
When is my turn? I will tell you.
You don't use up the little minute you gave me here. What I'm saying is this. Okay. You don't go into the Oval Office, you're not dressed up. It's just because a lot of people have been toying around with the United States. This guy is in the
Pastor, what about Elon Musk?
Elon Musk is an aberration. He's the richest man in the world. I don't know what he's doing with Trump. That has nothing to talk about. He's exempt.
He wears a jacket.
He's billions of dollars. But listen,
do you know why Zelensky was not wearing actually? Do you know why he was not actually wearing a suit? Because
in a war.
Country in a war. So
right, okay. I understand, and I sympathize.
No reason not to wear a suit. He's just trying to represent.
It's a good reason. Come on,
which I'm not. I'm not knocking.
He cannot wear a suit.
I'm not talking about that.
When did the suit become?
And I am sounding a warning now to everybody else who's talking.
No,
about
it's not. To be fair, it's not a uniform for respect.
I'm gonna kick you out as a moderator on this thing if you're not gonna keep interrupting. What I'm saying is that, please, Madam Bibere, as you are sharp. You're smart,
very sharp,
and you've done a lot of research. You're not just here talking, but there's one little flaw, and that's something a lot of people do, which is don't be looking at Trump as that real estate tycoon or all that stuff. Trump, if you go back as far as you dig out videos when he's talking to Oprah, everything he's doing now, he's always said it.
He said it.
And he is very sharp. His IQ is probably maybe double that of Obama. All right. So I want you to go and check it. He went to Wharton School, business school. He's a smart guy. when it comes to intelligent, he's very intelligent compared to every other person. Right?
Smart people don't
So,
go.
but one thing is don't look at Trump the way people talk about him colloquially. He's a very smart guy, and he's
could it be that we've had two relatively funny leaders in the West that appear to be dumb, but they're actually quite intelligent? We had one in the UK, Boris Johnson, very intelligent guy, but they say when he wants to come on stage, he even ruffles his hair.
I mean, we had George Bush. We had George Bush Jr. Like
Trump behaved like a stupid guy, but he's not stupid. That guy is clever. He's
Trump
been able
actually
to
is a stupid.
laws left and right.
He's actually a stupid guy. Okay, let's not paint him in
Let's say
but it depends.
Elected a president like Donald Trump.
It depends on the paradigm that we are judging.
Okay.
It depends on
the go to Nigeria now. So
it depends on the paradigm that we're judging.
America. It's not easy.
It depends on the paradigm that we're judging Donald Trump in. Now, if we say in terms of business, in terms of being a shrewd businessman, being cunning, being manipulative, yeah, we could say if those are the virtues you look at as smart or intelligent, then you would say Donald Trump is an intelligent man. But if we have to look at how he deals with fellow leaders in terms of international relations, geopolitics, he actually is a dumb person.
Well, he doesn't care about that. I speak the truth. The area I'm saying he's smart is he's smart enough to get what he wants.
Yeah, so I said, if you're looking at that's what I said.
For that,
if you're looking at shrewdness, if you're looking at his business acumen, his ability to back people up against the wall and get what he wants, then if those are the virtues that you are looking at,
can I give my 2 minutes because we're going to do a time shift and I want to go.
All right, go ahead.
2 minutes then.
So he said he wants Canada to be the 51st state.
Oh yeah, you're becoming Americans.
I've asked a lot of people, do you know what led to that 51st state comment? Nobody knows, including people who live in Canada. They don't even know the origination of that 51st state comment. As soon as he won the election and what's his name? Trudeau went to see him to go and pay homage. He told Trudeau he was going to place a tariff on Canada. And Trudeau said no and tried to make all the cases. And he asked Trudeau a few questions. He says, why is it that we're subsidizing your economy with some of our economic activities? Trudeau couldn't give him an answer. Let's be honest. Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, could not give him an answer. And you know something about Trump. Trump is not your typical leader that keeps conversations held with other leaders secret. He will come to the air and say what you told him. He said, why?
Except what he said you put in.
Hold on. He asked him, why do we have your manufacturing American cars in Canada and we buy them back from you? Why do we have to do that? Why do we have to buy your lumber when we have our lumber? Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, could not tell this man boldly, this is why you need me as an ally. So when he said, I don't know, he said, so in other words, why do I have to continue to do this? He says, well, this is the way we've been doing it. He says, well, what you're asking me to do for Canada is what I do for California, is what I do for Texas, is what I do for all the other states in America. So if you're asking me to do what I do for my American states, then Canada might as well become the 51st state of the United States of America. That is how that conversation came up.
Have you heard it?
That's how that conversation came up. And then Trudeau went back, trust Trump. Trump will now use that kind of thing to troll you. And that's why he constantly uses it all the time. And I see people in Canada who are ignorant, don't even know where this is coming from. And they say, oh, this one wants to annex us. They asked him just yesterday, are you planning to annex Canada? He said no. He said bluntly, no. He said, but with economic decisions, I will get them to be the 51st state. I can't be subsidizing them.
But Chim, everything you said is right. But he did say that he was going to annex them, even if he needed to do so militarily.
No, but he has. But I'm telling you what he just said yesterday. A pressman asked him. He said no, categorically no. He has no plans to do any of that.
Now, let me introduce something that nobody has seen. This is more serious than we like to believe. Let me just share this.
3 states, Denmark, Canada, and the United States. Even though they are
This is
all
Canada
3
there.
NATO allies, they don't see eye to eye in regard to the Northwest Passage. Canada, in particular, has historically asserted its sovereignty by denying access to foreign shipping and forcibly relocating indigenous populations into the unpopulated North. The United States, however, says the Northwest Passage is an international waterway and has routinely challenged Canada in diplomatic contexts. For America, the question of the Northwest Passage is one of principle. If Washington recognizes Canada's claims over the passage, it would set a precedent allowing other coastal states to claim sovereignty over international waters unilaterally. This, in turn, would undermine the freedom of navigation, a pillar of America's power projection. And so, as the ice melts, it also thaws geopolitical frontiers. Without the Arctic ice to separate the hemispheres, America is set on a collision course with Russia and China.
So this is the struggle that is going on there. Let me give credit to Caspian Report. We are reacting to this on fair use basis. So thank you for Caspian Report for sharing this. So the point is that to let you understand, this is more serious than we like to think. We think sometimes just saying this flippantly. However, what he's doing in reality, he's not going to take over those countries, but he's forcing them to defend themselves because he feels that Russia is coming through there because the North Pole is beginning to thaw. It's going to open up soon and Russia will have access, and China. They're already dominating that region. So there's a lot of game going on here.
Russia's already in the area, okay?
Yes,
Russia's in the area. Russia's been in the Arctic forever. The United States has been in the Arctic. All the world powers have been there. They all have bases.
Back in this so you understand that
please, let me
their presence there is different. Russia is more militarized in that region. Russia and China. That's why America feels like they are going to be vulnerable if that area thaws. And when it thaws, then they will dominate this thing. And Canada is not playing ball.
It's not.
That's what they don't like.
I think it's
well. Tim hasn't completed his 2 minutes, so he should complete now so that we go through that.
Already completed
before the time changes.
Okay, it's Pansak's turn now.
Can I say so? Yeah, then I can leave.
It's Pansak, then Boom Boom Break.
I did.
Why you have to wait? Turn by turn.
Right, I'll take it. I'll take my turn. And I will be.
Once I just came here through from where he was trying.
Yeah, Kenny is a troublemaker, man.
Let me say that.
No, we're trying to be organized here. So it's I think Pansak is next. I'm helping providers.
Yeah, good suggestion, Kenny. You're always very handy. Now, I'm agreeing with Chim a lot tonight, and he's from Canada, so he should know a whole lot. And of course, forefathers gave the background, which we're all trying to piece it together. We all have pieces of a puzzle. The United States is a hegemon. They could tell China what to do. It wasn't long ago here that Richard Nixon opened China, right? So the American interest in China has been the entrepreneurs and corporations going over there for cheap labor. That's what capitalism does. So China has been molding things by copying some of those technologies that's brought over there. Up to today, they cannot make their own commercial jet engine. How are you going to fight with America?
You mean China? That's not true. That's absolutely
it's true.
wrong.
Show it.
That's absolutely wrong.
Let me allow him to speak. He has his 2 minutes, please.
Yeah,
allow
show.
him.
Industrially, China is not more advanced.
Show some respect, please. Now,
let him finish speaking. This guy, let him finish speaking before you go and get into
how they behave.
I'm talking about commercial
Are you
jet
using time?
engine.
Yeah, I'm using time now.
They don't make commercial jet engines. That they cobble something together. They mold the plane to look very good for military, right? And all their people, they have over a billion people, so they don't care how many people they waste in those things that they put together. But commercially, they don't make any jet engines. They rely on the Western technology. So it's not easy to make jet engines. You could copy everything else, but you cannot copy that. America has been a pioneer of that, and they're
Can I fact check that? Can I fact check that?
Yeah, please,
can you mute this
don't
guy?
interject him. He's going to speak for 5 minutes. He's remaining that many
that's
clock.
not true.
Let him run his clock. Like, hey,
Jide,
let it go.
Pastor,
You need to let it go. Stop trying to interject.
Pastor just do what Jim said Trump be doing. He just throw you with the statements and you be crying.
So,
Renew time.
I want you to know that, because I don't think you know that. They don't have. Now, I posted that one time, and a lot of Chinese came down very hard on my post, right? Because it's true. They make military.
Your time is up, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I was responding to Jide now.
Pastor, you can have my time.
30 seconds.
See what is your cause?
He was interrupted.
Don't respond to him. He's going to draw it. 30 seconds.
Thank you. All right. So don't take anybody's time, by the way.
No, you can have my time.
No, I want to hear from you. So he gave me my own 30 seconds. So let me say that one of the mistakes we'll make, I've said it under Trump himself. Don't underrate Trump or try to hate him or do all that. It's not a personal issue. Same goes with United States. United States is a hegemon, right? Period. That means they're far ahead of the other countries put together, including China. They're not going to try, because if they try it, they're going to be renamed Taiwan. Taiwan will take them over to United States.
Hong Kong.
So once you know that, then what do we do with the United States when we talk about it as Nigerians? When I'm looking at United States as an American, I'm looking at it when it comes to Nigeria, because that's another thing. When we
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, man.
Right.
Let's go to the next person. Who is next on the line? I think let's bring in Tony. Tony hasn't said anything forever, and AY is waiting next.
Yeah?
And,
Tony has been talking now. I thought he's a big race turn now.
Tony hasn't spoken.
Let me rearrange them.
Actually makes jet engines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Pastor knows he's trolling.
Thank you so much, Shin. Thank you.
No, it's military, not commercial.
They
don't make commercial.
Let's put it in order. After Tony, AY, Bibire, who is next?
You see, you just disorganized the thing.
Ide, then Kene, and then I don't know what his name is now. All I know is he was once.
It means norm in Akoko-Edo, not on planet Earth. So the norm in Akoko-Edo is not the same as norm in planet
You
Earth.
don't have to put it as your name. You're making it difficult for people to call you.
It's okay. I'm naming myself after. It's in honor of somebody.
Thank you for that. Anyway, if he's honoring somebody, yeah. Tony, please go ahead. What do you make of this discussion?
Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk about Rivers State and Lagos State, but okay, that's okay. Maybe some other time. Now, with specific reference to Trump, I just summarize what I understand to be his policies using two German words. One, match politic, and then the second one is world politic. Match politic is just power politics. I don't think that any American president in recent memory has used political power in the way Trump is using it. If he talks to you, speaks to you, and you don't seem to be yielding, then he threatens you. That's match politics. Sometimes it works for him, but I think he's treading on dangerous grounds, because it's the way the world is now going and is structured. I don't think going by the kind of person that he is, just to cover his shame, he might just get the world to another war. World politics, that speaks about global expansion and dominance, particularly when you look at his views concerning Panama Canal, Gaza, Greenland, and so on and so forth. I think this is a new threat that we are seeing in the political horoscope. Europe should be able to stand together and checkmate Trump. You know, I think that we are gradually going to a unipolar world with just Trump calling the shots. I don't think that that portends well for the world, for for a peaceful world that we're all expecting. Let me just stop there so someone can.
Yeah, I think after that I will ask a question. I really wish we could go to Rivers State. I think what is going on in Rivers State may be more. I think it has something to do with allocations and all that stuff. So maybe more consequential. I would have liked to ask some questions about that, but I think we are out of time because this topic is quite interesting. There's a lot of bigger issues that we've not even started addressing. Where is this world going? The way this is going, is America not going to pipe down a bit? If you carry on like this, we are going to go into some serious problem here. So, but who is next? I think it's AY.
It's me.
Yeah, AY is next. Let's bring AY on.
Okay, I'm not going to speak too much. But
let me just let me just respond to the person that donated the money. Thank you for the $2 donation. And regarding backstage, to come on stage, you want to have your camera on. I know normally when I'm streaming on my channel to Niger, you don't have to, but because this session is involving multiple channels from Dr. Damage's Iroko Post, about 4 different channels, you are required to put your camera on when you come on stage. So when I'm streaming to my channel, then you can come in without camera on. So that's the reason why. If you are going to put your camera on, I'll bring you on.
I sent you something in the chat a while back. You and Pants.
Yeah, I saw the link now. Is that not about the Jarrett, this thing?
But you saw it though.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw her eyes. I don't know how to interpret their eyes, but somebody that interpreted it thought that was loyalty. That was loyalty there. So, of course, they are loyal. Man. Those guys don't play.
Loyal. She hates him.
Yeah, she's loyal. I say. I think they are loyal. Those people, they do everything they want. They do everything Trump wants. And if you look at the way the rules that have been passed lately, they just keep flagging everything through.
No, she hates him.
Jarrett.
No, the Supreme Court, Amy Ann.
Oh, okay, that was the Supreme Court judge.
Yeah. You didn't watch it.
Who appointed her? Barrett. Now, Barrett, I thought she was the one.
Barrett, yeah, it was Trump that appointed her.
Why do you think that she hates him? I don't see.
I mean, play the video. That was why they kept going after her and Lindsey Graham all week. That was all I wanted to ask Kenna and all the who do you think they call Lady G?
To be fair, the look that I saw didn't say loyalty, but the caption says loyalty.
Yeah,
you mean Mama G in Nigeria? Do you mean Mama G in Nigeria?
No, Lady G, Lindsey Graham. They call him Lady G because they say he's an undercover homosexual and he's been caught with a lot of male prostitutes, but they always bury it. So if they call him a hypocrite, basically, him and the Republicans, because they always talk about against transgender.
Yeah, they said, those people calling him Lady G have said a lot of things that are not true. So I don't know.
Well, it was MAGAs that called him Lady G because he went against.
Yeah, they said a lot of propaganda things that don't make sense.
All right, let's allow AY to chime in.
Okay, I just want to quickly speak on this Canada-US relationship. The way people are saying it, right? They're looking at this thing as one-way traffic. It's not. We need to go and investigate what is going on. Canada and US, they are basically like one country. If you see their border, some area you will not recognize the border. They are almost similar people, right? These countries, they are the biggest trade partners in the world. Canada exports more than 70% of their goods into the United States, while they import around 50% of the goods from US into Canada. This is actually what is going on. It's not a one-way traffic. Canada exports millions of megawatts of energy every year to the United States. Canada have a lot. The US have a lot to lose. If they want to fight with Canada, trust me, you will be shocked. It's not a one-way traffic. The truth of the matter is both the people are going to suffer.
Both sides.
If you put 25, both sides, both Canada and US, that is what people don't understand. Well, Trump, I don't know if Trump is ignorant of what is going on. The energy, go and check. Canada export millions megawatts of energy every year, hours of energy every year to the United States. If Canada go ahead to put 25% of tariff on these goods, when you hear Trudeau crying, when you hear Trudeau speaking, Trudeau said to Trump, he said, this is a dumb idea. It is actually dumb. Here is two things. You see that Trump does not know the deal between Canada and US. He doesn't understand what is going on.
He doesn't.
Or he's just trying to bully so that he's able to negotiate. Go to NAFTA. Go and read the agreement between Canada, US, and Mexico. Trump came in. Trump changed that agreement. They had a new agreement when Trump was in power. Both for immigration, both for trade, it's a complete package.
He signed it.
Please, let's look at all this stuff. Let's not be saying that, because the way we're saying it here is like Canada, oh, they are feeding, US are feeding Canada. Canada have nothing. In terms of even oil, crude oil, Canada has sufficient crude oil, not only oil, diamond, gold. Canada is one of the richest countries with precious metals in the world. Canada potential is unlimited. Where I'm going to agree with forefather position for supporting Trump is so that Africa will sit up. I agree with forefather on that point. I also want Canada to sit up. Canada have the potential. They got everything to make their country stand out. That's the way. But don't look at it. It's not one-way traffic at all. If you read deep and go deep into it, you will see a lot. They are the both countries are like this. They have a lot.
Let me show you something that will give you that will add strength to your point. So you see the method to the madness, and this is why our people, you need to watch this book closely. Watch what this guy said about what Trump is doing.
Security. It will buy new warships, long-range drones, and satellites to keep an eye on its icy backyard. The pledge is part of Denmark's $26 billion 10-year military upgrade. The Danes hope that more defense spending will keep Greenland off Trump's shopping list, and that may have been Trump's point all along.
You see that? So the point is to make them defensively stronger, because they are looking at China and the way the world is changing. And who knows who else shopping list that they have? It could be us for all we know. We're just there watching them, thinking that they are fighting themselves. They are getting stronger. They are all arming themselves. And we are just watching them. Me, I'm not comfortable when I watch other group of people. It's like they are sharpening their knife every day. And you are just watching them. You are going to farm, eating yam, thinking that thing is all going to come in your direction. It could come your direction. You are supposed to be sharpening yours and getting ready. But we are not doing that. We are not reading this thing as a danger to us. We think it's only to them. Let's keep on.
Yes. You're correct. And to AY's point, AY is the same thing for fathers, just, using the Greenland thing. That is the same thing Trump is trying to use to ginger Canada. Unfortunately, people are being myopic. When I said that he asked him a question and he couldn't answer, I'm not saying Canada doesn't have. Listen, Quebec, that is making noise, buys oil outside of Canada when Canada has oil. Do you know that?
Right. That's
so, and then when, apart from the energy you mentioned, in the last week when they were saying they were, retaliatory tariffs, what were the retaliatory tariffs that most of the Canadians?
Chim, I'm not talking about crude oil only. With the energy I'm talking about is
electricity. Yeah, electricity. But what I'm trying to say is this: people, Ontario and Manitoba bought liquor from the US, liquor brands from the US that they have already paid for, and they're taking it off the shelf. Who is losing money?
But it's trade war. That's why they call it trade war. Anything
can
follow.
When you're doing trade war, you trade war in a way that it will hit the other one very well. Not one that will hurt your own people.
yeah, Canada are gonna come together and make their country work. They don't want to do everything. So that is okay. If he is doing this, it's called Trudeau. Trudeau, I think he's out this week. So Trudeau has resigned as Prime Minister of Canada. Actually. Yeah, Trudeau has resigned already. He's technically no longer the Prime Minister of Canada right now, right? Canada are having new Prime Minister. So why are you doing all this? If
you didn't time AY. AY has spoken more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought we had 2 minutes here. You restricted others to 2 minutes. AY has spoken more than 10 minutes.
With your
neighbor, what kind of partiality is that?
Not 10 minutes now.
With your
I hear your
neighbor,
point.
It's time already. AY, Oya, please stop.
Let me say the last word. With your neighbor, you have to be friendly. Canada and US are technically the same people.
Right.
Thank you.
I appreciate you for that. Who is next?
You know, I throw fat. I'm not like a kennel.
you guys need to stop, man.
Please do the timing. You timed others. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Madam Bibi Ray.
Okay, so just a quick one. We are talking as if Trump is threatening all these people because so that they can tighten up their security. I don't know. That is accurate to me. It's not accurate. Like, oh, he's saying all this so that they can do this. No, he's actually bullying them. He's actually threatening. It's a real threat. So let us affirm that.
How do you? Well, no. What is the evidence that is a real one?
Okay, what is the evidence that he's just telling them to beef up their security?
Because they are all doing it now.
Because somebody threatened you, you tell me you'll be looking. Somebody said, I'm coming to your house to kill your child. You say, okay, I'm going to keep.
Because you were telling them gently before they refuse to do it.
Okay. Come on. Then
doing it by force.
Then I'm going to say that who negotiated the US MCA deal? He did. He did that. Then he came into power again. He said, oh, whoever negotiated that deal, that was a dumb deal. That was a bad deal.
Yes.
Manipulative Trump is.
I think that's
as a person. Yes. That is why, as a person, I do not, it's not coming from a place of hate, even though I do not stand for anything that Trump stands for. Because I know his person, I understand the kind of politician he is, and I try to read and study about him from the 80s. His ideology. So, and I do not agree with that because I'm not a rich white person. Only a rich white person will agree with him. So, yeah. So, and I will say this, if you're looking at, if you have a child and the child is a pathological liar, and anyone that lies we still, it is a con artist. He don't pay people that works for him. He denigrate people, dehumanize people. I don't think that is the kind of person I want to, see as a leader. He is good for showmanship because Trump is good. Give it to him. You read about the apprentice, and the person that produced the apprentice, what he said about Trump in this past election, before it was the truth about it. So you people, you have to. I'm not going to say, oh, I like him because the shrewd politician is a shrewd businessman and all that. He don't pay people. He tramples on people, and I do not agree with that. He oppresses people. That is, to me, is not a leader.
Yeah,
good for whatever.
We are all for that now. We are all for that until you put him next to a prosecutor and he defeats the prosecutor. That is the problem.
A lot of things came into play. No. Let me finish. I'm sorry. Let me finish. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
I just want to finish, please. I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry. Let me just finish what I'm saying, then we can talk. Then I say that if that is, even I don't want to go into his petty grievances, which is like a lot. So it's a lot to, and like Steve Bannon said, he said, muzzled velocity. So they are bombarding us with all of these things that is like shock and horror to us. We're like, oh my God, what is happening? So for me, I don't see Trump as a leader. He's good as a showmanship, as a television person in his own way. Give it to him. He knows the camera. He knows what to say. He has been doing this for years. So you have to, I went as far back as looking at people that mentor him into the politics. Look at the politics, the kind of politics he's trying to emulate. You understand what I'm saying? Because he's playing into people's emotion. So if you think he got votes, he's playing, Trump knows how to talk. That's what he has done all his life. So Biden cannot stand him when it comes to talking. He knows his onions. So I give
Biden has been in politics for decades.
You can be a politician.
Biden beat him in an election. Let's face it.
Biden is a stammerer now.
No, but he did beat Trump in an election. This lady that lost to him now. It's women he keeps beating. He beat Hillary, and then he beat Kamala Harris. And so
that's why I said. That's why I said in this my analysis when it comes to this election, the past election was misogyny, transphobia, racism, sexism. A lot of things came to play because we see that when it was against Hillary, he lost. Hillary lost. When it was against a white man, he won. The white man won. When it was against a black man,
he beat the governor of Florida, right? In the primary.
Yeah, but to be fair to him, though, when he defeated Trump the first time, there was COVID-19, and secondly, people associated him with being vice president of Obama, whom was very popular, but now he has Ukraine and Gaza.
Let me tell you, Trump won the first time because people saw him as an outsider.
Yes.
Because a lot of Americans are both parties, they're against elite. They feel like, yes. So they saw him as an outsider.
And Hillary was careless.
What about Ron DeSantis? How come he beat Ron DeSantis?
I'm not talking about Ron DeSantis.
Without the primaries.
Yeah, well, it's still a bidding. You have to win that to win.
No, I'm not talking about Ron DeSantis. I'm talking about the general election. That is their primary.
He beat Jeb Bush.
But I say that because
Trump is a billionaire and he has money.
Did you see the way that this man was with these people that you mentioned?
He was the outsider, like you said.
Even on Hillary, he was very rude. He was very, very rude. But people saw him as an outsider.
And Hillary was not rude, but Hillary wasn't rude.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue.
Well, there's rude.
You can't say
I don't know what they say rude in America. When you are talking over people, you're being rude.
Well, for us, 10 minutes has passed. So Jim and Fansas, we are subjected to 2 minutes. That's partiality. But AY and BBA have spoken for more than 10 minutes each. Partiality, Diamo.
I'm going to say this. Like, when it now comes to me asking people for 4 or 5 Trump's policies, they come with culture war. And for me,
ring your bell, please.
For me as a person, I am because I understand.
Women are strong.
I understand that we can't be the same. I embrace diversity. And one thing I will say again is I was in a group meeting with older people, older white people, majorly white people, but we are like older white women and white black women, and they are in like over 80 of years of age, and they were saying that somebody spoke up and said, I'm sorry, somebody spoke up and said she is not totally against, she's not against, people coming to America, but what she's against is because America, especially black women, because she's a black woman, she said America, as a black woman in America in her 80s, they have moved far.
Time.
Can I please? I am speaking.
2 minutes has passed now. What do you mean? Can I please? 2 minutes have passed. Are you the only one? Are you the only person here? Others are subjected to 2 minutes. 2 minutes has passed, my friend. This partiality is not good. Others were giving 2 minutes, and the AY and this lady were giving more than 10 minutes. I say, can you not talk? Can you not talk?
Can I let her land?
Then when it comes to my turn, I will be giving 2 minutes.
You do have a point. Calm down. You're not going to be given 2 minutes now. Calm down. She's a lady. We don't have a lot of voices.
Special treatment. Come on,
let's give them a bit of.
The woman says specifically that she's not against immigration, but she's against a lot of immigrants coming here, taking kind of like taking them back to when women did not have say in America. Because they are patriarchy, they carry their patriarchy, and they don't want to see a woman in power. Because from a lot of polls, say immigrants were against both Latinos, both other people. They kind of put them in others. They voted more for Trump. So I would say this that she says she's not against immigration, but she's against that they're taking them back to all the progress that they have made so far in America, which is true because in time in America, women couldn't vote. Women were considered as property. Black women couldn't vote in the 60s. They were paying tax polls and all of that. So when this white nationalists, they are bringing back and taking back all the rights and progress that people have made here in America. How is that a good thing?
And is
for
that is it
people
is
in
it
a
the
holistic.
immigrants that
No,
caused it?
no,
Is it the
no.
immigrants that caused it?
So that is
No.
when what
I
she's
am
saying.
saying
What
that
she's saying
people.
is when even left-leaning people are against immigration, this is part of their motivation because they worry that some of those immigrants that are coming in are socially quite conservative, and they will come and
Forefathers, the
push
question
this
to have
backward.
is the question why does this doesn't make sense is that everybody has a vote and you vote based on your values. So this person that she's talking about is suggesting that because I am an immigrant, I must toe the line of her perspective.
They fought for your right to vote. These people that you just said, they fought for your right to vote.
No, but that is not her business to tell me what to vote.
That is not a business. I'm telling you that people are giving feedback.
But I'm telling you that is so she's also myopic.
But you guys are saying the same thing.
No, it's not myopic. I don't know why we keep calling people myopic. People have their interest. I've said it. If they feel like they don't care about the economy, that kind of lady don't care about economy. They would rather have a bad economy than have somebody.
Even Kim started off by saying
they will not care.
Kim started off by saying people vote according to their values. So if you say that, then you will understand what forefathers and Bibi Ray are saying.
I understand forefathers very well. But what I'm saying is based on Bibi, and Bibi, this is not personal. I'm only just responding to what you've narrated. So I have been voted. Listen, when I was coming to Canada, the prime minister who was in office was a conservative. That's under whose authority I got my PR. But by the time I was landing, it was a Liberal, the guy in office. I was in office. True. I see a lot of people come here, and because the Liberal guy is the one who opened the door for them, they suddenly say, okay, you know what? They don't reason to say, yes, this guy he did his job, but I don't agree with his policies. Let me vote how I want to vote. That's the point.
Thank you.
According to the analysis of the past election, very past election, a lot of people, especially immigrants, and I'm talking about the Latinos, because they're patriarchy in nature, they are saying they don't want a woman in power, in a position of power. So they are taking it from that angle because they have actually fought to get to where we are today. So that is what I'm saying. I am not going to say what she said is not valid. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, both of y'all are right.
We have to admit that Kamala Harris didn't have a lot of
Black American woman. They have fought. Black women has been progressive for the fact that we are here is because of what they have done. So if someone like her, who is a Black American, is saying that, and I understand that, so I'm not going to say it's not valid. Or it shouldn't be.
I think Black American. That's a wise Black American woman because the people she should be more worried about is not the Latinos actually, is the Indians. Those ones that come, they are Brahmins.
Immigrants in general, Black people have a fear of them.
The Brahmin Indians, they are the ones that many of them are the ones at the top.
Both of y'all are right. Both of y'all, you and Chim are right.
In Silicon Valley. Yeah, because they believe in caste system. If they see the Black people as less than, and they are more likely to align with white supremacist
ideology. I will say this: Trump is testing the power. Do you know why? I would say that. Look at the birthright citizenship that he's trying to take back. If we take, they said there's a saying that said when they came for the Jew, I said nothing. When they came for whatever, I said nothing. These going to be some Black people are fighting because the 14th Amendment was specifically meant for them. So if you
Black people are the only one coming to America to give birth.
13, 14, and 15 was meant for us.
Forefathers, what you said is very important about India.
Okay, Forefather, next person, please.
Who is next?
If you look at the inauguration,
GJ, chill. Let her finish. She's rounding up.
Please let me round up. 14th Amendment was specifically meant for Black Americans, and that is why we are. That's what we're living on. So we cannot take back what everything that they fought for. And if Trump is allowed, because a Ronald Reagan appointed judge actually stopped him from that, taking back the amendment. So if they allow that, then it will come for it next, and it's going to affect more people than we expect.
You know when I like America sometimes, I believe that if Trump keeps going far, sooner or later, this is why a lot of people are suspecting that there could be a civil war in America, and if that happens, they will lose. The Trump side will lose. I'm telling you, you may not like it, but
one last thing before I go. The hypocrisy is what I do not like when it comes to, like I said,
please give me pillow.
Diversity. The hypocrisy is what I do not like when it comes to, okay, You can Google it. It's there for everyone to see. Google is your friend. You can
10
Google
seconds.
2024 RNC. You will see that Grindr is a gay app. People were using Grindr massively during RNC. 2024. You can Google it.
They're hypocrites.
It's the hypocrisy that
this
I do
our
not
sister
like.
Sabi book
On
for
a down
father.
low.
She studied.
Yeah, all those rich Republicans are
Matt
gays
Slap,
now.
who are Republican, what's it called? Chairman of is it Florida or whatever, Matt Slap. He was accused twice of sexual assault. People are gay, they're on the down.
But does it even matter? Does it even matter? Let's say somebody was gay.
We refuse to turn this country a gay nation.
You see,
And we refuse to turn this country an abortion site.
Ask one question. I'm
How
sorry
about
for whoever is supposed to speak next. If somebody is claiming to be gay, no, somebody is doing gay stuff secretly, but publicly they are still promoting heterosexual relationship and being, on the straight and narrow. The damage it does, is it not less?
No, it's more.
For me, they are against it.
No, because they are not advocating for gay families and all the rest.
Well, if you're gay, why don't you own
they
it
told
with your
them this is
chest?
what they tell them to believe, and they believe. They tell them what somebody does in secret.
Yeah, but
that's why they believe in. You see?
They are against gay people. They are against
one at a time, please.
They are against gay people. They are against minority Mexicans. They are against Muslims. Anything that is not
women,
like heterosexual man. Is not acceptable. Muslims are not acceptable. Islamophobia.
Women, Spanish people,
transgenders. We are not here for only this woman. Please, let person, please. We have other things to do. This Saturday night.
Are right for a long time. Let us speak.
Saturday night. We have other things to do. Please, we are not here for I alone. Please, next person.
Diverse nation, so we should embrace our diversity, regardless of religion, sexuality.
No. I know the type of women I enjoy.
How you worship. But the thing is, when you say you're against gay, but you're
undercover gay.
You are an undercover, and you say you are a Christian.
How do you know that it's undercover? Have you given him woman? Have you brought yourself? Have you given him woman to cry?
That's an interesting point he raised just now. Hold on. Do you know that?
Give him your sister. Let's see if he's gay.
LGBT community. They said, hold on. They said in the LGBTQ community that bisexuals are the majority. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So it means
they are
mad people. They are mad people.
Listen, watch something. In the American political sphere, right? We already know if a Democrat is gay, so it doesn't make news if we see them kissing a man on a nude beach. When does it become news? When we catch a Republican, because that's the hypocrisy she's talking about. A lot of them pretend like they're not. They criticize them in public, and then Lindsey Graham has never been married, doesn't have kids, never. We know everybody knows what he is, but he pretends.
What about?
Let me see him again, Lindsey Graham. He does look gay, I have to say.
Look at Matt Slap. Look at who Matt
I shouldn't say that, but he does. I have to say.
Look up.
He does look a bit funny.
Yeah.
Look up who Matt Slap is.
Yeah.
He was accused of sexual harassment twice by a man.
So is this not Lindsey Graham here?
Yeah.
That looks like
that Lady G.
He may be bisexual.
Yeah, he probably.
Yeah.
Bisexual that has never been with a woman?
For me.
So because he's not married, he's a gay.
I mean, come on,
he's not married, and that makes him a gay.
Kenny. We've never seen him with a woman.
But this woman, hold on now, let us add.
Somebody like Stacey Abraham, we've never seen her with a man. She's not married, so is she a lesbian?
More than likely.
Oh, so she's a lesbian.
More than likely.
So any woman that is not married is a lesbian.
More than likely.
More than likely. So have you just heard? You said that every woman that is not married is a lesbian.
No. Based on the Stacey Abraham.
We are just making blanket statements today. Let's
allow.
allow.
Said it now.
Let's allow her finish.
I was fine for like 4 hours here. If we are looking at gay people,
No,
So
but let's other people say something.
I know. She hasn't said anything for a long time. She's
Yeah,
letting
she
it
didn't.
all
She
out
couldn't
now.
talk for a long time though.
For 2 hours, she didn't say anything, Jim. Let's just let her finish.
Listen me at this point. I'm no longer
It's not a
listening.
competition. This is not a competition, please. I'm just saying that if we look at that, look at Matt Gaetz, look at what he did. Is that so? Is that okay? Is all the sexual predators okay? The sexual predators, is that okay? So that is
you
what
will brought her, you have made her like now. She's
We
not
have other
happy.
obligations.
So you are
See,
welcome.
she's not a guest here.
She has
She's
learned
not a
not to
guest.
shut up.
Can we be sincere? She's not a guest. We have other responsibilities. Respect us as well. She has spoken more than 20 minutes here.
You know how it feels
Can we
now.
go to the next person? Can we go to the next person, please?
Not like you do.
We have other things. This is after 11.
Baby, listen, I commend you for
She's not the
standing
only
your
one here.
ground.
She's not our guest.
Oh my God. Is it
We gave others to 2 minutes.
Who is next?
Please,
Is it Kene?
let's have our 2
I
minutes.
think it
Then
is
she can
next.
have the whole platform.
Tony,
No problem.
No, it's not next.
Oh, Tony.
Forefathers, let me have my 2 minutes. Then she can have the platform, please.
I have
Yeah,
spoken. I have spoken.
You see, I'm the next person. Then I'm the next. Let me speak and go, please. You can.
AY has spoken. AY has spoken. That's it.
AY has
So it's my
spoken.
turn then.
was the first
Forefathers,
one.
it's my turn then.
Jide, have you spoken? Now, Jide
No, I
spoken.
haven't spoken.
No, me, Jide, and Masca haven't spoken.
Look at how Jide
And
speaks.
Kenny hasn't spoken.
Jide, no, I'm sorry, because you have to let the lady finish what she
Yeah.
needs to get it out of her system. She's now part of the club. Clearly,
I like what she did this time. She did not get thrown off. She did not shut up. That was good. She got it.
She was initiated into the club.
Yeah.
it was like
I take credit for it, by the way.
Hold
I
on,
take
hold on.
credit
Let
for
me
You
making
did a
her
good job,
bold.
man.
for anybody. No grief for anybody for this channel. That's all.
Yeah.
So you guys have a cult where you initiate people. So it has become a cult.
oh no, look at that.
You guys initiate everybody.
It started now. You see, the point is that it's almost as if when people come here at first, they can be very civil at first.
Oh, yeah.
They just become
So, when you buy new chicken, when you buy chicken in Africa, the first day the chicken will be standing with one leg. You think that the chicken is good, is behaving nicely. No, just give the chicken a few days. That's how it works.
Okay, you know the proverb. All right,
Yeah.
Jide, thank you for your patience. So where do you see this going? Please go ahead. It has gone in so many directions already.
Yeah, I think Trump is trying to implement a protectionist policy in the US. And at the same time, too, he is aware that he has potential adversaries like China, and he's trying to isolate China and Russia. And that's part of what the Greenland adventure and Canada adventure is all about. They're trying to completely dominate their whole Western hemisphere and completely push Russia out, China, away from its influence in the Western hemisphere. And when I mean Western hemisphere, Canada is part of it, Latin America is part of it, Panama is part of it, Greenland is part of it. So that's the strategy. So this part of the strategy to contain China. And at the same time, they're trying to see if they can leverage Russia, because Russia is no longer the Soviet Union. Now, since after Russia became what it is, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there are some political elements, not all. Russia's politics is very complicated, but there are some political elements in Russia that are very conservative, like the Republicans. They're very conservative and kind of white nationalists. The idea of fatherland and something, whatever it is. But they are very Republican-like in terms of political ideology. So they have elements of those Russian people in government. That's why those oligarchs, not all of them, but some of those oligarchs that are running Russia right now. So having said that, they're trying to leverage on Russia to separate Russia from China, so as to continue to find strategies in which they can.
Do you think that strategy is smarter than the strategy that like the Biden kind of people are using to isolate Russia itself too? Is it better to bring Russia in from the point of view of Europeans than to push Russia away? Because that North Sea area, if it thaws, they said the journey from like China or those regions to other parts of the world will be cut by 4 hours. That's a significant amount. So do you think it's better for them to pull Russia closer and isolate China? It's a better strategy, because that's the one Trump is trying to follow.
Yeah, well, if I'm a neocon, if I'm an American neocon, like all these guys, Wolfowitz, Lindsey Graham, that guy you should, I think that's a better strategy. You know why? Because as an American neocon, for me to maintain my dominance, I need to set, because I will see that as a threat. Because the kind of collaboration,
but they will lose power too if they bring Russia in now. Because the moment Russia becomes friends with America in Europe, hey, Russia will be like, look at me. I'm in charge of China and Europe. I control both sides.
The polar region is not melting tomorrow. It's not melting
it's
in
melting
1,000
quite.
years.
It's changing. No, not that timeline at all. It's melting quite rapidly.
Like what? Like tomorrow or next tomorrow?
Let me check. Yeah, within our lifetime. That's how.
Like how
it's going to be. Let me confirm it. I know it's not that long. That's for sure.
Bro.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's changing rapidly. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's more because so this is the way it works. That was what they did with the Soviet Union. However, it may be more complicated with Russia because Russia's foreign policy, most of Russia's foreign policy today is mostly extracted from the Soviet Union's foreign policy. So that is where America will have an issue because they have to agree militarily, like, hey, you need to stop supporting Iran. You need to stop having any influence in the Middle East. And Russia may not agree. You see what's going on? You need to stop having influence in Africa. The countries you are sponsoring, AES. You understand? You need to stop supporting Cuba. That is where Russia may disagree. And that is where they may not reach an agreement. So either way, it is still complicated because if they try to form alliance with Russia, it's going to be difficult. And at the same time, I've not finished. And at the same time, they may not reach an agreement in Ukraine because, like I said, Republicans, Donald Trump's foreign policies, we need to put peacekeeping troops around the border of Russia. And we need to continue to enhance and militarize Poland. Poland, if you talk about any country that hates Russia the most, trust me, Ukraine is better. Poland,
Russia
Estonia,
and the United States are not uniting anytime soon. Like we could forget about that. Forget about it.
Let me keep talking. Don't interrupt me, please. I agree with what you're saying, but
You have 2 minutes as a last, so.
Yeah, let me continue. I won't take too long. You know, I don't take too long. I'm not going to take too long. But the point I'm making now is Trump's policy is not a peaceful policy. It's a different strategy to maintain America's dominance. Number one. Number two, his economic policy is trying to be protectionist. He's trying to reindustrialize the US because he believes that currently America is, as a country, under this globalized capitalist system, is losing its economic buoyancy at home. And one of the ways he can restore it back is by reindustrializing and bringing a lot of multinationals that are owned by the US, bringing it back to the US. That is what Trump and the Republicans are fighting for. And that's part of the tariffs. However, what they're failing to realize is that it will come back to haunt them because it is going to affect the economy of the US negatively. You understand? Because the economy of the US is tied to so many parts of the world that any way you can change it, it is going to impact, particularly when it comes to tariffs. So that is where the problem is. So I feel like the way Trump is going in this direction is going to make things worse, and they may actually lose more ground in terms of dominating the world. They will lose more ground because if they do not agree with Russia, that will actually make Russia and China to even be more united. And if they go and fight Iran and Russia supports Iran, that will be the beginning of the end of American empire. Trust me. But I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you for that. Who is next?
Yes, I'm next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Please, forefathers, keep your time by the side.
Give a 1 minute.
In traditional beliefs of Africans, the act of homosexuality is detested. The act of abortion is considered murder. So that is also an abomination in traditional worshiping. In Christianity, Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22 condemns homosexuality. Matter of fact,
just hold on. Let me just, sorry for interrupting you. Let me just give that update that I was talking about in terms of our lifetime. They say currently the North Sea and the Arctic Circle is navigable 3 to 4 months of the year. by 2035. That's
2040
and 3050. The Arctic could be free in summer, allowing for year-round navigation for ice
By the
strengthened
time
ships.
all these guys are dead and gone.
We are talking about 2035. We are talking. What are you talking about? That's 10 years from now.
Yeah,
That's not long at
2035,
all.
30, 40.
No, Trump will probably have departed us by that time. 10 years, I don't know. He could live 100 years old. Trump could live over
So,
100 years.
Forefathers, so let me continue. In Christianity, here I have Holy Bible. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22 stated, "Do not lie with a man as one lies with a woman. That is detestable." In other words, abomination. Then in Quran, chapter 4, verse 16, it is also a punishable offense. As a matter of fact, Quran suggested torturing those two men until they denounce that act. So now, in America, more than 77.7 million Americans voted against such acts. It's our country. America will not be turned to a country for homosexuality.
Put your camera on. You're on stage now.
Our country cannot be turned to a country where, as a parent, you don't have a right to question your child that has been brainwashed in school to change their sex or their gender. So Americans voted no to that, and they are sticking to that. So a lot of us, some of us, should deal with that fact. That will never change again. We will not turn our country to a country for hooligans. Now, we tend to come, wear our lenses of hate and racism on any issue that concerns America, especially when a Republican, or not even a Republican, when somebody like Trump is in the leadership authority, we turn blind eye to evils and corruption that is being exposed by the Department of Government Efficiency. We are not talking about those corrupt allegations against your political leaders that are Democrats. No, we are not talking about that. All we centered on is Elon Musk, and all that. And that is it. That is the same story, the same music you hear on CNN and all those media.
Elon Musk is like self-proclaimed.
Elon Musk is working for free.
No, I'm asking you, do you know Elon Musk is a self-proclaimed white supremacist himself?
Oh, no, I don't know that. You are the one that knows that. See, forefathers, see. You see? What is my color?
You don't know that?
No, can you be honest? Can you tell me my color?
You're black.
No, I'm not. It's not black.
No.
Just like according to the United States,
no, this is no. I don't. You see, if I'm feeling out, you see, this is how I live my life. I don't know who is black, who is white. I've walked and I've lived and I've interacted with white people. Matter of fact, forefathers, let me say it on this platform again. That I got my living in America today is because of a white man that I don't have family relationship with. He is not even my friend. I don't even know him from Adam. So for anyone to come here and try to encourage me or trying to convince me that there is racism in this country, no. Kenneth said no. I don't want to. I don't want to identify myself with such people that believe that everything is against black people.
No, there's a difference between individual.
I'm not saying that I see my wife is black. My children are black. According to your definition of black, we are all Africans, right? They don't see that. I don't see that. I don't want to have a household that is built on hate. And
no, it's not built on hate. It's
hold on. That's what it is. Forefathers, let me finish now. I don't want to have such household that is all they talk about is hate, racism. Oh, you could not get to this position or you could not get to this because of your skin color. No, we encourage such evil to continue. Hold on now. Hold on. See, I don't see that on my daily living, my daily activities, my daily interactions with people, both white and whatever color you call them, which I don't see any of this color. My interaction and relationship with people, I don't see your color. But if you're one that is full of hate and racism in your head all the time, I tend to stay away from you because I will consider you as a sick person that needs help, right?
Yeah, but can
So
let
do
me
you
just
think
ask
that
you
they
a
see your
question.
color?
Hold on now, Papa.
Do you think other Igbo people see your color?
Oh, no, see, whatever you are looking for, you will see it. I'll be telling you, I will tell
so
you the
you
truth.
choose not to see it.
Whatever you make time.
I wish you did that habit with Nigeria.
No, Fathers, let me tell you, this is life experience. Whatever you made out time to seek for, and if you put your effort and energy in that, you will get it.
Yeah, but why you not taking
operates.
that attitude in Nigeria?
What?
Why are you not taking that attitude in Nigeria?
Which attitude are you talking about?
Where you say you don't see color, you don't see anything, you just treat people as they
tribe,
are.
race, whatever.
Yeah. So for fathers, in Nigeria, we don't have colors in Nigeria. We are all the same color if you go by color. But the fact remains that, the fact remains that I use what I see, and which is my people being killed every day. That is what I'm acting on.
So you're not seeing black people being killed in America?
No, I see you are black people being killed by black people. I've seen
so
white people. Hold on.
Black people.
No, I've seen. Hold on now, fathers. I have seen your black
I want
people.
to ask you questions.
Hold on. I will answer now. I will see your black people being killed by black people. I've seen white people being killed by white people. I have seen white people killing black people, and I've seen black people killing white people. So crime has no gender base.
Does that not apply in Nigeria too?
Hold on now. Hold on. In Nigeria, where you have a government, where you have government-sponsored massacre, and you are telling me this, you are comparing with America?
But the same in America.
No, I have never seen that in America. If you have seen, I have not.
What do you understand by the Tulsa massacre? You didn't know about it.
Forefathers, hold on now. Hold on.
Or the judicial system.
Forefathers, hold on. Now, if you really want to talk about that, or want to apply what is happening in Nigeria, this show is not going to end today, because I will drag it to any length. Because we've had those that call themselves empire, that they have an empire, but all they do is, to kidnap and kill people.
Nigeria different, but you go Igbo land, you say you don't see them.
No. If you want to go to that extent, then we can drag this show to any length.
We can drag it, because I really want to understand where you are coming from, whether there is contradiction.
Hold on. We have a country here where the president want to work for the people. Thank God the likes of Shim and Pansat were here to clarify some things. And I hope that a lot of us have learned from them, especially those that we are trying to defend Canada. Thank God Shim is a Canadian citizen. He's here and he has opened your eyes, and I hope you will learn. But the thing is, we have a country that tax its citizen to stupor just for wastage. They will use the money they get from taxations from people to waste it on people that don't know the agenda, confuse people while the citizens are suffering. I don't think any of us here have been to Canada or stayed in Canada for 1 week. Maybe Shim is from Canada, so he will tell us that. So you buy things in Canada, you check your receipt, to see the taxes that has been collected, right? And you are happy with that.
What are you talking about? What is the tax in Canada?
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me ease my time, please.
What is the difference between tax in Canada and
Hold on now. If you've been to Canada, you will know the difference. But let me, let me finish. Hold on now. Let me say my nonsense finish. But we've seen. Hold on now. In this very country, where we have a president that really want to work for the people and trying to save money for the people, trying to cut wastages, yet we are blind to that because of our hate and because of our dislike for this person. Thank God somebody on this platform said that, I hate Trump. And a few minutes after, it is not coming from the place of hate. Stand one place. Let's know the color of your problem.
And then you are just everywhere. You
hold on now. Stay one place. You hate your fellow human being. Thank God I pointed out, drag our attention to that. You hate your fellow human being. And few minutes after, you are not coming from the place of hate. Jide, keep quiet. Jide, keep quiet. It's my time. I did not interject you.
We are
Now,
stopping
forefathers,
when everybody spoke
forefathers, I know that all these things that you guys are doing is deliberate to distract me. Forefathers, hold on now.
Don't distract
Forefathers,
me.
respect.
You've not said anything.
Yeah, keep quiet now. Let me say my nonsense finish. Yeah, keep quiet.
Let's let him finish.
Forefathers, you are doing this deliberately. No, this is a deliberate act. You have to mute these morons. You have to mute them. Let me talk.
1 minute. Let's give him 1 minute.
Yeah, forefathers, the citizens of America, they have taken their position by electing Donald Trump. But if you think this country is that evil, you can't stay under Donald Trump's policy. Donald Trump has a mercy policy against you, right? Where we have Indians that come into this country, become citizens, and fix themselves in a better position. We have Chinese people do the same, but we have Nigerians that don't articulate very well. They will go from one social media to the other.
What happened?
To the other, yeah. I was having a call. They go from one social media to the other, making noise like people that don't have coordination. Because actually, we come from a country that don't have coordination. Our leaders didn't teach us better. Most of us are behaving like our leaders, unorganized people. Instead of us to organize ourselves and better fit ourselves into this country to benefit the good tidings from this country. But you said no because you hate Donald Trump and his policies. Please, I would like to do you a favor, right? Or you do yourself a favor. Pack and go. Go to that country that has a policy that aligns with your interests. That policy, go to countries like Afghanistan or Gaza or Ukraine. Go and stay there. Matter of fact, you that are calling for our tax-paying money to be used to fund useless war. For a clown that don't want to embrace peace, all he wants is war. Please, pack yourself, go to Ukraine and go and fight for Ukraine against Russia. Then we know that you are serious. Stop coming here to make noise up and down. Please, good night,
when
everyone.
She's here,
bye-bye.
You will not be able to
Thank
talk.
you. I really appreciate that.
When she's
Thank you
not
for
here,
that is a freaking clown.
staying. So who is next on the? Who is next? Have we gone through everyone?
Nah, I haven't spoken.
Everybody has gone round.
No, not me. I
Okay,
haven't
thank
spoken
you
at
very
all.
much.
Let me say one.
I haven't spoken. No, I haven't.
I was hoping
I
that
have
we
something
could
to
avoid
say,
that.
but
I was second, and then you put me last, so I haven't spoken.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know
let's
what
see.
you did. Well, I wasn't complaining, but yeah. So I'm just gonna keep it short, man. Everybody has said even in the disagreements, I've learned, you can't force someone to see things your way, and I hope that we have all, even though we're not on one line of agreement, I hope we have all learned from each other, because I think everybody spoke well today. I think everybody, came from different angles, even through the disputes. But I think we need to be very circumspect about a person like Donald Trump being in power. And I say that to say, for the people that come on here and say, oh, he's not a liar, he speaks, he says the truth. Yeah, he's blunt. Yeah, he says his mind. But most of what comes out of his mind is like there's rocks in his head instead of brain matter. Let's be real about that. Because you don't go spouting things like he started to try to blame Canada for the drug importations drug influx in this country. Notice what he does now. When he mentions Mexico, he mentions Canada for the precursor materials that will enable people to make fentanyl. Not saying these countries could probably do better on their end of the border, but I think we also have to take into fact that most of the people that have been arrested for importing or trying to traffic narcotics into the United States, an overwhelming majority of them, over 90%, I reckon, are American citizens. So you've brought extradited 29 cartel members, including Rafael Carquintero. True. But most of the people, the mules, as we will call them, that you arrest at the southern border, happen to be U.S. citizens. So how do you now blame Mexico for that, or blame the Canadians for that? So someone like Ikene praising the $5 million price tag, the gold cars that he wants to bring. What kind of people do you think are going to invest in that? They will be the worst of the worst. They will be the biggest criminals in their area of the earth. Big corrupt politicians. These same cartel members, maybe not as known as the ones he extradited, maybe not on the level of Pablo Escobar or El Chapo, but these are the people that will be able to afford that $5 million that he's wanting to charge for those gold cards. And outside now, we look at Gaza, for example. Look at what's going on in Gaza. You say you don't want wars, but you've given Israel 2,000-pound bombs, and 2,000 of them bunker busters to use against civilians.
Wow.
To completely,
you know, it's not for Gaza. They know they've already reduced that. What are you bombing again? They are preparing for other places.
Well, other places. I mean, they've been bombing.
I gather that they use 6 Hiroshimas, equivalent kind of bombs, on Gaza alone.
Yeah, it's 12 kilotons. Okay, so
that is in addition to that, in addition to what Norm is saying.
Crazy.
Right now, I'm seeing it on the news right now. Donald Trump threatens Iran. If Iran doesn't agree to a nuclear deal soon, which is very unlikely,
well, he's threatening them since yesterday.
America have to go in militarily.
He's threatening them since yesterday.
This is the war. This is the war.
So you, when people,
I don't see Trump going there. Trump doesn't want war.
No, he's not going to go. But guess what? Well, I think the main thing, everybody, and I was waiting for at least one person to state this, and nobody did. America is in the pockets of the Israeli lobby, and the American citizens are starting to wake up to that this country has practically been annexed by Israel without them firing a bullet.
You say that though, but are they waking up? I'm beginning to worry that
people are definitely.
That's not a new thing.
People are definitely waking.
I'm worried that yes, even if they do wake up, but in reality, like they are not doing much. They just say,
there's not much people can do. Okay, things have to hit a crescendo. It's just like now, people are saying, why haven't the Arab nations, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait?
I say that a lot.
Yeah, exactly. You said it. People say it all the time. Even Arabs themselves are saying it. Muslims themselves are saying it. Why haven't they done something?
The Arab nations are the ones that are causing the problem.
But that could be true. That could be true. But what they're doing is, in essence, smart. They are not trying to get drawn into a confrontation, which is what Israel wants. Israel wants a confrontation between America and Iran, and they've been trying to push that for over 30 years, especially with this lunatic Netanyahu. But the Arab nations are smart enough.
They want Israel to go after Iran.
So that is also true. Two things can.
They do.
Well, in a way,
that's why they've been quiet all this while.
Two things can be true, but the way things are leading now, especially with the overthrow of Assad and the rebels taking over Damascus. So what was going on right now is they are killing. Israel has not abided with the ceasefire.
In Lebanon,
they're bombing the crap out of Lebanon. They are taking parts of Damascus. They have passed the Golan Heights. Okay?
Well past the Golan Heights.
Well past the Golan Heights. They're into Damascus. So Turkey is busy trying
to telling Syria not to put military in the other half of the country.
Exactly.
That is
crazy
stuff. Countries are just like,
yeah, but now the Arab countries are realizing that, okay, maybe us going waiting for Israel to destroy Iran might have been a bad idea, because it is obvious now that Israel is intent on that greater Israeli project. What is going to happen? In my opinion, I'm not God, I don't have a crystal ball. I think they are waiting for Israel to implode. Barring that, it will be a case of mutual destruction if Tehran should get attacked. Tehran definitely will destroy Tel Aviv, Haifa, and all those other strategic Israeli cities. And this is what the mostly
That is
Sunni
a
areas.
dangerous game to play, though.
Very dangerous game.
With thousands of Palestinian lives like that. 40,000 Palestinians have been expelled from Jenin, this in West Bank. It's crazy. They are just doing stuff like it doesn't even make it to the news. It's like it's not a big deal anymore. They just do it easy now.
People are tired. The
Sorry,
reporters
can
think
I
they're
just
also
chime
tired.
in a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not
I
disagreeing.
think it's loose now. Let's loosen it until we round up.
I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I speak the truth.
Yes, sir.
Number one, in the American politics, there is a lot of Jewish influence in it. They fund a lot of things. Most of them own some of the biggest organizations that give, when you talk about super PACs and all those kinds of things for both parties, they are there. They are lobbyists. They fund.
They are called the IPAC.
They fund.
APAC.
Yeah,
APAC.
whatever you call them, they fund the both parties. They have. That is why you see that in the past, when I was younger, I used to think that the Republicans were the warmongers and the Democrats were not. But we've seen that each of both parties has access to the military-industrial complex. It depends on who is there. And for a person like Biden, who has been in the American politics and in the Senate since 1978, I was barely 5 years old then, he's been around. You saw how he pushed this war in Ukraine. The point I just want to make is that Trump, it's not like, say, people who back Trump sometimes, especially not everybody who supports Trump, like Pansat rightly said, is supporting Trump in the sheepish way that some people want to create it. No. The Democrats are also responsible for producing a candidate like Trump. It's a fact. Some of their policies, some of the things they do is what has hyped people, and people are basically looking for a messianic kind of person. And this guy shows up saying the right things. He's not a typical Republican, but he's riding on the wave and the tide of people being totally tired, which brings me to what I was trying to tell Madam Amos before she left. Now, we know there are a lot of hypocrites in the Republican Party who probably are, gays and lesbians. They are there. The difference between them and the Democrats is this. The Democrats want to make this kind of lifestyle a mainstream lifestyle. Now, it's not enough that, okay, Chimezie is gay, but let me do my gay with it's like I'm married. If I'm having conjugal relationship with my wife, I have it in the privacy of my home. I don't come to the streets and start doing those things. The Democrats are simply saying, we want to take this lifestyle, put it into books, and teach your children whether you like it or not. Bathroom thing, for instance. Explain to me, if Madam Amos is here, if she will agree with me. A man with, I don't know if it's permissible to start.
Just say machine gun.
Who has machine gun? A man who has machine gun will walk into the toilet of 12-year-old girls and open his machine gun before them. And Madam Amos is okay with that. That is the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats are not pushing those things. They know in their fold. After all, former vice president to the Junior Bush, the daughter is gay. Yes, his daughter is gay. He has a gay daughter.
Even Elon Musk's child is transgender.
Of anything that we don't know that is new. We know that both.
Are you referring to Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is gay.
I don't know, I'm not saying it's Liz, but one of his daughters is gay. One of his daughters is gay.
I wonder what that one is doing in politics.
So, but the difference is they take it to their privacy. It's your private life. The Democrats want to push some of these things into public center And people are saying, no, what should remain in the realm of privacy should remain in the realm of privacy. Why push it out in the public? That's the difference between them and the Republicans. Nobody's trying to say that Republicans are saints. No.
Tim, you're 100% right. You're 100%
So
right.
to round up,
let me bring in Shola so that we can round up.
So let me just round up with what the final thing I wanted to say. Kenneth made a statement saying, in the Quran, for example, homosexuals are supposed to be tortured. That is not true. The Quran is actually.
I was shocked where he got that.
Yeah, that's absolutely not true. The Quran is actually pretty vague on homosexuality, and it doesn't really speak about it. Maybe because in those days the notion of homosexuality as a lifestyle was not popular. So, if anything, the Quran actually talks about compassion. When you see people like that, you show compassion. At the same time, the Quran also condemned the people of Lot, which we know as Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So, but we don't know if those people were really homosexuals or they were just gang rapists. So the Quran is actually vague on homosexuality, but what we do know is it preaches compassion and understanding. It doesn't say anything about torture homosexuals or kill them or things like. No, it doesn't.
I think the Quran spoke about Lot and some of the stuff that they experienced regarding those gay people. That he says something about discouraging the act of gays. Indeed, you approach men with desire instead of women. Rather, you are transgressing. You are a transgressing people.
You are
The word Sodom, the word Sodom is gotten from Sodom.
I think you are right. If that is all he has to offer, it's not like the kind of stuff Kene was saying. Torture them. Yeah?
The Quran does not say that.
Kene just makes stuff up sometimes. So let's bring Shola in now. Let's bring Shola in. Because we are going to be rounding up, and it looks like a new guest, but he probably has been here before. Welcome, Shola. Thank you for joining us this evening. You've been here before?
Yes, I used to call once in a while, but not frequent.
Yeah, I can understand. These people are, they are not like my people. I don't know what they are doing here. These people like you will welcome here. They are troublemakers. They will let you talk. So, welcome. What do you make of the conversation this evening so far?
Thank you very much, Father and the rest of the panel. I live in Ottawa, in Canada. Just like Chim, I'm a Canadian citizen. And I just want to correct some narratives. I don't know anything about America. I don't frequently go there. Once in a while, I go there. But I can tell that I always say something about Canada so that to keep the record straight. We Canada have a different culture compared to the Americans. Right. So I just want to correct that every country in the West is great and not superpower. It depends on how you channel your energy and your resources. American resources is channeled towards the military. And we don't channel that because we're not troublemakers in the world. Americans are troublemakers. They cause more wars in the world. I mean, look at the war in Iraq, in Afghanistan. They have bases almost all over the place. In Germany, in Canada, in Great Britain. They have in some part of Africa and in Egypt. So I argue this with my colleagues that when you ask the NATO to pay 2%, 5%, my question is that who is the one that is using the military more? It's the Americans. It's the Americans. And we follow them to every war they go to. We stood by them in the 9/11. Now, let me tell you one thing about the world. America can never fight a single war with any country. They need the support of the other allies, like the Canada, the Great Britain, the France. But I'm glad Trump is letting the West to know who American is. When we say we are friends, we are friends. We stand together, right? And when they said he's putting tariffs and all that, and I hear they said, oh, because we put fentanyl, we use Canada is sending fentanyl to the American. But they've forgotten that The Americans are the one bringing legal guns to this land. But we don't say that on the news. During the time of Trump, illegal migrants were crossing from the American to this side. I know this because I work in the ag sector. The Indians, some of my people, and the Mexicans, they were crossing because they couldn't cope with this, with the America under Trump. They couldn't cope with the pressure and the harassment. They were crossing over here. Right, but it is because Canada don't brag, we don't talk too much, we don't keep to ourselves because of our culture. So let it be clear to everybody that there is no superpower anyway. It depends on how you channel your energy. But it's a wake-up call to everybody for us to do what? To channel our resources to different places. Right. So, and I hear that I want to make a 54th state. It's an embarrassment, it's an insult. Why is it an insult? Regardless how you view the Canadian health system, but I can tell you, the Canadian health system is far better than the American health system. I'm a physician. I have the liberty to go to America to go and work. I still get invitation from Wisconsin and from Texas. I get invitation to come and practice, but I'm not going to go there. You know why? Regardless of how the waiting time may be in Canada, the Canada still have the better health system compared to the America, and I'll tell you why. Whenever, just like the Great Britain, whenever someone is sick here, think of the worst health scenario. Is it cancer? Is it heart attack? You are covered by the government. The only thing you pay is your transportation, take yourself to the hospital. I'm telling you the truth. In America, if you need to have insurance to do that, and insurance will cut off your head. You have to pay the premium there. You may not agree with me, but I work as in the sector.
You know, while you are saying that, let me just share.
Right.
Let me just share this because things is gone in this area. I wanted to share something actually. I forgot about it, but because it went into health in America, let me land this point that you are trying to make. It's funny because I didn't see this coming.
Real money.
Let me just do fair use this thing. This is Jon Stewart, The Daily Show, and we are reacting to the health comment that he made for fair use YouTube policy. Please don't strike us. We are all innocent here. Yeah, he even started bleeding with the anger from what he was saying. So this is the American state, and I think he's making a solid point regarding the healthcare system in America that is really, I don't know how Americans tolerate it. We like to think that we are like Western countries, people protest about things. Well, we are the public in the West are basically beaten down already. They are already beaten down. They barely have a say. In the war in Iraq, they protested against it. They still went anyway. They don't support what Israel is doing. They still do it anyway. They want cheaper healthcare in America. They still do it anyway. The leaders just do whatever they like. Let's face it. That's what is going on. Please go ahead, Shola.
So just close to say that I think that everybody should face their country and just be conversant with the system that you are working in. I cannot speak for the Americans, but I'm speaking based on what I have studied and what I have, the information I have, and we do comparison with the health system among the West. And I'm telling you fact about the health system. Our system is government powered. The Great Britain, the same thing. American is private. So that's why you can go in and get seen. You can be seen because insurance, they make the money. You can go in and go for a headache and just do MRI right away because the money is business. In this year, it's not business; it's government, and so we don't do business in human life. If there is anything, is business, and that's why you can get things done quickly anyhow you want it. And that's why when people say, "Oh, you wait here for 10 hours?" Here we do what you call triage. If your issues is not something that want emergency and you go to emergency, you'll be there for 2 days because you don't deserve to be in emergency. And they have to make sure they use the health system judiciously. That's what you call fairness and equity. I'm not going to start treating you with migraine and leave somebody with heart attack. That is not fair. Because if I don't treat the heart attack, it could die. But the migraine, I can say the migraine with just Tylenol or Advil. But that will not work for other attacks. So when people come on the online and criticize, so health system Canada is worse. So I just keep quiet. But it's let people know that we do triage and save life. But they say, oh, the health system in America, but it is business. They can do MRI on a finger. It's their money. So I just want to close that people should understand when they are discussing, the country where they're coming from, and speak for their country, and speak on what they know, and I make a generalization. I think I'll pause here. So I see that Chim is raising her finger. There, I'll stop here.
Nigerian national and American national anthem again. What is that song? You know, I'm beginning to think that you should start learning. You should start learning it because our argument is that Canada is better at healthcare. We are very nice, and America is good at military. That's the kind of statement that will get you to become 51st state of America.
Forefather.
Because they will take you.
Forefather.
If I may say something that
after Chim, I'm gonna say something.
Shana, it's nice meeting you. Thank you very much. It's at least once in a while I see another Canadian come on online.
Oh, look at that! Oh, nice.
Come on. Why? I've been alone here.
Canadians are meeting love. Okay. What's colonies of ours in the UK? It's all right.
You're Commonwealth.
Yeah, but I have a little disagreement with you.
Sure.
Sure. I agree with you. The Canadian medical healthcare system is better than the US one. I agree. But nonetheless, you know that the healthcare system in Canada is not a federal issue. It is a provincial matter. There is no unified healthcare in Canada. It's different provinces offering whatever they want to do. What Trudeau has done is to say, I will throw in an amount of money. If you do X kind of service to your people, I will give you this money, which is what people are taking advantage of. And it's not bad. But to say that, you can just walk in and get any kind of treatment is not correct. Because I live in Alberta, which similarly has one of the best healthcares in the entire country, better than Ontario.
No, I'm talking about going to America to get assistance, to get
I hear you. But here in Canada, you cannot just walk in on that same government and get any kind of treatment. It's not possible. There are certain things you will get, and there are certain things you must need insurance to cover you. If you don't have that insurance, nobody will give you that treatment.
Like what?
Okay.
Because I used to work in British Columbia, and I do some work in Alberta before I moved to Ottawa.
Okay, so I because I've had friends, to the God be the glory, I don't go to hospital. So I have healthcare that I don't use. So I'm okay like that. At least I'm not sick. But I've had people who had emergency. They went to the emergency and they were not treated or taken care of until 3 days.
What kind of, sorry, let me ask, what is the diagnosis? What diagnosis?
I'm honest with you, I don't know. I'm not a medical doctor, but he wasn't turned, the person wasn't turned away.
So let me tell you, because when I was in British Columbia, I was working as an emergency physician and a family physician. But here, so what I see, even here, what I do here is that I do my family practice, independent practice. So what I see here is that even in my practice, people will come to me and say, and I see all manners of nations. When I say nations, our people, the Arab, the white, I see none of them. I have a very huge practice. So when they come to me and said, oh, I have back pain, I need MRI. I said, why would you want to do MRI? So there's a checklist for you to get an MRI. And I know that I agree with you that the healthcare is provincial based. You are correct, Chim. I agree with you. So, and there's what you call Canadian criteria too that you can use, regardless of where you practice. You can still use that across Canada, not regardless of where you practice, because there's a consensus, there's a Canadian guideline and a provincial guideline. So when you use a provincial guideline, either for Ontario or for Alberta, if you use the Canadian guideline, you can still be within your practice, not doing any malpractice or substandard practice. So when you use the Canadian guideline, you can still be within the frame of practice and be guided so that no litigation against you. Now, if you come to me and say you have a back pain and you're asking for MRI, doesn't make sense. Why would you want to do MRI right away? The first thing is for me to ask you for red flag signs. So red flag signs include things like you can't pee, your sexual libido and stuff like that, tingling, weakness, numbness on one side and stuff like that. The red flags or fever, you want to ask for red flag. And what else have you done? Oh, you haven't done anything. You feel that one person had a back pain, you got MRI, so I need MRI. I try to explain to them, they don't want to listen to you. Some people will go and say, oh, they didn't treat me well. So when you ask them to go to emergency room and they ask that question, and you are not able to mark those checklist, you can't get them, and they do that. They not use that for a triage for you. So that kind of person will wait even 3 days. You know why?
Yeah,
Because
you did mention it earlier on that if you are not certain things, you
yes.
wait longer if you are not priorities.
So, but you see, because in the emergency room, as I'm seeing you, I'm seeing patient with cold blue. Cold blue, meaning that this is emergency, maybe heart attack, or people that have a cardiac arrest. Am I going to leave that kind of patient and attend to somebody with non-emergent low back pain? Such people with that kind of, and 90% of people with low back pain, non-emergency issue will come to emergency room because they feel it's emergency. But once you have interviewed them, they are not emergency. They're gonna wait. They might put them on the blue or the yellow, and then those with emergency will be seen. And if by the time you are coming closer to be seen, and they bring another heart attack, they push you back again. So that's how the system works here. So when people talk and say, oh, it's worse, you need to ask them where they are coming from. You need to ask them what is their symptom, what is their diagnosis, what is their problems. And that is where people get it wrong. So people make a general statement and say, oh, I can be seen in Nigeria, I can be seen in America right away. But they refuse to understand that what you call medical triage, which we do in the emergency room, always.
Anyway,
let me ask the doctor a couple of questions on that. Hold on, AY. You haven't heard from me for a while.
Hold on. Let's play the new national anthem of Canada so they start practicing this from now. You know, we have to start practicing. This is.
I have a serious question.
You have to practice this song, eh?
You need to hold on. I'm here first.
Doctor, let me ask you a question.
At the rate you guys are going, you're going to be a colony. You're going to be a
quick question.
It can never happen.
Why is it that when I want to talk, AY will not let me talk?
Quick question.
Forefathers, do your job now. I have a serious question. Mute this guy.
Question too. Okay.
Why do you always rule in favor of minorities when we're on a platform?
No. I'm not ruling.
You rule against the king all the time. You rule against me. Why? Because we're a majority tribe.
Let him go. Let him speak.
I said after Chi, right?
All right. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick question, Dr. Shola. When you say
don't call me Shola, don't worry about doctor here.
Canada health system is better than America health system. What exactly is better? What exactly do you mean?
So let me tell you one thing here. So Canadian system, I think it's about policy and implementation. Their guidelines. It's not about.
Actually, hold on. Let me streamline that question. What I want you to speak to, right? Speak as regard insurance, Canada is clearly up. But as regard the manpower and the equipment, and
what do you mean?
Can you speak on that?
What do I mean manpower equipment? It's not like manpower. Look, let me tell you one thing. If I want to go to US to practice in my field, so I think that's what they do. For example, just like somebody from Great Britain coming to practice here, if I want to go to America to practice here, I think what they do, I spoke with some of the people there who want to hire me to work. I think Wisconsin, I said a couple of Wisconsin as well as and Chicago. They told me, oh, don't worry, that because I have, I'm CCFP, board satisfied here. So he said, just come in. When you come in, you don't need to, we allow you to practice. You don't even need to obtain your license for a few months, and then you can process your license. So I don't know what that means. I've not spoken with them because I wasn't interested. So education-wise, hold on. Education-wise, so the American system, if you have a family practice.
I'm not talking education. Can you speak on the facilities, the medical facilities?
I don't transfer. I don't refer patient to America. I don't refer to. I don't see that.
No.
What my facility? We get everything done here.
Here is the reason why I'm asking you. Look, I'm conversant with both countries. I work in both countries. I'm very knowledgeable in both countries.
Great.
The Canada health system is good. Yes, it's free. Where even though it's not technically free because they collect that money from your paycheck. But in
I don't understand.
US,
What does that mean? No. You need to, I don't understand what that means. Explain
so
to me.
the way
Paycheck.
Canada system work, the reason why they charge you more taxes, part of the taxes they charge you as a worker in Canada, they divert that money into the health system. That's how the system works. That is how they fund the Canada health system. So that is not technically free.
Technically, because
It
is public funded.
Let me go in. America is different. America, I strongly believe the health system is purely a capitalist setup. It's a business, nothing more. Really business.
Yeah.
But even when you have a premium insurance, you go to hospital, you get very good service. You get good service. If you need surgery, they can get it done today, unlike in Canada, but you will pay for it, right? But even the payment, to be honest, if you are doing high paid job in America, you have a good job.
So that's the problem. Hold on, that's the problem.
Hold on, let me finish. Now, I'm speaking. I know the two systems 100%. I know them in and out. So when
I would talk about the system that is even better than
the system. A good job in America, you have a good insurance. I will take America over Canada any day. As long as you can pay your 10% copay. For me, I will not have problem with that.
Yeah, but that is why we will never become your 54 state. It never happened.
No.
Hold on now.
Mr. Shola,
Hold on now. Let me just add.
have you heard about the Cuban healthcare system? The Cuban healthcare system.
Yeah, I'm not conversant with that.
Man.
Cuba one is good, but the American one you were talking about, the reason why people don't like the American one is that if you don't have insurance, you are done. It's not universal.
Yes, that is what. Hold on, those are the things I really wanted us to speak. Don't say American health system is not good. It's good. Let me tell you, the white people, they go to the hospital, they want to do surgery. You tell them your bill is $50,000. They will write you a check. The hospital, so that $50,000, if you're ready to give them cash, they will drop that bill to even $20,000 or less. This is what is going on in America. The difference is when you have insurance, premium insurance. For example, my wife want to give birth. By the time they throw bill to you, because the bill that are coming from America, you have doctor bill, you have hospital bill, you have year bill, all the year bill. You can go to hospital last year, the bill will still be coming today.
That's
so
true.
It's very tough. I know, but to me, I have good insurance.
Your audio is gone. Your audio is fading out a bit. It's back now. It's gone again. Oh.
So for me, right?
Lord Chopper.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
So for me, if I have good job, good insurance in America, I'm definitely gonna go with America. But the Canada system, don't worry. I know what Shola is talking about. I know what Chim is talking about. I'm in for Canada. If you have low paid jobs, you are underemployed, stay in Canada. That's what I tell people. Don't come to America. America, they don't have mercy. Even with that insurance, you go call hospital, you go to hospital. When they ask you what is your insurance, they know. They tell you, bro, they will just ignore you and be treating you like shit. America is just money game, survival for the fittest. They don't have mercy. In Canada, nobody cares. You know, they try to. It's a very organized system.
I hope you understand that is how the entire Europe is. Europe
America.
Is
to be honest,
it's even more universal than Canada. You need to get insurance. In Europe, you don't even have to get insurance. You just get free health.
Bro, with the money America even wasting on all this war, do you know the homelessness in America? When you go to some place in America, my village is better than. I'm telling you, like you see people suffering. You know what Shola is talking about.
Man of prestige neighborhood.
If anything happened to you in America, you don't have good insurance. You are done.
I know in America you have to pay tuition fees. In Canada, do you pay tuition fees as an overseas student to come and study in their universities?
Yes, you pay
They
tuition.
do. International student,
You
right?
know that in Germany it's free. Many European countries
No,
it's
Canada
free.
is not free, except
In
you are a
fact,
research
Crazy.
student.
70% of students in Canadian universities are international students.
Yeah.
All right,
Wow,
let me
no
come in
wonder
here.
they're
I think
raking
it's a good
money.
segue. Forefathers, please let me get a word in here. I've been
Yeah,
sitting here
go
for about
ahead,
an
go
hour.
ahead. We are going
Now,
to be rounding
these,
up
these
after you.
people, I know whenever I want to talk, you want to round up. That's okay. Dr. Shola, I'm going to come to you in a minute, but let me say with the segue of what AY said, because this is the way people make the case for Donald Trump. Trump say he wants to make America great again. All right? You just described a neighborhood. Let's say it's an abstract neighborhood, because I know you won't be talking about man of prestige neighborhood. He lives in La Jolla, San Diego, that kind of thing. Those are a lot, very good neighborhoods over there. But so he wants to make America great again. You're knocking an American neighborhood where he sent hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. I don't know how much we send to UK. It's a lot. No matter where anybody is, I know Canada is ripping us off here every day. They're living off of us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me land now. So
you have to say the truth. You have to say. Don't say what your chief is saying, because it doesn't say. You always say things abstractly.
Dr. Shala, let me land. I believe that it's a known fact.
No. Nothing. That's so far from that guy.
Let me land.
He doesn't speak facts. He just fabricate. He just no. You can't say that.
Doctor, let me land.
I know you're going to land, but on every spot you are saying, we need to make sure you are saying the truth. He fabricates issues and we don't believe him. He said we are pouring in fentanyl from here. It's not true.
Let me land now.
Right? So why do you want to bring out? Please tell us. I can't respond to that kind of fabrication.
Let me land.
We don't believe him.
Okay, let him land. Let him land. That's so that we can move on.
What I say. I'm known to just state the facts. Seldom do I give an opinion, right? I deal with facts all the time. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. The president of the United States is privy to a lot of intelligence. You cannot compare yourself to the president of the United States.
I'm well educated and well informed.
Let me land. So when the president of the United States, who has all manner of intelligence, comes out and he says, your country is allowing fentanyl to come in here and all kinds of stuff, and that he's going to make you the 54th state and he's going to do this and he's berating your country. Our neighbor said, we love Canadians. There's nothing wrong with that. But the point is this. When you are insulting one of our neighborhoods because we are giving all this money away, we're letting you send all kinds of stuff over here. The question I have for you is this. When you're talking about health, medicine, it includes pharmaceutical medicine, right? Drug discovery and drug design. Would you say that's part of medicine? Drug discovery. How many patents do you have on drug discovery? You don't even come in. Let me post over here on the private chat and you could then read it. Here's a quick snapshot of the top 10 countries in pharmaceutical manufacturing and their respective market shares. 2021, United States, 40% of the whole world. The United States have all this tied up. And then, of course, you have Europe. That's entire Europe. You know, Europe is a great bloc. You have all kinds of countries in Europe, Germany, all kinds of people. But all of them put together, it's like 8% or
18%. 18%.
Okay, China, 11%. So Canada doesn't come in. We manufacture it. Do you know what it takes to go?
Sorry, I think Europe 18%, China 11%, US 40%.
Yeah. So now that's the key. This is what's part of making America great again. You're next to us here. You're boasting of how good your medicine is. We suffer, taxpayers, middle class, and otherwise. We develop drugs. It takes a lot of money for the efficacy, for whatever it is to develop these drugs. And you sit there and just make the generic forms of it here and there, give licenses, and you're boasting. We're the ones making the thing. So when we keep complaining, say, "Well,
why is it not
Are
cheaper
you
for
done?
you?
Can I respond?
I'm
Because
gonna
you're just
You are the
making
one
some.
making it. Why is it not cheaper for you if you are the one
Can I
making it?
respond?
Let me land now. I'm gonna land in a
Yeah,
minute.
that's going to land again. You've said everything you want to say. Where are you landing? Let me respond.
Doc, if you are, I'm not gonna let somebody who's interrupting somebody do an intrusive surgery on me. You're gonna have to be a gentleman. I said, doctor.
Well, if you are dying, you have no choice.
I'm not dying, but let me say, in drug development, drug discovery, drug design, pharmaceutical medicine, the engineering of pharmacy, all that manufacturing of it, we sweat it out here. This is just one area.
Yeah, but why is drug not cheaper in America now? If you are the one
what I'm about to tell you now, then, because it's not cheaper, because it costs a lot of money for these people. Now, remember, I don't support it. I don't. I want affordable healthcare. I want universal, even government insurance.
You're waffling now.
So no, I'm not waffling. I'm trying to tell you this. It's consistent. It's congruous with the.
Why is it not cheaper in America?
So now, when we have a country next to us here that has a king, not a democratic country, they have a king, and then they are giving away all kinds of stuff where our people have to go over there to get cheap medicine, because they don't make it, they just make generic stuff, and they even try to sell it to us cheaper here. Those capitalists who invest money to develop those drugs, right? They have to recoup. They have to make some money somehow, because if the innovation it's trampled down, then we're gonna be like Canada.
Yeah, but that is not what you see, though. No, hold on, Pansat. But that's not what you see.
I don't think I'm going to respond to all these things you are saying, because
it's not what you see.
These are facts.
Unfortunately, I will respond because I don't see anything to respond to them.
They're facts.
That's not what you see in other industries.
You are asking me a question, or you are passing, you are already passing judgment.
Just hold on.
So what did I say that
the
you're
point I
agree
wanted
with
to
that?
add to it, Shola, see, Pansat.
Yeah.
That is not reflective in other industries like automobile and other industry.
Same
Don't
thing.
say, okay, because America makes a automobile, it's more expensive for Americans than overseas. It's actually more expensive.
They actually sell us parts here. You know Detroit, right? Let me tell you something. We invented automobile pretty much. In Detroit here was a Motown. That's where you heard about Motown. We made those.
Yeah, but the point is that in America, the price is not more expensive than in other parts of the world. But why is it that drugs in America is more expensive, even if they make it in America?
Listen to what I'm saying.
In
Remember,
America,
I'm
it's
not
What you don't understand is that what you call.
He doesn't want to acknowledge it. He's trying to say that it's
What Pastor doesn't understand is that no country is an island. There is integration. All this why I'm saying America has a 40% produced in America. There's integration. Go and check very well. We have what you call multi-level, multinational corporation. It's not a country that. So let me tell you one thing. Do you know that insulin that you are using today was discovered in Canada? Do you know that? You don't know
that. But what could do
the
with
basketball
that?
you are playing your country. Hold on. The basketball you are playing your country was invented in Canada. Do you know that?
Listen to me.
In addition to
Listen to me.
So,
Listen to me.
when you are talking, make sure you have your facts. There is multinational integration among all the West countries. Okay,
that's true, but it has
and
to
all
be
those
fair.
people who are doing business, all those drug manufacturing companies, they kind of work together with all these medical scientists all over Europe, Canada, and US.
I'm not arguing with that. That's true. But you have to have fair trade. Listen,
stop behaving like that as if you are on an island. You cannot do without the West.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me lower my voice. You're making me do it. So let me lower my voice so you can hear me. I don't disagree with you. All I'm saying is that it's not just free trade that we should worry about. We should worry about fair trade. It's not fair that you have all because let me tell you something. Even if Trump says what's his stuff different, and say, you know what, I'm gonna give you whatever deal you give me. Whatever you tariff me, I'll tariff you. You're gonna be in even a worse situation.
We are ready. We are ready for whatever tariff is bringing. So don't be sorry for us. Okay.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
We are not backing up. We're not backing down. We are staying on that. Let's go on. Mr. Panzer, don't argue, but don't finish
Let me
there.
end with this.
We've
Let me
labored
end
this
with
issue enough.
Would it be fair if the United States says this? Look, if you're charging me
Panzer,
10%,
let's not
hold on.
be
That is not important.
If you're charging me 10%, I charge you 10%. Is that fair?
This is not right. Panzer, you are stretching this. We are supposed to have gone now. Jeremy Jefferson is here. Jefferson, just have your say so that we can close out. Panzer, stop interjecting people and dragging this.
I didn't land yet.
Yeah, you are landed. You are landed. You've already had your say.
We Americans have no respect on this platform.
We have to close out.
It's our internet, right? It's our YouTube and it's our internet.
Close out.
If you get on this internet, you should have a little respect.
No, don't say anything. Please, people, don't say anything. Let Jefferson just greet people and so we can go. It's almost 10 hours. There's another show this in live stream again, interview for a guest that Dr. Dame is going to come on. And so we need to round up.
Internet. That's what I'm
Today
saying.
now we've done over 12
YouTube and it's our internet. What if we cut you out of this thing? What are you gonna do, Dr. Scholar? It's our internet here.
You
cut what?
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to
cut you off of the internet.
That's how you make bout. You brag a lot, and that's why you're going to fall.
And he's an American.
You don't brag, as if you're an island.
All these Canadians, when they drag them into America, I wonder how they are going to resist with what?
Don't worry, forefather. We are the one that can handle them. Just leave them.
Honestly, Cuba can actually treat diabetes efficiently, even more than US and Canada. But for some reason, the drug that Cuba is manufacturing, due to our US government having so much arrogance and because of the economic sanctions, they don't actually want to buy those drugs and treat their own people.
Why would they buy it when it's not going to help them grow their own industry? That's how they roll.
It's business. Exactly. It's business.
We all support another country's health industry. Welcome, Jefferson. Looks like you and that background are looking fresh. It's all good. Let's just get a closing remark as a mature guy coming here to calm people like Pansat down. It's been a little bit erratic today, but very quality conversation we've had. A lot of people coming.
Yeah, the conversation today was good.
It was quite rich.
Apart from Ekene,
I'm quite impressed. I think at the later stage, it started getting a little bit all over
the variable. You had your regulars here. I'm the only variable here. So the result is good.
Yeah, Pasag was really good today, man.
I want you to use the superlative when you're talking about me. I'm the best.
Obe, I thought you had gone to sleep now. Why did you turn the camera on again? We are trying to close it. Everybody just want to have their say, and this stuff keeps snowballing. Okay, Jefferson, have your say. Then we bring Obe in to have his closing remark too.
Me.
Hello, is it good evening or good night or good morning? We don't know what to choose, but
good afternoon.
Good day to everyone. To everywhere you are in every part of the world. Yeah, for obvious reasons, I didn't come in much early. Had some personal engagement and all, but it's okay. So, but I want to just speak on some things here. I think, is it KJ, right? KJ mentioned something about Cuba having a medication that will cure some illnesses, but the arrogance of the world. Sorry, what do you call it? Diabetes. Is it diabetes, right?
Yeah, I'm the one that said diabetes. Yes, I'm the one that said
okay, good. But the arrogance of our American government will not agree to the treatment. And thus, it's not just in medicine, in other things. What I feel we need to understand is, gone are the days when some certain special countries will decide how other countries do things. People are beginning to be wise now. People are getting wiser. And most top establishments don't like it. But that's their own problem. Because last I checked, when everybody is finding a solution for themselves, they don't give a hoot about how we survive. So why don't we? I think we need to look at what works for us. Let us be selfish for once. Most of us, whether we like it or not, all of us here are Africans. First, before we went to any part of the world we went to. I am of the opinion, let us be selfish. Let us be greedy and do things that work for us. We get from there and see how we can move our own agenda. That's how I see it. If people want to behave the same way, that's their own problem. You know, as an American look, I'll not lie to you. Yes, Trump may have some good policies here and there, but one thing to understand, is not the only country in the world. It's not. You are not. They say no man is an island. Everybody has a say. Even in the ecosystem, in the animal kingdom, an ant has a say. Even when the elephants are talking,
it's not
the same ants that will gather together and build a house.
You get an island, it's a continent.
Exactly. Do you understand? No. Okay, calm down. I know it.
Seriously, it's a continent. You have to have some respect.
Which continent? Which continent? I know where you are going.
Continental United States.
Even if
where the hell are you, Jefferson?
The continent you are talking about is not made up of countries that agree to come together. Right. What if all those countries decide they don't want to be together? Now, mind you, California and some other states, they are having double mind of whether they want to be in America or not.
No. Which country are you? Which state?
I said I'm in Texas. I'm in Texas here.
Okay.
I did Texas.
Even the Lone Star State.
No. Okay, let me land.
So don't disrespect the United States. It is hegemon.
No.
And he could also do things by force. By the way,
it doesn't work that way. It just, for instance, I'll give you an instance. For instance, now when Trump said he wanted to name Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, it sounds so comedic.
No,
but if you go back, it does. Yeah. Wait now. Yeah. If you go back history and look at the mapping of those places, those territories were Mexico. Hence, that's where the name came. That's why that name had been there for a long while. But you know what we have seen. See what is going on in politics is that what is going on in politics is people enter into power and do what is in their heart of hearts. I feel they have all the answers, and that's why the world is in this crazy part we are going today. So what I feel is that at this stage where we are, no country has it all anymore. Yeah, everybody we have to figure it out. We have to work it out and make sure we are self-sufficient as a nation. I mean, I'm not beginning from the issue of the tariff. If you go and watch most videos from Canadian news outlets and everything, these people are not joking with the boycott. They are not joking with the boycott and the reason why they are angry. No, wait. The reason why they are angry is because my guy feels that he can just put any decision on anybody and it sticks. It doesn't work that way. You have to come and you must come and have an agreement. Even if you don't agree on some certain terms, you must still come. You doing things every time you are brutish and think you have all the answers, I don't think is the way to go.
He thinks we are Colombia. They'll come and beg. No.
Exactly.
We are not Colombia. We are Canadians.
Exactly.
And we stand together.
Look at South Africa.
Let's bring tariff 100%. We are waiting for him.
Wait now. See South Africa.
You recall what Mike Tyson says?
Let me finish now.
Says everyone has a plan until they're hit. They're punched in the nose.
What
I'm telling you,
see, my brother, they were civilizations before America came into play. Sure, you know, there were civilizations. We had the Egypt civilization, we had the Roman Empire, we have all those empires. Empire we come and besides, let me even tell you the truth. Whether you like it or not, those American empire is not so special about it because there are other greater empires before these ones.
There's never been anything like this.
God bless you, Jefferson.
Nothing like this.
Go and do your history very well.
Egypt civilization ran for thousands of years.
Which civilization we get?
Let me say this.
Because we use smartphone and use laptop. This was online.
We have to admit that this age is quite unique in human history.
There's nothing unique about it. It's good though. It's good, but not nothing unique.
We have 8 billion people alive in the world today. We can fly in the air. Flightless.
That's not even an achievement.
In the air, and we go
see. Let me tell you. See, I think we need to understand something here. And I'm going to sound crazy to all of you. We need to understand something here.
Based on evidence.
The so-called technology think we have. Look, as far as other civilizations is still outdated. Maybe you don't get it because we're not even reached where we are supposed to be in terms of technology. We're still learning.
If you are saying civilization that we know, like Egyptian civilization, Roman, and all the rest, I think
it's not all those stone things that they are seeing there. It's not those things they are seeing there.
This current one surpasses it. But there was something I saw where they were saying that there could have been other civilizations that existed well even before.
They were.
They've come and gone. Some of them hundreds of thousands of years ago, even 1 million years ago. That you will not see them. They will not exist because whatever wiped them out, can wipe.
I want to ask a question, Mr. Forefathers. What do you think is informing Hollywood to be making all those scientific, all those sci-fi movies and everything? What do you think is informing them?
Yeah.
Why do we have Area 51? Wait now. Why do you think we have Area 51? And why do you think they are doing a big collider project in Europe? You think all those things are just by chance?
Yeah, but you are now acknowledging that they are also quite advanced now. They are also quite advanced.
He's advancing our point unwittingly. By the way,
you know that in Canada, not doing it unwittingly, Mr. Pansat. No, let me ask you something. That's where I'm going.
Hold on. Do you know how sensitive some of their equipment are? Like, if you use like a nuclear radioactive material in some location now, 10 years later, they will still be able to detect it. If you fire anything from any part of the world, they can detect it. That is how crazy it is. That their equipments are so sensitive. Even gravitational waves that you would think that is extremely sensitive, they are able to detect it. So the kind of technology we are dealing with right now is super advanced. With quantum technology, you know what it takes to make it work? You have to manipulate things on an atomic level to control it, to actually create a computer. That is it's something I don't think we've heard of before. Maybe
subatomic level. Quarks.
That is what I'm telling you.
Hold on, let me say this.
You know that those pyramids were generators. You are talking about advanced. If you think we're advanced, the generator system, the power system are using, you think that is good enough?
Quebec wants to go
we are supposed to be using a very sophisticated wireless power system.
Make that happen.
Yes, according to history.
It's an interesting point. Hold on. You said something about quarks in atomic this, and I think you may be right about that actually.
I'm right all the time.
You're not right all the time, but you may be correct on the quark. This maybe quarks. I need to confirm it actually, because I would have thought
I'm right all the time. But let me say to Dr. Shola, do you know that in that Canada, Quebec is not happy? They want their independence. The United States is very good at stuff like that.
Don't tell him. See, that's why you are wrong. Because you don't live here.
Let me tell you.
You just listen to propaganda.
I know that. See, it's simple.
Let me tell you about Canada. Don't tell me about Canada because you are wrong. Your statement is wrong.
There are some things that they need to learn.
Shola Passat is lab grabber. Even in Nigeria,
I'm saying you got people there who want to be free. Right?
Lab grabber.
Is that because white racism is making the United States spare Canada here with a king in the 21st century? We have a lot of reasons to say, look, why do you treat Iran the way you do? You don't treat Canada the same way. They're not a democracy. They have a queen. They have a king now. Right, and you have Quebec that wants to be free, right? When they go for a plebiscite, you rig the election. You rig the election over there. If you're fighting us, we're gonna be able to make that happen. Very easy. Quebec is gonna go their way. Then you go, Alberta go their way. We'll be able to break that.
I cannot help you, unfortunately, I can't help you.
You know, this thing is all about.
I think it's based on atomic. This thing is not necessarily quarks. I don't think they mention quarks.
Quarks is a subatomic,
we're talking about quantum computing.
Yeah, but when you're talking about quantum physics, you have to be talking about.
I heard about quarks. That's why I'm.
Yes, now quarks is particle physics.
Yeah,
it's a subatomic particle inside the proton. And
I know, but for
inside proton here to be precise.
Hold on, for quantum computing, which one are they using? Are they using atomic level manipulation or quarks manipulation? I think it's more likely to be atomic.
Okay. No, it's subatomic.
But
atomic is you look in an atom, you have nucleus, you have the electron.
So you are looking at which of the ones are they manipulating? Are they
it's more of a they are working on subatomic They're using subatomic technology, basically.
Level.
Yeah, when they say subatomic, what does it mean?
And all kinds of stuff. I mean,
simple. It's just like, how do I put it now? It's just like all of us are in this room, right? To tying us together and then going down. It's just basically what it is, going down to
I know what it means in terms of what it means. I'm saying, what does it mean in the context of quantum computing? I know what it means, but I'm saying, what does it mean?
Once you use the word quantum, right? You're dealing.
Quantum means small.
Particle.
There's no big in English about it. Quantum means
if you go from atoms, then you go to molecular level. But if
you have macro is big, micro is small. In fact, let me even make it simple. Micro means 10 raised to the power minus 6. Then you have nano, 10 raised to the power minus 9. Then you have femto, you have pico, you have zip. They have so many of them. So what is going on? They are going. See, listen, they are going to the smallest part where you have between two atoms. There's a called interatomic distance between two atoms is what they are working with to achieve all these technological features. Do you understand? The smallest the energy between, because the energy it takes. Listen, the energy it takes to separate an atom from another atom is what they are exploiting. They are exploiting of all these technological advancements.
They separate it all the time. Let me see. They said they use electrons as qubits, and sometimes they use photons, ions, but they are not using protons, neutrons, or quarks at the moment. They, from what I gathered, they said while these particles are subatomic and involved in the structure of matter, they are not currently used for quantum computing, though they are part of physics underlying the systems used. So yeah, they're not being used.
That's commercial, not military or intelligence.
Okay, let me even make it simple.
But I know that whenever they talk about quantum computing,
all those quantum they are talking about is all lies within the space of the speed of computing within the chips. So it's the chips. That's why I say all this is all nanotechnology. So within the chip, they are making the technology smaller and smaller and smaller. You can even have a computer as small as this mouse here. Smaller than this mouse, it will still do everything far more than your usual laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're still talking about commercial.
Now.
No, it's not about commercial. They're doing the technological concept.
Were you not the one that was saying that? Oh, yeah, Egyptians were like, how many years?
That is what I am. Bros, I still stand by it. You have no idea. The level, you don't get it. You don't get it.
I agree with you. Because of longevity.
Oh, is it because of the ancient things you are seeing?
Pardon?
Oh, but you did have something to say that's important.
I thought we're rounding up.
Yeah, we're rounding up. I think Jefferson was not around before. Obe has been around for a bit.
Yeah.
So
let's see what he's got.
We were trying to summarize, as in what we'll be discussing is not about the Trump and the tariff and the drama we are seeing every day. Like Shola said, everybody should just face inside, everybody's a giant of his own, basically. When you want to begin to despite the fact that you will say New York economy is bigger than Canada, you want to say all that, but basically they are okay within the population and the size and the way the government is running. They're fine, and it's perfect.
We have more universities here in California than entire Canada.
How does that matter?
Google it.
We have all the universities
in California,
but yet you can still.
Your lies not happy to be here.
If you follow Passat,
it doesn't really matter.
Your education, go and check.
If you cannot apply yourself, even if you are there, it doesn't make any difference.
Forefathers, can you please Google the educational standard of Canadian compared to American? They are lower.
Canada, we have more universities in California than
but you are still lower. You are not educated.
Qualitatively,
you are not educated. That's why you are voting for. Somebody told you I will vote you. Somebody told I will vote you. She went ahead and vote for him. You are not educated.
Sorry, with due respect, to put in more context, we don't care whether he went to Harvard or he went to a mushroom school in a village. What you care is what are you doing, what you have learned.
Correct.
That is what counts
You
right
have
now.
more Ivy League schools than you have
Yeah,
universities.
the Chinese agree
can we
they don't have.
let
Listen,
speak, please?
no,
Can
no,
we let
no,
Obey
calm
speak?
down. I'll soon
While
finish.
you are speaking, more people keep coming
They
in. We
interrupted
need
me
to
too
close
now.
out.
I beg. I
Augustine
beg.
has come in. See,
I beg.
we need to close out. Nobody should come in
Referee, I
again.
beg.
I don't know who
Referee, I
shared
beg.
the link out there.
Referee, I
I
beg.
don't know where they're getting the
See,
link anymore.
in
We are not
China,
sharing it
China
again.
doesn't have Harvard, though. They don't have Oxford. They don't have Cambridge. They don't have all those special universities. But yet, America as a country is afraid of China with the level of advancement they are going.
Right.
Let that sink in.
Specialize
Let
on
that sink in.
on your comparative
Jefferson,
advantage,
let
and you're
him
fine.
speak.
Yeah.
We are
Yeah.
trying to land up
No,
Jefferson.
sorry,
Jefferson, calm down. We are trying to round up.
Can I say
Yeah,
this before I
think.
go?
I think.
Nobody.
Oh
See,
my
let's let
God.
I'm
Obey
leaving
have
now.
his
I'm
say.
leaving.
You
Let
guys should
Obey
let
have
Obey
his say.
speak. Ah.
Have you not
I
spoken,
think
Jide?
No, I beg you for
at times it's better
Okay,
for
let Obey finish,
everybody.
then you have your say, and Augustine have his say, then we'll round up. At this rate, we are not going to go anywhere.
Obey is redundant. Shola already said what it's about to say.
What do you mean by redundant?
Stop
Because we are
Shola has already
majority now,
spoken what you
Mr.
have to say.
Majority. What I mean is that everybody should mind kind of stay on their lane, because the fact that you're gigantic, you are 300 million people, whatever, is size, and it's advantage. There's an advantage in it. The fact that I'm small and I'm doing well with my people, it doesn't mean that I'm incapacitated or I am inferior to the so-called giant. I made a trip last year to Europe. I just went the corridor of Italy, Switzerland, France, in the Olympics, and I ended up in Spain. You know, I just went around and I saw the kind of life they are living. They're small. To even cross from a country to country is like going from one state to the other. But they're all happy, they're doing well, everybody's vacating, everybody's just in the street. You know, there's life. It doesn't really reduce anything from them, basically. The fact that you are American, you are
Look,
50 states, you are this and that,
Canada
means
all
that
over
the whole world is on top of you. No. Those guys live a better life than some of us that think we are in the first class world, you know, over here. When I was coming here, I was thinking the sky is coming down here now, you know, until I came, and it's like the same shit over there. You know, so we shouldn't overhype the situation, because the way Trump is bringing us out now, he's going to see that America is going to be well disrespected by the so-called people that respect us before, because it's bringing out the whole weaknesses, the whole unnecessary issues. It's just hyping them, just like the hype man in those states, hyping the governor for the nonsense he's doing. You know, you're hyping all over the place. Everybody's talking about nonsense. Now, China is trying to warn Mexico and the surrounding cities here that if they have to play with America, they're going to hit them too. So you're going to cause confusion along every corridor around us here. Then the people inside suffer more. We're going to suffer more at the end of the day.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
No.
We suffer more every day. We suffer more every day because we are the narrative is just all over the place. This is not the idea of make America great again that we're talking about. It's not that. The fact is that are you better off than the so-called 4 months ago, or 3 months ago, or 2 months ago? Are you better off now? No, it's still another experimentation, right? At the end of the day, everybody is not sure of tomorrow. Look at news every day. The thing is changing. 1 minute is changing. So you're careful. You know, even at the job now, see people the way they are knocking off, and people are crying. People are feeling that what's the next information now? You are following up the situation around you here. Even in the health sector where I work, you see people are not sure. Before you know, there are no shit for people to even pick up again, because everybody just want to like, what's the next thing happening now? You know, so the fact that we're big, we're okay, we're doing well, and the American institution is so organized and so stable. That is the reason why we're surviving. It's not because superpower, super world, blow this, blow that. No, everybody in a master of right now. Everybody get the nuclear. What would they talk about? You know, so if you throw, I throw, and that is what it is. Everybody will just think Papa has minding business, and we'll be fine. Then let me tell you, Trump or without Trump, in the next, just watch half-year election, how these same people that voted for him are going to go against him. Watch it. Bet it me here, and we'll be very surprised. So please, the narrative is okay.
It's
we're
not
fine.
running again.
I think
this is his last run.
It's not him. I'm talking about him. I'm talking of half term. Not him. He cannot go there again now. He doesn't even believe that there should be election again. He wants to be like Putin now, to continue to rule. That is what he's trying to figure out to do. You know. But it's not going to work for him, because America is stronger than those situations.
No.
I think basically we had a nice day. It was a very robust discussion. But I think, like he was saying, the health sector in America is business. Let me tell you, if you come for MROI, whether MROI not there or whatever, they will do MROI for you, collect your money.
Yeah.
Whether it's not
Business,
part of it, so far you
exactly.
just bring the paper from whatever. They won't even ask you why you're doing it. They will just do the thing, collect cash, and you carry your result and go.
Yeah.
Like he said, they have
You'll
to
be
tell
happy.
you need this.
Yeah.
Why do you need this, and probe you?
Yeah.
Because it's so transactional here, and that's
Yeah.
the difference. But at the end of the day, the people get happy because
That's a
they
good
make more
point.
money.
Let me get I want to ask you a question, Obi.
Thank
That's
you.
a good. The last point.
Thank you.
Why
No,
don't you ask me a
don't ask
question?
any question. No more questioning. No
You
more
got a
questioning,
host.
Pastor. Stop
Look,
asking questions.
I'm a Wazobia.
Stop asking
I'm not a host.
questions. I will put you backstage,
You
Pastor. Stop
minorities
it.
are not gonna let
What kind of wahala is this? Pastor, stop now. Come on. Let's not do this now. We
these
are trying to
minorities
round
won't let
up.
me
Eh?
talk.
We have been here for going to altogether
Can
13
I
hours
just
now.
summarize for a minute and I'll be leaving, please? I will just summarize.
Whenever
Can I say something? Let me just summarize.
only
now.
these two people
Okay,
at the
so
top.
he says he wants to talk. That you let him in. What
Only
did I do?
he has not said anything. Now he's had it. You have had your closing statement. So look at you see how Augustine is smiling. He knows we are supposed to go. He just came in. You come
I'm
and
gonna
crash
get you out of
it.
this platform.
Look at that. You
You're
want to
gonna
get
be
me out
gone
of the
from here.
platform now.
Go to your
Let me
people's.
just-
Go to
Gine, please,
let
please.
Britain make their own internet, right?
So, Father, why
This
do you
is
put
an
it beside
American
the
enemy.
Pansat?
I don't know.
So,
Voila.
Jide, are you going or you want me to say something?
I don't know.
I'll talk for 1 minute.
Let's just
Okay.
I'll talk about Syria and America, Trump's foreign policy again.
Let nobody start asking questions. No. Please go ahead.
You want to talk about Syria currently? We can see what's going on. I don't know if everybody's following what's going on in Syria. Within the last 2 days now, about 2,000 people have died because of terrorists. They are killing people like animals right now. People that are not like they're killing minority groups that are not following the extremists, Wahhabists, Islam, and it's getting very serious now. And this were the people who were brought up by the West to take power from the dictator Bashar al-Assad, the dictator, the man that
Who
was
is
killing
the Al-Assad forces? Who is sponsoring them?
Did you just say we should not ask questions? Can we leave that alone?
No,
don't answer any questions.
They're taking power from them now. They don't have power. They've all left. They've disbanded. They don't have any power. The people that are running the country right now, they are networks of ISIS and Al Qaeda, and they are doing what everybody's afraid of. They're killing people like animals right now. It's on the news everywhere. This is what we're talking about when I come on this show. I'm not against any religion. I said this some weeks ago, that what has happened in Syria by kicking out that guy is going to be worse, and it's going on right now. But maybe I will touch more on that later.
And you follow Americans, you go into the ditch.
Who is that?
Don't follow them.
Oh, Shola, all these Americans to be.
Don't follow America. Open your eyes before you follow them.
Don't
So
worry.
they will put the plug on you.
Trump foreign policy is actually moving towards a third world war. If you know what's really going on.
And the moment anything that resembles a third world war happens, you can see.
Let me tell you one thing, Father, before I know you want to close. Please.
No, let's leave it for now, please. Let's allow Okasi to speak first.
Let me talk.
Okay.
Bye-bye. I'll talk to you guys.
All right.
No problem.
Welcome,
Thank you.
It's been a while.
Oh, yes. Thank you, guys. I have been following you guys from the background. It's been a great day. Thank you. I'm very particular. I came in for AY. AY, thank you so much for making Dr. Shola to really speak the way he spoke. But one thing is unique about Dr. Shola was that he said he doesn't know America. He's not talking about America. He wants to talk about Canada, but he ended up talking about America all through. So
it's Pansato.
And there's one thing we should
draw him to America.
Yeah, when we begin to engage in the fight between America and Canada, I don't think that Americans will accept us as their own, nor would Canada accept us as their own. So while we look at these things, let us always be conscious where we come from. That's where they will tell us we belong.
Exactly.
So, I don't know about Canada, but I work in a hospital. I have so many patients that come in from Canada, and they attest that what they are getting in our hospital. I work in a hospital in Florida. So they attest that what they get from our hospital is okay. But I'm thinking if we want to talk about health, you should look towards Europe that involves preventive medicine.
Correct.
Because both, I don't know if Canada is not doing the same thing America is doing, where they poison you and get you to the hospital and cut you into two and give you different heart from another. But in Europe, they make sure they don't need to cut you.
Right.
So
No,
yeah, so
Canada are trying. Canada are trying that.
We don't want to start another topic because this
no,
one you are
so
breaking
just so
down.
no, I don't know. So look at the kind of food you have there. What kind of the food we have here is the major problem of our health challenge. Then I don't know the kind of food you
No,
guys have
Canada
there.
don't have that bad food.
Okay,
It's
okay.
local.
So
That's
we,
why I want to make
Thank you.
America great again.
Let's not go into that.
So
People
yeah,
is
no, so
suffering, right?
Have you finished? Have you
it's been
finished?
a
Telling
it's
us
been
you're
a
better than
great
we
it's
are.
been a great day. So when you guys speak about Trump, I just laugh. I laugh because whoever that is supporting a beast, she always be ready. That
Yeah.
when the beast finish, when the beast finishes the lions around, they will turn down to you guys. I mean, if you
Everybody
are
go chop breakfast. Forefather, let me say one last thing,
a leader
right?
that is very bullish, if you listen to his
30 seconds.
if you
I'm not gonna
listen
spend
to
more than
his
30 seconds.
last presentation, it was, I mean, if you were able to finish the whole presentation, then you're a great person. You're a very great fan of Trump. I couldn't stand the bullish
Yeah.
method. I couldn't stand it.
It was too much.
It
Yeah.
was too much. I mean,
Yeah.
a leader should be a servant.
Correct.
And a leader knows everything. Be scared of that kind of a leader that whatever he says is correct.
Let Trump be Trump. That's the
Yeah,
best
He's
thing.
a bully
you
and
see
a
Don't
tout.
want Trump
Yeah.
to be
you see the new
guide.
cap.
Let Trump be
Everything
Trump.
Trump said is right. Everything Trump said is right. That's the new cap that is running now. Man,
Exactly.
we don't need such leaders around
Forefather,
us.
boom boom race
Thank
messaging
you.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Let me say,
I've enjoyed the day.
Let me give my closing statement.
no,
Let
there's
me
no closing
no
statement,
pastor,
please.
hold
There's no
on.
closing
30
statement.
seconds. Let me
30
say
seconds.
this.
And let's
The
close out.
the funny part is Trump is telling people
Forefathers, I'm gonna
is
get
it
you for
the
this. You know
gold
that.
card they call it
Respect. You're gonna be out of here.
the gold card, right? The permanent resident. That if you have $5 million, you are free to come. We will give you the listen.
I don't
I'm
put my
just
own for
thinking.
sale. Oh.
Hold on, Obe. I'm just thinking. If I'm in my village in Nigeria,
I have $5 million. I will go America.
I swear, I know. If you go
I
give me
won't move.
passport, America. I know they go.
If I have 100,000, I will not move.
If I have $5 million,
You even say 5 million. You know,
where would I go?
500,000.
If you have 5 million, yeah, why would you go home?
I tell you, why would thank you? What will I be doing here?
That's crazy. Go to a country where 47,000 and get
I'll
skill
carry the
every year.
passport, give them waka.
But you know that our African politicians will come and buy it.
Of course,
and continue destroying Africa so that when anything happens, they come in here.
That's only 7.7
Watch
billion naira.
Dangote then buy that thing. All
That's
them Dangote and thing. Watch them buy that
7.7
thing.
billion naira.
And he said,
that goes to show what you're enjoying here in America. You enjoying $5 million and you're not respecting it.
Pansat, you don't go and defy the meaning of gentlemen. I really appreciate you all for coming in today.
I wonder why you're describing Passat as gentleman.
Yeah, I have to. He was very gentle at first. Now
that's my big brother.
He's becoming rough with everybody. He was gentle earlier on. So the conversation has been quite productive today, and for some reason there was energy and there was different ideas. We didn't even move to another topic. Only two topics.
Apart from a Kennedy, the people were very good today, man.
It was outstanding. Different dimension of conversation. It just went different ways. I really appreciate you all for coming in. Augustine Nwagbara, I appreciate you. AY, as always, thank you for coming in. Pansat, Jefferson, Obey, I really appreciate you all for coming in today. I know that Tony was here, Kene, everybody was on their game today for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's just the topic. Yeah, Boom Boom Ray and all of them. They were all very good. Boom Boom Ray is there on the chat. Tato is also there. Chris King is there. With that, we know that the Chris King is Kene, isn't it? And Guy Walele, I see you there. Malam Ifi King, I see you there, and Madam Luke is there. But why? All these people that were on the chat, I really,
The
appreciate
ladies were
people
the
for being
best
on the
today.
chat.
The ladies
Yeah,
were
yeah,
the best. That one that
they were
commented
solid.
Kene all
They were
through,
solid.
man.
They were
Kene
solid.
ran away.
They didn't support me, but it's all
What,
right.
what about that lady that was talking about you don't need a Jakuta steel? Did she come today?
No. Let
She's
me
not showing up.
Kolata. Let me thank Kolata for his $2. Kolata, thank you for $2. Why is it that every time you are doing your $2, you are needing to insult people? Oriako Tokpe, thank you, Oriako Tokpe. I really appreciate the 20 pass. The 20 pass is very, very useful, and the damage is going to make good use of it. That's the whole point. We should support the channel so that the channel can keep flowing and doing better. Kolata again with $2. Thank you, and he also another insult. It's all right. $2 insult is all good. A for real, thank you for your $2 too. BB Ray, please cool the what is wrong with all these $2 people? They just $2 to insult people.
Who's the dumb guy?
This is what they are doing now. Just insult people. Hey, look at that. The one that gave $10 says, good conversation, you all. Thank you, Emmanuel Johnson. We really do appreciate it. Thank you for the donation. Guy Olale is there too. $2 Canadian. Don't worry, it's going to become the real dollar soon. Mr. Okupe has been surgical tonight. You see, people were saying Pastor was very good. You see what I believe. So the conversation was quite solid. Guy Walale again, another Canadian dollars. Take charge of he wanted us to talk about Fubara, Rwanda, and all. Maybe we'll touch on it tonight if we are streaming tonight. That'll be good. Then Ja Nzola. This is a first because my channel has been monetized. So I really appreciate all the people that have supported the channel, all the 532 subscribers and the viewers that are on to Niger at the moment. Let me see. We have 5. That is quite a record. 5 people. What the channel? What you from to Niger? We are breaking records out there. And this is the first donation I've seen on that channel since they monetized it. I really appreciate that. And thank you all for joining us till this evening when Dr. Damages returns with the interview. I wonder what the guests will be like this evening. I hope he's just as good as all the others that have been showing up. I really thank you all for coming in. And till next time, we are going to close it out with this lady. Bye.
Okudilio, nyekelanio, Olisa malugonko ene menenua. Okudilio, nyekelanio, Chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili, agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo, nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo. Ni fosolo ne ase alibazie. Oboye bebe agaranya muliba, oboye wuru agaranya mebi vesolea, mano agaranya mua, oboye afiozi elipakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili, agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chikubezio lisa. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili wakema, kodili wanima. Naino kwane we beluge beluo. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili kemo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wane, nikadiezi bohimo.